approach them to find out what their plan is. Zenobia replied, "No, you don't need to do that." She thought of the useless king, laughing merrily. "You just focus on making holy and worry about protecting the kingdom. That foolish nymph king has already sent some otherworlders to do that job anyway." Leslie's heart trembled. Now she knows. But on the outside, she had to act normal. But those guys can't fight them. Zenobia smiled sarcastically. "They will manage. If you think about how those bastards ruin our plans, I really want to destroy this laboratory right now." Zenobia imagined Minryu's body shattering into pieces, but there was no need for that at this moment. Her target was the people beside him, the useless dark knights who have lost their goddess and are on the verge of collapse. The great priest with the label of an apostate, and the incarnation of the goddess, just a bunch of personality disorders who can't prove themselves because they have no faith. In Zenovia's eyes, Minryu was like a machine that only knew how to fight, and they began to kill everyone from Burrow to the people of Latna. The goddess's ally has sunk into bloodlust. Zenobia gloated as he reveled in the feeling of fighting. This is the end for them. Zenobia seemed to prophesy everything. An Otherworlder who falls into a state of bloodlust is like a ticking time bomb. If their willpower is strong enough, they can keep the symptoms from getting out of control. However, a person's spirit is not infinite. It can explode at any moment. Artist couldn't bear to watch and shouted, "Minryu!" Minryu was awakened by that shout. The image of the man whose entire body was covered in blood kept haunting his mind. Minryu fell backward in fear. Artist covered his mouth. He was a little confused that they're completely beaten. "Ryu, what the hell is happening to you?" They were standing in a sea of monster corpses. All the monsters are dead. At this rate, I won't be able to dispose of all the bodies and absorb the energy. Seeing Minryu's pale face, everyone couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay?" He looked at the monster on the ground with its head smashed in. I'm fine." Kiwi seemed to have noticed Minryu's problem, that it seems your mind loses control during battle. She bowed her head to look at him. "Minryu, are you really okay?" It looked like Minryu was trying to force a smile. "I told you, I'm fine." He looked at the battlefield around them. "Kiwi, should we stop here and go back?" Minryu changed the subject. "Ipir told us to try and come back early today, right?" The others played along with him to lighten the mood. Minryu laughed loudly. By the way, you're too gentle with Ipir." Artis, "You two seem to have gotten closer recently." Artis vehemently denied it. "That's not it." He seemed embarrassed. "We were told to come back early because Syria has something to talk about." Minryu's eyes crinkled in a smile. "Is that so?" Leon didn't join their conversation. His face was very sad, and a month has passed. Thinking about the future, Leon was extremely worried that Gain's injury has bought us some time to prepare. However, those bastards still have the advantage over us in every way. Zenovia's power always haunted Leon. They have the ability to hide in a two-dimensional space with infinite lifespans. Leon walked at the back, his mind filled with thoughts. Meanwhile, we still don't have a concrete plan and are hiding in Kalen. He looked at Minryu's group chatting. Leon remembered the plan. "I told Minryu the training was to increase his level, but the real purpose is to test his bloodlust." He was looking towards the sunlight, while Leon seemed to be sinking into darkness. Even I, an investigator, have never seen a guideline error before. With this level 6 Otherworlder, I really have no choice but to bet on him. They had returned to Syria's house. Everyone was surprised when she took out a book. "This is..." Syria introduced an old book. "Try reading it." She crossed her arms. Syria tried to make herself look more mature. "I wrote down the stories I heard from Mr. Burrow when I was little. So, it's like a diary." Both Ipir and Atis were quite surprised. The diary of Syria and Burrow. "Can we look at something so precious?" Syria didn't care. "What do you mean? I'm going to publish it." It seemed everyone couldn't believe it. "Publish it." She waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine now while you're all training in the dungeon. But once you're gone, Kalen will be overrun with monsters every night." Ipir immediately refuted it. "Of course we can seal the dungeon before we leave. So how could that happen?" Atis immediately explained Syria's meaning to her. "Kalen is a city where hunters are the main customers. People won't come here if there's no dungeon anymore." Ipir immediately deflated. "I see." Syria threw a scroll onto the table. but when a scroll was opened, everyone was quite surprised to see it covered in red marks. Her mind was racing. If many copies are sold, Kalen, the home of the hero borrowed, will become the #1 tourist destination. Once it becomes famous, I can build anything like hotels, casino floors, and even an amusement park. ATIS seemed rather speechless. So, you're moving the monster's skeleton to the town center. Syria corrected his words. It will be the mascot of this town. Beads of sweat also appeared on Ipir's face. Syria being this optimistic is great, but the two of them were stunned to see Leon calmly commenting while reading the manuscript. We can elevate Kalen's status with the death of the hero borrowed and achieve economic growth. Criticism from the public is unavoidable. Syria clenched her fists. I know that, but Kalen is the last place Mr. Burrow left for me. She recalled the grave placed opposite Kalen. The reason Mr. Burrow didn't seal the dungeon was because it would become a source of income for Kalen. In front of his grave were only 2 small apples, but the world has changed, and this doesn't change the fact that Kalen is in trouble. Syria couldn't hold back her emotions. I won't let Kalen be buried like Mr. Burrowed. I will save it, even if everyone thinks I'm despicable. Leon looked at the paper in his hand. I don't think that's despicable. It will take a lot of courage to publish a book that will receive so much criticism. He was very serious. Many people will remember Sword King Burrow thanks to your sincerity, and that is beautiful enough. Syria's eyes reddened. What are you talking about? Even if you say that, don't dream that I'll give you anything. Seeing her strong reaction, Leon could only explain further. I'm not saying it to comfort or please you. I'm just telling the truth. Minryu also frowned. The image of the Sword King falling and Syria crying desperately appeared in his mind. Minryu's face darkened. Syria, I'm sorry. She sighed. Don't be sorry. That was also Mr. Burrow's decision. No one blames you. He still held the book in his hand. The air suddenly became unusually silent. Your writing is terrible. Syria's eyes froze. What? His mouth read fluently. Listen to this. Sir Burrow swung his sword. Sir Burrow was so strong he could split a mountain. The enemy was destroyed by his power. Your descriptions are too simple. I don't think anyone will buy it. The others also handed it back. They stared at him with judgmental eyes. Leon could only sigh. You idiot. This book certainly has high academic value because it is the last record of Bantala. Kiwi came to a conclusion. The writing is a problem, but the content is hard to understand because Sir Burrow's youth is not described in here. Her eyes lit up. Flowers appeared again as if to enhance this beauty. What do you mean, Leon? While everyone was buzzing with discussion, Syria lifted the table. After a short while the screen reappeared, Minryu had taken a whole table to the face. Why am I the only one getting hit? Syria crossed her arms. I'm sorry, I have no talent for writing because I only know how to run a tavern. Just then, someone came running in a hurry. Lucin threw the door open. I'm here. He tilted his head back to look at Lucin. John Lucin, you came at the right time. You read a lot of novels, right? Can you read this? His eyes lit up. Is that a novel? Ron quickly pushed Lucin's face away. Now is not the time for that. His words made Minryu's eyes widen in surprise. We have to get out of here now. Outside, a huge army was advancing relentlessly. The army of the Elf Kingdom is approaching this place. They seemed to be negotiating. Kiendio rested his hands on the table, his face showing surprise. I didn't expect Genovia and Gaian to do such a thing. So things like this are happening all over the world. It seems we have you to thank. Hearing this, Kiwi was overjoyed. So you're willing to believe us? Then we must inform everyone of the truth about Genovia and Gaian and change the situation. His voice lowered. Forgive me for saying that it is impossible. If we accuse them without evidence, it will surely lead to war with Gaian's kingdom and the Magic Kingdom. Kiendio continued to analyze. Furthermore, the Nymph Kingdom already considers you enemies. It's highly likely we would be defeated. She seemed surprised by this information. The Nymph Kingdom, Holian, is on Genovia's side? The vice leader remembered Holian. Thankfully, she seems to be hesitating and hasn't acted yet. They're in a situation where the nymph monarch has made some sort of agreement with Genovia. The diplomatic pressure on us, the Elf Kingdom, is very difficult to handle. Kiwi looked at the mighty army outside. This is the reason you brought the elf army to Kalen, to capture us according to Genovia's will. Minryu made a show of force from behind, but we have no intention of surrendering without a fight. Seeing this, the soldiers drew their swords, but were stopped by Kiendio. I can't believe you haven't realized yet. As he spoke, Leon summoned a blue flame. It seems Sir Leon here hasn't told you anything. She was surprised, Leon. Soon, the magic in his hand created a small cube. Miss Kiwi, I apologize for not informing you beforehand. However, the reason this agreement was kept secret is because a man slowly walked in. Leon threw the cube out. The reason Richard, the one who murdered the Elf King, has not yet been executed was the condition for his confession. Minryu was astonished. You're the one who murdered the Elf King. He couldn't understand, but weren't you trying to get revenge on Gayan and Genovia? I bet they ordered you to kill him. Before he could finish, Richard cut him off. Don't misunderstand. Kiwi's expression was incredibly sad. Richard continued to speak. I have sacrificed countless lives to achieve my goals. I even planned to kill the goddess's incarnation. His eyes did not hide his hatred. All evil has a reason. If at some point you decide to forgive my sins, then you will eventually forgive Gayan as well. Richard's words pierced deep into his heart. Don't forget that it's never too late to forgive someone's sins after they have been punished. I know. The negotiation paused for a moment. The elf army may have arrived in Kalen, but the otherworld of Minryu was not there. However, they succeeded in capturing Richard, the murderer of the Elf King. Richard was escorted away. Kiendio closed his eyes. These will be the things announced in the Elf Kingdom, and that is my condition. Because he knows many secrets and has been captured, Genovia will not be able to do anything too reckless to our kingdom. Bila was also waiting for Richard at the door. Kiendio told Minryu's group about his fate. That is why he will not be executed immediately, nor will his comrades. After speaking, he immediately turned to leave. Of course, it would be much safer if you all hid secretly in Kalen. Kiwi hurriedly stopped him. Wait, Elf King, she said loudly. Since you can deceive Genovia, would you like to cooperate with us? This might be the most opportune time to act since Gayan is injured. Minryu also pointed to himself. That's right, I've also leveled up and am in the process of mastering Mr. Burrow's combat skills. I can at least fight Genovia. Kiendio stated a harsh truth. Are they planning to play fair? Even she was startled that Kiendio's gaze seemed to pierce through them. Based on what you've said, it's as if they are in a situation where all they need to do is hide in a two-dimensional space and observe our movements. Minryu was completely stunned. Because our kingdom is indebted to you, we will pretend not to have seen anything. You are all considered enemies of Rana. You are like the other warriors on the chessboard. This battle has already changed into a different situation. The battles of the Rana people with an Otherworlder will only repeat over and over again. Genovia is the one controlling everything. On that day, the moment you turn your back on Gayan and Genovia will be the moment they achieve victory. After this conversation, it seemed everyone was devastated. Ipir couldn't help but shout, "You idiot, fine." She comforted, it's understandable that their kingdom would do that because it's war, but aren't there other regions? We don't just have to seek help from the Dark Alliance, do we? Leon stated the reality of the situation. They won't believe us when we say an Otherworlder has been officially recognized as the goddess's aid. And even if we hide our identities, as we're doing now, trying to pass identity checks will just waste time. Ipir tried to make everyone more optimistic, but the current situation is very critical. The other goddesses really don't know what's happening. Kiwi buried her head in her pillow. As long as there's an anomaly in Rana, they will find out that the goddess of darkness is in trouble. Kiwi sat up straight, her gaze extremely cold. However, the goddesses are creators and managers, and they don't always record all events of the current world. In that case, it's similar to creating and storing infinite data into the current universe. The volume of information can be overloaded, causing errors in the calculations that form the real world, and this weakens them and allows alien monsters to invade. Receiving this amount of information made Ipir's brain freeze. Kiwi concluded, which means the goddesses don't know that Genovia and Gayan are behind this. Artist held a pen, but couldn't write anything. I've thought of all sorts of solutions, but I really don't know anymore. I can't even think of anything about Genovia's spatial teleportation magic. He was utterly helpless. I'm sorry. Ipir had also completely given up. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence again. Lucin peeked his head in. Are you here? He was quite surprised by the atmosphere. Why does everyone look so gloomy? Leon was indifferent. Well, there's a reason. Do you need something? Lucin scratched his head. This is a bit embarrassing, but... He was holding some papers. I used Miss Syria's draft to try writing, but I really can't think of the words to describe Sir Barrow's youth. These words successfully caught artist's attention, so I thought that Minryu, who is quite similar to the Valeria warrior, would feel something after reading my writing. Leon pointed behind him. He's over there. Lucin was bewildered. Huh? But there's no one behind me. I don't think so. Leon seemed to realize something. Don't tell me it's that brat. At Barot's burial site, Minryu was digging nonstop. He looked satisfyingly at what was in front of him. It seems you were also worried about Syria, Barot. Minryu touched the artifact buried deep underground. Look at how carefully you hid this artifact. He wanted to touch it, but was blocked by magic. Minryu didn't seem surprised at all. Leon, you also know that sitting still is not a solution. He just frowned at him. What is your purpose in planning to rampage through Kalen's dungeon? Do you have a way to enter those bastards' two-dimensional space? Minryu just wanted to give it a try. I'm sure we can find something after investigating their subordinates. Leon retorted, how can you guarantee you won't accidentally kill a rat and a person? He angrily grabbed Minryu's arm. I'm asking if there's any way to be sure you won't fall into a state of bloodlust or not. Due to his strength, a crack appeared in the magic. Leon frowned. I heard his stats have increased, so his physical strength has increased as well. He growled, I'm fine. Minryu thought about the Otherworlders like him. I'm different from them. My support system is broken. Even if I fall into a state of bloodlust, I just need to be careful. I'll be fine as long as I keep a clear head. Like those bastards, I won't become like that. Leon wanted to wake him up. You might be fine, but think about your friends. If you rampage through the dungeon now, rumors of us being here will spread. His words stabbed straight into Minryu's heart. The opportunity one created by making a deal with the Elf King will be gone. Kiwi's group had also arrived to assess the situation. Leon's voice continued to ring out. Those people might follow your decision. But are you planning to lead your worried friends without any plan? Veins popped on Minryu's hand. At most 3 months, with 2 months from now, the bloodlust symptoms will appear within this period. Let's wait until then. He slowly withdrew his hand. Fine. Minryu compromised. Then I'll only wait for 2 more months. After that, we will leave Kalen to find clues. The atmosphere seemed to ease. Until then, our goal is to help Ipeer reach level 90 and Artis reach level 70. Hearing this, both Artis and Ipeer looked unwell. It seems the higher the goal, the better, right? No way. Leon withdrew his magic. You will be the busiest one. You need to master the Sword King's combat skills and test the skills you learned when you leveled up. They talked without noticing a snake hiding behind them. The goddess's incarnation also needs to get stronger. If that's the case, then instead of fighting monsters, fighting you will be more effective. Minryu was a little dazed as something pulled his hand. His arm was now swallowed by a snake. A yellow snake was biting its own tail, forming a circle. Oh, resilient man, you have been chosen. The snake's whole body was black, but its eyes shone like gold. As the master of Ouroboros, tell me what you desire. The snake continued to hypnotize Minryu. And I will give you power. It wrapped around his neck. Be honest with me. Tell me what you desire. Minryu's muscles suddenly disappeared. He looked at his hand in disbelief. Why did I suddenly become so small? The yellow system panel appeared and explained. Unbelievable artifact. The side effects are that your level and stats are reduced and your body is weakened. He repeated those 2 words. Unbelievable. Minryu was furious and squeezed the snake's neck. Level 3. He roared angrily at the snake. What have you done to me? For some reason, Leon was furious and punched him, sending him flying far away. Minryu got up from the thick smoke. Hey Leon, why did you suddenly hit me? He gritted his teeth. Shut up, didn't I tell you? In the sky were hundreds of thousands of twinkling stars, but in this vast place, there were only Leon and Minryu. How are we supposed to close the dungeon gate now? He didn't understand at all. No, I mean, wait, it wasn't me. Minryu wanted to point at the snake that had been wrapped around him earlier. This Ouroboros moved on its own. He was bewildered as he returned to his normal state. Where did it go? The snake had changed its target to Leon. He jumped up, wanted to punch him again, but Minryu dodged in time. The ground around them shattered from his power. Minryu was also angry. Hey, I'll kill you. A strange yellow circle was on Leon's hand. What I really want right now is for his whole body to be encased in black armor. Kill all those idiots. The legendary artifact, Ouroboros. It enhances the owner's physical body and doubles their defensive power. Minryu was completely dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? His energy exploded. In the dark night, that blue light was particularly prominent. Artis's group watched from above. Ipeer was stunned. Leon's prana has increased so much. Artis was also pensive. That must be Leon's true power. Leon frantically attacked Minryu. Originally, he was a psychic and played a support role, focusing mainly on buffs and healing. To fight in close combat, he had to use his psychic skills. His body couldn't keep up with Leon's attacks, but now, Ouroboros was replacing it all with an enhanced body. Very quickly, he was hit by his energy to the point of being unable to defend, so all his remaining prana turned into attacks. It seemed he had no chance to fight back. But at this moment, he found an opportunity to strike back. Your mind is unstable. Stop it right now. Leon's prana all gathered at one point. It easily blocked Minryu's aura. You say my mind is unstable? In the sky now were countless prana. The one whose mind is unstable is his hand. Clasped together. All the prana in the sky shot down. Leon still didn't stop. His powerful punches rained down. Even if you are an ally of the goddess, you hold the highest position in Ratna. Minryu struggled to defend. Kiwi witnessed your rude attitude, and you were unable to protect them. The painful memories of the past flooded his mind. All you did was watch them suffer in helplessness right before your eyes. But the words Leon said were your fault. He couldn't refute it. Minryu could only grit his teeth. His aura erupted, blowing away all the prana energy clumps. The energy fragments scattered everywhere. Minryu used dual swords to attack. I know the reason I lost was because I was weak, but I won't lose a second time. I swore that. In his eyes was determination. I won't lose again, so please believe me. Leon stared at Minryu. He closed his eyes. I see. Leon casually threw the prana blade, grazing his face. But I'm so annoyed. Minryu was not convinced. Why? The Ouroboros was still evaluating the two of them. It seemed to try to get back at me, right? Are we really friends? Shut up. It glanced at Leon. Humph. I thought this rational bastard would be hard to control, but he can't even admit his own desires. Leon continued to gather prana. The more he hides his desire, the bigger it will become. Perhaps he's had enough. Every time I see your face, I want to go crazy, just die. Minryu also continued to use his aura. Is it really so? Leon was also ready for his attack. His muscles tensed up. Ouroboros was very pleased. I can feel it. That great desire that you can never hide. Just ignore it. But at that moment, Kiwi ran over. Leon. She reached out her hand. Kiwi in the name of Kivriel. Leon reacted immediately. Kiwi looked at Leon. I appoint you as an ally of the goddess. He immediately knelt down, as you command. Ouroboros' jaw dropped in surprise, all his desire. The black armor on his face immediately vanished. It couldn't believe it, disappeared. Does that make any sense? Its two eyes lit up with anger. In that case, I will devour you. It was about to attack from behind Leon, but was sliced in half by Minryu. The sky was full of sparkling stars. Ouroboros has been destroyed. It is one of the 4 great artifacts of the labyrinth. I can't believe you cut it in half. Leon hesitated, but he looked at the palm of his hand. This thing is useful. It's not noisy and can turn into any shape I want. The system displayed beside him, legendary artifact, transformed into Ouroboros gauntlets. Minryu grimaced. I could have been a user if my level was normal. Leon coldly criticized. If it were you, you might have been swallowed by Ouroboros. He didn't even look at him. By the way, I have a compliment for you for realizing my deepest thoughts. How did you know I was in an unconscious state? Although Minryu rarely used his brain, he was sober enough. It's obvious. You couldn't protect Kiwi either. A prideful bastard like you wouldn't blame me like that. Minryu's words, you were conscious, made him smile. The two of them started bickering again. But you attacked me with all your might back then, right? It's because an idiot like you always annoys me. Is that so? And not because you were jealous you weren't appointed as the goddess's ally? Shut up. I let Miss Kiwi decide for herself. Kiwi smiled, watching the two of them. Suddenly, Ipir let out a long sigh. She was confused. What's wrong? Ipir seemed sad. You all wouldn't know. Those beloved items kept calling to her the importance of soft bed, a warm room, and hot food. I know it very well because I was homeless for 10 years as a wanted wyvern. Ipir collapsed. So the thought of being hunted again and becoming homeless is I definitely have no plans to leave Kalen. ATIS looked at the jar containing the snake's head. That plan, I have an idea. Ipir was overjoyed. Really, ATIS? Kiwi was also surprised. You've figured out a way to enter the two-dimensional space. ATIS looked ahead. No, it's not that. It's a bit embarrassing to call this a plan. He looked towards the two who were arguing. But if we do it well, we won't need to enter the two-dimensional space. The two of them, oblivious, were still taunting each other. By the way, I'm your senior, so you better behave properly. Got it? When it comes to those chosen by the goddess, I'm still much more qualified than you. That's not right. ATIS continued. We will be able to draw Zenobia and Gain out. At Taikaranta village in the south, the village chief pleaded incessantly. Due to monsters appearing and disappearing at night, the trade route has been blocked, putting the whole village in a difficult situation. situation. You promised that if we provided supplies for the soldiers, they would protect us. He was flustered. Can you close the dungeon gate for us? The village chief was also very angry. The general grimaced. We have already expanded our troops to the maximum. Do you think we can fight at full strength when facing an Otherworlder? Clearing out a dungeon is something those mediocre hunters should do. His words echoed everywhere. That's not something the elite army of the Nymph Kingdom should handle. Who do you think is protecting you from monsters at night? The village chief was not convinced, but the young girls of the village were all found with their bodies torn apart and eaten by monsters. If this wasn't done by monsters, then who was it? He shouted. Could there be an Otherworlder in the village? As soon as he said that, the vice general beside him raised his crescent-shaped weapon. Noyette raised her hand. The weapon stabbed into the village chief's right hand, causing him to scream in pain. The old general also turned pale, looking at the village chief's hand pinned to the table. The vice captain acted as if nothing had happened. You from another world, you dare to mock the elite army of the Nymph Kingdom. His face turned gloomy. If it weren't for us, this village would have become food for monsters. Should we leave? Huh? The village chief trembled. That's not it. The village chief could only clutch his hand and leave. I'm sorry. Recalling the scene just now, the general still felt a shiver. Did you have to go that far? Don't be fooled, General. The vice captain coaxed. According to my investigation, the murders were all staged by the villagers. They're trying to find an excuse to order us around. The old general was astonished. How dare they? He looked at the village chief's disappointed figure. He praised. As expected, truly the person Zenobia sent. His subordinate reported back. By the way, we have been in this village for 3 months, yet we still haven't seen a single person from another world. The stone slab in his hand lit up. We also haven't heard any news from the soldiers. If this continues, we will have no face to see the king. The old general had no other choice. Vice Captain, it's all up to you. The man's eyes widened. Of course, if he's really that strong. He frowned. Then he won't be able to escape my sight. He recalled Zenovia's words. I don't expect you to kill him. There's no reason to fight. Zenovia had ordered all her subordinates. Your goal is to find that man and make him kill the people of the Nymph Kingdom at all costs. I will let you go one by one. Work hard, and you will regain your freedom. He remembered. The taboo can issue 3 simple commands. Those prohibitions are charms drawn on their backs. The content of the taboo I received is, must obey Zenovia, forbidden to reveal about the 4 great heroes, things like not being allowed to leave the army of the Nymph Kingdom. That means in the dark of night, a girl is fleeing, her face full of fear. He uses his weapon to slash his prey. Killing is not forbidden. The vice captain greatly enjoyed this feeling because monsters appear every night, so it's easy to dispose of the bodies. This is truly heaven. He was laughing with satisfaction when he was suddenly attracted by a gathering crowd. This is not something you see every day. He seemed surprised to see the villagers happier than usual. Self-defense weapons and countless pharmaceuticals and best-selling works that everyone has been waiting for. They were gathering at a small bookstall. The story of Sword King Borrows, the survival story of the Sword King, Volume 4, has just been released. The girls at the stall were chatting non-stop with each other. Volume 3 ended with Borrows and Gaian fighting. Who will win? Of course, it's Borrows, right? Weren't you originally a fan of Gaian? The pink-haired girl laughed. That was when I was young. This lady has shifted her interest to the great hero type. She was talking when the vice captain interrupted her. Let's see. He flipped through the pages of the book. Oh, they're clever to think of selling books after Borrows is in his grave, aren't they? The books will sell well. The girl looked scared. A soldier of the Nymph Kingdom. The vice captain's voice changed. But hey, his face twisted. He tore the book in half. Who allowed you to sell this here? The pages of the book fluttered to the ground. Where is the shop owner? Come out here. Kiwi was arranging things. What's the matter? We entered with permission from the main gate. The vice captain was surprised. He assessed her. Level 62, uses a spear, a good level, and a nice figure too. I didn't expect to find a woman like this in the countryside. Kiwi presented the paper, but his hand blocked it. If you need to see my permit, here it is. The vice captain laughed. That's not enough. Recently, due to the incident with the person from another world, we have to investigate everything very carefully. He sniffed Kiwi's hand perversely. Come to my office later, so I can check slowly. Kiwi pulled her hand back. If you could stop here, it would be in your best interest. His eyes narrowed. He muttered, for my interest. The vice captain was about to say more. I'm very curious to see, but he suddenly felt a powerful pressure. How will things turn out? His head spun. The vice captain's arm was slammed onto the table. His face also received special treatment. Everything suddenly became chaotic. Which piece of trash dares? He had wanted to find someone to vent his anger on, but now he returned to his normal state. The vice captain looked at the ground in astonishment. He was still shaking hands with someone. Countless questions ran through his mind. Ryu, in the form of a young boy, introduced himself. I am Ryu of Bean's General Store. He smiled. As the shop owner, I will come to see you later. The system displayed the rank, level 3, swordsman. The vice captain's face contorted. He's only level 3, but he could grab my hand and throw me? That's absurd. He quickly shook off the boy's hand. At this moment, his soldiers ran over. Vice captain, you're here? Is it time for the shift change? But what was that just now? The vice captain's mind was in turmoil. He looked annoyed. I'm leaving. After the vice captain left, the bookstall once again attracted a lot of attention from the villagers. Was it a hallucination? Could it be the effect of the bloodlust state? I don't know if it's because the name Barrows was mentioned, but right now my mood is crap. The vice captain glanced at Kiwi lecherously. But tonight's meal will be very delicious. Ryu had his eyes on him. The pink-haired girl clutched the book to her chest. I was so worried about what to do when he tore the book in half. She smiled brightly. Thank you so much. I really am. She smiled brightly. Thank you so much. I'm really a huge fan. She was excited. The story of the greatest mystery of the 4 great heroes, Sword King borrowed. Kiwi inquired, is it that famous? Of course, even my father likes it, although the disadvantage is that it's very hard to find. Ryu felt annoyed by the vice captain's action. How could he tear such a precious book? He's a soldier of the Nymph Kingdom, but what he does is threaten the people. Kiwi probed. If it's like this, wouldn't it be better not to have soldiers guarding here? The girl looked sad. At first, the village chief also refused. He tried to hire hunters and protect the village at all costs. That vice captain lured the village chief, but after realizing there were those people among them, he became less worried. Above all, if that person is here, he can handle the threats related to the people from the Otherworld. But in the end, they are exploiting the village. Monsters appear every night, so we can't farm. On top of that, we also have to worry about feeding the soldiers of the Nymph Kingdom. Kiwi was sad. This world is truly difficult. I'm sorry. It must be very hard. The girl stared at the book in her hand. But even though he has passed away, when I read about Sir Barrow's journey, fighting to become stronger in these novels, hearing the girl's words, I feel like I can overcome this difficulty. Ryu and Kiwi both smiled. If Syria or Lucin heard this, they would definitely be very happy. The girl suddenly stopped. Syria, Lucin. She rushed forward like an arrow, her eyes shining brightly. Do you know the author? Ryu was startled. If they find out my identity, it will be very dangerous. So I want to hide it as much as possible. He quickly dodged. Aw no, I only know the names. I almost don't know them. Kiwi quietly punched him, while her face remained gentle. It's getting dark. It's dangerous outside. You should go home. Oh my, what am I doing? My father will scold me. She looked up at the bronze bell, but something was strange. Before the monsters appear, they usually close the city gates and ring the bell, right? Maybe because we were busy talking, I didn't hear the bell. Kiwi wondered. I didn't hear the bell either. Ryu held out his hand. This is not good. They discovered a circle of fog surrounding them. The dungeon fog has spread into the village since when? Kiwi quickly looked at him. Ryu just quietly took down the sign. He gently carried the sign away. Then I'll go see what's happening at the city gate. Kiwi, will you be okay alone? Kiwi didn't stop him either. I was wondering the same thing. If you're worried about me, come back quickly. Only the girl was still dazed. The sign. She looked at the thick fog around. I'm a little scared. Seeing Kiwi in a defensive stance, the girl was confused. Why are you suddenly acting like that? But she didn't know that behind her was the wide-open mouth of a monster. Kiwi quickly slashed it. The girl screamed in fear. The monster's blood splattered. Kiwi was extremely vigilant. Don't leave my sight. The monsters are hiding in the fog. We're surrounded by monsters. The vice captain was still high on the feeling of the previous hunt. The process from the girl's escape to his scythe being stained with blood excited him greatly. At this moment, his subordinate ran in. Sir. The soldier reported. Vice captain. He seemed annoyed. What? The soldier quickly reminded him. It's almost time for the monsters to appear. requesting permission to close the city gate and retreat. The vice captain didn't care and crumpled a piece of paper, throwing it at the guard's head. Are you new or something? Do those things yourself. In his heart, he was defiant, but last time he was very angry because I didn't report. But on the outside, he must continue to report, and this is a message from the general. He said to prepare to leave at sunrise. Only then was the vice captain startled. Our troops will leave in the morning? He ground his teeth. Damn it, if we leave, my plan for tonight is ruined. And if I ignore the order, they will report back to Zenovia. He imagined Kiwi's face would be scared like other girls, but not being able to see that expression was truly a pity. In the end, he still decided to stand up. Hey, the monsters also eat nymph people, right? The guard was quite surprised. Yes, those creatures eat anything in their sight, but why do you ask? He picked up his weapon with a terrifying expression, because leaving a body behind is troublesome. Kiwi had burned Artis's parchment scroll. It emitted light collected from the daytime. She planted her spear on the ground. Sun's descent. A blinding light appeared. The monsters hit by the light screamed in pain. Around them was still only thick fog. Looking at how they fear Rana's light, they must be monsters from the dungeon. The pink-haired girl trembled. But how did dungeon monsters get into the village? Kiwi frowned. Because the nymph soldiers are here, there should definitely be a basic defense system. Yet the monsters got this far in. At this moment, other people from the village rushed over. It's light, please, save us. The girl recognized them. It's the villagers. Kiwi hurried. Everyone, run towards this light now. The girl looked ahead. That is, the village chief tried to run forward. Village chief, hurry, you'll be safe here. But his face was one of utter terror. No, everyone, run away. A hook shot out. It wrapped tightly around the village chief. The vice captain easily controlled his weapon, flinging the village chief up. The people screamed in fear. Village chief. Immediately after, the village chief became the monster's target. The vice captain looked at the scene before him with great satisfaction. Now the world is truly a good place. Because I can kill as I please and just blame it on the monsters, and no one will suspect that I'm a person from the other world. Kiwi stood in a fighting stance. Are you the one who let the monsters in? How foolish. He spun the iron chain in his hand. Kiwi threatened. You think those monsters won't kill you too? A monster flew out from behind the vice captain, but he easily destroyed it. If you think these trivial monsters will harm me, you are mistaken. Looking at the villagers' terrified faces, he became even more excited. That's right, that's the expression. The face of someone facing despair and death. The vice captain looked very bloodthirsty. All right, I wonder what expression you will make when you die. Show me. Kiwi's face hardened at his mockery, the moment that beautiful face would contort in the face of despair. But she just smiled calmly. The vice captain couldn't believe it. Are you smiling? It seems you don't know what situation you're in, do you? My level is. Before he could finish, he was stabbed in the butt by his own hook. Blood immediately spurted out. The vice captain's face turned pale as if he was constipated. Ryu grabbed his hand from behind. He gently threw him far away. Immediately, the fog concealed the two of them. The people only saw a large circle in the fog. They were surprised. Just now, there was a very large shadow. Was it a strong monster appearing? What the hell is going on? Kiwi smiled lightly. Sometimes, seeing for yourself is easier than listening to an explanation. Ryu grabbed the vice captain's hand. He used him as a weapon to beat the monsters. These trashy monsters. In the air now, only the sound of a powerful, storm-like attack could be heard. And a slash. The vice captain was beaten to a pulp. When the villagers saw him, they didn't know how many times he had been thrown. Now he was also wondering, who is it? His whole body was battered. Who on earth was it? The image of Ryu appeared dimly. The light from the sun shone on his large body. But the system only displayed level 6. ATIS fired a shot into the night sky. Everyone looks very energetic, completing the dungeon seal. In the vice captain's mind, the image of Ryu from the afternoon appeared. Could be that jumper? He stood up. Who the hell are you? He threw out his hook. What kind of monster are you? The chain wrapped endlessly around him. Reveal your identity. He gripped the chain tightly in his hand. I will force you to reveal yourself so you can't hide anymore. Ryu seemed to step through the thick fog. Everyone there had the same thought. No matter how strong that chain was, it wasn't enough to restrain him. His muscles were firm. The village chief, holding his bald head, looked at the scene before him in disbelief. And the fiery red hair, like an aura, Light seemed to have returned to the village. Minryu swung his sword and gently cut the chain. The model as described in the book, a living legend. Perhaps the most shocked person was the vice captain. You were supposed to be dead. The black fog continuously dissipated from the village. His face could not hide his astonishment. Every time Minryu let go of his hand, the ground shook. The villagers looked at him in awe. Everyone witnessed this superior power. Sword King. Everyone shouted with joy. He didn't disappear. Everyone chanted the name in unison. Borot. That girl couldn't hide her excitement. Is it really Borot? He's not dead. There's no way he could be killed by someone from another world. He must be Borot. In her heart, she remembered a voice. Kiwi, please go find the Sword King. Only the Sword King can save Ratna. At this moment, Minryu gathered momentum and jumped forward. Kiwi was still thinking. The goddess's prophecy that only the Sword King can save Ratna. She must have meant it like this. Minryu exhaled. Phew, no one found out, right? After last night's shock, the atmosphere in the village changed completely because the villagers who had endured exploitation until now discovered that the one who had murdered all the women in the village was a person from another world from the Nymph Kingdom. The general of the army denied responsibility by saying that he did not know about it, and the Nymph Kingdom left as if they were running away. Moreover, the nearby dungeon also disappeared, so the village was safe. Everything happened so fast. The villagers were all happily celebrating. Is this also Sir Borot's doing? The pink-haired girl looked towards the village gate and smiled. Although the villagers could not repay his kindness, Borot, the one they saw that night, had disappeared as if he were part of a dream. She bowed her head when she saw Minryu's cart pass by, but perhaps it wasn't him. Soon after, the news about the village immediately made the papers. The Sword King is still alive. Articles about the appearance of a rejuvenated version of Sword King Borot in the southwest of Ratna were continuously released. The image of a large Minryu appearing amidst the starry night was printed on the front page of the newspaper. In addition, more people came to believe that Sword King Borot was not dead from the beginning. On the other hand, some believe he is the successor of the Sword King based on his youthful appearance. In contrast, Zenobia of the Four Great Heroes group, confirmed to be the culprit behind the death of Sword King Borot, is currently on high alert. Minryu's two hands gripped the newspaper tightly. He was extremely excited. It's done. Epi nudged ATIS. It really went according to plan. You're amazing, ATIS. He laughed shyly. It was all just luck. Those books were still neatly arranged. The plan to make the novel readers mistake Minryu for Sir Borot wouldn't have worked if this novel didn't sell well. And it's even more convincing because Han-Bin's hair turned red. Minryu struck a cool pose. Luck? This was all due to effort. Epi was surprised. How did you know your hair could turn red? Minryu slowly gathered aura in his hand. Borot's skills all start with accumulating aura. A dazzling red aura quickly enveloped him. When I focused on accumulating aura, my hair turned red. He puffed out his chest with great pride. It's the result of effort, sweat, and tears. Leon was very critical. What nonsense are you talking about? His face didn't hide his contempt. Blood, sweat, and explosions more like. Every time you used the skill, it would explode. And you got into a dangerous situation, then I had to heal you. My spiritual power was almost depleted. The two of them immediately became entertainment for everyone. You're the one who instigated me, encouraging me, saying I was about to get it. To be fair, I really thought you would succeed at least once. Kiwi held the jar containing the artifact. The side effect of this artifact ended up helping us, although it was by a fluke. Hearing her words, Adiz's face turned red. But seizing this luck and turning it into an opportunity is not just due to luck. This wouldn't have succeeded without his plan, ATIS. He was shy. I only helped with the planning. EP teased. He's getting shy again. Everyone else also chimed in to praise ATIS. Having one's contributions recognized is not something to be ashamed of. He's right. It's amazing. ATIS is extraordinary. The person who said that made him even more shy. Please stop. Minryu gripped the newspaper tightly. Thanks to this, the pursuit by the Nymph Kingdom has also lessened. If public opinion continues to be in our favor, Zenobia will be in trouble. Kiwi frowned, but I still have something to worry about. What is it? When Gayan fought Borot, she recounted. Gayan said that Borot only had 4 months to live. Zenobia also knew about that. Would she believe that Borot is still alive? 5 months have passed. Leon analyzed the information. The articles say nothing about the Nymph Kingdom having a person from another world. Although that was the most important event, we can assume that Zenobia has interfered and is controlling the information sources. Eepee's voice trembled slightly. I see. As much as I hate to admit it, Zenobia is a smart mage. She has probably figured out her plan. As if realizing something, she quickly waved her hand. Ah, I didn't mean to compare you to her. ATIS. ATIS also had to admit Zenobia is definitely. He held the energy orb, a mage who will write history and a talented mage who will base a hypothesis on a doctrine and test it. On Adiz's face was confidence. On the other hand, her mind is currently unstable, isn't it? Just as he said, Zenobia was extremely tense at this moment, biting her finger. Damn it, what the hell is this? Barot definitely received a fatal blow that he couldn't have survived. But I didn't directly see Barot die. Her mind was now in turmoil, and that Leon is also a high-level psychic. There is definitely a possibility that Barot is still alive. Another personality appeared, but Barot's lifespan has already run out. That Barot is a fake. That person from another world is definitely pretending to be Barot. That calmed the chaos in her heart. It's true. Those fools are putting on a play. The other personality was extremely frightened. Although the goddess has lost her divine power, we don't know how great that goddess's power is. That voice spoke of the most negative things. We cannot predict whether the goddess has the ability to interfere with the support system. What if the goddess used her remaining divine power to extend Barot's lifespan? At a time when Gaen's wound has not healed. What if Barot is really still alive? The shadow of Barot suddenly appeared behind her, frightening her. Zenobia quickly turned her head to look. Everything seemed to be as usual. She laughed to comfort herself. There's no way that could happen. Zenobia continued to sketch out her plan, but just in case, I'll have to speed up the plan. Suddenly, the bell on the table rang. She was quite surprised to see Leslie. What is it? Leslie reported, Zenobia, Holian said that she wants to share this information with you. When she heard Holian's name, Zenobia showed no interest. Holian, why all of a sudden? It must be about Barot. I'm busy, so refuse her. Leslie's voice grew smaller and smaller. She said she'll be here soon. What? Holian's voice rang out right behind her. Zenobia. She was stunned when she heard this lovely voice. Are you here? Her magic pen stopped in midair. Zenobia hurriedly placed the pen back on the table. Immediately after, her hand was grabbed. Holian was extremely happy. It's been a long time, Zenobia. Holian, is that you? Zenovia's face stiffened. This is a restricted dimension, so a person cannot enter without the owner's permission. She stammered, is something wrong? Holian's face was radiant. I've been wanting to see you, and I've created a type of spiritualization technique. Zenobia couldn't believe it. Spiritualization? That's why she's in her original state. She was shocked. This isn't something that can be explained like that. Holian looked around. But is this Zenovia's research room? Yes it is. She breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it seems she doesn't know what this place is. What? Holian held out a book. Right, that's not important. Have you read this book? Zenobia looked at the book in her hand, a novel about the main character Barot. What about it? Holian replied, I was wondering if you were the author. She read each page of the book with a look of surprise. Why would I write something like this? That can't be right, can it? But then Zenobia realized something. Wait a minute. Her pace of flipping through the book grew faster and faster. What is this? Holian was bewildered. But in that novel, it's written about things that happened in the past and things that no one except us could know. She grew happier and happier. When I thought about how vehemently you opposed Gaen writing an autobiography, I was convinced there was no way you would write a novel. Then it's just like the rumors. Holian's words shook Zenobia to her core. Maybe Barot is really alive. Maybe he wrote this to secretly tell us that he's still alive. She angrily threw the book away. No, that's not it. Zenobia seemed to have gone mad. That guy is dead. He's dead. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. Holian was worried. Zenobia, why are you like this? It's as if Holian had struck a nerve with Zenobia. You're afraid of Barot. She hurriedly composed herself. I'm sorry. I think I was being too sensitive. After accepting Barot's death, she thought to herself, I have to change the subject. Zenobia quickly changed the topic. But that appearance, is it like a ghost? Her gaze softened. This is, how should I put it? It's more than that. Is it like a copy of a soul? Holian looked at her hand. Just like the spirit goddess. It's like a copy of the soul that contains one's own memories. Zenobia smiled. I see. Holian was a little surprised to hear her say, "It's good that you came here, Holian." Zenovia's voice echoed everywhere. "I want to confirm whether the rumors about Borrowed are true or not." Her invitation was transmitted to Holian's real body. "Do you want to confirm it with me?" Wolves with sharp teeth continuously lunged at Ryu. A voice echoed in his mind. "If I don't fight, I will die. In order to survive, I must fight." He continuously swung his sword. "Always be vigilant and overcome the pain." In front of Ryu were the sharp teeth of a wolf. The critical voices of others also reached his ears. "He's an outworlder." Wait, those people holding weapons ran to attack Ryu. He was cornered. "Wait, no, listen to me. I don't want to kill anyone." As soon as the words were spoken, Ryu's whole body froze when he saw that he had stabbed Borrowed. A yellow light flashed before his eyes. The system announced again, "You have received a reward for killing a Ratna." It seemed that in his eyes, only the brilliant yellow light of that notification remained. "Kill all Ratna people." A hand slowly approached him. But Ryu seemed to be lost in his own world. The system flickered erratically. An error appeared detecting outside interference. After a long time, Ryu was startled awake. He stared blankly at the person in front of him. Kiwi smiled brightly. "Good morning." This place was still filled with small houses built close together. A white blanket was drying in the sun. Kiwi was still hanging out the laundry. "I decided to open the shop late today." Ryu's head was still aching. "Yeah, it's okay if you wake me up early." She had noticed this abnormality. "You've been having trouble sleeping these past few days." He took a sip of tea. It must be because of the pressure as we head into town." Ryu was stunned as he read the newspaper. Archmage Zenovia plans to lift the ban on the 4 great forbidden lands. Zenovia intends to organize a competition for monster hunters to reveal one of the 4 great forbidden lands to the hunters. The Great Land has been hidden for the past 15 years, and this is an opportunity for strong hunters to help the people feel at ease through the competition. Ryu was startled. "Don't these 4 great forbidden lands have holy beasts?" Kiwi already knew about this. "Yes, or rather, there are only 3 places left because the one in Kalen was already cleared by Borrowed." She speculated. It seems she intends to select the strongest hunters by opening the Labyrinth of Oblivion in the north. Since Zenovia is behind this, she is definitely plotting something. Ryu became more interested. "If we go there, becoming famous will no longer be a problem. And once the world knows about the evil deeds of those 2 scoundrels, our roles will be reversed." He hummed happily, and we'll be able to say goodbye to this troublesome life of street vending. Kiwi's movements as she hung the laundry suddenly paused. Her expression was a little sad. "Life as it is now isn't so bad." Ryu sighed. "You're right, I'm lucky too. Like other people who have to eat and sleep in dungeons. So, compared to that." Before he could finish his sentence, Kiwi whipped a towel at Ryu's face. The teacup followed, spilling all over his face. She became irritable. "Hurry up and transform so we can get to work." Ryu was extremely confused, not knowing what he had missed. "You spilled all my coffee. Isn't that better than being covered in monster blood?" Ryu easily cut the monster in half with a single sword strike. His aura continuously radiated around. The people all cheered joyfully for the name Borrowed. Kiwi, from a hidden corner, also gave a signal. "Let's go to the meeting point." He nodded in agreement. The name Borrowed continuously echoed in Ryu's head. He had a strange feeling. Again, the system continuously issued a negative quest. "Kill all Ratna people." His mind was a staticky void. Damn system, I'm quite used to this, but he couldn't hear the incoming sounds. Even the people behind him became dark shadows. Suddenly a glass bottle was thrown, followed by the angry voice of Priest Emin. "Are you kidding me?" Although he wasn't fully conscious, Ryu still easily caught the bottle. He staggered. What kind of hero? Can't even walk straight. In that case, save me too. He yelled, "Go catch and kill that outworlder, Philisbin or Ryuabin, whatever his name is." Emin continued to curse. "That bastard ruined my life." Ryu immediately recognized him. "Isn't that you?" He was surprised. Priest Emin. Emin's face was red from drunkenness. He also couldn't stop hiccuping. Seeing Ryu, Emin's eyes widened. "You are." Before he could finish, he was hoisted onto his shoulder and leaped into the sky. The villagers, seeing Emin's condition, could only sigh. "I was just wondering when that guy would cause trouble." "It's okay. Sir Borrowed is a trustworthy person. I hope he will forgive him." In the forest, not far from the village, Emin was tied up and could only curse. "Are you telling me that Gain and Zenovia caused all this by attacking the goddess? You fooled me once, but there won't be a second time." "Do I look like I would believe the words of an outworlder?" He then targeted Lion. And you, Lion, shouldn't you, a high priest, feel ashamed for being the lackey of an outworlder? He quickly covered Emin's mouth. You, watch your words. Ryu quickly intervened. Hey Lion, calm down. But he heard Lion retort. I'm not that fool's lackey. Ryu was suddenly a loss for words. Lion paid him no mind. The one I serve is Miss Kiwi, the goddess's messenger. Emin didn't believe it. I can't even feel a bit of divine power from her. Didn't we tell you that all her divine power was stolen? Go ahead and kill me. It's not like I have anything left to lose. Ipeer transformed back into his dragon state. This is so annoying. Why don't priests believe people? Honestly, Emin was suddenly terrified. A talking wyvern. He looked towards Kiwi. That's impossible unless it's a dragon created by the goddess of darkness. Is this really your power? She wanted to deny it, but was stopped by Artis. No, he smiled brightly. Yes, of course. Ipeer, also flustered, played along. A foolish wyvern like me gained human-like intelligence thanks to Miss Kiwi's blessing. He immediately believed it to be true. Oh, please forgive my insolence, Miss Messenger. Ryu asked quietly. Is it really because of the goddess's power? Leon set him straight. It's just because Ipeer is a mutation. Artis saw that Emin had calmed down, so he cut his ropes. So, can you help us explain to the Order of Light? He sighed. That's impossible. Emin's face held a hint of sadness. I've been excommunicated from the Order. Ryu was surprised. Excommunicated? That's why you should work more diligently. Hearing that, he screamed as if his tail had been stepped on. It's because of you. Who would believe my words when my ally is actually an outworlder? Ryu was sad. I'm sorry, but I'm really not a murderer. Yeah, I know. Emin bowed his head. I also tried to convince the others that you weren't the culprit, but no one believed me. That's why I ended up like this. Ryu was thunderstruck when he continued. And I heard from others that the Order of Light doesn't believe in the borrowed figure that people have been rumoring about all this time, which means they are targeting you. Kiwi clenched the newspaper. This is so frustrating. If we're being targeted by the Order of Light, it would be very dangerous to attract attention by participating in Zenovia's hunter competition. Ipeer glanced over. That news about the 4 great forbidden lands, right? I read it too. Artis also pondered. It's too good of an opportunity, but if the Order of Light is involved, we should probably give it up. Leon, however, wasn't as concerned. The way Zenovia suddenly came up with a plan like this shows how desperate she is. So we can consider that we've achieved something. I'm sure this time, we don't need to walk into a trap set by the enemy. Ryu seriously read the newspaper again. It is said that at the end of the Labyrinth of Oblivion, the venue for this tournament, lies a holy beast and an artifact called the Memory Vessel. He called the system. Search for artifact name, Memory Vessel. Ryu suddenly laughed cheerfully, drawing everyone's attention. I know full well this is a trap. His eyes were fixed on the system. But with something this good, how can we not go? The system provided information. Search result for Memory Vessel. Level 1 requirement can copy, store, and transfer the user's memories. Morning at a competition. The female reporter asked a question. I heard this competition is very difficult, but on the contrary, many hunters are participating. Can you say something to show your determination? The interviewee gave a smug smile. Determination. Only the weak say such things. Immediately after, that person and his teammates said confidently, what we of the Golden Legion do is risk our lives every day. The 4 forbidden lands. The interviewer interrupted to ask, so what do you think of Sir Barot? The crowd passing by paid no attention to the interview over here. I'm called Barot II. I see him as a rival or something like that. So have you ever met Sir Barot? Well, no. Ipeer looked around and commented. I thought many hunters would participate because of the large reward, but turns out that's the case. Artis turned his head and replied, there are still a few more starting points. If we count all the participants, the number could reach the hundreds. Leon also turned to say, unless they want to be famous or are confident in their abilities, everyone avoids the 4 forbidden lands. Going there is no different from suicide. Kiwi continued. On top of that, there's news that Sir Barot isn't participating, so many hunters aren't participating either. I was worried the Order of Light would come, but luckily they're not here. Hearing that, Ryu said, that's good. A question echoed across the vast city on the sea. But where is that ship? They walked to the cliff while looking around. Don't tell me we're going to use that fishing boat to get to the 4 forbidden lands? Probably not. Suddenly a ship cut through the water and approached. Ryu looked up and smiled. It has to be at least that big. A giant airship flew over their heads. A moment later, someone used a 7th-level spiritual play. Leon was now more at ease. Now no one can eavesdrop on us anymore. Are there any Outworlders participating in the competition? Ryu said cheerfully, I haven't seen anyone react to my level yet. Kiwi looked at him and speculated. It seems Zenovia is no longer using Outworlders, but Ryu didn't think so. I think they're all high-level hunters. Ipeer looked out the window and exclaimed, wow, it's so high. On the giant airship, everyone chatted together. Why are you so excited? Have you never flown before? Flying this high is very dangerous, even for a wyvern. Ipeer said excitedly. Airships are very rare flying instruments and are only seen in the demon world. Hearing that, Ryu was startled. The demon world, Zenovia will attack the airship. Artist smiled resignedly. Ha! She can't even find Sir Burrowed. Kiwi spoke again. Zenovia organized this competition just to see if Sir Burrowed is still alive. Of course, we don't know what else she's plotting. Kiwi also warned. That's why you must not reveal your true form. Ryu held the head of the Ouroboros in his hand and said, I know, this is also a good opportunity for me to gain experience, but my goal is not the holy water. Artist became excited. The memory cylinder. It can transfer the user's memories to another person. That way we can convince the order without needing proof. Leon continued. The problem is that it's in the labyrinth of oblivion. Many hunters have tried to enter, but only a few have come out. The survivors don't remember what's inside, so we don't know what's in there. Ryu looked out the window and said, does that mean we have to play it by ear as long as we're still here? Outside, there are many other airships also moving, so we have to coordinate with other hunters to conquer that place. Scene changed to a snowstorm area. A sound echoed down the long corridor. Ryu, sleeping in bed, was disturbed by the noise, making him toss and turn, unable to sleep. In his dream, someone shouted, that Outworlder, get him. With that, they rushed to attack Ryu with their weapons. Ryu explained in a panic. Wait, it wasn't me. Please listen to me. His sword had now pierced through a person's body. I didn't intend to harm anyone. Stunned, he watched that person die in his arms. Another person unleashed their power in front of Ryu. I can't forgive you. How could you kill Sir Burrowed? That person shouted. That Outworlder. Ryu woke with a start. At that moment, lightning appeared outside, striking towards their airship. Ryu fell right on top of Leon. He clutched his head in pain. Ugh. Ryu asked in a panic. What's happening? At that moment, an announcement was made on the ship. Attention hunters. This is an important announcement. Everyone please gather in the hall. I repeat, everyone please gather in the hall. Everyone quickly ran towards the hall upon hearing the repeated announcement. This is an important announcement. Everyone please gather in the hall. Ryu wondered. What's going on? Kiwi speculated. It seems the weather isn't very good. Ipeer covered his mouth and yawned. Yawn, I'm so sleepy. The people from the Golden Legion also appeared. A hunter's physical condition is extremely important. What's so important that they woke us up in the middle of the night? If nothing happened, we'll definitely teach them a lesson. At this moment, a person walked over and said, I apologize for waking you all so early. Leon was astonished to see the person who had arrived, and thank you all for gathering here. That person introduced herself. I am the acting captain, Lady Catanala. She announced, although I'm a knight commander, I will also participate in this competition, and I am very excited to be attending. Everyone in the main hall began to murmur. Oh, really? You're a knight commander? If the Order of Shadow has inquisitors, then the Order of Light has the Knight Order. They played an important role in the war against the Outworlders 20 years ago. Their tactics isolated the Outworlders and created a great opportunity for the 4 great heroes to destroy them. This woman has led the Knight Order for 40 years. She has refused the blessings of the goddesses and always covers her face. Artist glanced over. It's true that the Order is pursuing Ryu. Leon received the look. It will be very dangerous if we continue to participate in the competition. Catanala suddenly spoke up. Unfortunately, it seems Sir Burrowed is not participating. She said, as you all know, this ship is heading to one of the 4 forbidden lands, the Labyrinth of Oblivion. The airship gradually entered the center of the area. We are currently arriving there. Kiwi was putting on her gear while Catanala was speaking. The most dangerous thing in the Forbidden Land is not the monsters, but the cold climate. Once there, it's impossible to leave without this ship. Epi also put on his gear while she explained. This will help you locate the ship. If there's an accident, don't panic and return to the ship immediately. Catanala also put the gear on her arm and asked, does anyone else have any questions? Suddenly, she saw someone raise their hand. Kiwi was astonished to see that Ryu had something to ask. Katanala looked at him and asked, "What is it?" Kiwi was startled to hear Ryu say, "I should have said this earlier." He couldn't hold it in and threw up. "I get motion sickness," causing everyone to shout loudly, then go to the window. Ryu ran off to vomit amidst everyone's mocking laughter and Kiwi's sigh. The airship moved, dropping what he had thrown up. Ryu weakly exclaimed, "I feel like I'm about to die." Suddenly, he was surprised when he felt a source of energy. That person said, "You'll feel better," which made Ryu a little flustered. "Ah, thank you." She smiled and said, "It's nothing." Her hand continuously radiated healing power. Suddenly that person wondered, "By the way, have we?" Ryu was surprised to hear her ask, "Met before?" Observing her features, an elf, no, more like a river spirit. A hand reached out and grabbed her wrist. "Moreover, I can feel prana." That person turned in surprise to look at Kiwi, who was grabbing her. She became flustered. "Hey miss, I didn't do anything." Kiwi didn't care and asked, "Who are you?" Katanala on the upper floor witnessed everything. She chuckled and said, "Young people are truly full of energy, haha." Just then, Artis approached. "Excuse me." Katanala turned to ask, "Do you have something to say?" Artis replied, "It's just that my teammate is not feeling well." In his mind, he calculated, "We can't have any involvement with the Order of Light, so it's best to act quietly." Outwardly, Artis explained with a troubled look, "It will be very difficult for us to participate in this competition." Katanala did not object. "This isn't the army, so anyone who doesn't want to participate is free to do so. But I want to know more about your teammate. Who is he?" Suddenly, a monster appeared. Both Katanala and Artis were startled when they sensed it. A light suddenly flashed, the source of power directly piercing through the airship. The ship next to them suddenly swelled up. Immediately after, it exploded in the sky. Ryu's group, they were all affected by the explosion. "Look!" Ryu was startled. "What the hell was that? The ship just exploded." Kiwi shielded that person and shouted, "I see it. Ryu, get away from the window." The notification light blared, warning, urgent message from the engine room. It continuously issued a warning. Conduit number 7 has been destroyed. Conduit number 7 was attacked by a mysterious flame. Katanala supported Artis and asked, "Are you okay?" He replied, "Yes." She rushed forward, wondering, indeed, they're not welcoming us, but why? Then Katanala picked up a microphone. She called out loudly, "This is the captain. Control room respond. Change of plans. Leave the current area immediately." The other side immediately replied, "This is the control room. There's an abnormality with the rudder ahead." Katanala could no longer hear what the other side was saying. Something is happening. Artis wondered what's going on. Katanala immediately turned to leave. "I'm going to the control room. You stay here to communicate and calm the situation." Artis took the mic and asked in confusion, how can I do that?" She turned her head and replied, "You have to. We don't have time to hesitate. If you can do it, you'll become a gentleman." Katanala left with a call, "Young man," while Artis was still bewildered, yes. At this moment, a strange noise began to come from the top of the ship. Ryu stuck his head out to observe. "Is something there?" Suddenly something appeared and pierced through the airship. Kiwi called out in alarm, "Ryu." Ryu was confused as he realized the spot where he was standing had suddenly broken off. He just fell from the airship like that. Ippy quickly flew towards him. Ryu suddenly pointed forward and asked, "What is that?" Ippy was startled when he saw it. Artis was surprised. How can that be? In front of him appeared the head of a giant dragon. They were supposed to have disappeared in Ratna. The dragon began to gather power in its mouth. A dragon. Leon also quickly rushed up. He used spirit materialization to throw a punch at the mouth of the dragon. The powerful punch immediately sent it flying far away. Giant right hand. The dragon was knocked off the airship. Everyone was extremely astonished. One punch sent that dragon flying. That punch contained prana. Leon also quickly rushed towards the dragon. That's the spiritualist Leon. The dragon continued to gather power in its mouth. Immediately after, it breathed fire at Leon, but he managed to block it. But some energy still quickly shot past Leon. Damn it. It immediately rushed towards the ship. The ship shook, causing everyone to be thrown off balance. Whoa. It hit the tail of the ship just like that. Kiwi was suddenly thrown out from the hole in the ship. She was stunned to see the person who caught Kiwi from midair. She shouted loudly, "Hold on tight, don't let go." Kiwi observed, she has no scars. Then she continued to question, "Who are you?" Suddenly the iron bar that person was holding broke. Behind, that person lost her balance and immediately fell. Down. Then she suddenly let go of the iron bar she was holding. Both Kiwi and that person fell towards the burning propeller. Artist quickly took out his gun and aimed. Kiwi, a magic bullet flew forward. Immediately after, it froze the burning propeller. Kiwi quickly hugged the girl tightly. Leon, standing on the dragon's head, shouted loudly, Kiwi. He wanted to quickly fly towards the two of them, but his leg was bitten tightly by the dragon. Leon threatened angrily, let me go, or I'll make you collect your teeth in a basket. Epi quickly rushed towards the two who were falling. How? She kept thinking of a way to fly faster. Epi tries to rush towards them. I can't close the distance. Kiwi holds the girl tightly and plunges straight down the ground. She frowns and wonders, what are you doing? In front of them now is a towering mountain peak. Ryu, the girl Kiwi is holding, is thinking, because I didn't want to be useless, I tried, but I can't be as strong as you, sir. She slightly opens her eyes and calls the name, Sir Burrot. Just then, a man appears from the sky. Epi dives down quickly, chasing the two. It tries to rush at the fastest speed, the headwind hitting its face relentlessly. I should have been faster, but no matter how hard it tries, the distance between it and the other two is vast. I can't shorten the distance. Despite plunging at a terrifying speed, Kiwi calmly holds wholly and tightly, looking straight down. Suddenly, Ryu appears from nowhere, grabs Epi's tail, and shouts, Epi. It glances back Han-Bin. His face is a mess of tears and snot. Unable to open his eyes, he says loudly, go to Leon's place. Leave them to me. Epi gathers momentum and spins around. Well then, Ryu can't open his eyes. Wind and snow continuously hit his face as he flies straight down. Right in front of him are Kiwi and Holian. Ryu has caught the two. Surprisingly, the sky is clear of snow, but his hair has turned red. Kiwi is surprised. Ryu Han-Bin. Her face is pale as she looks at him. Why did you jump down without a weapon? Ryu says confidently, what do you mean? He gathers aura into one arm, swings it up, and says loudly, here it is. Ryu clenches his teeth, thrusts his hand forward, releasing force, cross. The mountain ahead turns black, surrounded by sparkling rays of light. Slash. The scene shifts to Leon. He is concentrating on casting a spell, spirit manifestation. The shapes of hands made of aura appear. Gigantified right hand. Those fists fly straight, punching the dragon repeatedly. It roars angrily, pushing the fists away. The dragon raises its fist to fight back. The two opposing forces collide, and energy explodes brightly in the sky. Leon frowns, pushed back, too strong. This one must be older than ATIS. One man and one dragon face off fiercely. He looks at the dragon and assesses it. 200 years old. No, maybe 300 years old. Leon looks down, clenches his teeth. It's breaking. The ice block he's standing on has started to crack. Spirit walk is at its limit. While he isn't paying attention, the dragon gathers fire in its mouth. It uses all its strength to breathe fire right where he is standing. Mixed with the flames are familiar blue crystals. The dragon looks around for the person, letting out a long, loud roar. Hidden in the distance, Leon has been helped by a flying Ur to escape the dragon. Plumier. He asks urgently, what about Kiwi? Ur replies, Han-Bin went to save her. Leon. That's a relief then. They look back towards the dragon, both discussing it. But why is that dragon so angry? It looks so ferocious. I don't know. Can't we use the transformation necklace? If I use it, I'll turn into a human and will fall. It seems we have no choice. Leon clasps his hands in front of him. He spreads his arms. Releasing power, large sparkling arrows appear under Ur. I'll give you a little power boost. She excitedly rushes forward faster. All right, they charge straight at the dragon. A large gash hits its leg. The two of them don't stop at all and head straight for the dragon's face. Leon takes out a large arrow and aims it straight at the dragon. He shoots it forcefully, hitting the dragon right in the face. The tremendous energy blows off a patch of skin from the dragon's eye. He shouts, I see its main body. Keep going, it's working. Ur, hearing this, is filled with confidence. Understood. The two of them, one tries to get closer and closer. The other creates arrows to shoot at the dragon. The dragon finally reveals its true form. It says with difficulty, humans, I will kill you all. Ur is surprised. It can talk? Leon is just as surprised. It's regained its consciousness. His face darkens. He frowns. His gaze is directed at the purple crystal right on its Chest. Is the crystal on its chest its weak point? Your charge is straight towards the crystal. Leon shoots an arrow aimed at the crystal and heads straight for it. As the arrow touches the crystal, a light flashes between the two. Then, a whirlwind blows everything away, and Ur is no exception. Leon stares intently. Enslaved dragons, of course not all of them can be killed. Along with his words, a character he was thinking of seems to have appeared outside. There are still a few like ATIS who are alive. What a pity. Ur has flown him outside. In front of him appears an incredibly large, beautiful white dragon. But are there still ancient dragons alive? That dragon slowly opens its eyes and looks towards them. The ones who turned this child into this state, is it them? The scene changes. A snow-covered mountain area appears with a very suspicious long slide mark. Under that pile of snow, there's a slight movement. Suddenly Ryu and Kiwi emerge. He shouts, "It's so cold." He collapses and asks worriedly, Are you okay, Kiwi? Kiwi looks at him and says, "Your body temperature. It seems snow has covered your whole body." As if remembering something, Ryu shouts, "What about our ship?" Kiwi has a smiling face. Luckily the engine was broken, so the ship landed not far from here. He still shouts in panic. "What do you mean, lucky? It's broken." She turns on the map on her hand to locate. "Don't worry, I've checked. We're not far from the ship right now. We should be grateful that our belongings are currently on the ship." Ryu calms down and looks down. "I hope they are okay." Contrary to his attitude and words, his stomach very realistically growls a few long reminders. Kiwi sees this and chuckles. Ryu is a little embarrassed. "What? I'm hungry because I threw up everything just now." Kiwi smiles brightly. "We're worried about life and death, and you're worried about your stomach. Luckily, we're still alive." "Kiwi, thank you." Ryu sees this and smiles happily at her. "What was that?" He turns to her and replies, "If you want to thank someone, thank the member of the Order of Light who held your hand when you fell." After saying that, Ryu suddenly stops, and the two of them fall silent in the quiet, snow-covered space. Ryu frantically digs through the snow, shouting, "Hurry and find her." Kiwi, standing to the side, also panics, "Don't reveal our identities." Ryu is in a hurry and doesn't care much. Still digging, "It's fine, just help me find her." In front, Ryu sees a hand sticking out of the snow. Oh. He lifts her up, saying in fear, "She's not dead yet, right? If you die, we'll be in trouble." Gone. He hasn't finished his sentence when what hits him right in the face is a headless corpse. Ryu is terrified. "Oh no, we're screwed." Kiwi calls from behind, "Ryu Han-Bin." Hearing her, he turns around with a bright smile. "Huh? What is it?" Kiwi's face is grim as she looks down. That. In her hands, she is holding Holian's head. The paladin steers the ship while complaining. "This is why you can't trust flying machines." Suddenly, Theas runs up to report, "Commander, a dragon has attacked the airship." Hearing this, she just says, "I know, well done, young man." Then he asks again, "But what about the cockpit?" When he sees the disastrous state of the cockpit, he is horrified and asks loudly, "What happened?" With a calm demeanor, she replies indifferently, "The dragon destroyed the airship before we arrived." Suddenly someone makes a request, "Just land somewhere without dragons." Hearing that, she unexpectedly spins the helm and replies with a smile, "I'd love to, but the helm is broken." Then she adds, "But the airship is still flying for now." Someone in the crowd spots the danger ahead and shouts in panic, "We're about to crash into the mountain." One of the people there pleads with the paladin, "Ma'am, please do something." But she raises her hand, signaling him to be quiet, silent. It turns out she had noticed ATIS had removed a panel from the wall and was checking the airship system. He closes his eyes and tells himself, even though it's a machine, it still runs on magic. Stones. Using his ability, he begins to feel, "I have to understand its flow." After checking for a while, he realizes, is that how it is? Luckily, there's still one engine that isn't broken. And so he makes a bold decision, "Then I'll reverse the engine." Suddenly, one side of the airship's hull hits the mountain. Fortunately, the airship only scrapes past it instead of crashing head-on, so everyone narrowly escapes disaster. This makes someone in the group shout in amazement, "We dodged it." Even the paladin now has to praise Adiz's talent. "I can't believe that young man could be so calm in a situation like this. He's different from other hunters who only know how to hunt." Looking at him, she feels a sense of familiarity. Moreover, he looks very familiar, while he, still unaware, explains what he just did. "I managed to control its direction by reversing the engine, but I still can't control the fuel flow." He adds, "I hope we'll land safely if we just keep descending." Like this. Hearing him say that, she just gives a small smile and praises, "Well done." Then the paladin suddenly jumps out of the cockpit and says, "I'm leaving it to you, young man." Her actions and words leave him bewildered. "Where are you going?" She replies calmly, "I have to stop the dragon." Seeing her standing on the edge of the broken airship's nose, he shouts in panic, "Are you going to jump?" Still with a carefree attitude, she says smugly, "For me, it's a piece of cake." However, he still can't feel at ease and wants to stop her. "Wait." Of course, she doesn't care and instead reassures him, "Don't worry, I'll do my best to save your comrades." Even after hearing this, he still wants to hold her back for a moment. "No." ATIS, while adjusting the airship's engine, explains the one in danger is that dragon. Recalling the dragon's appearance, he speculates it's about 250 to 300 years old. Based on its horns, it must be a rock dragon. Moreover, he also noticed, due to its body weight, it doesn't like to fly. But it did, and it even attacked the airship, and it might even be covered in that layer of slime. From these observations, he deduces this one has entered the final stage of the Dragonfall curse, which is why it's so violent. His sharp thinking greatly surprises the paladin. He knows about that too. Not only does ATIS know the reason the dragon went berserk, but he also knows how to solve the problem. It will calm down if we remove that slime. But before letting her do this, he also gives a small warning. But if we just destroy the curse's core, it will die. We need to know why it's here, so please be careful. After a moment of silent thought, she remembers who he is. That familiar Henry. Are you a member of the dragon hunting Bannister clan? He comfortably admits his identity. "That's right. Although my family's work is faded, I am ATIS Bannister. Please take care of me." Having received a definite answer from him, she no longer needs to linger on the airship. "I'm the one who should be saying that. This airship is in your hands." The paladin throws herself down below without a moment's hesitation. In her mouth, she keeps muttering the name, ATIS Bannister. Her eyes light up with a thought, "I'm indebted to this family again." Back in reality, she has returned to her dragon form and is marveling at life. Fate is truly strange. She is known to the world as the ancient divine dragon. They were the first dragons created by the goddess of darkness. However, it is believed they died 10 years before the 4 great heroes appeared. In the paladin's hands now is the dragon that just went berserk, and she is asking someone, "Are you the ones who made this child end up in this state?" She says calmly, "You stopped it from committing a greater sin." No matter how gentle her voice is, her pressure makes Epi tremble with fear. Nothing. Seeing that she could answer her, she asks in surprise, "A talking wyvern?" Her slightly louder tone completely scares her into running away. "Forgive me, please don't eat us." Seeing her losing her composure, Leon speaks up to reassure her, "Calm down, Epi. If it wanted to kill us, we would have been dead long ago." Suddenly, the paladin sees the airship on fire. It turns out that other dragons are attacking it. This surprises Epi. Why are there so many dragons? Leon also asks in confusion, "Are the other airships also being attacked?" At this point, the paladin speaks up, "If this continues, it will fall soon. You must have many questions for me." Then she makes an offer. "Now, are you willing to help this old body?" Both Leon and Epi, of course, agree. "Of course we are." However, in Leon's mind right now, besides saving the people on the airship, there's another concern. "I hope you're okay, Kiwi." Elsewhere, something is set up in the snowstorm. It turns out to be a stretched-out animal hide, and next to it is a small, lit snow house. Inside are Minryu and Kiwi listening to someone. "I don't know how to repay you too." Holian speaks in a serious tone, revealing her identity. "At the very least, I will introduce myself. I am Holian, Queen of the River Elves and representative of the Elven Alliance." Although her head is in one place and her body in another, she is still very eloquent in her speech, the prophet of the theory of life and death. Her introduction is met with awkward silence from Minryu and Kiwi. Feeling a bit forgotten, she clears her throat and introduces herself again. "I am the Queen of the River Elves and the representative of all elves, the prophet of the theory of life and death, Queen Holian." Then suddenly Minryu stands up and carries her body outside. "It's broken. Let me throw it away." Kiwi adds, "Take the head too." This situation makes her panic and shout, wait, I'm not done talking." She calmly explains, "Of course, as you two have seen, I'm not me. I had no other choice but to use this method to participate in this mission. According to Holian, I couldn't leave for the safety of the kingdom. That's why I used soul-breaking magic to separate a part of my soul. That is also the reason for her difficult physical state and for it being implanted in a doll created by Zenobia. I only use 1/10 of my power but my memories and soul remain intact as before. She compares this method to just like how the goddesses create their representatives. Holian's original self holds her hand and asks her to rely on her. I hope you can meet Sir Burrot. Her copy also promises, no matter what, I will return and tell you the truth. After hearing this story, Minryu quietly asks Kivi, just like you are the incarnation of the god Kivriel, they also created an artificial substitute for Holian. Is that possible? Kivi frowns and replies, no, creating an intelligent being is the domain of the gods. However, she also guesses, but with Sir Burrot reaching a demigod state through training, it's not strange that Zenobia and Holian could also do something similar. Furthermore, she asserts, the problem is that their goal is to find the rumored Sir Burrot, which is you. At this point, Holian also explains, I delayed meeting him by saying I was busy, but I forgot that 10 years for a human is like 1 year for a river elf. She expresses her feelings, I thought we could meet again, I just want. Her pleading scream echoes, to see Sir Burrot again, please help me. Suddenly, Kivi points her sword at her. Seeing this, she realizes that she doesn't trust her yet and mutters, you don't believe me, but if you knew the truth about Sir Burrot. Then she suggests, come to the River Elf Kingdom and inform Lady Holian. She will be very happy to see you. Hearing her say that, Kivi also replies coldly, whether we are welcomed or not, we will visit her. Having said this, Holian thought she was about to be struck down, so she closed her eyes. But suddenly another hand stops her. Minryu whispers to her, listen to me. He asks her, do we really have to kill Holian? She replies coldly, I understand why you stopped me. Then she reasons, Holian is clearly being used by Zenobia, but we have to kill her before we are exposed. He also offers his opinion. That might be what Zenobia is aiming for. If we can hide our identities and use the memory syringe to prove our innocence, we might be able to win her over. What he says makes sense, but she is still hesitant. He has a point, but that's just an assumption. He must know there's no certainty. But when Kivi thinks again, but Holian is Sir Burrot's friend. However, a complication occurred when Minryu appeared, and he was the one who killed him, carrying the name of Sir Burrot. That led to unfortunate things happening to him. It got him involved in everything, making his responsibility even heavier. So she shouts in pain, but that's not a reason for you to put yourself in danger. In her heart, she tells herself, for whatever reason. Suddenly Minryu says, if you want a reason, there is one. She saved you. Then he smiles at Kivi and asks, isn't that reason enough? His words startle her. He's usually so foolish. Even so, he's right this time, but in a situation like this, then she speaks, it's not fair. Next, she tosses the body back to Holian, and then she says resentfully, we'll go find the airship when the storm subsides, so fix yourself. She adds irritably, because I don't want to explain why there's a talking head. Her actions move Holian, and so, in the small snow house, her grateful thanks echo, thank you, both of you. Elsewhere, the airship is still flying in the air, then suddenly it scrapes against a cliff. A young man standing in the cockpit sees this and shouts in panic, can't you fly any better? ATIS has to clench his teeth while steering and reply to this guy, I'm doing my best. In his heart, he has a bad feeling. This ship will fall soon due to a gas leak. Therefore, he is extremely worried. It's impossible to get through this canyon with one engine. I can't see anywhere to land. Suddenly, someone shouts an announcement, Master Wizard there on the left. He makes a suggestion, a clearing. I can see a clearing. Can we land there? Quickly, ATIS turns the helm and says, let me try. While he is steering the airship to land in the clearing, he doesn't notice that a dragon has been there for a long time. It sees the airship and wonders humans. Its tail sways back and forth. A guy on the airship, seeing that he's about to be saved, says happily, couldn't expect less from the hawk eye of our Golden Armor Guild. However, before he can finish being smug, another person notices something else. Wait. He says hesitantly, I think that's a cliff. This sentence startles the previous guy. Are you blind? Get out of the guild. So he screams, stop. Master Wizard, wrong place. But ATIS has no choice but to try to land here. There's no other choice. We're too low. Then he shouts for everyone, we're landing here, hold on tight. He lowers the airship and intends, I need to press the wheels to the ground and somehow turn it into a brake. However, this method doesn't work, it's no good, we're not slowing down because of the slippery ice. He feels the danger is imminent. We'll crash straight into the cliff if we keep going. Suddenly, he hears the cries of everyone on the airship. Damn it, I didn't come here to die like this. I beg the goddesses, any god will do, please. These words make him feel a little sad. Then he remembers the advice the paladin gave him before leaving the ship. A man should never be afraid to do what must be done. That's how a boy becomes a man, kid. So Artist has made a decision. I have to do it. Just as the airship slides to the edge of the cliff, a loud crash is heard as something falls down the cliff. It turns out it's not the airship, but a rock. And the rock came from the cliff, created by the vibration of a dragon's giant foot. Everyone on the ship is stunned by the scene. How? It turns out that Artist used his original dragon form to catch the airship, which makes everyone on it scream in terror. A dragon. At this moment, he speaks up, everyone, take this opportunity to get off the ship. A moment later, the airship falls to one side. After saving everyone, Artist clutches his arm in pain. As expected, I can't do it like Han-Bin, my bones are screaming in pain. Next, he decides to turn back into human form. Maybe returning to human form will be a little less painful, but at least the ship has stopped moving. The people on the airship see him and shout, "Over there, it's over there." Seeing that they are unharmed, he is also relieved. It seems everyone is safe. So he reminds them, I know we've landed safely, but it's still unclear where this is. Everyone be careful. They don't answer him, but suddenly release flying discs. And then they use them to restrain him, causing him to scream in pain. Artist, though in pain, still recognizes it. Mana controller skill. The leader says loudly, I can't believe there was one hiding on the ship in human form. Then he accuses him without proof. You damn lizard. You're the one who lured the other dragons here, aren't you? Hearing this, he shouts in panic. No, I have nothing to do with them. However, he still loudly insists that he is the culprit. Because of you, my friends on the other ships are all dead. No more tricks. Answer straight if you know what's good for you, or I'll have your head. He keeps asking him, why did you bring us here? The guy from the cockpit, seeing how unreasonable he is, speaks up to stop him. Hey, wait. However, he ignores this guy and starts counting one. When he gets to the next number, he uses the electric chains to tighten around Artist's neck. 2. Just as he counts to the last number, another dragon swoops in from nowhere. This dragon pounces on him and rescues him. It puts him down on the snowy ground and then uses its claw to make a scratch on his face. She licks the blood and guesses. It smells like them, but the human blood smells very familiar. Tormia happily realizes, you're also a dragonkin. Artist also asks in bewilderment, another dragon? In his heart, he also has a vague idea when he sees her form, but that form is the guy who wanted to deal with him earlier. Upon seeing her, recklessly charged forward without knowing his own strength. You, another one. He roared arrogantly, before you can turn into a dragon, I will. Not even letting him finish his sentence. She used her tail to send his head flying. Everyone present was frozen in fear as she spoke slowly. Brother was right. She turned back to look at them with murderous eyes. Humans are nothing but cruel, beings who would readily draw their swords on their own benefactors. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged at them. Seeing this, everyone there shouted to each other, a dragon is attacking, stop her. Tormia continued to charge and attack frantically. Knowing they couldn't fight her, the whole group abandoned their belongings and fled for their lives. Hyam, shouldn't we go in and help? With what? Our gear is all on the ship. The important thing is not to die right now. The group screamed as they ran while she flew above them. As long as we're alive, we can. However, he couldn't get far before he felt her getting close. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. As he knelt and begged, please don't kill me, Tormia suddenly fell face first to the ground. It turned out her wings had been frozen by someone. Her wings can be frozen. Artist pointed his gun at her and threatened, the next shot will burn them to a crisp. Stop now if you know what's good for you. Seeing that he wanted to deal with her, she angrily shouted, you bastard, why are you protecting those pigs? They wanted to kill you, are you stupid? But he still gritted his teeth and said, I'm sure I told you to stop. Suddenly, he sensed something dangerous. What should I do? He looked at everyone and thought, there's no way back now, because he knew he only had one bullet left. Then he looked towards the furious Tormia and wondered, can I stop this situation with just one bullet? Suddenly, an intensely frightening sensation rose up behind him. A huge dragon emitting lightning flew up from the cliff. It spread its wings, illuminating the entire area. Seeing this, Artist was terrified and wondered. I was sure it had been subdued, yet it's still alive. He knew the identity of this dragon. The Thunder Dragon, Electrian. Suddenly, he spoke. It's been a while since I last heard that name. Elsewhere, Kiwi was walking with Minryu and Holian, who was frolicking ahead, and thought to herself, Holian has lost her benefactor and the person who went through life and death with her. And the harsh truth is that she doesn't have the slightest clue. This made her wonder, it's truly a joke of fate. So, why did Zenobia send a copy of Holian at this time? Because she thought, even if Holian were hostile to us, Minryu would never be able to kill her. Thinking about this, she secretly made a decision, and if such a situation occurs, I will have no other choice. And her decision was none other than to handle Holian herself. But the clueless Holian was caught in the mouth of a carnivorous flower, and Minryu yelled as he ran to save her. Hey, Holian! This scene left her speechless. That is, if she's still alive by then. The corpse of that man-eating plant was dangling from a tree, and a curse rang out. How many more times? Do you know how much time we've wasted because of you? No, Kiwi scolded her unbelievable. Feeling guilty, she replied tremblingly, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was a monster nest. Hearing that, she took a jab at her. I really wonder how a hunter like you has survived this long with such brilliant observation skills. Being told that, she explained awkwardly, I guess I was too excited because it's been a long time since I joined a party. Besides, at my original level, I was usually protected by a barrier. Hearing this, she glared and asked in a low voice, but it's not like that anymore, right? And then she warned her, so don't be so reckless anymore. Being scolded by her, she had to obey, yes, I'll be careful. Suddenly, Minryu called Kiwi, Kiv, come back here quick. She walked towards him and asked what. Holian was still sitting there sadly. If this goes on, I'll become a burden to them. Suddenly, a scent wafted past her nose. She kept sniffing that scent. Sniff, sniff, I can smell flowers. It seemed to be coming from some kind of opening. On the other side, Minryu was whispering, we just killed that monster, right? Kiwi replied, yeah, right. Then she suddenly asked, but isn't that the same type of monster as yesterday? The one we killed before Holian woke up? He also stated, yes, at that time I received about 15,000 EXP. Ariance. Then he recounted, I just received the same amount because it's the same type of monster. He continued, but the important thing is my level is only half because of this artifact. My strength might only be at half. But that also means the experience points I need to level up are also only half. Hearing him say that, she hurriedly asked, wait, are you saying that you still get the full experience points from killing monsters even though you only need half the original points to level up? Doesn't that mean you're getting double the experience points? He replied with a smug smile, it's still too early to be surprised. Then he suddenly shouted with excitement, if I reach level 4 in this form, then in my original body, I'll be level 8, surpassing level 7. Minryu's words made Kiwi ask happily, really? How many points do you need? Hearing that, he started calculating. Let's see. After a moment of calculation, he came up with 41.2 billion. This number of his made her ask in confusion, what about now, while you're wearing the artifact? So he replied, 41.2 billion experience points is when I'm wearing it. At this point, he came to his senses and laughed out of embarrassment. So that's not going to work, huh? She also laughed along. Seems not. While he was crying sadly, Holian called out loudly, attracting Kiwi's attention, everyone, there's a shortcut here. She led them into a tunnel she had just found. I saw this place was sealed by magic, so I tried to unseal it. Based on the scent of flowers coming from inside the cave, I guess this path will lead to the other side. At the end of the path, she also saw some snowy mountains that looked like the places where the airship flew over. Hearing that, Kiwi had to check the map again and admitted, oh, it seems to be in the same direction as the airship. She also thought, that's right, this would be much faster than climbing the mountain. Then she looked at Holian and assessed, right, I shouldn't keep holding on in negative thoughts. Even Burrow said Holian is not evil and there's nothing suspicious about her personality. Even Minryu smiled and thanked Holian, thanks to you, otherwise we would have frozen to death and still not have arrived. Thank you, Holian. She replied happily, this is the least I can do. It's nothing compared to your work. Karun, hearing that, he replied with delight, the only thing I'm good at is using my strength. She continued to praise him, but looking at the way you make clothes and swords, you must be very skillful. Receiving such a flattering compliment from her made him laugh with pleasure. Ah, I guess so. At this moment, Kiwi was speechless with this exchange of compliments. Back and forth. So she went ahead to separate them and said, this isn't a walk in the park. This is a forbidden zone where people have stopped coming. She reminded them in a serious tone. So isn't it a bit strange to find a sealed place right when there's no one around? Be on your guard. We don't know what's ahead. Her attitude not only didn't scare Holian, but instead made her admire her. As expected, hunters these days are so different. I can feel her amazing charisma. Minryu didn't think so and replied, as for me, I think she's just annoyed. Suddenly, she showed her determination. I will also do my best. Suddenly he asked her, Holian, aren't you disguised as a cleric of the Order of Light? He questioned her in a low voice. You even talked to the captain about something. What is your relationship with the captain? She also answered honestly, I don't really know her well because we only know each other through Zenobia. Hearing this, he wondered what this had to do with Zenobia. She continued to explain, but she knows my identity and decided to help find Burrowed because she understands my goal. I also have a different feeling about the paladin, but it seems she has other reasons too. Aura is the most primitive and destructive of the 4 types of energy, but its consequences depend heavily on how it is used. At this moment, the paladin was easily dealing with the dragons that had gone mad. Instead of releasing aura to fight, we can freeze the target by absorbing it. Suddenly, she shouted, It's your turn, Ipy. She quickly rushed over, holding some kind of ball in her hand, change from dragon form to human form. At that moment, Leon, fully equipped in armor, also charged forward. He easily shattered the frozen dragon, and from it, several human figures were thrown out. The only thing that can be frozen on dragons is the mucus on their bodies. When forced to transform into human form, the mucus will be separated from them. After that, put them in a healing chest. This is the perfect solution with no casualties. The sealing of these lovely dragons is complete. Then, the paladin suddenly looked up at the airship in the sky and sighed. They can probably go home with that, but for us, it's a one-way trip. Then she turned her head and asked, The battle is getting tougher and tougher, but do you still want to follow this pitiful captain? Hearing that, Ipy asked innocently, Why would you say that? She just replied with one sentence, Preparation is not enough. Then she shouted again, More determination. Ipy replied with vigor, Yes, ma'am. A happy thought appeared in her mind, and that's how we began our journey to break the curse placed on the dragons. Leon saw Ipy wandering off on her own, so he lifted her up. Who said you could go off on your own? Hearing that, she was startled and shouted, I was so excited I completely forgot. Next, he turned to question the paladin. Now, then, I believe we have fulfilled your request. Tell us the truth. He called out her real name, Captain Paladin, no, Ancient Dragon Katana. He even threatened her, if you knew there were dragons here and still hid it, then you will face the consequences for all the casualties because of it. Without any concealment, she replied, You're right, I knew. I knew my kind were still here. Hearing this, Ipy angrily pointed her sword at her. So you're on the same side as Zenobia? Seeing her lose her composure like that, he called out in alarm, Hey, Ipy. She didn't listen to him and insisted, There's no turning back now that it's come to this. Without a hint of fear, the paladin approached the two and said, Oh, judging by your words, it seems Zenobia is the villain here. She also replied in a serious tone, Isn't that right? You know it. Suddenly, she gently placed her hand on her head. How interesting, but I think you want to hear this old woman's justification first, right? Then she gently clarified, I knew that my kind were here, but I didn't know we would run into each other like this. She slowly explained, because they were supposed to be hibernating due to the curses they were afflicted with, as the dragon race gradually degenerates when they fall into a state of hibernation. Suddenly, Leon interrupted her and asked, I understand that you hid the truth to prevent unnecessary conflict, but why are they here in this forbidden zone? The paladin replied grimly, They didn't come here on their own. Then she clarified, This forbidden zone was created for the peace and safety of the entire realm of Rat. It was created to seal the cursed dragons. She also mentioned Zenobia. It is said that the great sorceress Zenobia as the representative of Rat. Furthermore, she also created this forbidden zone in secret with the help of the Dragon King, the Dark Dragon Kandon, the enraged humans with clubs in their hands. Atas, in his dragon form, had been captured by them at a time when the only thing I knew was my name. At that moment, he saw that person. She had come to save me. She was known as the Bannister family of dragon hunters, a family of dragon riders who specialized in taming dragons that had gone mad. Strangely and ironically, Dragon was raised by them and was considered a part of their family. However, misfortune struck. The mother who raised me was cursed by the very curse of the dragons she tamed. This curse was painful, but she still smiled. A curse that could drive an ordinary person mad. Yet she always had a smile on her face. A painful end was inevitable no matter what he did. I devoted myself to researching every way to break the curse on her, but it was still not enough. Her son and any other member of the family were infected one by one and did not survive. In the end, only one member was left, and finally, only a small grandchild was left, Adora Bannister. As a child, she innocently called him Uncle Atis. Seeing the tears on his face, she asked innocently, "Why are you crying?" After the other members passed away, only Atis and Adora were left to live together. Fortunately, we were able to live on the huge fortune left by the entire family. Raising a child was very difficult, but I played the role of Adora's father. Time passed day by day. As the child grew up, I played the role of her older brother. Then when she was fully grown, and finally, her younger brother. At this time, Adora could be called the last dragon rider. She had become a dragon rider recognized by everyone. However, for Atis, it was different. But my age, my level, all of them increased very slowly just because I am a dragon. Because of that, he could only watch her soar everywhere. I may have been raised as a human, but I could never keep up with their growth rate. And the day he lost her finally came. The war against the ancient fire dragon king of the four great heroes. In the ancient dragon war that year, Adora was never able to return, no matter how long I waited here for her. Until now, the appearance of this dragon stunned him. And now, one of the four great dragons thought to have been killed in the ancient dragon war. The great dragon has returned. The thunder dragon, the former aide to the dragon king, Electrian, has suddenly appeared. He spoke up and asked, "Why have you all come to such a remote and dangerous place on a distant island?" He flew up high, and his voice echoed everywhere. "Oh, you humans." His appearance made everyone flee. "That's an ancient dragon. Run." Suddenly, ribbons of silk appeared. They easily wrapped around the humans and captured them all. The air seemed to crack, and a voice came from it. "I can't believe you're running away so cowardly." Someone who saw this screamed in terror. The sky is being split in two. From within the tear, the peacock dragon appeared. Comofria. With an unwelcoming expression, she said, "So I guess you'll act strong in front of the weak and weak in front of the strong, huh? Anyway, that's the nature of you humans." Her sudden appearance left Atis stunned. When did she appear? Looking at the two powerful dragons in front of him, he was shocked and wondered, two ancient dragons. Is this a dragon's territory? This made him feel uneasy. This is bad. Dragons hate it when humans invade their territory. Suddenly, Electrian spoke up. "It seems a bit difficult to talk in this form." As for Tormia, she suddenly let out a hiss. At this moment, a man's voice rang out. "You guys really know how to make a mess." This made Atis turn around in surprise. Since when? But when he turned to look, he suddenly froze. A whole eagle spreading its wings hit his eyes, and he fired a freezing bullet at it in panic. Suddenly, someone bonked Tormia right on the head. Electrian, in human form, approached his sister and gave her a smack on the head, scolding, "You troublemaker, Tormia. Didn't I tell you not to go around picking fights?" Being hit, she could only scream, "Ouch." As for Atis, he was still stunned and exclaimed, "He's so fast." Back to this side, Comofria used her silk to make clothes for Electrian to wear, criticizing him. "You look disgusting." He, however, said nonchalantly, "I don't really understand what's going on, but this is my first time seeing humans, so I don't know how to start a conversation." Then he ordered his sister, Tormia, apologize first. However, she argued back with teary eyes, "But I didn't do anything wrong." Even Comofria agreed, adding, "She didn't do anything wrong. The humans were the ones who attacked first." She pointed to the corpse on the ground and said, "That guy died because of his own actions. They were the ones who drew their swords first." As soon as he heard that, Electrian's power exploded, and he questioned in a low voice, "Is that true?" His power terrified the humans. So this is an ancient dragon? A completely different existence from the other dragons. At this point, he was angry and warned the humans, "I was going to send you back unharmed if you were just ordinary ordinary people, but it's a different story if you're a group of armed soldiers. Seeing that things were not going well, ATIS explained loudly, we were shot down by crazed dragons. The dragons were the ones who attacked first. Hearing that, he clicked his tongue and replied, I see. Then he said calmly, so the responsibility really lies with our side, even if those guys had gone mad. What a pity. This attitude of his made Comofria question loudly, hey, whose side are you on? She argued in a serious tone. Even if they didn't know this was a dragon's territory, the responsibility still falls on you humans for not following your own laws. She added, turning this place into a forbidden zone to contain the cursed among our kind was all Zenovia's doing. This statement of hers shocked the humans. Zenovia? She sent us to a place she knew was a dragon's territory. This made ATIS wonder. So doesn't that mean we have no grudge against each other? Is this her goal? At this moment, a bold human spoke up. So doesn't that mean we have no grudge against each other? We were also sent here by Zenovia to conquer the dungeon in the Forbidden Zone. This sentence of his made Comofria ask in a low voice, you came to eliminate the Forbidden Zone? If so, did you bring the antidote for the curse? The curse she was talking about was the stone core on her body. ATIS was once again filled with confusion. Antidote? We've never heard of such a thing. Suddenly, she covered his mouth and shouted angrily, then there's really nothing worth hearing from your mouths. It seems she wants to kill everyone. Just as I thought, Zenovia has gone back on her word. Kill them all. The events happening right now made ATIS realize something. The ancient dragons thought to be dead were actually still alive, just isolated. So that means they were sealed with the belief that Zenovia would break the curse for them. Because of this, he felt that he had been played. She played us this time. There's no way back now. Suddenly, Electrian spoke up to stop Comofria wait. He approached him and asked, aren't you from the Bannister family? Tormia then shouted, no, he's a dragon, big brother. That's why I saved him, but he hit me. Hearing that, he immediately realized, a dragon from the Bannister family? So, you're ATIS. Seeing him call his name, he wondered in confusion. He knows me? He also looked at him and confirmed, those eyes, she's telling the truth. Suddenly, Tormia jumped up and hit him, whining, see? I was right, wasn't I? I didn't do anything wrong. Then she walked away in a huff. Oni-chan is a stupid, big-headed lizard. Seeing her act like a child, he could only smile wryly. Good grief. Watching her crawl back in her nest, he thought, she must be angry. Then he suggested, it seems we have a lot to talk about, but it's a bit cold here. Come with us. This invitation of his shocked Comofria, what? You're going to bring humans to the nest. Electrian replied nonchalantly, how can we entertain guests if they're frozen? Stiff. Then, unexpectedly, he glanced at the people behind him and asked, now that I think about it, are those humans your friends? One of the group hurriedly ran to Adiz's side and acted friendly with him. Ah, yes, of course. We've been through life and death together, right? Then he turned to ask the group of humans who were scared stiff behind him, right, friends? Suddenly, ATIS said in a loud voice, I refuse. They can take away the dragon's power if you let them into the nest. This sentence of his made the other guy confused and whispered to him, hey, don't do that. But Electrian laughed loudly. So you know about dragon nests too? But don't worry. He explained slowly while Comofria did something. Even if these humans absorb the dragon's power, our levels won't be affected at all. And then he suddenly mentioned Adora. But I'm sure you're curious about the last dragon rider of the Bannister family. The familiar name being mentioned made Adiz's eyes widen in astonishment. Adora Bannister. At this moment, a land opened up in the air. Welcome to the Upper Dragon's Lair. The first monster to invade, Rat, was recorded about 1,000 years ago. The ancient monsters created by the Demon Emperor. Ombrows, so strong and large that they should be considered a completely different existence from the monsters of today. At this moment, the three of them, Minryu, Holian, and Kiwi, were looking at the carvings of this legendary monster. It is said that every step they took caused the ground to split, and every breath they took would cause thousands of trees to wither. While Minryu and Holian were discussing enthusiastically, Kiwi had already left to fight back. The goddess of the night had joined forces to create a creature that could. They created the most powerful creature by nurturing the seed of life right inside a volcano. The first, and also the strongest dragon, the dragon on the carving, is the dark dragon. Kanden, a strong and powerful dragon. The scene changes to something attacking. The paladin recounted as she fought. Kanden was strong and loved Rat more than anything. Thanks to that, they defeated the ancient monsters. Hearing that, Leon continued while fighting. Dragons are weapons created to protect Rat. Epi also shouted loudly while fighting. So, shouldn't humans love dragons very much? The paladin also acknowledged that, yes, they were highly respected by the people of Rat. However, at this time, a disaster occurred, but when the demon emperor became too entangled with our dragon race, he changed his plan and created smaller monster nests. These monster nests made it difficult for the dragons. The dungeons. Dragons cannot unleash their power inside the narrow dungeons. No matter what the dragons did, it didn't bring good results. And even if they tried, it only brought casualties to the humans. The paladin's voice continued to echo as a rip destroyed the monsters in the dungeon with one move. That's when humans began to fear dragons. She also said, besides, they were also cursed. The four great heroes fought the Dragon King. Hearing her say that, she patted her head in satisfaction and continued, that's right. Luckily, the Dragon King was able to return safely after the battle. Even so, this also brought about a not-so-good result. However, he was too disappointed with the disaster he himself brought. Fourth, thus, Koden decided and chose to seal this cursed race for the peace of Rat. The place he chose to seal his own kind was the Dragon Summit, completely inescapable due to the powerful artifacts. However, it still has a loophole. The only way to leave this place is through the underside of the Dragon Summit. Even so, there is danger lurking below. Behind the door are ancient monsters, defeated divine beasts, and it was locked away with the artifacts inside. After hearing these words, Atis became very angry and questioned, why don't you use the power of dragons to kill all those divine beasts? Electrian calmly said, it's possible. However, if we try to subdue the divine beasts and escape from this place. He said grimly that the curse could spread throughout Rat. His words made Atis sullenly realize, if you grew up in House Bannister, you must be aware of the level of danger of it. He stated that the entire dragon race had no choice but to obey the Dragon King. We destroyed the forces of the Demon Emperor to protect the realm of Rat. At the same time, we also follow the will of the Dark Dragon Kanden to protect the people of Rat. The duty of us, the descendants of the Dragon King, is to protect Rat. Furthermore, keeping the curse from seeping out is our responsibility. However, Electrian's words made Atis even more indignant. People are still dying from the curse. Aren't you just being indifferent even though you say it's your responsibility? This question from him also left him at a loss for words. At this moment, Comofria flew into a rage. She looked as if she wanted to crush him with her dragon hand. Watch your mouth. A brat not even 150 years old like you dares to speak like that? She shouted, affirming, we also have the pride of the dragon race, not just being held back by the responsibility of protecting Rat. Her indignation made her scream incessantly. How could a dog of the human race understand? Not backing down before her, Artist replied sternly, and that is why I understand humans very well. He remembered Paladin and asserted. Hundreds of hunters were brought to the island. Even the Order of Light participated. If that many people disappear, the Hunters Association will surely turn this entire forbidden zone upside down. He didn't hesitate to warn her. If so, won't you all be implicated as well? This audacity of his made her want to go mad. You dare to threaten us? Of course, he wasn't scared and replied back, think whatever you want. Seeing the two of them arguing back and forth was too tiring. Electrian finally announced loudly, all right, do whatever you want. His permission made Comofria disagree and call out loudly, Electrian, but he explained, protecting Rat is our own business. We cannot interfere with the decisions of the hunters. Even so, he also warned Artist beforehand. However, the dragon race will not help you close the dungeon. You must kill the divine beast yourself with the help of the hunters. After receiving his consent, Artist finally turned away. That's enough. In his mind, he thought to himself, hunting divine beasts was not part of the plan, and from the beginning, I didn't know anything about the dragon's affairs. If only Han-Bin and everyone were here. Suddenly, Electrian remembered something. I almost forgot to tell you something important. Artists, those hunters you mentioned. He hesitated for a moment, then said directly, it will probably take them several years to find their way here. This sentence of his startled him, and he turned back to ask, what did you say? But before he could say anything, he called out loudly, Tormia. It turned out he had discovered she was secretly tailing him. I know you're secretly following. Come out quickly. Seeing that she wouldn't come out, he used a trick. I was about to eat some buffalo meat, but now I don't see Tormia anywhere. I guess I'll give it all to artists. Huh? Just hearing that, she poked her head out. No way I do that. Tormia angrily pointed at Artis and questioned Electrian. Why would you give food to this idiot? He looked at her and calmly called, Tormia. Then he asked in a stern voice, didn't I tell you not to come in here? Knowing she was in the wrong, she still tried to shift the blame to Artis, leaving him speechless. Well, I followed just in case you gave my stuff to this guy. What then? He was helpless before her and could only say, all right, I won't scold you for coming in here anymore, but I need you to do something for me. In a gentle voice, he asked her, take Artis to Adora. This sentence of his stunned Artis. A moment later, he was running like the wind. As he ran, he remembered Electrian's words. Adora Bannister came to this island with us. Upon hearing this, his hand holding the gun trembled. This is no fucking joke. He flew into a rage and asserted, because of you people, Adora died in the ancient dragon war. However, he explained that. That's just what Genovia told you. At this moment, he was recounting everything clearly to him, but the truth was another matter. The words he spoke still echoed in his ears as he walked with Tormia to Adora's grave, then the agreement. Genovia decided to seal this place and swore to bring the cure to the Dragon King. They exchanged people as a sign of trust. What the two sides exchanged was, we sent over the Queen, and the humans sent over Adora Bannister. A long time passed. We always waited for her to bring the cure. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Until now, 40 years, you have always been waiting for her at home. Then Electrian realized something strange. But we discovered that Genovia was hiding something, an artifact on this island. The reason why time passes faster here. Now, having reached Adora's grave, Tormia proudly boasted, I knew Aunt Adora too. She used to play with me and tell stories about humans. But in response to her were the sobs and pained calls of Artis. Genovia. On the other side, Camafria asked wonderingly, Electrian, didn't you say you would lead the way yourself? She also said, I'm worried he'll throw a tantrum for no reason. He coldly said, I don't want to see it. He reluctantly said that the thing he didn't want to see was his tears. These words also moved her a little. Indeed, on the other side of the grave, Artis was crying and calling. Adora. He kept crying and calling, making Tormia confused, and call out, Adora. He remembered when she gently patted his head. You told me to wait. Tears streamed down his face as he hugged her tombstone. How come all this way? This scene also touched Tormia's heart, and so she sat down beside him and comforted him. The image of mountains appears through binoculars. Then the scene changes to other mountains. Artis is searching for his friends. Where the hell are you guys? Han-Bin, Ipier. He went with Tormia to search for their whereabouts. It's been a month since I came to the Dragon Summit, but the search for them hasn't gotten any better. Unable to find them, he returned to the Dragon Summit and saw his hunter friends. They were quite happy here. The dragons provided the hunters with food and shelter, and the hunters agreed to provide labor. But there are also a few cases who didn't like this place very much, of course. Not all of them agreed. At this moment, Electrian was scolding Artis. I don't object to you finding friends to hunt divine beasts, but I can't let you keep dragging Tormia along with you. Hearing that, Artis replied bluntly, then I'll go out alone. However, Tormia didn't want to stay home either and said, but it's fun to go. Then both of them were yelled at by Camafria. Stop being so stubborn. Have you forgotten why it's not freezing to death here? She reminded them both. This place is this warm thanks to the blessing of the Dragon King. It's so cold outside that it can even freeze your breath. Get lost once and you'll freeze to death out there. No matter what was said, of course Artis wouldn't give up, so you're telling me to just wait like this. Electrian also spoke up to advise. I understand how you feel, he reasoned. However, if what you say is true, your friends will sooner or later find traces of the ship. Moreover, time flows differently in different parts of the island. That made him certain. What will you do if you get lost? Won't your friends have to wait even longer? Then, he presented irrefutable arguments. For us dragons, it might just be a moment, but it would be a lifetime for a human. That's why he advised artists. Just trust your friends and wait. A while later, he went for a walk with Tormia, and as he walked, he calmed himself down. Think positively. Artists, there's plenty of time anyway. Why not find something to do? He was a little sad and looked into the binoculars, asking himself, something I can do? What can I do without my friends? Suddenly, Tormia's tail slapped his head, making him cry out, ouch! After being hit by her, he looked up and asked, Tormia, if you're going to transform, why not transform completely? But she said it was weird. I don't want to. He continued to reason with curiosity. You've already hidden your wings. She immediately replied, they just get in the way. Hiding my horns gives me a headache. Not only that, she also explained the reason and showed him. Besides, I'm in this form to slow down the curse. Look over there. She pointed to 2 other dragons cuddling in the forest. You could transform as much as you want, but transforming completely into a human like you is the weird thing. This suddenly made Artis realize. I see. He said to himself, the dragons don't need to pay attention to the humans here, so there's no need to transform into human form. Suddenly, Electrian's voice rang out. Tormia, Artis may be a dragon, but he still feels quite shy around other dragons. He had asked her, so follow him and teach him. Okay. Because of that, she kept sneaking glances at him and then whispered disdainfully, this weirdo. As the 2 were walking together, they suddenly saw a dragon breathing fire. So both of them stood there, stunned. It turned out to be a baby dragon. It seems the little one had lost control and was chasing 2 hunters who were running for their lives, a dragon gone mad. The baby kept crying and breathing fire despite its mother's attempt to soothe it. Calm down, Benlu. Its father asked everyone. Someone called the thunder dragon, while holding its mother back to prevent her from anxiously running after it. As for me, the baby kept wailing, causing a panicked hunter to question the one who made the baby lose its cool. What did you do to the kid? This guy immediately made an excuse. I just flicked his head lightly. Having no other choice, he decided to fight. Then there's no other way, leader of the Golden Armor Guild. While he was blabbering on, just close your eyes for a bit. Before he could finish, a claw slammed into his face. Tormia blocked the baby dragon's hand, shouting, human, get out. But whether it was due to her carelessness or not, the baby dragon crushed her, causing its mother to cry out in alarm, Miss Tormia. But of course, she wasn't that easy to beat. She gently lifted the baby dragon's hand and said, don't worry, I'll hold on here until my brother arrives. The baby dragon was still crying while she affectionately scolded it, you little crybaby. She tried to calm the baby dragon. Sister Tormia is here to play. Calm down. Of course, it didn't calm down and even breathed fire at her. At this moment, Artis also ran over to observe the situation and realized the dragons are degenerating. He had many questions that needed answers. Did that kid lose its mind because of the curse? But it must be an accident. It's still just a baby dragon. Watching Tormia trying her best to play with the baby dragon, he was bewildered. Is the only thing we can do is rely on Tormia? Who knows how that reliance worked? As she was flung into a tree by the baby. Of course, she still had the strength to laugh. This little fool, you're pretty strong. Then she switched to a furious state. You're done for. This scene made him speechless. Wait, why is she getting angry too? Just as Tormia was about to charge. Come here. He managed to jump out and stop her. Calm down. While he was holding her back, he accidentally let the magic stone on his scepter touch the curse core. Something strange happened that both of them felt, and then she regained her composure. What was that? Artis looked at his scepter and thought to himself, that feeling just now, it was like when I used the Omplau's fragment before. Suddenly, something else happened, making everyone scream. It turned out the baby dragon once again breathed fire towards the 2 of them. Here it comes. The flames kept coming, but they couldn't do anything as he had used ice magic to block it. While she was staring at him, he opened his mouth and said, I think I understand. He confidently asked her what the curse is. Want some help, Tormia? Who knows if it was because he looked handsome in his human form at that moment, but she blushed and replied softly, okay. On Electrian's side, he was still concentrating on meditating. He recalled the words Artis had told him. Zenobia and Gaian were the ones who killed Burrot. They stole the goddess's power and wanted to turn themselves into gods. His questioning voice still echoed in his head. And, you people still insist on imprisoning yourselves on this island? Then he also realized. So in the end, everything happened as the prophecy foretold. Lost in his thoughts, a dragon suddenly flew over and hastily reported, Lord Electrian, we have a big problem. This dragon announced news that stunned him. Belwakin's son has gone mad. From a distance, two dragon shadows rushed over. As he flew, Electrian asked, "Where is the child?" The dragon searched for a while and then spotted it. "I'm sure it's over there." At this moment, the mother dragon was hugging the now calm baby dragon. Belua, thank you. The father dragon joyfully thanked Artis. Thank you, brother from the outside. He smiled humbly and replied, "It was nothing. It was all thanks to Tormia's help," while she snorted in dissatisfaction. Suddenly, Electrian landed and asked, "Artis, did you use magic to control the curse?" He replied in surprise, "Ah, yes." The dragon who brought the news couldn't believe it. How? The curse can't be controlled unless it's completely removed. Electrian also asked curiously, "I'm curious too. Can you explain?" He answered honestly, "It's not difficult. This curse is similar to Omplauz's blessing, and I have some experience with artificial systems." He looked towards the curse core of the blushing Tormia and deduced, so the origin of the dragon's degeneration is also similar to the system. At the same time, he also thought of Han-Bin. This could be the key to solving Han-Bin's killing addiction. And so Artis proposed to Electrian, "You said the reason dragons don't fight the divine beasts is because of this curse, right? If so, I will research a way to break the curse." He also sincerely asked, "And if I succeed, please help me deal with the dungeon." At this moment, he looked no different from Adora. This made Electrian trust him and reply. Accordingly, "All right." Han-Bin and Ryu recounted their schedule. "It's been 5 days since we entered the cave. A cave on a cliff with a lot of greenery. Although we were worried at first, the cave was quite safe. The deeper we went, the more humid the air became, and wherever the sun touched, trees bore fruit." While eating a red fruit, Han-Bin and Ryu remarked, "Thanks to that, we didn't have to turn back due to lack of food." Kivier led the way, while he and Antio walked behind, chatting, and I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the path inside the cave had the chronicles of the dragon race carved on the walls. On a colorful relief was carved the battle between the 4 great heroes and the ancient dragon Cantrin, and the dragon knight Adora, who appeased the dragon king's wrath. In the bottom right corner, there was also even the story of the dragons being sealed here at Zenovia's persuasion. Antia looked on, clutching her hands in fear. That night, she sat outside the tent on guard duty, engrossed in a book. Suddenly, Han-Bin and Ryu came out of the tent, yawning, Holian, time to switch shifts. But seeing him like that, she advised, "You should sleep a little longer." Suddenly, Han-Bin and Ryu's eyes widened in surprise, and he looked at the red book on Antia's lap with curiosity. "What's that?" Casting his fishing line into the lake in front of her, Antia replied, "Burrow once told me that even with a mask on, I still couldn't hide my emotions." Then she cheerfully recounted, and that I should never reveal them in front of the enemy. So he even made me practice my expressions. Sitting to one side holding the fishing rod, Han-Bin Ryu was skeptical. "Practice expressions?" She immediately said, "Yes, scary expressions." Then Han-Bin Ryu, with nothing better to do, made a scary face and put 2 fingers on his lips to pretend it was a mustache, asking, "Like this?" Antia immediately burst out laughing. Then she said cheerfully, "You're still the same. Have you met Lord Barot?" But he replied, "No, you know he's too famous." Suddenly, Han-Bin Ryu changed the subject, but he was right. You can't hide your emotions on your face, which made Antia turn to him in doubt. Without looking at her, Han-Bin Ryu explained why he said that. "You started to look sad when you saw the painting. Is something wrong?" And glancing to the side, he clarified, "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to." Suddenly, Antia replied, "I'm actually feeling worried." She bowed her head to look at the water's surface and confided, "If this place is the dragon's summit, then Zenovia should have known. So why did she have to send us with the other hunters without any further explanation?" Han-Bin Ryu also bowed his head with a grim face as he heard her continue, "Burrow might be out there somewhere." Then Antia said, "If that's the case, then what is the purpose of a puppet like me? Will I disappear from this world if I become useless?" Antia worried grimly. "Whenever I think about it, there's really no solution." Suddenly, Han-Bin Ryu said, "I know someone like you," which made Antia look over in surprise. Inside the tent, Kivier lay under the blanket, listening to him continue. She was born to do one thing, a puppet. And to do this, she had to go through a lot, but in the end, she couldn't do it. A lonely girl stood by an abyss. this world isn't easy, is it? Having lost her purpose in life, it was as if she had lived long enough and opened her arms to welcome death. Then Han-Bin Ryu let his mind wander and recounted that puppet was finally there, crying her heart out. Hearing this, Kivier sat up in the tent, startled, and thought to herself, why did he have to say that? Suddenly, Han-Bin Ryu remembered the bright image of Kivier's happy smile and continued, but she overcame her despair. Now she is more full of life than ever and is doing her best to find out what she wants to do in this life. Hearing that, Antia praised, that's truly admirable. And Han-Bin Ryu chimed in, of course. In the tent, Kivier blushed with emotion. Suddenly, their fishing rod moved, but Han-Bin Ryu was still busy chatting. But compared to her, I don't know, I've only come this far thanks to luck. Then he yanked the fishing rod up and replied, no, maybe I couldn't have come this far without my friends. Recalling the image of the stone hammer on a shelf in the square, Han-Bin Ryu affirmed, and I think I've made up my mind. Next to the hammer were two round objects. In the middle was a red sphere, but I guess things will just happen on their own. At this moment, the hook was empty. Han-Bin Ryu thought, maybe I'm not ready to face the truth. Antia looked at the hook and said, what a pity. Hearing that, he squinted his eyes and smiled sheepishly, explaining, sorry, I guess I'm pretty bad at this. But she comforted him, it's okay, you'll get it next time. Then he advised Antia, go inside and rest. I think we have a long way to go tomorrow. At the same time, lying in the tent, Kivier sadly thought to herself, Han-Bin Ryu, deep inside the cave, stalactites grew. No one could be prepared for everything. The surface of the lake looked calm, whether it was revealing the truth to others. Somewhere in the cave, Antia stared in horror, or suddenly having the truth revealed to you. Currently, the three of them were standing in front of a giant relief, depicting Burrow kneeling on the ground, flanked by the sorceress Enovia and a man in a blue cloak with white hair. Han-Bin Ryu's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked up and wondered, what is this? Kivier turned her head to look down and replied, it seems to be a prophecy from 100 years ago. But Antia objected, a prophecy? This is vandalism. But Kivier pointed looked down. Below on the floor was a drawing of the three of them. Han-Bin Ryu was amazed. That's us, isn't it? Who drew it? To one side, Kivier turned to look at Antia and answered, the Dream Dragon Prophet. I'm sure you know who that is, right? Holian. And added, one of the 4 dragon clans that serve the Dragon King. Among them, the Dream Dragon was the last to receive the ability to see into the future from the goddesses. That dragon knew we would come here. Then Kivier placed her hand on her chest and said, and the paintings we've seen so far were all for a purpose. Even so, Antia stubbornly denied it, impossible. Then she held up the red book and shouted, I'm sure the person who wrote this book is Burrowed. There are many people he helped. And crying, Antia sobbed, so it's impossible that he's dead. To one side, Han-Bin Ryu listened in silence. Suddenly, in the lake, the water began to churn and rise. He immediately glanced over on guard, and grabbing the 2 girls, he pushed them aside and shouted, dodge. Then they all stared with wide eyes and open mouths in shock. Only Han-Bin Ryu could read the stats of that thing. Like a giant water monster, it was the Dream Dragon Prophetia, level unmeasurable. Han-Bin Ryu's face went blank with doubt when he learned. The level of a dead being cannot be measured. He couldn't believe his eyes. It's dead? And looking at the water vortex shooting up 4 claws, he thought, or maybe I'm getting an error message because its body is hidden underneath. Suddenly, a water vortex shot straight towards the 3 of them. Too fast. Kivier only had time to turn her head and raise her hand to block. But Han-Bin Ryu had already cut it off and shouted, Kivier, run to the tunnel on the other side now. At this moment, the water monster had changed its target. It wrapped around his arm. Suddenly, on the other side, Antia was also swept up high, screaming in fear. Seeing this, Han-Bin Ryu was startled and cried out in alarm. Holian. Then he grabbed onto a stream of water and pulled Antia back. But the water monster's strength was too great. It made Han-Bin Ryu's feet slide on the ground. He gritted his teeth and thought, I'm not strong enough. At this rate, we'll be pulled in. And thinking of the black serpent, he considered, I need to return to my original form, but on the other side, Antia fearfully advised, let go, you'll be dragged along if you keep holding on to me. On this side, Han-Bin Ryu squeezed his eyes shut, gritted his teeth, and cursed, damn it. Suddenly, a pink spiritual power severed the water stream. At the same time, Kivier jumped up and grabbed Antia. She smiled and looked down. Below, Han-Bin Ryu also smiled back. Then she carried Antia and ran into a nearby tunnel, while Antia called out after him, Min Ryu, and snapped at Kivier, questioning, "Why did you save me? I'm just a puppet." While running, Kivier replied, "Don't you have a job to do? If you're a puppet, then act like a puppet and focus on your mission." Then Kivier continued to carry Anya while running and said, "We better not stay there right now." Only then did Antia fall silent, but her eyes were still looking. Behind her, there, water formed a circle in midair. Meanwhile, Han-Bin Ryu had transformed into a muscular adult, his entire body radiating a bright red aura. Han-Bin Ryu clenched his fist and said, "It seems we have some unfinished business." And with a sharp gaze, he looked forward and said, "So let's begin." Han-Bin Ryu looked at the water monster tauntingly. "Then get your ass out of that water and fight me." Beside it, a stream of water reached out and wrapped around a gray sword lying on the ground. Then it threw the sword towards Han-Bin Ryu. At the same time, he raised his hand to catch the sword and examined it. The battle began immediately as the monster launched a stream of water. At this moment, a waterman suddenly appeared in front of Han-Bin Ryu and slashed down with a water sword. The impact between the two swords created a shockwave that shot out in all directions. Han-Bin Ryu frowned as he heard the Dream Dragon's voice in his head. "Humans fear the future because you only remember the past." The man in the form of water had the face of Burrowed. He said, "So if you see both, what will you become?" After that, the two rushed at each other. You attack, I defend, you strike, I parry. It seemed they were evenly matched. Han-Bin Ryu fought while observing, the Dream Dragon's voice still echoing in his head. But after just a few blows, he began to worry. He swung his sword, and on the other side, the Waterman dodged, an opponent who dodged after he attacked, yet he couldn't touch him. As the Waterman raised his sword high behind his head to strike, Han-Bin Ryu's sword aura had already slashed forward. In that instant, he only cut through the air. Then the Waterman launched a counterattack, and the blow came immediately after, as if it had been waiting for the opportunity. As Han-Bin Ryu raised his sword to block the water blow, a commentary echoed in his head. He clearly saw the attack coming, but the only thing he could do was block it. He then jumped back to dodge, while the Waterman just charged forward. Suddenly the Waterman asked, "How does it feel to be able to see the future? No matter how hard you try, you can't escape the future." Hearing this, Han-Bin Ryu just stared without comment. Suddenly the Waterman jumped up and swung his sword, saying at the same time, "You cannot escape the immutable future." Then a water blow struck him, and at the same time, the relief carving of a kneeling Burrowed cracked in two and half of it fell. At this moment, Han-Bin Ryu was furious. He radiated a red aura around his body and growled, "Future or not, you're pretty noisy inside someone else's head, and why should I have to block this weak sword? Anyway," and he manifested an aura that covered the gray sword, shouting, "Burrowed's sword is much stronger." Then he grabbed the Waterman's weapon and used his red spiritual power to form a whirlwind, shattering the Waterman and yelling, "You fake." As the Waterman's Burrowed face slowly dissolved, it said, "If so, that means," and asked Han-Bin Ryu, "You're not him, are you?" Leaving him stunned. Suddenly, it collapsed the ground where he stood and said, "If so, I will show you the real future." Looking down at his feet, Han-Bin Ryu exclaimed in shock the ground. At the same time, water flooded up to his waist. Then Han-Bin Ryu sank to the bottom of the water, finding it hard to breathe. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and was startled. What met Han-Bin Ryu's eyes now was a female dream dragon, her eyes covered by ice, submerged at the bottom of the deep sea. It said, "This is the immutable future." Suddenly, the dream dragon opened its mouth, creating a golden orb inside. This forced Han-Bin Ryu to cross his arms to shield himself from its dazzling light. At the same time, a huge beam of golden light shot straight up. Then it flew into the distance like a shooting star, while he floated in the water, pointing his sword and watching it. Then it flashed on the horizon like a brilliant star. Suddenly, the next scene Han-Bin Ryu saw was a giant tree burning fiercely. He wondered the world tree. At the same time, clusters of fire flew towards him from above like bombs. Next was a giant dragon breathing fire in the sky. Han-Bin Ryu was shocked and suspicious. "It's so big. Is that an ancient dragon?" Then he panicked, confused, and silently asked, "Why are the dragons bombarding the world tree?" Suddenly, a white monster with red eyes and wings rushed up, pointing its hand forward, its mouth wide open, screaming. However, Han-Bin Ryu just raised his sword and cut it in half. Then he turned his head in doubt. A whole flock of angels? Then dozens of them flew in and surrounded Han-Bin Ryu, making him slash until his arms were tired, and he silently exclaimed in horror, "What the hell is going on?" Han-Bin Ryu slashed one in the face and another. One rushed in for him to cut down. Suddenly, from behind, a hand reached towards Han-Bin Ryu. Realizing it, he glanced over and grabbed the person's wrist, slashing down with his sword. Then he was surprised to realize it was Antia. She opened her eyes wide in shock as she was slashed vertically down her body, stammering Eric Garen. Now, it was Han-Bin Ryu's turn to be stunned, calling out Holian. Then he supported her and shouted loudly, "Wake up, Holian." And Han-Bin Ryu tilted his head back and called out loudly, "Kiwi, where are you?" "Holian." Suddenly a hand touched his cheek. The person in Han-Bin Ryu's arms was now Kiwier. She asked, "Who are you?" Suddenly Han-Bin Ryu's face was divided into 4 parts. The left part, Kiwier questioned another person. The right part burrowed. Below the left cheek, Eric Garen. Below the right cheek, Filet Din. Then the hand caressing his cheek shattered into pieces. Someone said, "Choose." A moment later, Kiwier also completely vanished in his arms. At this moment, a blue-haired girl with a coral tree attached to her back flew over and spoke, "I have seen countless futures in my life. I thought the future could be changed." The girl with the ice-covered eyes continued, "But the prophecy is absolute. I cannot see all futures with my power, but the future I see does not deviate." Then the dream dragon prophetessia added, "Knowing about an unchangeable future is not a blessing, but a curse if you are afraid." And she offered a condition, "I can make you forget everything." Hearing this, Han-Bin Ryu angrily gritted his teeth. He raised his head and shouted, "Prophecy or not, I don't give a damn." These words startled prophetessia. Then she smiled and pointed at him, saying, "Very well, you can handle it if it's you." Then prophetessia pointed forward and said, "My final prophecy that I could not tell anyone." Something happened that made Han-Bin Ryu's jaw drop in terror. What he was seeing was the withered world tree, without a single leaf, standing tall in the middle of a crimson land. Even the sky and the sun were a demonic red. Water dripped from mushy stalactites onto the ground. Effie called out wearily, "ATAS, he's so lonely. Will he really be okay?" Leon, walking ahead, said casually, "You've said this many times. ATIS is still a dragon. He won't die, so don't worry." This made her put her hands on her hips and grimace, saying, "But he's alone, not like us. For a follower of the goddess, you have such a sharp tongue." She reproached him, so cold. He, walking ahead, replied nonchalantly, "I don't serve a dragon, so I don't care." The ancient dragon Katana, walking behind, smiled and said, "Haha, don't be so mean." She approached Effie and whispered, "It's normal for a young woman to worry about the one she likes." This statement made her jump, stammering in reply, "Hey, I'm worried about him as a comrade." She placed a hand on her head and gently patted it comfortingly. "Don't worry, although I've only met him briefly. This is very brave." She said softly, "I'm sure he'll be fine. Trust this 800-year-old dragon." She smiled. This comfort relaxed Effie's facial muscles, and she quickly replied, "Yes." Leon's hand suddenly blocked her way, saying, "Wait." He looked ahead seriously and said, "Something is coming." A noise echoed from the distance in the earthen cellar. Leon and Effie's eyes widened in unison. She became cheerful and looked ahead, calling out, called out Miss Kiwi. From a distance, Kiwi held Holian's hand and ran hurriedly towards them. Effie couldn't see the person next to her clearly and asked, "Who is that behind her?" Katana, standing behind the two, looked and said, "Holian." She shouted in astonishment, "What?" Kiwi called out loudly, "Leon, get over here and help me right now." Leon's fists landed continuously. He shouted, "Wake up!" Han-Bin Ryu quickly spat out a large mouthful of water. A series of coughs followed. Immediately, cough, cough, cough. Han-Bin Ryu sat up and looked at the person beside him, weakly calling Leon. He brushed his hair back and scolded, "You idiot! How many more times are you going to try to kill yourself?" Suddenly, Han-Bin Ryu shouted, "Where is that dragon?" Leon asked in bewilderment, "What dragon? You were the only one down there." He asked, startled, "Huh?" Han-Bin Ryu remembered the scene from the prophecy before. The hand that was on his cheek suddenly started to fade away. He opened his eyes wide and asked, "What about Kiwi? Is she okay?" Leon sat down on the floor and replied, "She's waiting with Effie out there, so your identity won't be revealed." He lay back and let out a breath. "What? That's a relief." Leon narrowed his eyes and said, "That's a strange thing to ask." He sat up and looked at him, replying, "Huh? It's nothing, just worried about a comrade." Suddenly a voice echoed in the lake. "If you say so, then I'm a bit curious what Two Stripes showed you to make you say that." It was Katana. She smiled and looked at him, saying, "The rumored Sir Burrowed." She asked, "Aren't you Eric Garen?" Han-Bin Ryu evasively replied, "I don't know any name like that." Leon's face darkened as he said, "She has her circumstances, just tell the truth." Leon suddenly looked at him and asked, instead, "What prophecy did you see? What will happen to Kiwi?" A moment later, Kiwi shouted in astonishment. A great ancient dragon appears and burns down the world tree. "Are you sure?" He said slowly, "I told Leon and the captain, the ancient dragon lady here, that's what I saw." Holian held her forehead wearily and said, "But this doesn't make any sense." He replied, "I don't know when this will happen, but is it that serious?" Holian's eyes drooped as she explained. The world tree was the first creation of the goddesses on the realm of Radi. It provides oxygen and food for the first creatures in Lat. Kiwi continued, "Not only that, the world tree also radiates a huge amount of life force that protects this world, one of the few artifacts created directly by the goddesses." She continued thoughtfully, "If the world tree is burned down, the barrier will also disappear." In her mind, horrific, gray images immediately appeared. She continued, "A complete destruction awaits Rat, a catastrophe even more terrible than 1 or 200 Ambrose gates opening at the same time." Han-Bin Ryu thought pensively. At this time, with Gaian and Zenobia still controlling the power of the Dark Goddess, it makes things even worse. Effie raised her hand to cover her mouth and exclaimed, "But you said an ancient dragon, a creation of the goddess, would do that? Why?" He crossed his arms and said, "Part of the prophecy was a bit vague, so I can't guess the exact meaning. So I don't think we should immediately conclude that what I saw was a dragon." Katana's voice suddenly rang out, "No, that was definitely a dragon." Katana raised her hand to her chin and said slowly, "The only fire that can burn everything, including the creations of the goddesses, only lies with the breath of a dragon." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone stared in astonishment. Leon said in a low voice, "Currently, if the dragon's curse continues to grow, this is not impossible." Holian muttered in a low voice, "A prophecy, I don't want to believe it all." Effie couldn't close her mouth and exclaimed, "I can't believe it either." Kiwi frowned and asked urgently, "Are there any more prophecies? Like what happens after that?" Han-Bin Ryu was startled and stammered. "What happens after that? There is a war with the angels." He again remembered the scene of Kiwi dying in his arms. Katana suddenly cut in, smiling and saying, "And that's enough. Knowing now won't do much good. Let's keep moving." Time passed, and they walked in single file through the cellar. Suddenly, Katana spoke up. "A prophecy is like a death sentence where you don't know the time of execution. As soon as you know about it, it becomes a curse, not a prophecy." She asked, "So why make others bear the burden too, right?" He nodded slightly, thinking that's definitely true. Han-Bin Ryu looked back and thought, especially with Holian. He said to himself, her comrades turned on each other, and in the end, those closest her died. She must be very confused about whether the pictures drawn that way are correct or not. He continued to think, if I tell her the rest, it would be really hard for Holian to stay calm. Holian's sad face was bowed down. She thought of the time she stood before Gaian and Zenobia, that seductive voice echoing, "Holian, we humans don't have much time, but with the blessing of the demon god, eternal life is no longer just a dream." The three of them stood before a large picture depicting one person kneeling and two people fighting each other. She closed her eyes slightly and thought, "Gaian, Zenobia, it can't be true, right?" She said to herself, "Because Burrowed is definitely still alive." Han-Bin Ryu maintained a thoughtful expression, thinking, that must be what she's thinking, but it's hard to say that Kiwi's death is certain. He looked towards Kiwi and thought, at that time it was like she vanished like an illusion, and then there's this worry too. He bowed his head and said to himself, "But I think, is it because of the final prophecy?" A bare treetop appeared under the moonlight. He thought, I'm sure there was something very different about it, but I can't remember. Katana, walking in front, said softly, "Don't worry too much. Prophetecia didn't even tell my friend, her own kind. That prophecy, sometimes ignorance is bliss, that's what she used to say." She thought a friend of hers. She continued, but someone who said that tried to stay in this world, waiting for you just to pass on one last prophecy. She clenched the piece of cloth in her hand and said, I'm sure there must be a reason. He asked foolishly, a reason? She suddenly said, what if you have something that attracted her? He smiled, so what about you? Were you attracted here by me too? She replied softly, that's true. My identity is still the captain of the Holy Knights. She stopped, and everyone looked ahead curiously. All of their eyes widened. He muttered, isn't this? He exclaimed, the inside of a volcano. They were standing in front of a large lake filled with lava. Effie looked up and said, I was wondering why it was so hot. It turns out it's because of this volcano. Leon took a few soft sniffs and said, but there's no smell of a volcano. Translator's note, unerupted volcanoes often have the foul smell of sulfur. Kiwi replied softly, this is no ordinary volcano. She suddenly said, you have a sharp eye. This is not a natural volcano. She explained, the Dragon King Cantron, in his torment upon learning he had burned down a city while under the influence of the curse. To atone for that sin, he sealed himself here. In addition, he burned all his remaining dragon power so that the dragons would not freeze to death here. She continued, the result is this volcano, which became the king's furnace. She bowed her head and said softly, it's heartbreaking, isn't it? He looked at her and asked, could you possibly be? She cut him off, but everything should have an end. She took out an orb and stood before the mouth of the lava lake. She said softly, and an end to the curse. In an instant, the orb in her hand lit up. She held the orb in her hand and said, the antidote. She continued, that is the only way to cure the dragon's curse. Leon looked at her and asked, freeing the dragons from the curse, was that your real purpose? But if that was really your goal, we would have helped you if you had told us sooner. Han-Bin Ryu joyfully clenched his fists and said with a smile, that's right, because breaking the curse is a prerequisite to preventing the dragon's prophecy. Katana released her hand, letting the orb fly up, and said, who knew things would turn out like this? They stood before the hot lava flow, the orb flying high and glowing. The holes in the orb emitted a source of bright light. The surroundings were immediately disturbed. Han-Bin Ryu said, it's working. Leon frowned and asked, it's moving. Leon looked around and said, this whole volcano is shaking, right? As their vision zoomed out, the orb began to absorb the lava in this place. From the middle of the lava flow, a red orb flew up, surrounded by countless streams of churning lava. The large lava orb flew closer to Katana. Han-Bin Ryu looked at it and stammered, wait, is this for real? She looked at it and said softly, it's been too long. We've made you wait too long. She called Cantron. A humanoid figure with a dragon's tail appeared, surrounded by lava and blazing fire. The system panel appeared. Dragon Emperor Cantron, level indeterminable, cause, deceased. Kiwi's eyes widened as she said, Gah. Holian also couldn't help but let out Doctor. Effie called out in astonishment. Han-Bin Ryu smiled faintly. He suddenly laughed out loud, standing with his hands on his hips before Cantron, who was high above. Leon turned back and asked, have you finally gone mad? He put his hand behind his head and said, this time you must be trying to test us. Again, he pointed at him and said, but we didn't come here to fight. We just want to break the curse and prevent the prophecy. He continued, that's why I'm here, and was given the prophecy. His voice boomed, and Sir Cantron's face became angry. He broke into a light sweat, frozen, and asked, okay. Cantron frowned tightly, radiating an incredible heat. He waved his hand, and countless pieces of lava flew down, making Han-Bin Ryu's group turn and run in chaos. Leon shouted, what nonsense are you spouting, you idiot? So cliché. He shouted as he ran, why is he like this? Does he not like the antidote? Captain Katana, carrying Holian, replied softly, this has nothing to do with the antidote. Captain Katana said, that over there is just a remnant given form to seal the victims of the curse. It will attack anyone with all its might. Cantron continued to throw lava rocks. Down. She turned her head to look behind and said, he's dead, but still so stubborn. We have to find a way to buy time for the antidote to mix with Cantron's lava. She looked at the antidote orb still on Cantron's chest and continued, the more power Cantron uses, the faster the process will be. Effie shouted as she ran, we have to make him stronger than he is now. If we hesitate, we'll all become fossils, and what's more, the exit is also blocked. In front of them, the exit was blocked by a pile of fallen rocks and dirt. Holian turned her head to look behind and called out in alarm. Everyone, she said, we have to. As Cantron's hand raised, Up. He created an extremely large lava ball. Holian shouted, "Dodge, quick!" The lava ball flew straight down from above towards them, a group of people as small as ants. Effie's mouth hung open and her eyes widened as she screamed. "How the hell are we supposed to dodge that?" Han-Bin Ryu shouted, "Effie." Then he snatched the two swords from her back and said, "I'm borrowing your swords." Then he charged straight towards the ball in front of everyone. Instantly, a blinding light flashed, and space seemed to freeze. The lava ball was slashed into many pieces by him. Holian looked in that direction and thought to herself, that's a high-class attack with just one move. Then she, Effie, and Kiwi were suddenly brought into a turquoise space. It turned out that Leon had put them in a barrier box. Outside, only he, Han-Bin Ryu, and Captain Katana remained. Leon put on his mask and said, "So we just need to keep forcing him to use his full power like this. But can you manage in this form?" Captain Katana held her sword and smiled, saying, "Cantron once defeated even borrowed." Han-Bin Ryu sat up and said, "I have no choice." Cantron's feet landed on the lava surface. He continued, "Because that's not Cantron's real self." Han-Bin Ryu continued, "Then don't I have a chance to?" Cantron quickly took an attack stance. He growled, "If we break the curse and prevent the prophecy right here," he said firmly, "then the fate of those two will change." The people on Kiwi's side could only sit helplessly in the barrier and wait for the ones outside to finish fighting. Han-Bin Ryu held his sword out in front of him and said seriously, "I won't let the prophecy decide everything." He slid past Leon and said, "But that's just talk. If I think I'm about to lose, I'll return to my original form." He replied, "If we just have to force him to use his full power, then I alone am enough." Captain Katana smiled and muttered, "Tough men are always welcome." Leon rushed forward, gliding across the lava surface. His face was serious, his eyes cold as he looked ahead. Cantron swung his arm to attack. He quickly ducked to avoid the blow. Immediately after, he quickly got into a counterattack stance. His fist swung powerfully towards Cantron, sending Sir Cantron flying several meters away. Cantron's whole body glowed. Leon advanced, swinging his sword to finish him. A turquoise light shot straight up into the sky. He swung his sword repeatedly at Cantron. Leon's powerful hand swung straight up. The light spread out around them like a sphere of water. Suddenly, Cantron's wings spread wide, and the light disappeared. Cantron grabbed Leon's sword. He frowned and said, "From what I've seen, your power is increasing faster than expected." He continued, "But you still have to use more power." Han-Bin Ryu quickly seized the opportunity. He flew straight up behind Cantron and swung his sword. Leon continued, "That is if you don't want a boring end." Boom! The lava on the volcano's peak shot high up, in complete contrast to the peaceful scenery below. The girl sitting by the window saw this scene and was suddenly startled. Cantron turned around in surprise. Above was Han-Bin Ryu attacking downwards. Just as Cantron was about to flee, he realized that his feet had been frozen at some point. The paladin captain had used her ice sword to stop Cantron's feet. She laughed and said, "Please forgive me, just bear with it for a little while." Cantron was endlessly furious. Immediately after, Han-Bin Ryu slashed down without hesitation. Cantron angrily wanted to raise his hand to strike him. The blow was aimed straight at Han-Bin Ryu, but was blocked by Leon, who stepped forward. He knocked Cantron's hand away. Holian said in amazement, "This is unbelievable." Holian watched them fight in amazement and said, "Although I am a spiritualist, I could never have imagined a fighting style like that." She observed Leon's fighting style and said, "He continuously casts enhancement spells on himself while predicting his comrades' movements and setting up corresponding platforms." She glanced at Han-Bin Ryu. At the same time, Eric dashed off as if everything had been arranged beforehand. Effie said excitedly, "Because those two are always like cats and dogs, I thought they didn't have a good connection. But their combat coordination is more seamless than I expected." Kiwi softly added, "It's because they're always honest with each other that they argue." Often, Kiwi looked at them and said proudly, "Because they're always honest with each other, they do argue a lot. But because of that, they also clearly understand each other's strengths and weaknesses. That's why they can place their complete trust in each other and fight together." The sight of Han-Bin Ryu and Leon fighting in perfect sync was truly admirable. The two of them worked in harmony to deal with Cantron. But suddenly, Cantron flashed a sinister smile. The paladin captain immediately noticed something was wrong. She hurriedly shouted, "Get away now." But right after that, a fire dragon emerged from below. Kiwi called out worriedly. Bin, Leon. The two of them were now facing the dragon's mouth. The scorching flames burned Han-Bin Ryu's boots. He shouted in panic, "It's so hot." Meanwhile, Leon, while trying to hold the dragon's mouth, said, "Don't overreact like that." Seeing this, Han-Bin Ryu quickly said, "Hey Leon, you're being too stubborn." He frowned and retorted, "A power that can incinerate even gods. Let's see if I can stand against it." Ouroboros. As soon as the incantation was spoken, the dragon's mouth began to show signs of melting. But looking inside, a fireball was being created. Leon was terrified. Dragon's breath. He quickly kicked Han-Bin Ryu away. Leon shouted, "Get back." After that, he also quickly let go of the dragon's mouth and immediately activated his shield for protection. A blast of power pushed Leon up. Han-Bin Ryu screamed in terror. "Leon!" Kiwi quickly rode Effie to Han-Bin Ryu's position and called out, "Bin." After one attack, the dragon seemed visibly tired. Kiwi had also caught Han-Bin Ryu. She immediately said, "The lava is rising, so we have to go." Effie was also terrified. "We have to get out of this volcano now." Her voice made Holian ask in surprise, "A talking wyvern?" Effie angrily scolded, "Is this the time to be surprised?" As everyone flew out of the volcano, they saw Cantron's body gradually growing larger. Effie said in horror, "The remnants of Cantron are getting bigger." Kiwi seemed calmer than before. "If we want to break the curse, nothing is more important than forcing him to use his full power." Suddenly, Han-Bin Ryu realized something. "Wait, what about the captain of the Holy Knights?" Holian also said in a panic, after the lava surged in, "I haven't seen her at all." Han-Bin Ryu asked worriedly, "So what we do now?" Suddenly, Effie stopped abruptly. Han-Bin Ryu was startled and said, "Hey Effie, if you stop so suddenly." The sight before her brought tears to Effie's eyes. Seeing Atis appear in the grasp of another dragon, she said softly, "That is a cursed dragon." Atis waved cheerfully. "Hey everyone." Termia looked at Effie with contempt and said, "A talking wyvern. Just looking at it is annoying." Effie shouted angrily, "What did you say? Who are you? Let Atis go." The Thunder Dragon flew over to intervene. "Wait, we are not enemies." The Thunder Dragon picked up Leon and said, "This seems to be your comrade, right?" His charred appearance made Han-Bin Ryu unable to resist teasing. "Looks like you're a bit crispy from being overcooked." "Leon," he threatened angrily, "say one more word and you're dead." Atis said, "I'll explain in detail later, but you can trust these dragons." Electrian asked, "However, just what were you thinking, waking up Cantron?" Kiwi replied, "We came here to break the dragon curse." The Thunder Dragon asked, stunned, "Break the curse? Who are you?" Suddenly, the paladin captain appeared in dragon form and coiled around Cantron. When she saw the Thunder Dragon, she greeted him cheerfully, "Long time no see, Electrian." The Thunder Dragon called out, stunned, "Queen." Upon hearing this title, Han-Bin Ryu and the others were utterly horrified. "Queen. Queen." At that same moment, the paladin captain had wrapped tightly around Cantron. The hot lava made her groan slightly in pain. Effie asked in fear, "What are you doing? No matter how strong you are, if you do that." The paladin captain replied silently, "Compared to the pain he had to endure because of my mistake, this is nothing. This is the final step of deploying the antidote. I must deploy the antidote and cool Cantron's lava." She succeeded in dealing with Cantron. Ash from Cantron flew everywhere, and the paladin captain hurriedly absorbed it. She said to herself, "And whoever absorbs the ash." The antidote also fell straight into the lava below, with Cantron's disappearance. At the same time, at Queen Holian's location, she was sipping her tea. Queen Holian said wearily, "Although you are in elf country and helping as much as you can, I still feel like I'm bothering you, but I'm still very worried." Zenobia smiled and asked, "Ah, are you worried about your other self? She's only been gone for a week. Just be patient and wait. Besides, you're the one who lent me this laboratory, so feel free to visit whenever you like." Queen Holian was grateful. "Thank you, Zenobia. That's true, but I'm worried because I only recently found out that area is the lair of the ancient dragons." She couldn't help but worry. "My other self probably doesn't know anything yet. What if she gets attacked by a cursed dragon?" Zenobia reassured her, "Don't worry. I believe in my magic tools. They're my pride. I don't produce fragile goods." Zenobia pointed to the blueprint of the antidote and said, "But that's if they're used correctly. Now let's do what we need to do." a group of people gathered to heal the person lying unconscious on the ground. The one being treated was none other than the paladin. She had severe injuries on her body. Leon focused on healing her while Termia, Electrian, and Atis were extremely worried. Holian was also concentrating fully to help her recover quickly under the hopeful gazes of Ipir, Minryu, and Kiwi. After a long while, the paladin woke up and called out with difficulty. Electrian, Termia. Immediately, Termia called out loudly, "Your Highness!" Electrian hurriedly asked, "You're awake?" She didn't answer them, but just looked at the curse core on Termia and said dejectedly, "Ah, perhaps the curse hasn't been broken yet." She said, both angry and sad. "I was certain that magic tool was created to break the curse, but it seems that woman had no intention of letting us escape." To Holian's astonishment, she asserted, "Zenobia tricked us." Then she turned to advise, "Holian, you must learn to live in the present instead of focusing on the past." The paladin used her fading breath to advise her, "Trust what you see instead of relying solely on your feelings." Then she turned to call Atis. And Atis, he immediately answered her, "I'm here." She carefully instructed him, "Zenobia is a person with great pride. She will use every opportunity to show off her knowledge." Her voice grew weaker and weaker. "I know that somehow you will figure out the secret of this magic tool." Her words made him a little curious. "Figured out." At this moment, Electrian picked up the paladin and said, "We cannot continue to treat the queen here. Let's move to a safe place first." He used a pleading tone to request everyone, "Please, everyone, follow us." He invited everyone to the dragon's nest, to the lair of the ancient dragons. A while later, the paladin was brought to the lair of the ancient dragons, with Holian watching over her. A voice spoke amidst her sadness. "It seems she has exhausted the Dragon Emperor's remaining life force. The consequences of a phantom dragon absorbing life force are immeasurable." Leon came to a rather sad conclusion. "I'm sure an ancient dragon like her is always ready to accept death." However, in front of everyone, he also affirmed, "But for now, nothing is certain." Suddenly, someone angrily slammed their fist on the floor and growled, "Zenobia!" Minryu was furious and swore, "She has done countless despicable things. I swear the next time I see her, I will crush her." Hearing this, Kamofria also chimed in, "Hey human, you've read my mind, but that alone is not enough." Her anger was similar to his, but her methods were far more ruthless. "How dare you think that crushing her is enough for what she did to our queen? I will burn her alive until she begs for death." Kiwi then spoke up, "As we said before, we fully support this, but to do that, we must defeat the divine beast and get out of here." However, this plan was rejected by Electrian. "That is impossible." His rejection startled Kamofria, who called out his name indignantly. Electrian. He ignored her and insisted on his decision. "As the leader of the dragons in the Dragon Emperor's stead, I do not approve of you attacking the divine beast before the dragon curse is broken." Hearing this, Atis also disagreed and questioned loudly, "Wait a minute, Electrian, you agreed to let me and the hunters fight the divine beast as long as it didn't involve the dragons. Did you just get struck by lightning and go crazy?" Seeing him fly into a rage, Ipir called out, "Sir Atis." After being yelled at by him, he slowly replied, "Atis, the situation is different now." He mentioned the prophecy, especially the oracle that appeared before their eyes. His voice trembled as he explained why he wouldn't allow it. "If it's true that a cursed dragon will burn down the world tree, then defeating the divine beast now is very dangerous because it will leave this area unprotected. The dragon race could be consumed by the curse and lose control." Hearing this, Atis let out a breath and said nonchalantly, "So all we need to do is break the curse, right?" Then he turned and called, "Everyone!" He smiled and suggested, "Let's go to my place now." A moment later, everyone followed him to his house in the lair of the ancient dragons. Along the way, both dragons and people greeted him. "Atis, are these new friends?" A hunter friend asked in confusion. "Hey, Atis, what happened at the volcano? You guys." Before anything else, a dragon friend asked for a favor. "Sir Atis, could you please check on my house's pump later?" Atis was, of course, very friendly with everyone here. Termia walked beside him like his wife. On Minryu's side, everyone was bewildered, wondering, what is happening? Why is Atis so popular? Then he turned to look at Ipir and saw her dissatisfied face, so he decided to praise the weather instead. "The air here is so fresh." As for her, She didn't understand why she was so annoyed and thought to herself, our ATIS is truly talented. It seemed she was jealous of Termia, but since when did she become so close to Sir ATIS, and she's sticking to him like glue? So she also came up with an idea. I can hold his hand too. No sooner said than done. She spoke up, changing the subject. It's so peaceful here, maybe because wyverns are also like dragons. Just then, she was about to grab Adiz's hand, but missed. Since I don't know the way around here well, I should hold Sir Adiz's hand, right? This missed opportunity left her frozen in place. Then she suddenly looked up. At that moment, ATIS was exclaiming in shock. Termia, what's wrong? You almost made me fall. Termia replied innocently. A bug was flying towards him. As if speaking wasn't enough, she also put on the most punchable face to mock someone else. And that someone else was Ipir, who was green with anger. So childish. Thinking it wasn't enough, she also muttered, having fun, are you? It seemed she was determined to compete with Termia to the end. She thought, is this the first time I've met someone who clings to Sir ATIS? In her heart, she calmed herself with the sentence, at least I have to act like an adult. But being an adult in her mind meant ignoring that maturity and jumping into fight for ATIS with Termia. Minryu saw this scene and asked with a ... expression, should we intervene? If not, ATIS will be split into two pieces, at and is. Suddenly, Kiwi spoke up to remind him, you should learn this lesson too. Her words confused him. What? On Ipir's side, she was trying her best to win. Sir ATS, let's go that way. Termia wasn't about to back down either. This is the right way. How would you know where our house is when it's your first time here? Her question startled Ipir. Our house. A while later, at a large house on a hill, Termia proudly introduced to everyone. This is where ATIS and I live. We've lived here for 5 years. These words left Ipir stunned again. What? Minryu asked in horror. ATIS, what is she saying? ATIS then laughed loudly and replied, I was going to tell you guys sooner, but everyone seemed distant, so I'm only telling you now. He explained slowly. Time flows faster in here than outside. I don't know how much time has passed outside, but it's been 5 years in here. Hearing that, Minryu said, for us, it's only been a week. Regardless of what anyone was saying, Ipir's focus was only on 5 years living together. Suddenly, there was the sound of hurried footsteps inside the house. A baby dragon ran out from somewhere and hugged ATIS. You're back. Why didn't you tell me? Termia gently stroked the little girl's head while he told her, say hello to everyone. The baby dragon obediently did so. Hello. This scene truly shocked Ipir. There's a child too. Not just one baby dragon, but 3 other baby dragons ran in from somewhere with joyful expressions. Kiwi looked at these kids with a delighted expression. So cute. As for Ipir, she seemed about to faint. And then she really did faint. Everyone saw this and called out worriedly. Ipir, the baby dragon in Adiz's arms, saw this and asked in confusion, Teacher, what's wrong with that lady? After the situation had stabilized, ATIS explained, during the 5 years I've lived here, I've been the children's teacher. He also clarified the reason for his closeness with Termia. I needed the core to research the curse. Termia helped me a lot with that. His late explanation made Ipir exclaim, Then you should have said so from the beginning. My goodness, Sir ATS. Hearing that, he could only give a wry smile. Then a somewhat sad voice was heard. 5 years? That's quite a long time, isn't it? Minryu said sincerely. Sorry for being late. You must have been worried. Seeing his self-reproach, ATIS immediately comforted him. This is why I found it a bit tough to talk to everyone. The people here are very good to me, and the climate is warm. I have nothing to worry about. Moreover, he also asserted with full confidence, because I knew for sure that my friends would never be in life-threatening danger in this place. His firm declaration moved Ipir deeply. Sir ATIS. At this point, Kiwi also spoke up. Speaking of the time difference, it goes against the laws laid out by Rat. Leon asked worriedly, a power great enough to defy Rat's laws. Could it be an artifact? ATIS also confirmed his question was correct, just as Sir Leon said. There's an artifact here that can control time, but I believe the memory cylinder was just a decoy and it never really existed. Hearing this, Minryu also chimed in, because it's obviously an item we need. Before he could finish, Kiwi interrupted. I'm not even surprised anymore. At this moment, ATIS introduced what he was researching. But thanks to that, I had time to study the decline of the dragon race, the law of balance and magic. He stated what he had learned, saying that the rat people's magic is activated by natural mana, and the world tree is the source of natural mana. But this curse is different. It draws energy from some magic stones inside the host body. Omplauz's magic is activated by magic crystals. He enthusiastically explained his research to everyone. Of course, after the dungeons started appearing, the rat people began to collect magic crystals from monsters. But the rat people's magic and Omplauz's magic are different in both quality and usage. After listening to him for a while, Minryu felt like he was listening to gibberish. You said a lot, but I don't understand much. Say it so I can understand. Atis was quite annoyed with his friend's stupidity, but he still emphasized his point until the chalk broke, speaking concisely. From what I've learned, he came to a conclusion. Omplauz's magic caused the decline of the dragon race, and there is a spell that all of us know. He stated the name of this spell, Guideline for the Otherworlder. His statement made Minryu ask blankly, "You think the Guideline and the Dragon Curse are the same?" However, his conclusion was not that. Of course not. I think the decline of the dragon race was an experiment that only had the killing feature of the Guideline. After listening for a while, Leon also expressed his agreement with Adiz's research. Otherworlders started appearing 40 years ago, and the decline of the dragon race began 100 years ago. So that hypothesis is completely plausible. That also means they experimented on the dragons first, right? Ipir also contributed her opinion. That's right. From the demon lord Omplauz's perspective, the dragons were a thorn in his side after they destroyed the ancient monsters. Hearing this part, Kiwi sadly concluded, "In the end, only Omplauz can break the curse." Atis closed his eyes and replied, "Right." But suddenly he added, "I used to think so too, but after I saw the inscription on this magic tool, I thought differently." He waved his wand and said, "This is not an artifact taken from a dungeon." Ipir sat quietly listening and watching what he was doing. It's not rat people's magic either. He tapped the magic tool with his wand and asserted, "I'm sure this is a magic tool created by Zenovia." Instantly, a strange phenomenon occurred, mixed with his voice, and the incantation was Omplauz's magic. Another surprise was that they were in their complete form. Kiwi, at this moment, was both surprised by what she saw and asked loudly, "Are you trying to say that Zenovia can use Omplauz's magic?" Ipir also spoke up, "But I saw with my own eyes that it failed when used to break the curse." Hearing that, Atis immediately explained, "In theory, this magic tool has no flaws. It's just that Zenovia didn't tell everyone how to use it." He looked up at the magic circle before him and said, "For example, she never revealed the activation condition for Omplauz's magic." Suddenly, Leon thought of something. Could it be the magic crystal? Atis smiled with satisfaction and replied, "Yes, that's it. This magic tool needs a magic crystal to work." He added with certainty, "And it has to be an extremely powerful one." Hesitantly saying his next words, he took something out. Suddenly he placed a box in front of everyone. "There's only one monster with such a powerful crystal, the key to solving everything." He opened the box. Inside was a spear and declared the solution to the dragon curse, the magic crystal of a divine beast. After hearing him, Minryu argued, "That's easier said than done. Even Borot had a very hard time killing one." However, Atis replied with certainty, "You say that, but even if we objected, you would still hunt it down, right, Han-Bin?" After reaching an agreement, Minryu declared loudly, "All right, let's go skewer a divine beast together, then we can get out of here." Everyone shouted together, unaware that Termia had been eavesdropping on them from the window all this time. "We can definitely do it." Termia sadly wondered, "Atis, are you leaving soon?" Night fell, and Holian was still sitting and watching over the paladin. Her face was pensive and full of thought. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The visitor was Leon. He asked, "How is the queen?" Seeing him, Holian called out, "Ah, Sir Leon." Then she answered his question. "Her body is stable, but that doesn't mean she's okay." Seeing no one else there but her, he also asked, "What about the others?" She also informed him, "They've gone to rest." So he also sat down next to her and suggested, "Let me look after her. You should go rest too." But she just replied, "Yes, thank you." And then she just sat there with him without going anywhere. Neither of them said a word to each other. Suddenly, Holian hesitantly mentioned, It's a pity the Dark Alliance has been disbanded." Leon continued, saying, "It's just a fitting end for those who serve the gods but are too arrogant. It's unavoidable." After saying this, they both fell silent again. She was again the one to break the silence and ask, "The Dark Goddess losing her power, is it related to Zenovia and Gaian?" After that question, she received no answer from him. After a moment of silence, he answered with a single word, "Yes." It seemed this answer made her even sadder. I understand, I'm sorry. She kept saying, I'm sorry. As she spoke, she cried with deep regret. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Despite her apologies, Leon was very cold. I'm sorry. On another side, someone held Zenovia's magic tool and asked, is this the key to breaking the curse? ATIS quickly explained to Electrian. After checking it many times, I don't think this magic tool has any traps. Maybe Zenovia is too confident in her own magic, or she thinks we're idiots, he said excitedly. And to use it, before he could finish, Electrian interrupted to say it for him. You need the magic crystal of a divine beast. He also explained how he knew this. Tomia told me earlier that you might be leaving this place soon. Then he objected to his plan. I will not allow you to carry out this plan. Hearing that, he could only say, I understand how Tomia feels, but this is the best thing we can do. However, Electrian said, it's not just because of Tomia. His words made ATIS unable to hold back and question loudly. Then why not? This is the best way to break the curse. The more you talk, the more absurd it sounds. He remained calm and replied, perhaps I still have many shortcomings in this position, but for now, I am still the leader of the dragons in place of the Dragon Emperor. In the dark of night, his confession echoed. For a long time, determining what is best for the dragon race has always troubled me. Then he turned around and called. ATIS. Electrian stated with disappointment, this curse cannot be broken. To Artis's surprise, he explained everything for the safety of the dragon species. A girl looks in the mirror and sees dark spots appearing under her jaw. She immediately uses a powder puff to take some powder from the compact. Then she pats it onto those dark spots to cover them up. Finished, Kiwi closes the powder compact, not very pleased. Suddenly, behind Kiwi, someone offers her a bouquet of flowers and shyly speaks up. Excuse me. Kiwi turns her head, her eyes glancing down at the bouquet. The other person says, I hope you'll understand, but there's something I want to say. Then the other person hastily blurts out, I was overwhelmed by your beauty from the first moment I saw you, and asks, please, could you tell me your name? My name is Zian. Kiwi is surprised to see the man bow 90 degrees, holding the bouquet with both hands and extending it towards her. She says in confusion, what? Behind a wall, two people are watching the conversation. The one on top, wearing sunglasses, looks at Zianro with disdain and asks, why does he look so anxious? The person below with a half-covered face replies, anxious? You don't know anything, yet you dare to comment. The two look at Leandro's flustered, sweating face and his clenched jaw. Then the masked man says, he's actually a master player and also the author of the Golden Armor Knight's dating manual. He's just pretending to make a good impression on his target. Kiwi, holding her powder compact, says to Leandro, you said you were overwhelmed after seeing me. Are you trying to say I'm more beautiful than an average woman? Leandro, still holding the bouquet towards her, hesitantly replies, I didn't mean to compare, but if I had to describe it in words, then yes, that's highly likely. She gently replies, I understand. Then she gives a gentle smile, her bright face looking very captivating to others, and she continues to speak very softly. Then she answers, my name is Kiwi. Kiwi's smile is so bright, it almost outshines Leandro. He stammers to himself, she smiled. Kiwi. Is her name Kiwi? Rule 102 of the Golden Armor Knight's dating manual. If a woman smiles at you, it's a sign she's already interested in you. Suddenly, Leandro stands up straight, stammering each word, if that's the case. Then he asks in a louder voice, Miss Kiwi, could you tell me your ideal type of man? She says in surprise, my ideal type of man? He replies sincerely, I want to know what kind of man catches your eye. Kiwi touches her cheek with her index finger, thinking as she answers, if I have to talk about the type of man I like. She says, perhaps someone tall, big, and reliable. Han-Bin Ryu appears from somewhere, yawning so wide that tears well up. He raises his hand to greet Kiwi and asks, hey Kiwi, what's with all the noise so early in the morning? Then Kiwi and Han-Bin Ryu turn and walk away, leaving the man with the bouquet behind. They chat as they walk. She says, our mission today is to survey this place. He scratches his head in confusion and asks, where are the others? She replies, they're probably still resting. What about me? Han-Bin Ryu asks Kiwi resentfully. Leandro stands frozen in place, repeating Kiwi's words, tall, big, and reliable. He questions himself, aren't I taller and bigger than him? The masked man silently stares at Leandro. Then he advises Leandro, Never judge a book by its cover, man. Hearing this, Leandro falls silent, looking down at the ground. Then Leandro suddenly speaks up, saying, "What are you talking about, you bastard?" The scenery before them is beautiful, castles with a majestic high mountain behind them, making one exclaim, "This place is so peaceful in the upper dragon's lair." The person continues to speak. Humans and dragons live together in peace. Although they are two different species, they still laugh and joke happily while working. Han-Bin Ryu puts his hand behind his head, lies on the grass, closes his eyes to enjoy this peaceful feeling, and says, "The reason is that they have to cooperate to survive in a confined space." Kiwi sits on the grass, looking at him happily and praises, "That's a sharp observation." He replies confidently, "I may look like this, but I'm over 40 years old and my survival knowledge is no joke." Kiwi asks with curiosity, "But don't you find it inconvenient?" Han-Bin Ryu calmly replies, "Quite the opposite. Maybe because my body is smaller than before, but now people pay less attention to me." He continues happily, "After all, this is my original form." Kiwi stares at her own hand and repeats his words, "Original form." Han-Bin Ryu suddenly sits up and exclaims, "Ah, I don't think I've told you yet, have I? The reason I hate plows to the very bone." Right at this moment, he spoke about the evolutionary period of species in a bizarre way. First, the ancient ape was a middle school boy, then a high school boy, next the army, and finally wrath. I was so close to having a college romance. Kiwi says indifferently, "Quite a grand dream. I wonder if anything would be different if you lived in this world with that personality?" He shouts loudly, "What do you mean? My dream is truly grand." Han-Bin Ryu says while imagining living happily with his family in a house with a small field, and a happy family filled with laughter. He wishes, "I just want a simple life like that." Kiwi smiles and looks at him, saying, "But I guess you're a little interested in that, aren't you? You and Artist are so close, I thought you two had feelings for each other." He frowns at her and says, "The way you say things can easily cause misunderstandings." Han-Bin Ryu says while recalling a moment with his friend, "Artist helped me countless times during the most difficult period of my life. Of course, we're close." He continues, "It's rare to find someone as reliable as him." Suddenly, behind a tree, an orange-haired girl appears, observing Kiwi and Han-Bin Ryu's conversation. The girl listens in silence. It's Artist. She suddenly steps out, interrupting the conversation, saying, "Miss Kiwi, Han-Bin, there you are." Both turn around at the same time. Han-Bin replies, "Oh, Artist? What have you been doing? You've been gone since last night. Where have you been? Effie was looking for you too." Artist smiles and replies, "I had a few things to think about, but Miss Kiwi." Artist asks Kiwi, "Could I borrow Han-Bin for a moment?" He says in surprise, "Me?" A moment later, they both go to a place where Artist says, "Perhaps behind that door is a sleeping divine beast, but to open that lock, the presence of a dragon is required." Han-Bin Ryu looks up at the door and exclaims, "This dungeon is buried underground, so it's perfectly hidden." Then he asks, "Even a dragon like you can't open it?" He turns to Artist and asks further, "When do you plan to go in?" She replies, "I'm not going in." Han-Bin Ryu exclaims in surprise, "What?" Artist turns her face away and replies, "We have to stop the plan. We won't break the curse, and we won't conquer the dungeon." Electrian is training seriously. His face is powerful with golden eyes. That is Artist's association. She continues to speak. "Dragons have always terrified humans, and that won't change even if the curse is broken. Killing the divine beast and removing the seal of this place will surely lead to a war between dragons and humans." He retorts, "But we already told you the prophecy." Artist says firmly, "The world tree being burned by a cursed dragon is still just a speculation. The surest way to prevent the prophecy from becoming reality," she adds, "is to keep this place sealed. That would be good for the dragon species as well." Han-Bin Ryu raises an eyebrow, thinking. Then he says loudly, "Even if that's true, it's very strange for you to change your mind so suddenly. What did that bastard Electrian say to you?" He is reaching out to touch Artist's shoulder when he is stopped by her loud voice. "You want to live as a human. You also said you wanted a normal life." Han-Bin Ryu's eyes widen as he hears her continue, "No one will hunt you here." Artist continues to speak, "Even if people know you're from another world, I can still protect you." She pauses for a moment, then continues, "A world where humans and dragons live together in peace is also something I have always longed for." Han-Bin Ryu's eyes bulge when he hears those words. Artist continues, "This is the only place in all of Wrath where any of us can be happy." She leaves a sentence and then walks away. "Please pass my words on to the others." Please. The beautiful dragon Kamofria, appearing and disappearing behind a pillar, has heard the entire conversation. Right now, at the castle in the night, Electrian looks at the object in his hand and says, "She did very well. I truly feel sorry for Artist." He continues, "But I alone cannot convince her friends. That is Kiwi, Leon, Effie, and Han-Bin Ryu." Electrian exclaims, "If the seal is broken, some dragons will want to find their way to freedom. Then Zenobia will deal with them to ensure they don't get in her way. And so even the dragons not cursed by the decline." Electrian closes the cabinet and continues his words, "Will also be bound by the laws of the former Dragon Emperor and lose their ability to fight humans. In the end, this is the only way that is best for the dragon species." Kamofria clenches her teeth when she hears that. She screams, "Don't lie, not breaking the curse for the safety of the dragon species?" Thinking of the unconscious queen, Kamofria says sorrowfully, "Giving up on avenging the queen and continuing to live in captivity here is for our safety." And thinking of Adora's smile, she continues, "You simply want to protect Adora, to protect your memories of her." Suddenly Electrian embraces Kamofria. He whispers, "Please, Chamo." He says softly, "Only you understand me." She tears up when she hears him speak. Kamofria's tears flow. Right now, Holian is sound asleep, but her hand still can't let go of the book. Kiwi is also deep in sleep. A pink-haired girl rests her head on a table with an unhappy expression. She calls out a name. "Artist," she says sadly. "Still not back?" It seems the house lights are on, waiting for Artist. On a starry night in the forest, Artist walks step by step with her head down. Suddenly she glances up. The person stopping Artist from walking is Effie. Right now at the cave from before, someone calls out, "Borrowed." Han-Bin Ryu holds a board and says, "If it were you, what would you do?" Suddenly hearing a strange noise, Min Ryu questions, "Who's there?" Leon, without a moment's hesitation, answers, "You've come all this way and still ask that question." Min Ryu's tone is a bit sarcastic as he says, "So it's someone I know." "Leon?" He continues to tease Leon. "I just found out you have a hobby of tailing people." Leon cuts Min Ryu off before he can finish. "Get lost." He continues to retort, "I was here before you." Min Ryu and Leon are standing in front of the massive gate. Leon frowns slightly, asking in a low voice, "And if Burrow were really here, he would definitely go skewer the divine beast." He says in a threatening, meaningful tone, "You know him better than anyone." Min Ryu replies, "But ATIS has a point too." Min Ryu's gaze suddenly becomes serious as he says, "If we remove the seal of this place," he adds, "the dragons will lose their place to live." He continues to analyze, "and we'll have to fight humans again." Min Ryu's tone is a bit sad as he says, "Sacrificing the few for the benefit of the many." He continues to lament. In the end, it's no different from what Gain is doing. Anyway, Leon smirks contemptuously and says to Min Ryu, "Why does an idiot like you even bother trying to think?" Min Ryu shouts angrily, "What did you say?" Leon says to Min Ryu in a serious, meaningful tone, "Everyone seeks happiness." He continues to remind him, "Including you, someone from another world." Leon continues to ramble on. "But my happiness," he thinks for a long moment, then says, "includes destroying all the enemies of the goddess of darkness." Leon says while controlling his power, "The dragons are currently off their guard." He continues to analyze thoughtfully. "They probably don't expect us to dare challenge the divine beast without any preparation." An intense light erupts from Leon's hand. This is a good opportunity because no one is here to get in our way. He frowns slightly in annoyance, hinting to Min Ryu, "But if you're still hesitating, then get out of here." After a fierce rumble, the large door in front of Min Ryu and Leon finally bursts open. Min Ryu, without any hesitation, speaks to Leon, "This time, let me." Without waiting for Leon's reply, Min Ryu hastily approaches the gate. "I will fight the divine beast alone." Leon's tone is somewhat helpless as he says, "To come alone and die alone is your right." He continues to remind Min Ryu, "But if you really die, Miss Kiwi will definitely not let me off the hook." Min Ryu affirms with certainty, "The one who does this must be me." Min Ryu says as he enters the chamber of spiritual rest, "Simply because Burrow was able to do it too." Leon says to Min Ryu in a serious tone, I will do my best to prevent any sound from escaping. He gently reminds him, but it won't last long because the space is too large. Leon continues to remind Min Ryu, if you don't want to get caught, try to finish before dawn. Min Ryu smiles faintly and says to Leon, aren't there too many restrictions? He hesitates for a long moment, then says, but thank you. With that said, Min Ryu, without any hesitation, quickly jumps into the chamber of spiritual rest. Leon, standing to one side observing everything, mutters to himself in self-reproach, your foolishness is rubbing off on me. The scene changes to inside the chamber of spiritual rest. Min Ryu wonders in some confusion, why is it so dark? His tone is a bit suspicious as he wonders, I can't see anything. He keeps reassuring himself, nothing's going to jump out, right? A light emitting from the statue in front makes Min Ryu jump a little. That is, he wonders blankly, a bronze statue? Min Ryu continues to think to himself, it looks terrifying. His tone is a bit scared as he says, what kind of horrifying interior decoration is this? The statues simultaneously make a loud noise, causing the ground to shake violently. After a resounding roar, the monster also begins to appear. The scream from the monster tears through the space, shaking the very earth, making Min Ryu feel like his eardrums are about to burst, and he quickly covers his ears tightly. Min Ryu can't help but shudder and wonder. It really is a high-level monster. He nods slightly and says, it screams terrifyingly. Before Min Ryu could react, the monster suddenly rushed forward to attack him. In the nick of time, Min Ryu managed to dodge the ferocious attack from the monster. He wonders in amazement, where did it go? Min Ryu hurriedly uses the sword in his hand to block the fierce attack from the monster. He begins to analyze thoughtfully. The battle begins as soon as the opponent reveals itself. Min Ryu continues to plan in his head. If there's no information about the opponent, when attacked, wait and dodge. He continues to ponder. Running will only waste energy. Min Ryu's eyes continuously focus on the monster's every move. Someone is big, as you should just try to take the hits. He continues to elaborate. When the opponent hits you a few times, they will surely let their guard down. Min Ryu continues to be lost in thought. That's also when you. With that said, Min Ryu, without a moment's hesitation, rushes to attack the monster unexpectedly. Normally, they will be extremely surprised and reveal an opening. Min Ryu notices the monster's opening. He hurriedly tightens his grip on the sword in his hand and quickly slashes straight at the monster's chest. The monster roars in pain and quickly clutches its chest. Min Ryu breathes a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, if I can inflict critical damage from the start, the fight will be easier. He continues to analyze thoughtfully in his head. But if he thinks for a long moment, then says, I have to fight a monster like a divine beast. He continuously reassures himself, then it might just backfire on me. Min Ryu chuckles to himself, saying, I knew. He affirms with certainty that this fight wouldn't be easy. Min Ryu's tone can't hide his excitement as he says, but it's been a while since I've met such a tough monster. The name ATIS is called out. The red-haired boy wearily bows his head. He slowly raises his red eyes to look, then asks, Effie. The girl named Effie seems agitated and screams, questioning him. Is what you told Han-Bin true? It can't be, right? There must be another plan, right? Contrary to her agitation, This just quietly turns away and replies blandly, I was telling the truth. He stops, continuing to explain further. I want Han-Bin to be happy, and I also want everyone here to live happily. Hearing this, Effie's eyes go wide, her mouth agape as she exclaims, But Sir Ates. The red-haired boy cut her off. I do have a plan. Hearing this, the girl stops and listens silently. Atis continues, To deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your allies. I had to say that to make them let their guard down. Having said that, he laughs out loud, his hand twirling a lock of his chin-length hair, as he says in a teasing tone, As expected, it seems I can't fool Effie. Hearing this, Effie's eyes shine brightly, her face showing clear relief and joy. Immediately after, she crosses her arms, putting on a pouting act, and says, Of course I wasn't fooled. Atis raises his hand to pat her, wanting to soothe her anger, and says gently, "I'm sorry." Effie pouts and teases him. "Sir Atis, you're a terrible actor." Atis laughs, blushing in embarrassment, and replies, "You probably haven't seen it for yourself, have you? Han-Bin was probably fooled, right?" At this, she pauses, recalling his hidden expression for a moment, then says, "Han-Bin looked very pensive." Atis calmly reassures Effie, "If it's Han-Bin, he'll be fine. No matter what others say, in the end, he will do what he believes is right." At this moment, the scene of Min Ryu fighting a large, pink, massive figure appears. His teeth are clenched, showing he's enduring something terrible. The chubby guy keeps flying up and then gets hit by a bright red power strike from him, landing right on his head. The guy angrily throws a powerful punch, and Min Ryu, at this moment, also fiercely holds his red sword, preparing to strike. He struggles to bring the sword down, but it's useless against his punch. His face freezes, silently marveling that this big pink guy, despite his size, uses aura more precisely than he does. If this battle drags on, he might lose. Boom! A huge red power strike slams down, sending rocks flying everywhere. The other guy is also hit by him and sent flying, smashing rocks into small pieces. Holding the weapon in his hand, he decides to end this battle quickly. Slash, he makes a huge cut. The power gathers into a large beam, illuminating the entire sky. The pink guy prepares to receive a finishing blow. Min Ryu flies aggressively in front of the guy to face him. But suddenly Min Ryu is startled because his own aura has disappeared. Boom! The other guy doesn't wait for him to think and slams a fist into the ground. Immediately after, he flies over to attack Min Ryu. Min Ryu stares in alarm. Finally, the punch arrives. He's punched and falls backward. The massive guy just keeps charging aggressively. At this time, outside, Leon observes that the blue barrier has now developed. A crack. He can feel the sound waves weakening the barrier. He thinks worriedly. Even Han-Bin's defensive ability is failing against the overwhelming aura energy of that big guy. When the big guy's roar blows away the aura, Min Ryu is no different from a normal person. At this moment, Min Ryu painfully gets up, a smile of interest on his face as he says, "A divine beast is truly." Blood continues to flow from his wound. Suddenly, from the wound, a blue, cube-shaped object emerges. Leon outside is channeling his internal energy inside and calls out, "Han-Bin, just retreat for now. We know his tactics and behavior patterns, so we can take him down later." Min Ryu tenses his arm tightly. Seeing this, Leon's face tenses and he purses his lips, looking at him. Min Ryu smiles in response. "I told you not to interfere. Aren't you tired yet? I'm not either." With that, he once again fights the giant. Blood from his wound flows down profusely, forming a large puddle. Leon, standing outside, worriedly shouts, "You idiot, this isn't the kind of opponent you can show off against. You'll really die." Also, a voice from Burroat speaks, "Tan-Bin, do you know why people from another world never reach the river level?" In the heat of the moment, the big guy is charging. Min Ryu still remembers. Isn't it because they don't receive blessings from the gods? Because they are from Earth, Burroat replies. You're half right. The answer is because they can easily know the level of the enemy. Even Zuki checks if the enemy's level is higher or lower than his before engaging, and he never fights an enemy stronger than himself. Min Ryu thinks that makes sense. He bites down on his mouth full of blood and says, "Just taking down a few mediocre opponents is enough to level up." He uses all his strength to punch, causing the big guy to collapse to the ground. A new truth emerges. The wise always side with those who will help them survive. Min Ryu, clutching his wound, tries to hold on with his last breath. He thinks, in the end, they still die. The wound in his stomach is getting worse. He thinks, do they die fighting opponents stronger than themselves? He looks at the big head and then the neck of the huge beast, which has a piece of wood stuck in it, and thinks, they die at the hands of opponents weaker than themselves. Suddenly, blood spurts everywhere from the piece of wood. The large beast is startled, its eyes wide. It's true that those who only want to survive will never get stronger. Min Ryu raises the bloody sword with both hands. He strikes the opponent in front of him and yells, "Heavens!" He says, "Only those who bravely confront challenges to become stronger can survive." Slash, he delivers a great slash that finishes off the large opponent. In the arena, there is a hammer placed on a pedestal with a few red flowers on the ground. Ryu focuses on gathering power in his palm, a red aura enveloping him. The immense power makes his hair stand on end. He closes his eyes and purses his lips tightly. His pupils suddenly turn red. The power quickly erupts, exploding and turning a large area bright red. Leon looks at Ryu lying flat in the cratered ground, fed up. "I knew it, failed again." He shoves his hands in his pockets and walks closer, saying, "I'm out of prana. That's it for today." Ryu gets up and says it's nothing. He grits his teeth and concentrates the power in his hand into a small red sphere. Just one more time. Leon sighs. "I know I shouldn't say this while you're training so hard." An image of a muscular man concentrating power in his palm appears. But that skill, Vantirian's fighting spirit, is an extraordinary skill. Two hands clasped together with light shining through the cracks of the fingers, even with the goddess's blessing as a catalyst. It's unreasonable for a human to possess such godlike power, which means only Burot can use Vantirian's fighting aura. Ryu wagged his finger and sighed. "So you don't know?" Leon asked, confused. "What?" He told him, "Watch closely." He took a stick and drew on the ground, asking, "Burot is human, right?" He replied, "Right?" He drew a few more lines and said, "I'm also human." He continued, a bit hard to believe, but also true. Ryu drew an equal sign between Burot and himself and continued. "So if you think about it logically, there's no difference between me and Burot." He pointed a thumb at himself and confidently asserted, "That means if Burot can do it, then I can. Do it too." Leon fell into deep thought, looking at Ryu and thinking to himself, "Unfortunately, you're an idiot." He said sarcastically, "Right, okay. Who knows, you might get lucky. Good luck with that." Ryu retorted immediately, "Hey, what's with that look? Don't look at me like that." Leon couldn't believe his eyes. Back then, I just found it funny. Ryu slammed his sword into the monster, causing blood to splatter. But under that slash, the monster's head was severed from its neck, putting him on par with Burot. After the slash, with blood dripping all over his head, Ryu breathed a sigh of relief. A bleak, cold atmosphere enveloped the battlefield. Ryu stood with his back to the monster's mangled corpse. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, one hand leaning on his greatsword. He told himself, "I still have a long way to go." His eyes looked down at his bloody hand. "It's hard to believe I'm this battered from fighting just one monster. If Burot saw me now, he'd teach me a good lesson." Burot, carrying his sword on his shoulder, warned, "Don't let your guard down, kid." His eyes showed a thoughtful look. Well, that's right. Even Burot struggled when fighting a divine beast. The monster from before revived behind him, so there's no way this battle is over. It lunged forward at a dizzying speed. Ryu heavily leaned on his sword. "Damn it, I swear I cut its head off." The monster raised its hideous hand. Its hand stabbed into its own body, drawing blood. Ryu was stunned. It stabbed through its own body. The monster pulled a horn from its torn body and raised it to the sky. That is the artifact of U2 Kroso, a horn that signals the apocalypse when blown. It was late at night in an old castle. Kiwi lay in bed with her eyes closed, her hand holding a book placed on the pillow. Holian was also in bed, trying to fall asleep. The two were on separate beds placed next to each other. Holian spoke up, "Miss Kiwi, are you asleep?" The atmosphere became silent. A moment later, Kiwi replied, "Not yet." She asked back, "Is something wrong?" Holian wondered, what was that moment like when Burot died? Once again, the room fell silent. Kiwi recounted, "In that moment, the strongest person in the world lay down with no regrets." Both of them were silent. Kiwi asked, "Do you hate me for searching for him?" Holian gently clutched the book and answered honestly, "Yes, I hate you." Kiwi pressed her lips together, listening to the girl in the next bed continue. "For someone sent here by myself, it's really, really." Holian hugged the book tightly, her eyes welling up with tears. "I shouldn't have come here. Things would have been better if I had just believed he was still alive somewhere in the world by reading this book." On the book's page was a drawing of Burot kneeling between a knight and a mage reaching for each other, unaware that their friend had killed him. "It would have been better if I knew nothing." On another page, Holian sat on a chair looking out the window. Kiwi replied to her, "Yes, things would have been better if you didn't." know anything. Holian shouted, instead of living on after knowing the truth, it would be better if I just lay here until the day I leave this world. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her wrist. Kiwi pinned Holian down and asked, "Are you serious?" She looked seriously at the person beneath her. Barot's death, his sacrifice. Do you really want to deceive yourself that it never happened? Hearing her name, Holian explained resentfully, The horn sounded. Holian and Kiwi looked out the window. Kiwi quickly realized the horn. The artifact has been activated. Ryu covered his ears tightly. He grimaced. Everyone below level 150 will have their stats reduced. Everyone below level 100 will be confused. Everyone below level 50 will not be able to use skills. The horn continued to sound. Everyone below level 25 will lose life force. Everyone below level 5 will be suppressed. Holian hugged her body, her eyes wide and lifeless. I feel a chill down my spine. It's like the four great energies. No, she and Kiwi stood near the window looking outside. The life force in this area is being torn to shreds. Kiwi's fingers dug into the windowsill, cracking it to pieces as Holian looked at her in fear. That idiot. She grabbed Holian's wrist and pulled her along, saying, "Okay," Kiwi said to her. At this point, you should see it with your own eyes and make your own decision. Holian couldn't help but ask in surprise, What do you want me to witness?" Kiwi turned her head and said clearly, "Barot's legacy, the will of the Sword King." After hearing that, Holian's eyes widened as if even more surprised. Kiwi reached out and turned the doorknob. Light from the window shone on the bed in the room before them. Kiwi couldn't believe her eyes. This room again. Holian said to her, "I'm sure this door leads outside." Mai Tsung Long sat on the windowsill and asked the two, startling Holian, "Where are you two going in such a hurry?" She narrowed her eyes in warning, "Don't interfere." Kiwi, still holding Holian's hand, cast a wary glance at the other person and warned, "Stay put and be good. Electrian knows how to handle it." On the other side, Electrian met Leon. He explained, "We didn't mean to wake you up. We're sorry for making noise so late at night." Electrian approached him. "You can't cry over spilled milk. But if you guys stop this battle and seal the divine beast." He was immediately trapped in Leon's magic zone. Electrian scratched his neck and gave a wry smile. "It seems Artist didn't clearly convey his concerns to you two." He held out his hand to explain, "If you keep this up, your friend will be in danger." Vaughn, one hand still casting a spell, replied, "I know." Outside, Ryu is still fighting the monster, even getting thrown into the sky. Anyone can see that he can't win this fight, but Ryu's eyes narrowed. Looking ahead with a fiery red glow, it seems that idiot is very serious. Leon said as he transformed, "So we flatly refuse your interference. Of yours." Electrian also transformed, and here I thought you were a reasonable person. Electrian spread his wings, standing under a magnificent night sky filled with blue lights. He narrowed his eyes, looking forward. A moment later, he flew down below the castle. In the bushes below the castle, Artis and Epi tiptoed out. Someone used magic to create a small torch. Epi asked, "Do you think Han-Bin is okay?" The two looked around. Artis raised the torch and replied, "The opponent is a divine beast, so he's definitely not okay. So we can't waste the chance he's given us." He pointed his staff at the safe. "Even if he gets the divine beast's magic crystal, it's useless without a magic tool to contain the conversion spell." Epi exclaimed, "So your target from the beginning was the safe." She happily raised her weapon. "Leave it to me." Artis stopped her in panic. "No, you can't." He reminded her, "The items in the safe will be destroyed if you try to open it by force." She asked again, "Then do you know the password?" Artis hesitated. "No." Epi heard that and was troubled. "So what should we do? I'm not good at solving puzzles." On the outside of the safe was a piece of glass with a pattern of constellations. Artis observed carefully. Constellations. Epi anxiously looked around. "What should we do now? It doesn't look like there are any clues around here. And if we stay here too long, we'll be discovered." Artis opened the safe to her amazement. "That's our Artis. So surprising, you opened it on the first try." Inside the safe was a hollow sphere with a fan inside, 2 cups, and a notebook. The two talked to each other. Thank goodness the curse didn't activate. There are other things inside, but rummaging through Electrian's personal belongings is a bit. "What if we find something?" Artis picked up the notebook and agreed with her while she picked up the box to look. "That's true, what's written here?" Suddenly, a piece of paper fell out of the notebook. and it was a picture of a smiling blonde girl carrying wood. Artist clenched the paper, his face showing complex emotions, wondering. Electrian. EP opened a small box and showed it to Artist. Sir Artist, look at this. He was surprised. That's. Inside the box was an orange shard with a blue border. He wondered, an eggshell? The eggshell was carefully stored despite having many cracks. Why would something like this? Suddenly, a loud voice called, Artist, causing both of them to turn around. It was Termia. She looked at the two resentfully. A purple substance appeared on her neck. The curse of regression will make all dragons become insane. Kiwi was tied up on the ground, struggling to speak. So no matter how hard they try, it's still a ticking time bomb that could go off at any moment. My Tsong Long sat on the window, looking at the bound Kiwi and Holian. A voice wondered, then why doesn't Electrian want to lift the curse? Under the green light, both people and beasts were affected. Why take away the freedom of the people here? Treat this struggle as a secret and seal the entire island? My Tsong Long replied. After many days of mental exhaustion as the Dragon Emperor's representative, Electrian came to that conclusion. I'm just following orders. Kiwi narrowed her eyes and asked, the Dragon Emperor's representative? Then shouldn't you be carrying out your duty and protecting Wrath? Electrian and Leon fought fiercely. My Tsong Long said, that's right. Electrian raised his fist. The duty of the dragon race is to protect Wrath. Dragons cannot attack the people of Wrath. He raised his hand, which was summoning a spell. The great power that the dragon race possesses is to protect Wrath. It is also the shackle that binds us. Leon's hand touched his. Leon said, I know a lot about seals. At this moment, Electrian was standing right next to him. He said as he landed a painful punch on Electrian, because Zenovia often used it on people from other worlds. Under his punch, Electrian was sent flying. No, humans wouldn't know. Leon threw a disdainful look at him. Lightning continued to strike from the dark clouds. Even Zenovia's sealing magic, in the end, was just a false sense of responsibility created for the Dragon Emperor. Electrian flew majestically amidst the lightning. Thousands of years ago, mana, aura, prana, and ki. He tensed up. The four great energies of Wrath were originally taught to humans by dragons. Leon took a stance, but humans developed and evolved ceaselessly. The help and advice from the dragon race gradually became useless. My Tsong Long looked away, and after many generations, they also forgot our role. In the end, we became creatures that humans feared. Kiwi pressed her lips together, listening. We were hunted like monsters and had to hide. Leon once again charged in to continue the fight, but the Dragon Emperor did not forget his duty as a protector. We had to be patient because we are stronger. The power of the two of them was clearly separated, spreading over a wide area. We had to wait, and that's how we endured it all. An explosion occurred between them, yet it did not harm the humans. After the explosion, Leon and Electrian separated. The ground in front of him shattered into pieces. A few wounds appeared on Electrian's face. He continued, that was the situation before this curse was placed upon us. Leon radiated a powerful energy. Thanks to the curse, we were able to suppress our duty as protectors. Leon covered his face with his arm and said to Electrian, but I'm sure the fact that the Dragon Emperor Cantron exploded into pieces was also a consequence of the curse. The Dragon Emperor sealed everyone here, probably because he felt guilty and wanted to reconsider his actions. He looked down, but was he the only one who felt that way? Hearing this, Electrian gritted his teeth because that incident was a disaster caused by human greed. In the past, on a certain mountain on a clear day, about 150 years ago, according to the outside timeline, that was when humans began to truly hunt dragons. 3 divine beasts knelt and bowed in unison. The Dragon Lord, the fallen Dragon Emperor Cantron, said to them, everyone is here. He said, it's good that all the clan leaders could make it, even though each tribe has its own difficulties these days and travel is quite inconvenient. Did any humans follow? He called Electrian's name. He knelt and replied, we created clones 30,000 miles away, so I'm sure no humans noticed. The Dragon Emperor continued, good, then let me show you all. He said cheerfully, beautiful, mysterious. This is the future of our dragon race. On his large hand was a tiny orange egg with a blue bottom. The egg glowed lovely in the Dragon Emperor's eyes. The mountain echoed with loud laughter. He said proudly, do you all see that? It just moved. This little one is tiny, but already has the makings of a general. Suddenly, a stream of magic from the room froze him, and a voice spoke. Can you keep it down? Katana stepped out of the room, with a worried my Tsung Long beside her. She asked, do you want the whole world to know we're hiding here? Either lower your voice or shrink yourself. He replied, all right, I can't believe I'm having a child at my age. So I got a little excited. The Dragon Emperor transformed into his human form, holding the egg lovingly, and said, thank you, my dear wife. Thank you so much. He hugged the egg tightly. I'm sure this egg will be the bridge between humans and dragons. Everyone clapped joyfully. Dragons live very long, but the race also has a very long gestation period. That's why every time a new dragon is born, all the tribes send their congratulations. The Dragon Emperor and Empress held the dragon egg together, especially if it was an egg from the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Empress. Everyone celebrated the birth of a new king. The Dragon Empress brought the egg case to Electrian. Sending energy into the egg has weakened me. She smiled, and the Dragon Emperor has the responsibility to protect this land, so I must stay by his side. So could you please go to the temple and ask the goddesses for this child's true name for me? Electrian's eyes widened in surprise. Every dragon in Wrath receives a true name. A dragon can only be born if it receives a true name. He knelt down to receive the egg case. My Tsung Long stood beside him, joyfully raising her sleeve to wipe her tears. Being given the responsibility of bringing a true name to an egg is comparable to becoming that child's godfather. Leon happily flew off, holding the carefully wrapped egg case. The Dragon Emperor had mentioned a future where humans and dragons live in peace. Perhaps that future will begin with the birth of the new king. He held the case tightly to his chest. That's what I used to think. Electrian knelt before Prophetisia, the true name created to prevent the invasion of Ombrows. Dragons are truly too powerful to be considered a race. That is why dragons are an outsider race in Wrath. Prophetisia's eyes were covered by a white cloth, and they need to be given a name by the goddesses to exist. She raised her hands to receive the egg. That is the nature of a true name. Lines of incantations wrapped around the egg, because it is a name deeply engraved in the soul of every dragon. Even family members do not know each other's true names. The starry night sky shone down on the temple. A voice said, thank you, Prophetisia. She instructed, my duty is to be the bridge between dragons and the goddesses, and your duty is to protect the Dragon Emperor. The egg lay peacefully in its case, and the duty of that egg is to be the bridge between dragons and humans. Electrian smiled and said, if that were to happen, I would be truly grateful. I'm sure His Majesty will be very happy to hear these words from you. He froze when he heard her call his name, Electrian. The reason the Dragon Emperor appointed you as protector is because he fears that an evil dragon will appear. She instructed him, always carry out your duty as a protector reasonably and never lie, even if it seems harmless. All eggs must eventually break. The blue sky and the white clouds drifted by. Because Miss Prophetisia has the ability to see the future, her words carry the weight of a century. Electrian returned the egg. That's why her words kept echoing in my ears on the way back to the Dragon Emperor. As he flew past the forest, he heard something. A frail girl in a tattered dress ran out crying for help. Please help me, a monster. Electrian hesitated, looking at her. The cry of a young girl who looked like a slave. It's suspicious. He analyzed the situation. There's no way a young girl would suddenly appear in the middle of such a treacherous mountain. And it's not like I'm the only one here. Instead of meddling, I should hurry back to the Dragon Emperor to carry out my duty as a protector. Electrian narrowed his eyes suspiciously. A few ruffian-looking men stepped out and looked up at him. So, the rumors are true. Dragons often fly through here. They looked at Electrian, now in his dragon form, trapped in a net, and they cannot harm humans. You just said humans. Electrian looked at the clay pot that shattered to pieces under his lightning power and spoke. It seems you are experimenting on dragons, but do you think this crude method can restrain a dragon? His lightning power broke the wooden planks in their experiment. Do you think we can't make you wish you were dead? One of the ruffians looked at him defiantly. Of course not. If we were as strong as you, what couldn't we do? He glanced at the giant rock hovering over the cage holding the slave girl. But don't underestimate the tricks of a starving man. If you try anything, that girl will die. She lay on the cold ground, hugging herself, and said weakly, I'm sorry. Quite a few have taken advantage of the dragon's duty to protect humans to use against us. The rope holding the rock slipped slightly. The kindness and thoughtfulness of a human-loving dragon emperor had become a great burden. Electrian looked helplessly at the people who trapped him and put a rope around our necks. If I do anything that moves the rope, that girl will surely die. He gritted his teeth in frustration. As long as I'm conscious, I can't do anything. You cunning bastards. His eyes suddenly lit up when someone ran in to report, "Boss, we found a treasure chest outside." He exclaimed, "No." The men looked at the egg case. "Look, it's a dragon egg." They held the egg case in their hands. It's rumored to be the elixir of immortality. Electrian lost his composure and shouted, causing the men to run away in fear. "Lies, saw off my horns if you want." He spread his claws, tear my wings, and eat my bones. Electrian roared, "Leave that egg alone." Immediately, thousands of arrows flew at him. They pierced his entire body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The giant rock had fallen, crushing the girl into a pool of blood. The only reason I escaped after regaining consciousness was because that girl starved to death after 2 weeks. The Dragon Empress was stunned speechless, only able to cry out at the truth. She collapsed on the throne. Camofria rushed to support her. Your Highness." Electrian, covered in wounds, knelt before her. He bowed his head to the ground. "It's all my fault for being careless. I will personally report to the Dragon Emperor and take my own life." To atone, blood dripped from his forehead. He widened his eyes when he heard the Dragon Empress say, "Raise your head. Why would it be your fault?" She covered her face. To Camofria's worry, if you had ignored that girl's plea, you would not be worthy of being called a subordinate of the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Empress continued grimly, "But if the Dragon Emperor finds out, his wrath will consume wrath." Camofria bit her lip, her eyes welling with tears as she listened to her. "Only the two of you will know of today's events." Electrian looked up at the Dragon Empress. "I will tell him that because I was too weak to incubate the egg, it died." He confessed, "I have never forgiven myself." On a rainy day at the mansion, after that, I spent years searching for the egg's whereabouts and found it. He grabbed the old man by the throat, making him tremble, but that man had become an old man. He trembled, "I'm truly sorry, but it was the only way to save my family." Electrian gritted his teeth at his explanation. "I sold the egg to a wealthy family with a terminally ill member for a large sum of money, but I don't know what happened after that. I don't know who that person was either." Light shone through the window. That person was killed. The egg has been missing ever since. He spread his wings. The only thing left is the desire for revenge, the smell of burnt human flesh. On his neck was a purple stone and this curse. The stone lit up again as Electrian raised his fist. Their fists collided. The clash between Electrian and Leon continued to rage. Leon asked, "Then haven't you gotten your revenge? What more do you want?" Electrian shouted, "I don't want anything. I just know that if this curse is lifted, history will repeat itself." The broken dragon eggshell was placed in a frame. Next to it were 2 auctioneers, and it was highly sought after. They put the egg up for auction. Can you believe it? In the distance, a cloaked figure looked towards the egg, the scene of a child's corpse, dead from illness, being sold for money. The Dragon Emperor was stunned when he heard the news. The power of fire enveloped him. How do you think the child's father felt? The surroundings were immediately engulfed in a sea of fire by the Dragon Emperor in his dragon form. A knight with a weapon charged forward. No one could stop his wrath. Electrian watched helplessly. Of course, the heroes also arrived, the 4 great heroes and the Dragon Empress. A sinister pair of lips curled into a smile, couldn't think of any other option but to kill. The Dragon Emperor. A small figure appeared before the Dragon Emperor, but there was one person who calmed his anger. Adora's eyes looked at the Dragon Emperor with determination. A little girl with a dream of a world where humans and dragons could live together in peace, I promised myself. Electrian broke through Leon's power, that I would protect her dream on behalf of the Dragon Emperor. Leon's armor shattered. The upper dragon's will is our future. On the other side, Minryu was still fighting the beast and its horn, but as soon as you kill the divine beast and remove the seal, the peace here will shatter, just like how that egg was snatched from my hands and broken into pieces. At this moment, Minryu's face was covered in bleeding wounds. He raised another fist. Peace is like the egg we held for a short while, as long as it is to protect it. Leon took the full force of that punch and started bleeding. Blood continued to spurt from his wound. Electrian punched him straight in the chest. The purple gem on Electrian's neck shone brighter than ever, ready to do anything. Electrian's hand pierced through Leon's body. The attack landed right in the middle of his chest. The purple gem on Electrian's neck glowed. When a dragon is swallowed by the curse, an evil dragon will appear. Kiwi, who was tied up, spoke. As long as the curse exists, every dragon is at risk of turning into an evil dragon. Camofria replied. From the very beginning, whenever a dragon was about to turn into an evil dragon, Electrian was always the one to intervene, and he will continue to do so. Kiwi narrowed her eyes, but in the end, he is also a dragon. Electrian is gradually losing control to the purple gem. What guarantee is there that he isn't the evil dragon mentioned in the prophecy? If Electrian goes mad, who will stop him? Camofria wavered slightly. Shut up. On the other side, Minria looked up at the dragon spreading its wings in the sky. What guarantee is there that Electrian won't burn down the entire world tree? Camofria angrily unleashed a large whip of silk. I told you to shut up. Kiwi was painfully slammed against the wall by the silk. Not only her, but Holian suffered a similar fate. Camofria asserted, Electrian would never do that. No one has sacrificed more for the safety of the dragon race than him. Electrian cheerfully put his arm around the blonde girl's shoulder. Although he suffered a lot at the hands of humans, he was also a fool for falling in love with a human. Camofria burst into tears, and that will never change. I believe in him. Electrian was kicked and fell backward. Leon spoke up. You mean you would strip your own kind of their freedom, choose to live with the curse, and not hesitate to shed blood, all for the safety of the dragon race? You're playing the villain. Leon waved his limp arm. Although you were determined to kill and face the consequences as a dragon, you still thought I wasn't dead, right? The wound on Leon's chest glowed. You only stabbed a pre-existing hole to avoid damaging the two main arteries. That wound reflected Electrian's image. Human skills develop faster than you think. Electrian looked at him. You're crazy. You're saying you let yourself be hit on purpose. The gem on Electrian's neck glowed again, making him grimace. The curse is. Leon became serious. The best way to quickly extract information from guys like you is to take a blow. He narrowed his eyes. One more thing. The curse was gradually spreading across Electrian's face. Leon raised his fist. A person willing to face the consequences of killing cannot be a bad person. Electrian raised his hand to meet the punch. His head was slammed down hard. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. I blocked that blow. Electrian immediately realized he used his broken arm like a whip. Leon threw a sinister look at him. Is it because he can't feel anything? A source of Leon's power slammed down, sending surrounding rocks flying. The two continue to fight. The peace between humans and dragons is just an outer shell. The streams of blue and yellow power intertwined again, showing that the fierce battle between the two was not over. Leon raised his right hand to question. There must be another reason for you to act like this. Is it guilt for not being able to protect the egg? Electrian took a punch to the face. Under Leon's fist, he fell straight to the ground behind him. Leon continued, probably not. It must be something that makes you feel regret. The ground below suddenly shook. Amidst the chaos, Leon's voice continued to ring out that curse. The purple gem glowed once more. Who did you get it from? Electrian's face was half deformed by the curse. He lost control and charged. Shut up. He explained, I took this curse for the sake of peace between dragons and humans. Don't destroy it. Electrian unleashed a powerful electric attack. Our peace. The attack went straight for Leon, but he used his power to contain the electric current. Electrian's current was neatly contained within Leon's stream of power. But the two powers did not rest and separated to confront each other head-on again. Just like that, the battle continued. The two continuously punched each other. Electric's current split Leon's blue mass in two. Leon asked again, peace. Only an equal relationship can bring peace. He raised his hand to summon arrows from his power. Electrian struggled to block them. I have to protect it. But in the end, he was pinned to the wall. The egg. The arrows made him writhe in pain. The promise. Finally, his face was completely deformed by the curse. He charged aggressively. Humans are weak. That's why dragons must protect them. He delivered the decisive blow. Leon doubted. Protection. In your eyes, He summoned a large weapon to deal with Electrian. Are still a race that needs to be protected? Electrian's face gradually returned to normal. Leon's hammer came down, shattering the wall. A dilapidated area of houses covered in vines, from farming methods to building houses. Electrian sat down on the ground and admitted, I never thought I'd have to rely on a human to this extent. I'm truly speechless. A hand flicked his forehead, making him wince and cry out. In pain, Adora wagged her finger. Aren't you tired of saying that since we have to live together, Of course we should help each other. The two stood on a protruding cliff. The village could be seen below, but it's true that we owe you. I was raised by ATS, a dragon. You know, she replied, this is different from that. Adora turned her head and smiled. If you don't think so, then you can just treat humans well in the future. He turned his face away. I can't promise you that. Adora sat down, handing a box to Electrian. Then there's no other way. He took the box and asked, what is this? She replied, a bribe, so you'll remember to keep an eye on me. Electrian opened the box. Inside was a fragment of the Dragon Emperor's eggshell. He stammered, this is... He hugged the box and asked her, how did you get this? She just smiled mysteriously. Adora replied, it's a secret. I'll tell you when we leave this place. Under the night sky, a tombstone stood tall, and then Lady Adora Bannister will sign a peace treaty with the dragons on behalf of the human race. The giant pickaxes all fell to the ground. Leon closed his eyes. Humans and dragons living together in peace. Is hilarious. Electrian bowed his head to the ground. His hand trembled. Yeah, laugh all you want, but he struggled to his feet. That dream is the reason I live today. The supreme dragon's essence is the egg of a dream. Once again, the purple gem on his neck glowed, and I swear I will protect it at all costs. Leon looked away and said, the hilarious thing here. Pieces of the curse fell from Electrian's face. Is your contradiction. You use protecting this place as an excuse to hide your fear of living in peace. Behind Leon, Camofria, along with Kiwi, Holian, and everyone else approached. He continued, as I see it, you're the one who can't live in peace with others. Camofria called his name. Electrian, let's just stop. The monster growled, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged forward. It aimed straight for the young boy who had just killed a dozen beasts around him. He told himself, I'll die if I don't fight. Min Ryu gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at the beast. I have to fight to live. He swung his sword and charged forward. He looked around, always vigilant even when tormented by pain. Now, even fighting has become tiring. The beast's teeth were so large it was as if they were pressed against his eye. How strange. A strange image appeared before his eyes, making him wonder, something's wrong here. Leon turned to look at Camofria and the group approaching. Pieces of the curse fell from Electrian's face, revealing his shock. Why? He called her name, causing her to bite her lip to hold back tears. Behind her, Holian was also biting her lip tightly, while Kiwi looked at him calmly. While still in the tower, Holian asked Camofria, why don't you try to stop him? She burst into tears. No, if I don't believe in him, who will you know? Holian said emotionally, I know very well. Kiwi turned to look at her and confessed, because I was once like you, I understand how you feel. In the cave entrance, a man and a woman walked deeper inside. They were my dear friends. And I also discovered that they had chosen the wrong path. But because of the affection I had for them, I ignored all suspicion and placed my trust in them. Camofria listened to her, agape, but in the end, it was just an excuse to make myself feel at ease. In reality, I pretended not to know and abandoned them. Holian smiled gently. If you truly love him, I pray that. Camofria rushed to hug Electrian tightly. You won't be like me. He placed his hand on her head and asked, so I was wrong? In his arms, she sobbed and replied, you idiot, of course not. Everyone behind was in a fighting stance. Everyone knows you tried your best to protect us, and that freedom brings many dangers. An image of him with his arm around Adora appeared, but it's time. The memory of the day he came to Prophetesia replayed in his mind. Every egg must break eventually. The group ran past him and her, rushing forward. It's time for this egg to hatch and step into the world. The crowd murmured, it's because of Big Brother Electrian that we've been patient until now. It's time to skewer the divine beast. Although I'm a bit annoyed that someone got to it first, we can finally do what we have to do. They advanced towards the night sky, full of blue light ahead. Let's see how the famous Baroth fights. One person watched with arms crossed, his eyes wide with surprise. Ahead was the scene of the divine beast holding a horn in one hand and smashing Min Ryu to the ground with the other. It stood up straight, then slammed its hand on the ground again. The divine beast's teeth bit Min Ryu's arm and threw him up into the air. It let him go, causing his body to hit the ground hard, his body splattering with blood. The divine beast used the horn in its other hand to crush him. Holian covered her mouth in fear. The divine beast's horn strike caused an earthquake. Kiwi curiously looked at the scene before her, surrounded by shattered rocks and Min Ryu's blood. Her eyes darkened. Kiwi rushed forward, but was stopped by Leon. She called out loudly, Min Ryu. Leon stopped her. It's dangerous. Miss Kiwi, she screamed. Let me go. The divine beast was lying on top of him. I have to save him quickly. You quickly lower the barrier for me. Behind, Comofria was supporting Electrian. He advised, you can't do that. The divine beast stood up straight. The debuff the divine beast just used is extremely dangerous. The kids could lose their lives if we're not careful. He continued, so I will go kill the divine beast myself. Comofria was stunned. With your body like that, what can you do? Electrian said regretfully, although I failed before, I can finally protect everyone. This is my final mission. The crowd in front cheered. He's getting up. Leon and Kiwi were stunned when they heard them say, but he looks strange. Minvyu's body swayed, as if he was losing control. He bowed his head. His eyes were white. He stood before the divine beast as he heard a voice in his head. Do you want to commit suicide? Do you want to go back? Are you human? The divine beast's sharp teeth appeared. So you hate us? It gave a wicked smile, looking down at him. We hellhounds have been eaten alive by you for over 20 years. Your body is also ours. Kill them all. This sentence repeated in his head 10,000 times. Minvyu gritted his teeth and endured. In the end, you know different. In the sky, two streaks of blue and red light intertwined. ATIS rode a horse and said worriedly, calm down, I'll explain everything. Tamia flew behind while wiping her tears. Lies, you're tired of me, right? He clarified, that's not it. The two continued to chase in the air. Then marry me about that look? ATIS immediately looked down, disbelieving the scene before his eyes. Rocks shattered into pieces. A strong red light shone through the cracks. The red stream of power surged high, carrying water with it. ATIS steered his horse to avoid the surging stream of power. The divine beast was pierced through the stomach by that power. Leon and Holian used magic to create a shield to protect everyone from that crazy red power. Leon cursed silently in his head. He said to the person next to him, Miss Kiwi, can I ask you a question? A few red specks of light flew in the air. Because I saw no signs that he was homicidal. I even believed that due to an error in the guide, they would never appear on him. Minvyu jumped down with his weapon. And you also told me that you didn't see any such signs either. The divine beast's guts spilled out. Are you sure nothing happened? Kiwi narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. The command echoed in Minvyu's chaotic mind. Kill all the trash people. He squeezed his eyes shut. A hand reached out to him. A system message appeared. Error, an unknown intruder. Minvyu opened his eyes with a start. He turned to look at the person who had just touched him. Kiwi smiled gently at him, her hair playing with the wind outside the window. Leon said to her, time again. The mirror reflected a part of her cracked face. She used her meager holy power. The divine beast roared in pain to dissolve his killing intent. Minvyu held his weapon and sliced the divine beast's guts. Its guts were stretched out. He gritted his teeth tightly. The divine beast's body was cut in half. It let out one last scream. Half of its body just fell to the ground. Minvyu's hand was still stuck in its jaw, gushing blood. And it floated in midair. Minvyu looked at his reflection in the divine beast's eye with a bizarre smile. Blood splattered. Minvyu's two hands, covered in blood, tightly gripped the great sword. He laughed maniacally. Leon narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, the biggest danger in this situation is not the dragons, nor the divine beast. Minvyu charged straight ahead with his sword. But him, the system displayed the command, kill them all. The horrific scene before him made ATIS panic. He thought in shock. I thought everything would be fine. ATIS said to himself, because Minvyu's power is unmatched. He had once believed that he also had enough determination to control his own homicidal nature. Until now, it seems that trust has diminished, but the image of Han Minvyu being swallowed by his homicidal nature and frantically attacking the divine beast made ATIS wonder. Why does he need so much power? Why does he have to be so determined? I really don't know what he's trying to hold back, ATIS thought pensively. At this moment, inside Han Minvyu was fighting against the evil hellhound. He had forcefully punched and broken its claws. It was he who had slaughtered this ferocious hellhound. Han Minvyu, not yet satisfied after the fight, aggressively bit its body. Then tore it into pieces. The hellhound also had to scream in pain. Now, everyone below could only stand and watch the volcano about to erupt. Up there, Han Minvyu was relentlessly slaughtering the divine beast. His power caused the volcano to show signs of wanting to erupt. Electrian hurriedly led everyone to evacuate. At this moment, Han Minvyu had completely lost control, only knowing how to frantically beat the already fallen divine beast. Kibi seemed to be frozen. The sound of beating echoed to the heavens. When he was satisfied, Han Minvyu slowly took the crystal from inside the divine beast. He casually took it out of the divine beast body. This bizarre scene was seen by Tamiya. That is, Tamiya said in a low voice, "Ah, teases." Suddenly Han Minvyu threw his head back to the sky and laughed. Suddenly his sharp eyes looked over here. Han Minvyu suddenly gave a bizarre smile. This smile made Tamiya jump. He slowly dragged the blood sword in his hand and walked over. Tamiya immediately panicked and crouched down. Tamiya could only inch backward. Han Minvyu approached. He aggressively raised his sword. Tamiya was terrified, but fortunately, ATIS created a shield to protect too. "Mia!" ATIS shouted loudly at Han Minvyu. "Wake up! The divine beast is dead. You don't have to fight anymore, Minvyu." But at this moment, cracks appeared on the shield. ATIS persisted in calling. Minvyu. His eyes now showed hesitation. But immediately after, in his eyes, the people in front of him had all turned into divine beasts. In his mind, there was only the thought of cutting them down. A huge burst of power shattered Adi's shield. At the same time, another stream of power came to attack Han Minvyu, sending him flying. But Han Minvyu was not hurt at all. He even smiled with pleasure. Leon and Electrian arrived in time to stop him. Leon said, "Everyone fall back." Electrian said, "ATS, get Tamiya out of here." But the scene behind him stunned Electrian. ATIS had been slashed with a long cut by Han Minvyu. But ATIS still smiled and said, "It's okay, because this is not Minvyu's fault." With that said, ATIS fell backward. Leon rushed to check. Meanwhile, Electrian angrily turned to scold Han Minvyu. "How dare you?" Electrian angrily rushed to grab Han Minvyu's face. "Over here," Tamiya called out in fear. ATIS. Effie was just as shocked. "Lord ATS," Leon said. "Holian, first we have to stop the bleeding." ATIS smiled and said, "It seems it's because I deceived Minvyu first. He caught on to me. It's because he shouldered too great a burden on his own. It's because I was too weak." Effie burst into sobs. "Please don't say anything more, Lord Leon." Holian frowned and said, "His blood has too much aura, so should we heal him?" Leon said, "I'll handle dispelling the aura while you focus on stopping the bleeding." Tamiya called worriedly, ATIS, please." ATIS softly comforted her. "You don't need to make a face like that. There's still a way. I said it before, right? There are many similarities between Minvyu's homicidal nature and the decline of the dragon race." ATIS said weakly, "If Minvyu holds the divine beast crystal, we can complete the method to break the curse." Effie retorted, "What does breaking the curse have to do with you being seriously injured right now?" ATIS said, "If Minvyu doesn't stop, everything will really be over." ATIS glanced at the battle between Electrian and Han Minvyu and continued, "While everyone is wasting time, the guide is gradually consuming him. Electrian alone can't stop Minvyu, even if everyone attacks him, without Leon's power." Suddenly Effie spoke up. "I only ask one thing of you. Don't die." He took off his coat and put it on ATIS. Leon stood up and said, "If you die, that guy will become a murderer." Kibi smiled and said, "I know. You always have a plan, ATIS. I will also stop the guide with all my strength." Tamiya asked worriedly, "What are you talking about? What about healing him? Isn't he your friend?" Effie also stood up, smiled, and said, "I promise to bring the crystal back for you, so please don't die. Promise me." ATIS replied softly, "Okay." After that, the three of them immediately rushed to help Electrian. Tamiya angrily scolded, "Are you all crazy? Isn't he your friend? Don't you love ATIS? How? Why? Why are you leaving him behind?" Holian replied, "So they won't have regrets. They don't want ATIS to feel guilty, so they agreed to his request." ATIS said sheepishly, "They are wonderful friends, aren't they?" Tamiya cried out anxiously, ATIS. ATIS slowly called each person's name. "Miss Holian, Tamiya, I want to ask you two for one last favor." By now, Adi's blood had pooled. At this moment, a thunder dragon suddenly appeared in the sky. Electrian commandingly ordered an attack. "Thunder dragon strike." Electrian shouted, "Annihilate." As soon as he finished speaking, the thunder dragon immediately rushed towards Han Minvyu. But Han Minvyu easily blocked it with his blood sword. He even looked up at Electrian with excitement. In an instant, Han-Min rushed forward and kicked him hard. After that, he was about to swing his sword. A giant slash appeared in front of Electrian. Fortunately, he quickly dodged to the side. Electrian was horrified to see the entire volcano being cut by Han-Min slash. He's terrifyingly strong. He wasn't this strong when he fought the divine beast. But at this moment, Han-Min appeared next to Electrian. In a moment of carelessness, Electrian was hit. Thick smoke billowed up. Leon managed to save Electrian in time. Leon's voice reminded, "Don't lose your guard if you don't want to die." When he saw Leon in front of him, Electrian asked, stunned, "What happened? Where is Artis?" Leon replied, "I've done everything I can. Now our problem is him." He said, for some reason, his current level is 6. That also means that, even with the debuff from the Divine Beast, he still possesses monstrous strength enough to skewer Divine Beast. Kiwi had also arrived. She said, luckily, he prioritizes attacking high-level opponents. Kiwi looked at the crystal in Han-Min hand and said, "And we need that magic crystal of his." Effie said excitedly, "The two of you are higher level than us, so be the bait. We'll take that chance to snatch it." But inside, Effie bit her lip in anguish. "Please wait a moment, Sir Artis." Electrian had now also seen Effie's trembling hands. Electrian thought pensively, cooperating with humans, and not only that, there's also a wyvern. He said in a low voice, "It seems your world is wider than mine." The battle raged fiercely in the sky. Tormia, while supporting Artis, said in awe, "I can't believe it. Is that a fight between humans?" Artis replied weakly, "No, ordinary people can't fight like that." Artis looked at them happily. "They are my comrades." At the same time, Electrian's group also focused their attacks on Han-Min. Leon ferociously launched the first strike. Countless fists flew forward, but Han-Min broke through the attack with just a few slashes of his sword. However, another giant cube appeared, with Electrian already standing on top of it. The two of them charged forward in a coordinated attack. Artis slowly began to speak. "I once thought everything was hopeless, because although my comrades had grown much stronger, but our opponent was just as strong." At this moment, Han-Min shattered the cube and let out a loud roar. Artis continued, "And the things I could do became fewer and fewer." Then came another attack from Leon. Artis said sadly, "My growth rate also slowed down considerably. I knew I would soon become a burden to them." Han-Min was surrounded by Leon's technique when Kiwi suddenly appeared from above. She clamped on a Han-Min neck and tightly covered his eyes. Artis said, "Not just Han-Min. Now, the system announces an unusual intrusion has been detected and guidance is being issued." At that moment, Effie quickly rushed in. At this point, the system could only issue one command: kill them all. The command had infiltrated directly into Han-Min brain. Artis looked at everyone and said, "But also Kiwi and Effie." Han-Min bluntly raised his sword. A single slash downward shattered all the surrounding chains. The superior strength of everyone made Artis feel insecure. "They have all surpassed me, so when I left, I intended to leave the party and live here. And now, the three of them, Artis included, had arrived before the mouth of the volcano. In the 5 years I lived here, I also changed a lot. I grew to like this place. But until the very end, I still didn't tell them, because I was so happy that they came looking for me." Han-Min became more and more aggressive. Artis said, "I didn't want to lie to them. I kept telling myself that I would tell them someday." Electrian was unfortunately slashed straight across his body, that I knew I couldn't keep pace with them anymore. But even though we had only been apart for a week, Effie greeted me as if she and I hadn't seen each other in 10 years. Effie, full of spirit, attacked again. That's why I couldn't say anything. Tormia burst into tears and scolded, "You fool, that means you like her." Artis said with a smile, "I'm sorry, Tormia. I'm sorry, Effie." Effie attacked frantically. "Faster, Sir Artis is waiting for me." At the same time, Artis had also stepped into the flames. Effie told herself, "I have to be faster." Two people with two hearts, always yearning for each other, were separated by Han-Min sword. 10 strikes. Han-Min excitedly delivered the finishing blow, but Effie just naively ran straight ahead. When she saw the attack coming, Effie was utterly stunned. Leon also looked helplessly towards Effie. Electrian tried to force himself up, and Kiwi seemed to be screaming at her to run. But the world around Effie was now deathly. Still, that demonic attack just kept rushing this way. Effie gently closed her eyes. Effie said to herself, the fastest swordsmanship. The image of that man suddenly appeared in her mind. Swordsmanship copy. In just a moment, Effie nimbly dodged all the attacks. She charged forward madly, lightning Emperor's descent. At that volcano, Tormia asked worriedly, "We're here, artists. You can observe the battle from here, right?" She warned, "But you have to be careful because the lava is right in front of you." Artist slowly spoke. "Thank you, Tormia." With that, he slowly knelt down and closed his eyes. Tormia said, sobbing, "Trying to act cool in front of me won't work right now. Since I did you a favor, just lie down obediently and continue healing." Suddenly, an image flew past Artist's shoulder. As the picture flew up, Tormia hurriedly chased after it. She said helplessly, "You're really something. If you lose this, what are you going to do?" Suddenly, Holian screamed in alarm, "Sir Artist!" Tormia turned around in shock. When faced with the wrath of Han-Bin Ryu, 10 strikes, Han-Bin Ryu unleashed a series of basic slashes that he had honed thousands of times. The technique was so fast that if you blinked for just a tenth of a second, you would be hit. That's why it looked like a single attack, but in a time shorter than a tenth of a second. In the world of a thousandth of a second, gaps will appear. But even if the eyes can see the gaps, the body won't move fast enough to dodge. That is why, by using electromagnetic waves, swordsmanship instead of the neural system, the brain can directly send signals to the muscles, and as a result, the reaction speed increases dramatically. That reaction speed, on par with the speed of lightning, 100,000 kilometers. Effie used that speed to evade Han-Bin Ryu's demonic attack. The blow created a massive explosion. Electrian was utterly astonished. "My eyes can't keep up with her movements. Is she really a wyvern?" Right at this moment, Effie had also managed to touch the crystal in Han-Bin Ryu's hand. Leon suddenly spoke up to explain, "It's not strange that you're suspicious. The very fact that she's a talking wyvern is hard to believe. Using a swordsmanship that she's only seen once. For a wyvern like her to be able to copy the skill of the lightning Emperor Gaian is beyond imagination." Effie was trying to snatch the crystal away. Suddenly Leon put on a serious expression and said, "But..." Effie tried to use all her strength to pull it out, but couldn't. Leon said, "That's still not enough." At this moment, the hellhound inside Han-Bin Ryu was constantly roaring at Effie. He said, even if she wins the battle of speed, she can't win the battle of strength. To him, she's no different from a 3-year-old child swinging a knife. Han-Bin Ryu calmly waved his hand, and Effie was sent flying. Luckily, Kiwi was there to catch her. Looking at Han-Bin Ryu's murderous demeanor, Leon said, "In the end, the key is to find a way to create a situation where he has to hold the sword with both hands." Will it work? Suddenly, a trembling voice rang out, holding Han-Bin Ryu back. Please wake up." Effie had bitten down hard on Han-Bin Ryu's leg. She said, sobbing, "Min Ryu, Sir Artist is gravely injured. He could die." But Effie was coldly pushed away by Han-Bin Ryu. Inside Han-Bin Ryu's subconscious, the hellhound looked at him and said, "I told you to kill her." He said coldly, "I don't care about the weak." The hellhound asked, "Is that so?" He immediately replied, "I'll focus on taking out the strong ones first." The hellhound immediately agreed. "Yeah, fine. You'll kill them all in the end anyway." Han-Bin Ryu looked at Electrian and Leon attacking at the same time and said cheerfully, "Let's go farming." Effie angrily hit her leg and scolded, "Move." "I said move." Kiwi shouted, "Effie, you're in this state because you used a skill that was beyond you. You need to rest for a bit." Effie said sorrowfully, "We're out of time. Everyone is still fighting. They could die too." Leon hurriedly blocked the sword with his hand and cursed, "You damn bastard. I spent time teaching you to master aura. How the hell did you turn into the final boss?" But Han-Bin Ryu didn't care. He pressed the sword down even harder. His eyes were filled only with ferocity. Han-Bin Ryu silently wondered, is that enough experience points? The strongest enemy. Suddenly the volcano erupted. When he saw the dragon appear from within the volcano, he said to himself, "There it is, Min Ryu." Han-Bin Ryu looked at the dragon with delight and gave a demonic smile. Electrian was utterly astonished. The Dragon Emperor's corpse? How? Kiwi and Effie were just as surprised. "We still haven't transferred the magic crystal. So how?" Seeing that image, Effie seemed to be frozen stiff. Suddenly, two figures approached. She called out softly, Tormia, Holian. Where's Sir Artis? The question left Tormia speechless. At this very moment, Han-Bin Ryu aggressively swung his sword towards the dragon. The attack struck Artis directly, but it seemed to have no effect. The dragon quickly launched a counterattack. This attack seemed stronger than all the others. It enveloped the entire sky. Artis said to himself, even without the crystal, it's fine, because anything that contains mana can be used. By taking advantage of the high temperature and great pressure, I can merge with the mana. I'm sorry, everyone, but this attack only made Han-Bin Ryu more delighted. Effie asked Tormia in anguish. Artis said, but there was no other way. Effie hugged Tormia sorrowfully. From the beginning, I knew that with just the two of you in an exhausted state, it would be impossible to stop Min Ryu. Electrian was just as sad, but I also knew that neither of you would agree to let me sacrifice myself. Electrian pressed his lips together tightly, so I lied. Over here, looking at the dragon emerging from the volcano, this is the end. The beautiful male dragon also seemed to feel this loss. The dragon's curse of decline and Min Ryu's bloodlust. I will use my full power to end it all. Immediately after, Artis's body seemed to merge into the stream of fire. Then he vanished as if he had never existed. A great loss for everyone, especially Effie. As the Dragon Emperor's corpse disintegrated, ashes scattered all around. The ash fell like snowflakes, freeing the dragons from a curse. Everyone could feel it. Artis's departure caused Effie immense pain. And it seems that Artis's death also moved Han-Bin Ryu. Tears began to well up in his eyes. Artis's mana mixed in with the ash. However, it was not enough to extinguish his murderous rage. Seeing Han-Bin Ryu's frenzied state, Leon spoke up, "This is different from the curse. It's on a higher level. Even though we've tried to break it countless times, all have failed," he said while clutching his wound. Especially at times like this when a murderous rage is at its peak, the guide has probably merged with his soul. Holian asked worriedly, "So that means we're going to fail?" Leon replied helplessly, "Yes. The best solution now is to leave this place with the recovered dragonkin," he suggested, "and leave the island sealed with Min Ryu here." Tormia shouted angrily, "Don't joke like that. If so, what did Artis sacrifice himself for?" She burst into tears. "He gave his life to jump in there, and you're saying we end it like this?" Kiwi also agreed, saying, "It's just as Tormia said. Everyone has risked their lives. We will not accept this result." Kiwi decided, "I will infiltrate Min Ryu's guide myself. During that time, activate the fire formation." Leon immediately tried to stop her. "No, that's too reckless, Kiwi. You can't." Suddenly, Effie held Kiwi back. "Think about it. Even if you infiltrate it, without Sir Artis, no one can cast that spell." Effie said in anguish, "Without Sir Artis, it's all meaningless." Without Sir Artis. Suddenly someone appeared and gently patted her head, calling, "Kid, listen carefully." Seeing her arrive, Tormia called out in alarm, "Your Majesty." Up above, the battle between the Dragon Emperor and Han-Bin Ryu continued. Everyone here had their own distinct emotions. Anger. The image of the shattered dragon egg also caused much pain, bringing regret, despair. Artis, inside the Dragon Emperor's body, slowly opened his eyes. Is this the Dragon Emperor's memory? The memory opened with the image of the Dragon Emperor aggressively spewing flames that burned everything around. And when he saw the figure of a small person running towards him, Artis wondered to himself, is that Adora? Artis looked at the scene before him and guessed. Surely, it was Adora who soothed the Dragon Emperor's rage. Seeing Adora step forward to calm the Dragon Emperor left Artis astonished. What kind of magic did Adora use? And then the scene changed again. An image of Artis appeared. He was giving Adora an item. "Adora, this has always been with me since your grandmother found me. It's a good luck charm." Adora naively accepted it. "A good luck charm?" Artis replied, "Yes, it will protect its owner." The kid asked worriedly, "What about you, Sir Artis? Don't you need a good luck charm?" Artis smiled and replied, "It's fine if I don't have it." Suddenly, Adora rushed forward and hugged him tightly. The little kid said confidently, "Then I'll be Sir Artis's good luck charm. I'll always protect you." Returning to the initial fiery scene, Adora stood before the Dragon Emperor and took out the good luck charm, saying, "The owner of this eggshell is Sir Artis, my family and my only relative." Suddenly, drops of water fell onto Adora's head. The Dragon Emperor asked in pain, "So what happened? Is he still alive?" This statement utterly astonished artists. A new scene opened. Someone once said, "I sense the evil aura of the witch Zenova." In a deserted place, a scene covered in white snow. Artis's father told Adora, if she finds out about the existence of the bloodline, there's no telling what will happen. In the worst-case scenario, outsiders cannot enter the upper dragon's lair. Keep Artis a secret. Adora spoke hesitantly, but don't you want to see him? He's your lost son. He replied, when the time is right, if God allows it. We will surely meet, and that meeting has finally come. He stood before Artis and said, you must have had a difficult time, being born in an era where dragons were shunned. Having to face the harsh world alone. Of course, I have no right to say these words, but Artis smiled in rebuttal. No, you don't need to apologize, father. He faintly remembered his comrades who had gone through life and death with him. I wasn't alone. Is it too late if? Suddenly he asked, I want to see Adora again. Is she happy? He asked with curiosity, Adora is here too? His father laughed cheerfully. He looked up and said, Adora, that child, has always been by your side. Suddenly a strange object appeared from above. Artis was utterly astonished. The object drew closer. Suddenly Effie burst in from behind the object and loudly called, Artis. Artis asked blankly, Effie, why are you here? Just as the two were about to embrace, Effie passed through Artis's body and couldn't touch him. Artis said worriedly, you'll melt. Effie shouted in anguish, I refuse. Everyone has already tried their best. Kiwi, Leon, Electrian. The queen came too. Everyone is trying their hardest. Effie took out the crystal and said, here, I brought the magic stone. I kept my promise. You have to keep your promise too. Effie's image at that moment looked just like Adora. Suddenly, Artis's father gently pushed him forward. A stream of water suddenly appeared, enveloping both Artis and Effie. Artis's parents appeared and said, do what you must do, as their friend. By now, Effie had fainted. Only Artis was left staring at them. He called out in alarm, Father, Mother, but their images were obscured by the water. At this moment, outside, Electrian was brutally knocked. Far away by Han-Bin Ryu. Leon was the same. Han-Bin Ryu clutched his head in pain and screamed. His eyes suddenly changed. At the same time, a circle of water appeared at the volcano. The egg was cracking. The rings of water covered the fire within. Then they vanished, and a small object appeared. A person with wings of ice appeared. Termia asked blankly, Ice. Seeing it, Holian said in amazement, those wings. Artis slowly laid Effie down. Leon asked, stunned, I was sure Artis was a fire dragon. Why was he reborn as an ice dragon? Electrian retorted, no, that's not it. Seeing Artis resurrected, Han-Bin Ryu charged forward madly. The more he fought, the more enthusiastic he became. Artis stared intently at Han-Bin Ryu. A huge attack from Han-Bin Ryu shook the surrounding landscape. But it seemed the attack was ineffective against Artis. The dragon race possesses attributes according to their names. Unlike normal dragons who possess the attributes of lightning, water, fire, and earth, the first dragon god has an attribute different from the basic properties. The meaning of the dragon queen's name is ice, frigid. Absorption can only occur at extreme temperatures, absolute zero. Artis powerfully punched through this attack. He let out a long, slow breath. The Dragon Emperor's name is Ash, meaning to burn, a power that can turn all things to ash. Release, a powerful stream of energy shot towards Han-Bin Ryu. Han-Bin Ryu also charged forward madly, but this energy was so immense that Han-Bin Ryu struggled a bit. He quickly jumped down to the side, his eyes beginning to show frustration. Electrian said, until now, everyone thought Artis was a fire dragon, but it was actually a combination of fire and ice characteristics. Suddenly, Electrian burst into tears. His life is the future of the dragon race. Artis is now a member of the dragon race. The first dragon god, level 80. Artis said seriously, it's my turn to help you. Han-Bin Ryu laughed maniacally. At this moment, Kiwi had also entered Han-Bin's mind. She glanced at her hand and said, I used more divine power than I thought, but it seems I succeeded in getting in. Kiwi looked around. This is inside Min Ryu's mind, as I thought. He calls this place the Rocky Mountain. Suddenly a laugh rang out. I knew it. You think it's ridiculous too, don't you? Kiwi was startled and turned to where the sound came from. It was Min Ryu's voice. Kiwi slowly stepped closer to that place. She cautiously pulled back the curtain. Then she immediately looked inside with a stern expression. The walls were covered in writing. Outside, Han-Bin Ryu aggressively swung his sword towards Artis easily raised his hand to block. His shield was so strong that even the blood sword couldn't break it. It seemed that Han-Bin Ryu's power was being absorbed by the shield. Level 80 allowed Artis to easily knock him back, then quickly level up to level 90, then to level 100, level 110, level 130, level 160. The number was constantly increasing. Artis shouted as he attacked, "Your aura is stronger than this. Show me." The resulting flame caused his level to drop from 160 by 30. The power of the flame was too terrifying. Termia dodged to the side and said cheerfully, "He can do it. He will do it, right?" Electrian also smiled and said, "That's right, Termia, we have hope, because he can block that guy's attacks. All he needs to do is make him run out of aura." Electrian carried Effie to a safe place and put her down. Leon immediately came to heal her. Depleting his aura sounds good, but it's not easy. He said worriedly, "That guy's aura seems endless, even if he had to fight continuously for a week." Of course, if Artis can absorb it all, there's no problem. At this moment, as he absorbed Han-Bin Ryu's aura, Artis's level rose rapidly again. Level 130, level 140, level 150, level 160, level 169, level 170. Leon continued. But if he has to convert the aura and release it as soon as he absorbs it, it means his body has reached its limit. Also, his level is only temporary once he releases the absorbed aura. Depending on how much aura is released, Artis's level will be reduced by that much. Level 170 minus 50. Artis used 50 levels for this attack. Scorching Fire. The fiery punch engulfed Han-Bin Ryu in flames. Leon said, "The end of this fight will be." Inside Han-Bin Ryu's mind, he said with a smile, "Ah, I get it now. Kara means me." Han-Bin Ryu wrote on the wall and asked, "And Pato means death, right?" I'm a little interested in this because it's completely different from the language system I usually use. Finally, Mu means to want something, right? Han-Bin Ryu turned to the Hellhound and asked, "With this, we'll finally understand each other better and become friends, right?" The Hellhound slowly replied, "Mu Pato." Han-Bin Ryu asked excitedly, "Huh? What did you say? What did you say? Say it again." The Hellhound, tied to the wall with its limbs cut off, spoke Mu Pato Karam. It repeated again, "Mu Pato Karam." The Hellhound said weakly, "Mu Pato Karam means kill me." Min Ryu listened intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. The Hellhound whispered each word, "Kill me. That is your destiny." He comforted it. Kirapaki Ryankin means don't say such depressing things. Of course, from your perspective, it's normal for you to hate me. But if you still had your limbs, wouldn't you try to kill me? So it can't be helped. As he spoke, he scooped food into a bowl. Min Ryu cheerfully offered the bowl to the Hellhound and suggested, "There's no one here but us. We can be friends." The Hellhound smirked upon hearing this. "You are eating Hellhound meat, but if I'm alive, no more Hellhounds will appear. And without meat, you will starve to death." Hearing that, he clenched his fist around the bowl. 15 years. It's been 15 years. Min Ryu screamed like a madman. "I finally found someone to talk to after 15 whole years. You might not understand this because you're a monster, but 15 years is a fucking long time." The Hellhound spoke, "I am a monster, not a human. It doesn't matter." Min Ryu shouted and smashed the bowl in his hand, scattering the food all over the ground. He collapsed to the ground in despair. "Enough. I've had enough. Stuck on this fucking mountain for 15 years with this goddamn buggy guide and unable to level up. I have to endure this scene of just eating and sleeping all day, not knowing when I'll die." He said dejectedly, I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to fight anymore." The system appeared, displaying the words, "Do you want to commit suicide?" Seeing this, he reached out his hand to press it. Suddenly, someone's hand pushed his hand away. Min Ryu turned to the side in surprise. "Kiwi, how?" Before he could understand her appearance, Kiwi spoke, "So you really are Han-Bin Ryu." A loud noise from above interrupted their conversation. The other Min Ryu was losing his mind, using his terrible power to attack his own comrades. Artis realized the aura is gradually receding. Han-Bin doesn't have much aura left. He gave a monstrous smile. Artis saw something that made him unable to believe his eyes. On the other side, Kiwi was trying to persuade him, "You need to stop fighting. Min Ryu, you might be hallucinating because of your berserk state. But it's all because of the guide. Please give the guide to me. I can destroy it." He spoke, "I can't." The Hellhound mocked. "That guy is living as if he's already dead. Suddenly, Min Ryu's other self appeared. Fight to survive. The weak die. The strong survive. So you still hate fighting? Min Ryu's other self approached and patted his head. Someone like you should just die. Then that crazed expression appeared again. Survival is only for those who love it. As for a piece of shit like you should just stay out of it. Artist's defensive technique was broken. He looked back in astonishment. The aura has stopped spreading. Don't tell me it's because. At that moment, Han-Min Ryu was enveloped by a dense source of aura. A huge explosion occurred. Holian wondered, the aura is gathering. What's happening? Leon, beside her, cursed shit. He thought, why did I only realize it now? The reason that bastard always failed when fighting a Vantirian wasn't because he lacked aura. It was because he had so much aura that it could explode if condensed. But now, when all the aura in his body has been drained out, he shouted, that's a Vantirian's fighting will. We have to at least stop him from using that skill, Artis. Artis is currently at a level between 120 and 180. He thought, if I shoot this, I can stop him. But if I do that, Han-Bin will. Artis said loudly, Han-Bin, please fight it. Strength, survival instinct. Inside, understanding everything, Kiwi said, so because you couldn't stand this endless war, you created another self. Min Ryu, full of self-blame, said, you're very disappointed in me, aren't you? I'm that kind of person. I try to survive only because I'm afraid of death, and I constantly come up with reasons to fight. So I'm not the one everyone needs in the future battle, the one who can become as strong as Boruto is him, not me. The one this world needs. Before he could finish, Kiwi reached out her hand, gently touching and lifting Han-Bin's face. Outside, she was kissing him, then she comforted him. Don't worry about this world anymore. Artis, noticing Min Ryu was distracted, seized the opportunity and launched a decisive blow. The system displayed, guide changed from an external source. This error code has been deleted. Min Ryu fell into a coma, unable to control himself, and was pushed away by Kiwi. Eliminate the joy of Ompolos. You don't need to fight anymore. Min Ryu stared straight ahead without blinking. Before his eyes was the ceiling, illuminated by light from outside. The door. He just lay still, his gaze pensive, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, there was a sound. Someone had dropped a bowl of porridge. Hearing the noise, he turned to look. Outside the door was Holian. She said worriedly, you're awake. You've been in a coma for a whole month, Min Ryu. The scene changes to another place. Artis's voice is full of excitement. The Dragon Emperor's curse has disappeared, and the Dragon Emperor's promise that the Dragon Clan could not attack humans has also disappeared. Instead, the time to use the complete dragon form has been significantly reduced. Even so, somehow, humans and the Dragon Clan are living together peacefully. A new era where humans and the Dragon Clan coexist has begun. It's all thanks to you, Han-Bin. Min Ryu walked forward, his eyes looking outward. I understand, this isn't a dream. He asked, how are your wounds? Artis was a little startled by the sudden concern. He pulled up his shirt to reveal an uninjured body without a single wound and waved his hand. I'm fine. Effie beside him added, look, not even a single scar. Leon stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, not having said a word. Effie said brightly, we were waiting for you to wake up so we could go seal the dungeon together. Now let's go get the artifact. Min Ryu refused. No, I'm stopping here. I'm leaving the group. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere immediately became heavy and everyone froze. Leon was the first to react. He walked over and grabbed Min's shirt. Leon growled, are you running away? Min Ryu replied, yes, you're right, Leon. You are the chosen one, not me. Leon said angrily, what the hell are you talking about? Effie also spoke up indignantly. What's the reason? The berserk rage is over. You don't have to leave, Han-Bin. He said nothing, just slowly reached for the sword on his back. Leon immediately got into a ready stance. Effie stepped back, cautiously. The room fell silent. Everyone looked at each other. Min Ryu lowered his sword and said, see, everyone knows. Even if the berserk rage is gone, I'm still very dangerous. Effie tried to explain, no, that is, Artis came closer and patted his shoulder comfortingly. He said gently, you must have been thinking a lot until now. Thank you for becoming a friend to the Dragon Clan. Min Ryu smiled lightly and replied, me too. Artis, Effie, thank you for being my friends, even when I hid the fact that I came from another world. He turned and said, thank you, Leon. Thanks to you, I survived many times. Leon turned his face away, avoiding him, leaving only one sentence. You're a bastard. Minryu continued, and Holian. Holian was surprised to hear him call her name. Yes? He smiled, took off his sword, and gave it to Holian. I'm sorry for deceiving you and disappointing you about Barot. I think this huge thing is too heavy for me. Holian silently looked at the sword in her hand. Minryu looked toward the door and called, Are you there? Kiwi, are you okay? Let me see you for a moment. Kiwi said loudly, Just go, it was just CPR. You don't need to make a big deal out of it. She curled up behind the door, her voice a little softer now. I'm fine, just go and live happily. Minryu silently placed his hand on the door. She continued, This world will still exist without you. Hearing that, he replied, Thank you. After saying goodbye to everyone, Minryu left. Holian approached the door and gently advised Kiwi, You'll regret it if you let him go like this. Feelings aren't easy to hide. This could be the last time. Hearing that, Kiwi said, because this is the last time, I don't want him to remember me looking this ugly. She sadly hugged Minryu's sword. Holian said nothing more. The scene changes to Minryu. He is holding a compass. Electrian spoke. The continent is to the northwest. He asked, It would be faster if I took you there instead of using this old ship. Minryu explained, I don't want to ride a dragon and attract attention. He looked at the clear blue sky and continued, I want to live a normal life. Camafreya was surprised. Normal? It will be very difficult for someone as prominent as you. Why don't you help Lord Artis anymore? Electrian, beside him, seemed to be reminding him. Minryu jumped onto the ship. He replied, Artis will be fine even without me. He is very strong, and he is everyone else. The two below listened intently, Electrian's face full of sadness and regret. He said, Don't feel guilty about what happened. If we have to find a culprit, I'm the one who should be held responsible. 150 years ago, I was blinded by hatred and failed to protect, and I even tried to kill people. At this point, he burst into tears. At that time, someone told me it was a way to escape the Dragon Emperor's curse. I was deceived by someone who called himself the White Angel. Minryu turned his head and asked, White Angel? Electrian said, Does that name remind you of anything? He denied no. Besides, I don't want to interfere in anything anymore. Electrian realized he had misspoken and hurriedly apologized. He analyzed. Right now, Artis and the rest of the group are probably on their way to seal the dungeon. After taking out the artifact, the island seal will disappear. Then you can go out to the outer ocean. If you need any help, just tell us, because your power has helped us before. After saying that, the two waved goodbye to Minryu. Minryu said unconsciously, maybe so, but a power that can destroy everything should disappear, just like how the Dragon Emperor sealed himself. His ship was heading towards dark, dense clouds with no clear way out. The artifact was activated. Standing on the bow of the ship, he had a bad feeling. He turned to look at the scene before him and was even more stunned. A giant wave rushed forward as if to swallow Minryu. In the dungeon, Artis was trying to stop the artifact. Someone spoke up. What is it? Stop it. Effie blamed him. What did you do? He was bewildered. Did I touch it? Artis was helpless. We've been played by her. Zenovia is targeting time. Leon wondered, Zenovia needs time? But year in here is only a month out there, right? Artis replied, That's when this artifact is active. This thing accumulates time. So far it has accumulated 122 years. In the event this artifact is removed, Ragna's time flow balancing power will take effect. All the accumulated time will pour out in an instant, whether we want it or not. The moment the artifact is unlocked, Zenovia can obtain an uninterrupted amount of time. On the other side, Minryu was struggling against the storm, but just a small touch, it's still okay, right? Artis was stunned, the time that flowed out in that instant. Now the sea returned to its usual peaceful state. An unidentified light emanated, attracting Minryu's attention. His ship was heading towards the source of that dazzling light. 0.5 years have passed since we touched it. Minryu was astonished. That's Zenovia. Minryu recalled the past, killing the first one. That was the first time he held a weapon to kill someone. The system repeatedly demanded, kill them all. The buggy system was the cause of the berserk rage. Crazed, aggressive. As a result, Minryu pointed his sword at his own comrades. A fierce conflict broke out between the two sides. The battle ended thanks to one of Kiwi's moves, eliminate the joy of Ompolos. His comrades were saved. After that, Minryu left his sword behind and departed. He promised himself to live like a normal person from now on. The next day, Minryu lay listlessly on the barren ground. He complained, "I'm so hungry. I should have eaten something before I left." He sat up and looked into the distance, saw a lighthouse, and thought there might be a village nearby. Now where the hell am I? If Effie were here, she could quickly figure it out. Suddenly the system appeared. A new quest has been added to the guide. Minryu's jaw dropped. A new quest? This has never happened before. He thought, did something change after I escaped the berserk rage? The system continued to display. New quest. Find the Church of the Holy Mother in the nearest town. You will be taken to the nearest village if you accept the quest. Yes or no? Minryu exclaimed with delight. The system will take me to the nearest village? Amazing. This piece of junk is finally working properly. This is great. He quickly changed his tune. You think I'd say that? I don't need the guide anymore. I'm not going to fight anymore. So get lost, you bastard. The system screen displayed. You have rejected the quest. The screen flickered off. The coastal city, Valerio Bay. The cuisine here is very rich due to merchant ships from all over coming here. Food is prepared to be preserved for a long time without spoiling during transit. Bread is kneaded with only salt, flour, and water, then baked 4 times to remove as much moisture as possible. The production of crisp bread was once one of the most famous industries. But over time, people preferred soft bread and gradually forgot about this dish. However, continuing the tradition, isn't that the duty of bakers? Back to the present, an old man was hitting Minryu directly with a tray, making him cough violently. He repeatedly hit him on the head and shouted, "Thief, pay up!" Despite this, Minryu sat calmly and ate. After the continuous blows, the old man finally stopped, looked up, and was stunned to find the tray had become misshapen. He was hit so hard his head was steaming as he let out a breath. I guess I'm alive. Suddenly a question popped into his head, but I heard this city was very prosperous. The street scene is eerily desolate. Why are there so few people and trash is everywhere? Scammers too? Something's not right. However, starting a life in this place isn't bad. No one will pay attention to me here. Thinking of a peaceful life ahead, he smirked with delight, ignoring the old man's blow and speaking directly. Thanks for the meal. I left the money there. Keep the change. After saying that, he walked away coolly and silently made a resolution to leave the past behind and start a new life. The chef next to him saw the money and his eyes lit up. Suddenly, he appeared behind the iron bars with his hands tied. A voice rang out, "And you dare to say you don't need the change?" Minryu's jaw dropped in astonishment. "What? I gave you 500 AC. That's enough for you to make for a whole month." The old man pointed his finger straight at his face, angry. "That stuff is worthless now. Don't you know you need dollars to trade? Now you're a criminal," he said while holding up a yellow card. Minryu was confused. What? A new currency? I've never heard of it before. The old man spoke again. "You just sit here. The priest will be here soon." A PRI? A priest? At this moment, a group of strange people approached Minryu. They clasped their hands in unison and said, "Praise be to the Holy Mother on high. In the name of the Holy Spirit, please bless us, whether in heaven or on earth. Amen." Minryu cursed under his breath. What a crew! Getting involved with religion will be extremely troublesome. If I mess with these people, I won't be able to live in peace. But what cult do they belong to? The leader of the group smiled and said, "I didn't expect there to be an unmarked lamb. This must be the guidance of the Holy Mother." He slowly took out a rolled-up piece of paper. The 2 men behind him showed extremely excited faces. "Oh, we can finally witness a high-level skill. Oh, this is wonderful." Minryu thought, "It seems there's no other choice." The leader opened the cell door, slamming the paper down on the table. Minryu looked at the paper in front of him. It was the application form to join the Church of the Holy Mother. The leader took a deep breath and then launched into a long speech. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Priest Xenon, Coordination Team Leader, Missionary, and Missionary Guide at the Church of the Holy Mother. I will briefly explain about joining the church. After that, you can ask any questions you have." A disciple brought a chair for him to sit on. He continued to ramble. "If you join the church, you will receive many benefits. First, upon agreeing to join, you will immediately receive $1,000. That is a privilege that only the first 144,000 disciples enjoy. Next, if you agree to be marked, you will receive another $1,000. In addition, if you make recognized contributions in the fields of missionary work or management, you will receive an additional $200 per month. And no need to be amazed, you will get the opportunity to level up to level 10. He spoke, spraying saliva on Minryu's face, who could only sit and listen helplessly. He raised his hand and confidently affirmed, "Eternal life is no longer out of reach. Following the guidance of the Holy Mother and the Holy Father, you will soon step onto this eternal path with us when the sacred time comes." Amen. The disciples behind him prostrated themselves. Everyone looked at Zenon with admiring eyes. Only Minryu was fed up. He continued, "The penalties for the crime of treason and other crimes range from a 1-year prison sentence to the death penalty." The two disciples flattered him. "Oh, Holy Mother, what outstanding missionary skills. This rhythm and vibration make me want to be enlightened by you all over again." Just remember the way he said the last sentence. So smooth. He laughed. "You praise me too much. I only spoke for 15 seconds. Minryu took off his hood and asked, "What are you doing here, Zenon?" Hearing that, he spat out his water. Why is it you?" He crossed his arms. "Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" A disciple asked curiously, "Lord Zenon, who is that person?" Priest Zenon was actually Rod Estenfia. He replied, "I think this guy has gone crazy." The system appeared, displaying, "New quest, join the Church of the Holy Mother." Minryu was surprised. He said loudly, "What the hell is this? The Hunters Association is disbanded. The currency has changed. And what the hell is the Church of the Holy Mother?" Rod Estenfia waved his hands repeatedly. Minryu said seriously, "Don't tell me. The Holy Mother is Zenovia?" The two disciples unhesitatingly put their swords to his neck. The two of them said angrily, "You dare to say the Holy Mother's name so casually. You're a heretic, aren't you? You level 6 guy." Minryu was surprised. "How do you know my level?" A purple light appeared on these two men's hands. "Blessing of Ompelos, beginner." He wondered, "Blessing of Ompelos?" A voice came from outside. "A monster has been killed." The two men left. "Is there a hunter?" "So many heretics today." Minryu said, "A hunter is a heretic? What are you talking about?" Rod Estenfia grabbed Minryu by the collar and pulled him back. He interrogated him. "Why are you only showing your face now? After 5 whole years." He was bewildered. 5 years? Rod Estenfia let go of his hand and said, "It seems you don't know anything. I don't know what you've been doing or where you've been all this time, but it's all over. Radnia is finished. It is now under the rule of that man." The war began with the fall of the world tree. The evergreen leaves of the 4 seasons of the world tree withered and fell to everyone's helplessness. The guardian tree of Radnia, which once radiated abundant life energy, is now just bare branches. As a result, an energy chaos occurred in Radnia. Seeds could not sprout, and food gradually became scarce. Even worse, the lack of life energy from the world tree caused the birth rate to drop dramatically. The Elven Alliance, who were in charge of looking after the world tree, held a meeting, and the Nymph King was criticized as the one who caused the death of the world tree. In a rage, the Nymph King declared war, and thus, the war between the Nymph Kingdom and the other kingdoms in the Elven Alliance broke out. However, Holian, who was considered the strongest weapon of the Nymph Kingdom, refused to participate in the war. This caused the nymphs to gradually lose, but that was also when the angels appeared. They took flight, rushing straight into the battlefield. Not only did they attack the nymph soldiers, but also the elves, the dwarven warriors, and the spirits. They slaughtered them all as if they wanted to completely wipe out life. At that time, the heroes appeared. Emperor Gaian and Queen Zenovia made the angels flee. The people hailed the heroes once again. The populace even criticized the Elven Alliance and the goddesses, claiming they were just useless. The heroes were called upon by everyone to lead all, including the Elven Alliance, to abolish the cults and organizations that worshiped the goddesses and to create a new order. They argued that all misfortune began with the unfair level system created by the goddesses. Therefore, it was necessary to redistribute levels, protect the weak, and implement equality. And so the Church of the Holy Mother was born. People could level up without risking their lives to fight, and as long as they were loyal to the cult, they didn't have to worry about food. I was chosen because of this special arm. Minryu asked, "So you joined their side?" Rod Estenfia shouted, "So what? I have the right to live my own life too. But if they find out now that I know you, I'll be executed." Minryu snapped the ropes that had been tying him. Rod Estenfia's voice was pleading. "So, I'll pretend I don't know you and let you go. Please, if there's a fight, just act like you don't know me. I just want to live a normal life now." Minryu said, "I won't do anything. I am not worthy of everyone's expectations." Then he stood up and walked straight out, leaving Rod Estenfia full of questions. Minryu was now reminiscing. "I'll leave the rest to you. If you don't want to fight, then die. You don't have to fight anymore. live happily. He stopped and wondered, where do I go now? Holding a circus flyer in his hand, he remembered Rod Estenfia's words, if you have nowhere to go. I can't think of what you could do either. This world has changed, and people need to adapt to it. Minryu pondered adapt. Looking up, he looked towards the circus. Inside, a large ring of fire was created in preparation for a special act. A circus performer grabbed a trapeze, then skillfully jumped through the ring of fire and somersaulted a few times in the air. The audience below was sparse. A drunkard spoke up mockingly. You take our money, and this is all you can do. Some were yawning. Amber Bannet finished her performance, her body hanging in the air. On a high pole, Burger Bookman jumped up, preparing to grab Amber Bannet's hand. Suddenly, a crowd of protesters rushed in. Chase the hunters away. Chase the hunters away. Catechism, Chapter 1, Verse 3. All life is equal. No life is more precious than another. Why do you people make a living by killing monsters? You damn savages, repent. A rock was thrown, hitting Burger Bookman on the head. Ouch! Amber Bannet called out worriedly, Bookman. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. The protesters laughed loudly, cheering wildly. Iwan Lu approached with concern. Brother. Burger Bookman struggled to get up and said, I'm fine, I'm fine. The leader of the protesters picked up a rock and shouted, Repent. Let the monsters live. We don't need hunters. Monsters are living beings too. After she finished speaking, many rocks were thrown hard towards Burger Bookman. As the leader was about to throw another, her arm was caught by a hand. A murderous aura emanated, making her stand still in fear, not daring to move. Minryu spoke up, You're blocking the way. I can't see anything. She looked at his large build and terrifying aura and broke into a cold sweat. The crowd quickly left. She still tried to turn back and threaten, I'll sue you, just you wait. Justice will prevail. When he turned his head back, the crowd had vanished. Minryu slowly headed for the exit, about to leave, when Burger Bookman said, Wait. We're short on people to carry luggage. Why don't you join us, Mr. Eric? Minryu smiled, I can. Minryu appeared in a werewolf costume, constantly introducing. The one and only performance is here, a performance by the top. Trapeze artist is here. Come and see, come and see. As he spoke, his hands tirelessly handed out advertising flyers. Minryu waved a flyer. The world's top circus is here. A little boy picked one up and read it. The boy said with little interest, A circus? That's so childish. Hey, mister, aren't you ashamed? Minryu smiled and said, Kid, I'm a little boy. Wouldn't it be fun to go with your parents? The boy replied, My mom hates this stuff. She says it's a waste of money, just a childish game. Minryu thought to himself, Childish game? Were you so grown up? Despite his thoughts, Minryu asked gently, Then you can go with your father. Hearing this, the boy lowered his head sadly. I don't have a father. He was arrested for being a hunter, so the other kids tease me all the time. Hearing this, he handed over a ticket, I see. In that case, you should get along with your friends. Here, the ticket is free for you. The boy was a little touched. Marco, a voice called out, breaking the atmosphere of the conversation. A woman loudly scolded and pulled the boy's hand away. How many times have I told you? Don't run out into the street on your own. If you don't listen to me, an angel will take you away. Minryu thought pensively. Radnia has changed. Although many people still lived near the area of the World Tree, the joy in their eyes was gone. It was always a struggle here because they had to try to survive. Their eyes were now always directed at the ground, where tired footsteps dragged along the road. Survival, that was the only thing on their minds. The system displayed a mission, explore Radnia. The scene changes to the circus, where debt collectors were shouting loudly, Get the owner out here. Call for Bookman. Iwan Lu replied, My brother is out handing out flyers. One of them pointed straight at them, his voice full of aggression. You have to pay your debt. We don't lend money to people who are in dire straits. Iwan Lu negotiated, If you could just wait, we will definitely pay you back in full. Amber Bannet also spoke up, We're trying our best. Please give us more time. They said despicably, You think you're the only ones who need money? How about we help you with your business, Not this shabby circus business. We have much better business deals. Amber Bannet, on high alert, raised her hand to shield Iwan Lu. Don't talk about such filthy things. They laughed shamelessly. Filthy? Our boss is just thinking of you. Suddenly, the man behind them cried out. Minryu, in his werewolf costume, grabbed the two men by their collars and lifted them up. All right, I'll talk. You listen carefully. Business ideas, I have some great ideas too. The red light, emitting from the wolf's eyes, made Minryu look incredibly frightening now. What do you think about an exhibition on the mysteries of the human body? The two men's faces turned pale. They ran away in fear, not forgetting to say a few words. Just you wait. If you think we're giving up, you're wrong. Minryu waved his hand a few times. He looked at them contemptuously and said, "All talk." Amber Bannet praised. "That's our Eric. So cool." He smiled and replied, "It's nothing. I brought back some snacks. Let's eat together." Iwan Lu was excited. "Those are the meat pies you love so much, sis." Amber Bannet suddenly turned away. She said, "Sorry, the smell is a bit strong." Minryu curiously sniffed it. "Huh? It hasn't gone bad, has it?" Iwan Lu suddenly realized something. Could it be? Burger Bookman's voice was heard. "My love. The meat pies you like." When Amber Bannet saw it, she immediately threw up. In an alley. "So you came back empty-handed again?" One of the two men from before said, "Boss, let's go smash that place up." The boss hit his subordinate on the head with a Bible, a painful thud. "Shut up. I've told you again and again. The doctrine teaches, if someone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to them the other also." Note, the phrase, "if someone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to them the other also," is from Christian doctrine. It is synonymous with the phrase, "love your enemies." He continued, "Violence is not our principle. But for you two to be beaten and run back like that, it means Bookman's circus has someone very strong." One of them replied, "Yes, it might sound hard to believe, but that guy is incredibly big and strong. Even though his level is only level 6, but..." Bella, who was lifting weights, suddenly bent the barbell and threw it to the ground. She said, "It's him." The boss was curious. "Who is he?" Bella continued without concern, "It's definitely him. I'll never forget him." Minryu, on the other side, the main character, was excited. 3 weeks pregnant. Iwan Lu advised, "You need to rest often. You can do normal activities, but you must avoid strenuous exercise." Amber Bannet said, "All right." Minryu was extremely excited. "Congratulations. I can't believe you two are married. And now you're having a baby. Congratulations." Apart from his voice, everyone else had tears in their eyes. They were silent, not saying a word. Only now did Minryu realize Radnia had changed. For some reason, the world tree that sustained Radnia's life was gradually losing its power. This meant that even if she was pregnant, the baby might not be born. Therefore, no one felt at ease. Burger Bookman took Amber Bannet's hand. "Don't worry about anything. You just need to focus on taking care of yourself." Then he gave a bright smile. Amber still couldn't help but worry. "But Bookman, what if I can't give birth?" Before she could finish, Bookman comforted her. "I told you not to worry. From now on, I will be a good father. Just trust me. Everything will be all right. Just trust me." Looking at the scene before him, he recalled the past. Leon grabbed him by the collar and said, "Are you planning to run away?" Artist said, "Thank you, Han-Bin," and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Kiwi hid behind the door. "Just go on fine. Go and live a normal life. Live happily." At that time, Kiwi was crying. Minryu opened the door, smiled, and said, "Just trust me. Everything will be all right." She looked up at him with tear-filled eyes. The two shared a farewell hug. And yet, after that, I never dared to say that phrase again. Because I wasn't confident enough to keep my word. Because I no longer believed in myself. Bookman, you may not be a strong person, but you are a wonderful man. Everyone was focused on their work, not noticing two figures at the door. Minryu recognized them at a glance. It was Bella. Just as he remembered her, she punched him straight in the face. In a hidden corner inside the circus, a bomb had been quietly placed on a wooden crate. The scene shows a close-up of the bomb. A voice is heard. It was hard to make this special remote-control bomb. Outside the circus, a hand holding the bomb switch, hidden under a cloak, continued softly, "If there's an explosion here, this circus troupe won't be able to do business anymore." The two harassers from the other day appeared again. The skinny one nervously asked his companion, "Hey, isn't this a bit dangerous?" The orange-haired woman next to him replied, "This is the price for harming monsters. This is for justice." Suddenly, a figure flashed past them like lightning. A red-haired woman with a fist sent Minryu, who was in his costume, flying. He was immediately slammed to the floor, causing a stir among the audience below. What is that? A fight. Burger Bookman, hovering in the air, looked down, not knowing what was happening. He shouted, "Eric." The orange-haired woman turned to complain to the skinny man again. "What is this? There are children here." The skinny man replied timidly, "Really? Should we detonate it then?" Two unknown reporters behind them immediately answered. One said, "We came here to see chaos." The one next to him added, "The more trouble, the more there is to write about." At this moment, Minryu was struggling to prop himself up, but the orange-haired woman below didn't seem to want that. She muttered softly, No, let's wait a little longer. Then she gave a sinister smile. The woman continued softly with a tone of someone wanting to see a good show. Looks like something very interesting is happening. And on the stage at that moment, Bella cracked her knuckles and said to Minryu, who was struggling in front of her, "Get up. You promised to stop Zenobia and Gayan." Then she suddenly glared angrily and shouted, "So what the hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing here?" Han Minryu's hands slowly opened to look at the fake eyes of the animal costume that had fallen into his hand. In his ear, Bella's voice continued to ring out, "Richard trusted you so much." Minryu pushed himself up and said, "Sorry. I'll explain and take as many hits as you want." Pausing for a moment, Han Minryu glanced to the edge of the stage where one person was trying to come forward to see the situation and another person behind was holding him back tightly. He said again, "But not here. It will be troublesome." Han Minryu said again, I also, but he couldn't form a complete sentence. Seeing this, Bella became furious and swung her fist at Minryu. She shouted, "What are you babbling about?" Suddenly the lights went out, and the whole circus was plunged into darkness. Minryu looked up, not knowing what was happening. He thought with suspicion, the lights. Then someone's hand quietly cast a spell. A circle of light appeared in the person's hand. Then, that circle was thrown up, illuminating the surrounding space. In the middle was the stranger. When he came to his senses, Minryu was shocked to find himself standing in an unfamiliar fighting ring, with a crowd of people in the stands focused on. Looking at him, a large man slowly stepped into the ring. He entered the ring, and a light shone on him. The man looked at him thoughtfully. "So you are Ryu?" Minryu got into a defensive stance and heard him continue. "You are indeed level 6, but your strength doesn't match." Ryu was furious upon hearing this. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Who are you? Are you from the Church of the Holy Mother?" He shouted again, "For the Great Earth Society." The man grinned upon hearing this. He said, just as John Lucen said. As soon as he heard the name, Minryu was stunned. Before he could react, the man had kicked him straight in the body. While dodging the blow, he thought in confusion, "I'm sure I dodged that, so what was that sound of impact?" He did a flip and retreated to the edge of the ring. He shouted, "Who are you? How do you know John Lucen?" Suddenly, the ropes surrounding the ring, as if controlled by someone, threw him back too. The center. Ryu was stunned. The ropes around the ring are moving on their own. The man ran over and delivered a second kick, sending him flying into the air. After that kick, Minryu flew straight into the air. Han Minryu spun a few more times. The man jumped up again and said, "Who am I?" Then he made a strange pose with a frightening face and said, "I was a servant of God, but now I am a villain Desmond." After saying that, Han Minryu's neck was restrained. He grabbed him in a pincer hold, aiming his head straight down. Both of them fell to the arena floor. This powerful impact caused a huge explosion. The child below the ring, held tightly by his mother, asked in fear, "Won't that kill him?" It's too horrible." The child cried out in alarm. The werewolf. From within the thick dust, the man's figure was faintly visible. The man walked to the edge of the ring, holding a piece of cloth, and arrogantly shouted to the audience, "O people." He continued while throwing the piece of cloth away, looking very pleased, "Your hope, the Wolf King, is dead. The night of destruction has come. Be prepared to die," he said, then made a provocative gesture towards the audience. The audience below was terrified. Suddenly, the child from before shouted, get up, Wolf King." The boy ignored his mother's embrace and kept shouting like that. Under the child's influence, the audience chanted in unison, Wolf King, Wolf King." The man was unfazed and gave an ambiguous smile. Behind him, Ryu was slowly walking out of the thick smoke and dust. His eyes glowed a furious red as he said, "That's enough." Minryu jumped up and threw a punch at the man. In front of him, faced with this punch, the man didn't seem tense at all and even smiled. When he reached him, the man was immediately sent flying back. It looked as if he had defeated his opponent, but Ryu seemed frozen. He looked back in bewilderment, thinking to himself, "I didn't even hit him." The bell signaling the end of the match rang. Bella stepped into the ring and took Han Minryu's hand, raising it. "Straight up," she announced loudly, "the Wolf King is victorious." In an instant, the audience below applauded enthusiastically for him, accompanied by a dazzling display of fireworks. In the stands, the orange-haired woman and the skinny man were arguing again. She turned and yelled at her companion, "You idiot, those are fireworks, not a bomb." The skinny man was flustered. How did this happen? The boy and his mother also felt extremely happy watching Ryu's performance. At this moment, Minryu turned and asked, "Hey Bella, what you doing?" Bella smirked and said, "I don't know either, so just shut up." Looking at the man, she added, "They say in the entertainment world, first impressions are very important. This was his idea. If you have a complaint, go find him. Fabrizio." Bella called to the man lying on the floor. Ryu also looked over and silently read the man's name, Fabrizio. At the same time, the system panel also displayed a new mission: find a way to approach the Church of the Holy Mother. On the crowded street, a newsboy was holding the last newspapers in the air in the middle of the bustling market, shouting his wares, "Get them here, get them here." Newspapers about the circus were sold out with the headline, "A new type of performance, different from traditional circuses, is becoming famous." An image of Bella and Fabrizio, made up with a very cool black theme, lunged forward. It was performance wrestling. Tickets for Bowman's circus were always sold. Ow! Bella's heeled feet flew forward, kicking Han-Bin Ryu, who was in a wolf costume. Performance wrestling directly impacts the tastes and emotions of the audience. Bowman's circus has introduced a completely new form of entertainment. On the stage, Bella and Fabrizio landed on the ground with a very professional pose, calling it super wrestling. A hand in a red glove picked up a microphone. The news in the paper was buzzing. A violent and tense match. The public was very supportive despite the opposition of human rights scholars. Han-Bin Ryu, in his werewolf costume, excitedly waved his arms. The newspaper continued to report, accompanied by images of the circus's most spectacular scenes. The circus's fame had spread throughout the continent. Another scene of the three of them wrestling. Bowman's circus helped the local economy grow by 80%. Bowman appeared suddenly to welcome the man who never falls, despite being hit. The Wolf King, Han-Bin Ryu, in his werewolf costume, stood on stage with Bowman to greet the audience. However, no one knew who the Wolf King was. Despite being so famous, an angry voice rang out from a tent at the circus. Damn it, that voice belonged to Han-Bin Ryu. He continued to slam the table and shout, "How much longer are we going to do this? If our identities are discovered, it's all over." He looked at Bella and Fabrizio on the opposite side and continued, "Me too, and you as well." Bella stopped brushing her teeth and replied to him, "Did you forget whose idea this was?" The circus was in a slump. She thought of the warm image of Burger Bowman and his pregnant wife eagerly awaiting their child's birth and continued, "But thanks to this idea, Bowman can pay off his debts and close the circus. We make money and relieve stress, killing two birds with one stone, right?" Minryu refused to back down and retorted, "You can hit me however you want just because I'm young, huh?" At that moment, Iwen Liu happened to pass by and heard Han Minryu's grumbling. So she asked with concern, "Mr. Eric, are you hurt somewhere?" Ryu turned to look at the girl and smiled awkwardly. "Oh no, I'm fine." After that, Han-Bin Ryu went to the two curtains hanging at the entrance. He peeked around to see if anyone was paying attention to him. After making sure no one was watching, Han-Bin Ryu closed the curtains, his back leaning against them as he said, "But it seems you've forgotten I'm hiding your identities for Bowman." Ryu slowly raised his head, his expression momentarily turning serious. He said, "To find Zhang Lucin, the Order of Earth Knights." As he said these words, an image of Fabrizio from the past flashed in his mind. Han-Bin Ryu silently recalled the man's history. Fabrizio, an Otherworlder like me. 20 years ago, he was also accidentally pulled into Radnia like the others. When he first arrived in this world, Fabrizio, feeling out of place, sat dazed on a large rock out there. Of course, he also received the order to kill the goddess, the final mission to eliminate one of the 6 goddesses who rule Radnia. But he was different from the other Otherworlders. He was a Catholic. At that time, Fabrizio was only seen wearing a cloak and looking up with an emotionless expression. Massive, unfamiliar buildings stood before Fabrizio. Minryu's narration was heard again. Suddenly pulled to a place where gods existed other than the one he worshipped, the existence of the evil god Omplaus and the goddesses confused him. Therefore, to protect his faith, he went into hiding and tried to restore the Bible. The man diligently copied the Bible into a notebook by the light of a small oil lamp. In the process, he helped the people he met to repent, and he gradually adapted to Radnia. According to the story, the image of Fabrizio gently encouraging another man, was a complete contrast to his large appearance. The people to whom Fabrizio spread his faith gathered in a hidden corner, unnoticed, to conduct their rituals. Their power grew significantly and gradually became an independent religion, but to avoid conflict with the religion of this world, they remained hidden and celebrated their own mass. Until the Church of the Holy Mother appeared, with a symbol of 3 prongs pointing up and 1 large prong pointing down. They took the teachings of the Bible and used them as they pleased. They oppressed and massacred the sects that worshiped the goddess. Those people, wearing cloaks with that symbol, flew through the streets, carrying out those acts of slaughter. In the face of these massacres, Fabrizio was furious. They could not stand by and watch, and began to resist. Fabrizio and his group took temporary shelter in a deep pit. They began to secretly help all those who opposed the Church of the Holy Mother, regardless of whether they were from the Elven Alliance or worshippers of the goddess. Among those they helped was Bella, a female warrior with a strong physique and sharp eyes. Bella once fought for the Elf Kingdom. The soldiers of the Nymph Kingdom called her the Lioness. It was said she was the right hand of the Queen of Hell. In a dark warehouse, a person in a blue cloak and a mysterious woman with blue hair sat arrogantly on a wooden crate. Minryu's narration continued. There was also Zhang Lucian, known as the Dark Count. He was a young man with a metal hand. The image of Zhang Lucian's lonely back appeared with Han Minryu's narration. He had infiltrated the Church of the Holy Mother to carry out a secret mission for the Order of Earth Knights, after which contact was suddenly lost. Back in the present, Fabrizio lowered his eyes and said to Han Minryu, his mission was to provide information for the Order's counterattack. We are now doing our best to find him. For that purpose, we travel everywhere, cooperating with circus troops. Ryu angrily replied to him, "You've been saying that for 3 months." And he raised his voice, continuing, "What is Zhang Lucian secretly searching for?" Bella was now walking towards the curtain at the door. She pulled the curtain aside to go out, leaving Minryu with a question. "Why do you want to know? Whether we find him or not, what does it have to do with you?" Suddenly, she stopped and glanced at Ryu. "Didn't you say you didn't want to interfere in the affairs of this world? Just stand by with your arms crossed like you are now. Go and enjoy your normal life, Mr. Eric." Leaving those words behind, Bella walked on without looking back. Seeing this, Fabrizio spoke to comfort him. "Even though she says that, she also knows you've fought enough." Fabrizio added, "It's just that she lacked the strength to save Richard. That makes her angry." Outside the tent, Bella no longer had her earlier imposing demeanor. Only a sad face remained. Suddenly, the curtain was pulled aside again. Burger Bowman appeared with a bottle of beer in his hand and asked the two inside, "Can I come in?" Fabrizio immediately welcomed him. "Boss Bowman, please come in." Bowman replied shyly, "Oh, what's with the boss?" Bowman raised the beer bottle in his hand and said, "Thank you all for your hard work. This is a local specialty, so I bought some for us to drink together." But before Bowman could finish, Ryu had already walked out. Bowman called after Eric, but he paid no mind. Left behind in the tent were a pensive Bowman and a sad-faced Fabrizio. Outside by the carriage, Minryu sat alone. Recalling when Zoran Estenfia grabbed him by the collar and questioned him, he thought, if I had asked that guy about Zhang Lucian back then, maybe I could have done something. Minryu sadly questioned himself. He thought of the sentence, "If I join the Church of the Holy Mother," as the system said. At this moment, the system panel displayed a new mission. Find a way to approach the Church of the Holy Mother. Looking at the system panel, Han Minryu silently reminded himself, "No, I can't trust that system. It could be a trap." As Han Minryu reached for the system panel, he thought, from the very beginning, this strange mission didn't even show up for other outsiders. It's really not trustworthy. His finger pressed the decline button. Strangely, the system panel displayed the words, "You have accepted the mission." Minryu panicked. "What the hell? I refuse, damn you." He waved his hand at the gradually disappearing system panel. The system no longer materialized, but spoke directly into Han Minryu's head. "I will guide you to the optimal coordinates to carry out the mission. Local branch 1587, 154, 68, 77. Ryu was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. The system panel continued to display a notification. 3 hours, 24 minutes, 52 seconds until the event begins. Ryu stared at the words. words, 3 hours, 24 minutes. At this time, in the outskirts of the city, at a closed dungeon, the surrounding scenery was extremely dark and gloomy. In front of the dungeon entrance were wooden planks blocking entry and exit. Inside the dungeon were wooden cages holding pitiful beasts. The system panel successively displayed information about those poor little things. Natural monster, poison mushroom, level 7. Natural monster, ground squirrel, level 2. Natural monster, earth golem, level 12. Inside was a light red colored animal. Then, at an iron cage, the information provided by the system was natural monster Haku level 5. In that simple iron cage was a small creature that looked quite like a white dog with a horn on its head. Ryu picked up the dog in his arms and said, "Damn it, you look tired." He looked around and wondered, what is this place for? Who has such a cruel hobby of collecting natural monsters? Then he stood up, looking at the countless iron cages stacked on top of each other all around, and exclaimed, "Such a large number." At this moment, the system appeared and said, Han-Bin has arrived at the designated location. The system panel again displayed a time reminder, 3 minutes 52 seconds until the event begins. Seeing this, Ryu pondered, is there some mistake? I clearly followed the guided coordinates. Voices suddenly came from a doggy door nearby, so he had decided to listen in on the situation. The voices became clearer. This is different from what we discussed. Someone replied, that won't work, it's my fault. The first speaker spoke up again. The explosives I received to destroy that circus were fireworks. The other person continued, there's definitely no mistake. Hearing this, Ryu was shocked. A circus? Are they talking about us? Who are they? That spot is too small for me to crawl out and see. Suddenly, Haku jumped out of Ryu's hands, and he quickly caught it. Hey, be quiet, he said to it. At this moment, he noticed Haku was holding something in its mouth that looked like a snake's head, and at the same time, the system displayed information about the artifact Ouroboros. The voices again drew Ryu's attention, and he leaned out to eavesdrop. The people below, holding guns, were talking to each other. Can you catch a monster higher than level 70? A monster of that size can only be found in a dungeon, right? As soon as he saw the appearance of the speaker, he became suspicious of these people. They're the troublemakers from the other day, aren't they? Below were 3 of the troublemakers from the other day, led by a red-haired woman. She said, are you telling us to go into a dungeon instead of the hunters? That's ridiculous. It's not worth the risk for that amount of money. Looking further, Ryu saw another person standing opposite the 3. Is that person from the Church of the Holy Mother? Are they behind this group? He thought. That person was wearing a white cloak with a logo and a hood covering their head. At this moment, the person in the cloak spoke up. Even if you have to go into a dungeon, you must do it, for the sake of the Holy Mother. If you can't do it, pausing for a moment, he continued, then you are of no value to us. Looking closely at that person, Ryu's eyes widened in surprise when he saw something very familiar. It was an iron arm. Zhang Lucian silently said to the group, if you can't hunt a monster level 70 or higher, then you are of no value to us. After saying that, he raised his iron hand in front of him and threatened, it's best you disappear. Facing that ironclad hand, the 3 people cowered in fear. Suddenly, a young man rushed out from nowhere to stand in front of the 3, shouting loudly. Wait, I guess you, Zhang Lucian, cut off contact because you were on a mission. The young man who had just arrived was Han-Bin Ryu. He grinned and said, you're safe now. Zhang Lucian, the name just mentioned, made the other person's face darken, his eyes showing clear scrutiny. After that, he took off his hood, his ironclad left hand still pointed forward defensively. It turned out that person really was Zhang Lucian. He asked, who are you? This is a secret location. Han-Bin Ryu looked dumbfounded as the young man opposite him continued to ask, are you one of them? A person with orange hair behind him immediately shook their head. Han-Bin Ryu then remembered something. Zhang Lucian doesn't know this form of his. Han-Bin Ryu fumbled in his pockets for a moment, searching while saying, wait a minute, let me return to my original form, just a moment. He kept searching all over his body, ignoring the stares of the person behind him and the one in front, muttering to himself, wait, hey, actually this is more than enough. Then he said to the bewildered Zhang Lucian, don't you recognize your big brother's face? Side effect of using an artifact not matching your level. 1 minute 45 seconds remaining. At this moment, Han-Bin Ryu had pulled out an ancient statue shaped like a snake's head. Zhang Lucian suddenly attacked, clenching his teeth as if he didn't dare to look at the person opposite. Facing this sudden change, Han-Bin, Ryu, and the people behind him were also too stunned to react. A large crack appeared. The destructive power of that move was so great that it caused the dungeon gate to explode and collapse. Everyone standing nearby was pushed inside along with the cracking, falling rocks. Han-Bin Ryu quickly put his hands on the ground to stabilize his body to avoid hitting the back, creating a screeching line on the ground, while the other three people were each thrown in a different direction. Han-Bin Ryu angrily shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" It's me. It's Han-Bin." No matter how loudly Han-Bin Ryu shouted, Zhang Lucian paid him no mind. The sound of helicopter blades gradually grew louder. Zhang Lucian retracted his ironclad arm, and with a stern expression, he said, "Go hunt a monster level 70 or higher for me." He glanced at the group from top to bottom, warning in a low voice, "Otherwise, there's no deal." Han-Bin Ryu watched in astonishment and said, "What does that mean?" Watching the other person's back as he turned away amidst the dangerous scene of countless falling rocks, Han-Bin Ryu stubbornly called after him, "Wait a minute." Han-Bin Ryu from behind kept stubbornly calling for Zhang Lucian, unaware that a gun was placed right behind his head. The orange-haired woman, pressing a gun to the back of his head, asked, "Who the hell are you? Are you a hunter sent to break our deal?" Han-Bin Ryu lowered his eyes, clenching his teeth, hissing through them, "What the hell is this?" The orange-haired girl, seeing she was being ignored, angrily shouted, "Answer me now." Han-Bin Ryu remained still despite the weapon pressed against him, saying, "You people, you use monsters to trade with the Church of the Holy Mother." That orange-haired girl replied, "So what? It's better if the monsters live in a suitable environment. Don't lump us in with those barbaric hunters. You guys." At this moment, the man behind them was unexpectedly pierced through the stomach by two large pincers. His eyes rolled back as he groaned endlessly in pain. In just a moment, the large figure of that monster appeared clearly before everyone. It swung the two large pincers on its head to the sides, completely tearing the man apart. It was a dungeon monster of the ant frog race. Level 72. Body fragments fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. A nearby accomplice fell to the ground and screamed in fear. The orange-haired girl quickly pointed and shouted, Don't attack it." But the tall, thin one didn't listen. He fired his gun repeatedly at the monster, screaming uncontrollably as he shot. The monster fell, blood splattering all over the orange-haired girl's face, causing her to freeze up. That large monster hadn't completely fallen and was now standing in front of the orange-haired girl. Witnessing the monster before her, the orange-haired girl kept explaining softly, "It's okay. You're scared because there are too many people, right?" She raised her hand in a friendly gesture and asked, "It's okay now, isn't it? Right, good boy?" The monster let out a resounding roar. The orange-haired girl immediately panicked and screamed, aiming her weapon at the monster, preparing to attack. But before the attack could begin, the monster vomited a white liquid directly onto the orange-haired woman. It's unknown when Han-Bin Ryu had appeared next to the monster's mouth. He jumped down and flipped the monster upside down so fast it was impossible to see. That monster flew straight up into the air. Then it flipped over, plunging headfirst into the ground. That man stood in front of the orange-haired woman, cracking his shoulder joints as if the monster just now was nothing. That orange-haired woman witnessed the whole thing, sweating and trembling nonstop. Min Ryu, with bulging muscles and a darkened expression, asked, "A deal with me at the Church of the Holy Mother in the South. Prison City, formerly Onfrost City. This place is far from the World Tree, unreachable by the central government's power. The Church of the Holy Mother used a huge sum of money to buy the entire city. Now it has been repurposed into a place to imprison supporters of the goddess and hunters. Payment complete." A gloved hand held a gold card. Artist smiled and said, "The thing you caught is excellent." The orange-haired woman could only give a forced smile and mumbled in reply, "Ah, yes." Outside the church, people were tying up the monster. Artist said, "A level 72 monster, still alive. How did you manage to subdue it?" The orange-haired woman replied, "Ah, that is a trade secret." He didn't ask further after hearing that, just said, "It doesn't matter. I think the bishop will be very pleased." He said cheerfully, "If you do well, you'll have a place here." The orange-haired woman struggled to clench her teeth and replied, "Teach, thank you, sir." He continued, "From now on, we'll take over. See you next time." She was filled with regret. "Damn it, why did I get involved in this?" The orange-haired woman was tied to a chair. The nearby bishop was exclaiming, "Excellent. This deal will clearly allow you to infiltrate the Church of the Holy Mother." A man with one hand on his hip said, "But only monsters can get inside. Moreover, the followers of the Church of the Holy Mother also possess an artificial guidance system." Hearing that, the man immediately replied, "But his level is only level 6. Who would know?" The woman also said, "Even so, he'll be stopped at the checkpoint, right?" The man said, "What about shrinking in size and hiding?" The woman also replied, "If their security is that lax, why would we even need a plan?" Standing in the middle of this debate, Han-Bin Ryu paid no mind and thought with his arms crossed. After a moment, Han-Bin Ryu opened his eyes, smiled, and replied, "It's not a problem. Everyone just needs to worry about completing the transaction successfully." At the gate of the Church of the Holy Mother, the orange-haired woman was bowing to the guards. The purple-haired man put an arm around the orange-haired woman's shoulder, smiling from the side, while the bishop held a cross with a sorrowful expression. The giant, unconscious monster was being brought inside. He looked in that direction for a moment and said, "No matter how good their security is, they would never expect this." It seemed that the monster was no longer a simple matter. At this moment, in the monster's stomach, Han-Bin Ryu was lying in its undigested fluids, saying with a disgusted look, "I don't know what this monster ate. If I didn't have high defense stats, I would have melted away." Fabricio was laughing loudly at Min Ryu's plan, saying, "It's amazing you could think of something so difficult." Bila, with one hand on her hip, smiled and asked, "But why did you suddenly decide this? Didn't you want to live without caring about what happens to this world?" As she spoke, her expression changed, her eyes lowered, and she continued, "Moreover, Zhang Lucian's actions are very similar to those of a traitor. What if he has really changed?" Fabricio, with a hand on his forehead and eyes closed, said, "This could be a trap. I wanted to stop you too, but..." Then he said seriously, "The mission that Zhang Lucian received must be completed." Min Ryu, with both hands on the table, said, "I know, this is my personal business." His face darkened, and he said clearly, "I have no intention of joining your organization to run errands." An image of the happy Bookman family appeared, along with Min Ryu's words. "No matter what, I can't let the Bookman family get into trouble, because they are just ordinary people." Fabricio replied, "I understand. Then I will assign you to act on behalf of Zhang Lucian to carry out the mission to rescue the vice commander of the Order of Light." In the enveloping darkness, a person had their eyes closed, surrounded by constantly rising air bubbles. Countless black bands overlapped. These black bands were countless souls constantly crying for help, begging for mercy, screaming in terror. From somewhere in the darkness, a light appeared, flashed, and an eyeball suddenly appeared. It opened wide, revealing bloodshot veins. Suddenly, someone vomited a pale yellow liquid from their mouth. For some reason, that yellow liquid kept gushing out. A hand was resting on the ground, slapping into that liquid. It turned out that hand belonged to a naked Gaian. His back was stuck with tubes connected to a test tube system. Kneeling on the ground, coughing violently, he propped his face with one hand, breathing with difficulty. Under his gaze through his dripping wet hair, a woman appeared standing in front of him. He reached out his hand, saying with difficulty, "Zenobia, I was fighting borrowed." The woman didn't answer that question. She said, "Well, it seems you haven't fully recovered yet." After saying that, she used one foot to pull a cloak over, continuing, "I'll explain later. This is an emergency." By now he was cloaked. Zenobia stood behind and whispered, "This world needs a hero again." Then she whispered something, causing Gaian's eyes to widen. Horrifying black and white images ran through Gaian's thoughts. Out at sea, a monster was swimming. A monster, with a shark's face and wings, was constantly biting people's necks. Countless images of death appeared. Gaian had a determined expression. "All right, a hero." Gaian's whole body radiated a majestic aura. Our world needs a hero. Countless flying beast-like monsters flew above Gaian's head, even if the creator does not allow it, as long as the world has pain. Half of Gaian's face now had 2 additional blue eyes. He raised his right hand, and many black bands appeared. Holy spiral, it still needs salvation. Those black bands, they shot up high, killing all the flying monsters. The giant monster in the air was the one that had appeared in Gaian's mind. It was emitting a black light as if preparing to fire. Dark thunder ray. That light was extremely dazzling. This world still needs me. At this moment in the palace, the sound of hurried, urgent footsteps. A fat hand was placed on the door, preparing to push it open. The door was thrown open. It turned out to be the old former king. He shouted loudly, "What is the meaning of this?" He was furious, yelling regardless of where he was, "Why do I have to report my assets?" And to suddenly change the currency of this world. The man sitting on the throne had one hand propped against his temple. In the room with countless nobles, apart from the old man's roar, Emperor Gaian was completely silent. The Ratnia United Alliance Summit was taking place here. The former king, his face now red with anger, was startled and said, "What is this?" The people present in the room were currently seated. Among the nobles supporting Gaian's faction were many important figures, including the head of the Ratnia Merchant Association, and even the president of the International Court of Justice. The expressions of everyone looking at the old man were annoyed. Some were indifferent, some were contemptuous. Have they all gathered here today to oppose Gaian? Gaian finally spoke, his tone reproachful. "We've been waiting for you for a while." Gaian said politely to the old man, "Please come in, former king of the Nymph Kingdom." Hearing this, the old man broke out in a sweat, smiled calculatingly, and thought to himself, "Humph, after swallowing the Elf Alliance, you're getting greedier again. I guess you thought if you changed the currency, the nobles would have to bow down, but you didn't expect to incur the hatred of those who once supported you." He said, "My family has managed the territory for generations under the permission of the goddess. Do you think a single word from you can break that tradition?" The other nobles, seeing this, also voiced their strong opposition. "For what reason do you think I and the other nobles have to share dominion over the lands? Have you forgotten that you are where you are today because of our support?" The long-bearded noble from before, holding a staff with a sickle at the bottom, pointed it straight at Gaian's face, saying, "Do you think you can lead everyone as you please, Emperor Gaian?" Gaian just smirked slightly and said, "All right, that's impossible." He began to stand up, the connecting tubes behind him detaching, saying, "For an ordinary emperor." The former king looked at Gaian with a wary expression. Then he continued, "But for me, who has listened to the pain of countless lives, the one who has seen tens of thousands of futures, I am not merely an emperor." As he spoke, Gaian took off his shirt, revealing a body that contained an entire space. Gaian said, "I am a god." Then one hand touched half of his face. He had now removed the mask he had worn for so long, revealing an otherworldly half-face with 5 eyes and an elongated jaw, saying, "The god of the species of this world." The long-bearded man shouted again in anger, "What do you think you're doing?" And continued, "Do you think we will accept such tyranny?" However, his anger was met with a powerful swing of Gaian's hand, which severed the heads of those sitting in the same row of seats as him from their necks. The long-bearded man, because he was standing, was cut in half at the waist, blood splattering everywhere. Looking at the severed body parts falling to the ground, Gaian quietly repeated, "Tyranny." He frowned deeply and continued, "It is also for the people, the ones who chose me." The former king of Nymph, seeing the bloody scene, began to feel afraid of this man. At this moment, Gaian turned to look at him with a grim expression, the hand he had just swung not yet fully closed. Faced with the man's subtle threat, the former king of Nymph immediately turned pale. He clasped his hands together and stammered, "W8, Lord Gaian, I will renounce my royal authority and the rights of the nobility." Suddenly, a laugh rang out from the side. The man in the black fur hat burst out laughing. He said loudly, "This is hilarious. Watching the smug nobles die for daring to touch the power granted by God." After mocking them enough, he resumed a serious expression and said, "Power must be created from the choice of the electors. We here are the ones who were democratically elected." This statement made those sitting next to him nod in agreement. Democracy is the system for the people. The man in the black hat spoke again, but before he could finish his sentence, his head was severed from his neck. With another swing of his hand, Gaian decapitated the remaining people at the meeting table, except for the former king, who had managed to cover his head and duck in time. Gaian said slowly, using wealth to manipulate public sentiment, setting up a sham democracy, then finding ways to embezzle, live in luxury, and then retire. The former king had now jumped up from his chair, his face ashen. Gaian continued relentlessly, "To me, human glory or human greed are all meaningless." The portly figure of the old man ran for his life amidst Gaian's calm words. "The past must be closed and a new future will open." He sat down on the throne, his voice still echoing steadily. "A world where everyone is equal without conflict. Therefore, your roles end here." As he finished this last sentence, the surrounding scene showed only Gaian as the living person. The seats in front of him were filled only with incomplete corpses, bloodstains scattered everywhere. everywhere. Another voice rang out, "Well done." From behind Gain's throne, a pair of black-gloved hands appeared, applauding, "Truly wonderful. It's a pity this couldn't be broadcast live to the public." The person who had just appeared was Zenobia. She asked Gain again, "But did you really need to explain to these men who were already sentenced to death?" Gain wearily supported his head and explained, "They were key figures in the old world. I was just showing respect for their contributions." After explaining, he frowned and asked Zenobia, "So, have you found a way to save the world tree from collapse?" Hearing this, Zenobia looked up at the sky thoughtfully. She let out a soft sound. Recalling the desolate image of the world tree, she said, "The civil war of the elves has stopped the essence of the dead from flowing to the world tree." She then remembered the image of the girl with her eyes closed, lying in a small pond soaked in an unnamed solution for the roots of the world tree to absorb nutrients, and continued, "We are currently using Holian's life force to sustain it, but I don't know how long it can last." Hearing this, Gain was somewhat annoyed. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Have the goddesses really abandoned this world?" Chaotic scenes once again flooded Gain's mind. He gradually frowned. Black and white scenes, occasionally showing clear faces of people flying chaotically, filled Gain's mind. An image of Burrow with his head down and wounds on his body also appeared. Unfamiliar faces with unclear features appeared one after another, flooding his thoughts. At this moment, the image of Burrow suddenly changed. He looked up straight at Gain and gave an incomprehensible smile. Gain let out a soft, annoyed sound from his mouth. As if startled again, Gain slightly fell back and let out a long scream in extreme panic. Zenobia, who was standing nearby, immediately rushed over and asked him, "What's wrong, Gain? Are you okay?" Gain was now clutching his head in discomfort. He said softly no. His eyes were wide, sweat pouring down his head. He kept saying, "It was you who betrayed us. You are the traitor. It was you, Burrow." Hearing this name, Zenobia was immediately startled and glanced over. She picked up a large, crude black fluid necklace from behind. Zenobia plunged the cord straight into Gain's back with a determined expression. At this moment, Gain's expression gradually relaxed. Zenobia spoke reassuringly, "It's okay." He rested his head in Zenovia's arms and listened to her say, "It's okay. It's just because you were away from the healing device for too long. It's okay now." Gain began to mumble intermittently, For this world, I drove the angels away." Zenobia, beside him, chimed in, "That's right. Thanks to you, we were able to stop the angels and protect this world." Zenobia looked at Gain, resting his head in her arms, and smirked. She whispered, her tone captivating, "So for the new world for me." She added another sentence, "Become a god." Elsewhere, a pair of hands were deftly manipulating the buttons and levers on a wooden box. A monster that looked just like a giant purple lizard with a long tail. At the end of the tail was a ball full of sharp spikes. It was surrounded by 4 small humans holding shields and swords on 4 sides. The owner of the nimble hands from before had not stopped their movements. That person said in a loud voice, "These guys are really good at dodging." Well, dragging out the last sound a bit, that person continued, "How about this?" Following this sentence, the large monster snapped off the head of a nearby person in one bite. Nice, all right. The scene of the giant monster and the others was projected on the screen of another luxurious room. A row of people in identical purple and white robes were standing and observing the screen. In the middle of the row was a long armchair. The voice rang out again, "See? Do you all see?" It turned out the person sitting in the chair was the one holding the control box. A standing person bowed slightly to flatter. "Your skills are truly impressive." In response to the compliment, the other person laughed loudly. "Amazing, right? Now for the next one." The second one is down. Following that smug voice, the spiky tail flattened a person standing at the back. The hands manipulated the control box again. Watching the monster spit a yellow liquid onto another person's head, he said smugly, "Down in one hit." At this moment, another young man, standing nearby, gently placed a hand on his other arm, the part where a yellow tube was inserted. Then, as if something was wrong, the young man frowned slightly, looking at his glowing hand. At the scene, the monster was raising its head to look around. The person in the chair opened their mouth and shouted excitedly, "Great, the last one." The monster swung a leg up, preparing to strike down the last remaining person. Suddenly, the young man fell silent, his brow furrowed in extreme pain. The hand with the tube clenched, veins popping. The monster's body also stiffened. Then its head was chopped off its body. Standing before the large, headless body that had been defeated, the last survivor raised their sword and shouted joyfully, I did it. That person was so happy they started to cry, still shouting loudly, I'm free, I'm free. The person on the long chair let go of the control box and said softly, ah, what a pity. He continued, I'm sure I was faster. He swayed his body regretfully, while the young man maintained his earlier posture of raising his hand. Could it be? Hearing that, the young man immediately broke into a cold sweat and glanced sideways. Did something interfere with me? The one in the chair gave a strange smile. He is the Archbishop of the Church of the Mother in the southern region, the first man, Adam. Adam raised his voice slightly and called Rhodastenphia. The young man called Rhodastenphia was terrified, sweating profusely upon hearing his name. Called out. Another person standing behind Rhodastenphia immediately slapped him on the head, startling Rhodastenphia. Hey Rhodastenphia, didn't you hear the Archbishop asking you a question? The same person said angrily, what are you doing? Answer him quickly. Rhodastenphia almost immediately knelt before Adam, who was sitting comfortably in the chair, and stammered, I'm sorry. The other person continued to shout relentlessly, you bastard. Have you forgotten that it was the Archbishop who hid your true identity and brought you here? Adam started to intervene. All right. Rhodastenphia, kneeling on the floor in fear, heard Adam continue. I can play my games happily thanks to him. After speaking, Adam turned to ask a person also in uniform standing behind him. That's it for today, right? The person replied, yes, 3 died today. That person was a young man. He continued to report, the only surviving prisoner reached level 40. Adam immediately replied excitedly, as expected, my insane control skills have been unleashed. Adam ordered, reward that prisoner who just leveled up and prepare to release him. The person behind him looked at the book in his hand and replied yes. Suddenly, he squinted and hesitated, and the monster that was reported earlier has just arrived, according to the young man. Another large monster with 2 giant pincers in front was brought before everyone. Tied up, Adam said excitedly, oh, it's so big, it looks reliable. He turned to the young man again and asked, what level is it? He replied, 72. In response to that was Adam's excited tone, excellent, very good. Then Adam turned back to call Rhodastenphia. Hey, Rhodastenphia, try moving it. The young man behind him trembled and replied, I can't move a monster with a higher level than me. Hearing this, Adam said with a displeased look, hey, are you trying to spoil my fun? Can't you do anything? Rhodastenphia could only tremble and reply, I will try to improve my level. Suddenly Adam raised his voice, pointed at Rhodastenphia, and said, all right, then Rhodastenphia will be specially promoted to the 3rd rank. Make sure your level surpasses 72. Rhodastenphia looked at the hand, pointing straight at him, drenched in fearful sweat. He immediately dropped to his knees again to shout, thank you, your grace. At this moment, the man who had shouted at Rhodastenphia spoke up again. Archbishop, he clenched his fist, looking at Rhodastenphia's cowering, kneeling figure, and said, unfortunately, this one has not officially received the mother's blessing. Rhodastenphia pressed his head to the floor, listening to the man continue. Of course he can receive experience through his arm. The man continued to drone on, but making a special exception to promote him to a 3rd-rank priest is unprecedented. Even the 2nd-rank priest position in the south has no vacancy right now. Instantly, Adam violently ripped the man's head from his body. Holding the head in his hand, he said gleefully, well, there's a vacancy now, isn't there? The man's headless body collapsed right next to Rhodastenphia. Adam threw the head behind him and said, perform the promotion ceremony for me. Then he threatened in a cold voice, remember, if any of you get in Rhodastenphia's way, you'll die. Understood. Rhodastenphia didn't dare to look up, just frowning as he heard the others reply, We will proceed as soon as possible. Suddenly, Adam squatted down, threatening the sweat-drenched Rhodastenphia on the floor in a low voice. And Rhodastenphia, next time don't let the signal lag. Again, he lifted Rhodastenphia's face and continued caressingly, I really hate clumsy people. Too scared, Rhodastenphia didn't answer immediately. Seeing this, Adam prompted him, answer me. Only then did Rhodastenphia tremble and reply yes. The hands left Rhodastenphia's face, leaving a dark red bloodstain. Rhodostynphia, still wide-eyed with fear, didn't get up right away. Adam's cheerful voice rang in his ear. Good boy. Just then, another person from behind reported, Archbishop, the mother is calling. Adam asked, Genovia? Tell her I'll be there right away. Before leaving, Adam complained, what's that smell? It smells like dung. Clean it up. It was indeed the smell of the monster that had just been brought in. And right after Adam spoke, a voice immediately ordered, what are you still standing there for? Go clean it up. They just didn't notice that a piece of dung had fallen into a nearby sewer drain. The scene shifted to a rather dilapidated house. Rhodostynphia narrated in a flashback, I was born the fifth child in a poor family. Like other peasants, we didn't own land and had to live by working on other people's land. The scene shifted to a memory of a young Rhodostynphia, tears streaming down his face, wanting to chase after something, but being held back tightly by a tall man next to him. Back. And the thing that the young Rhodostynphia wanted to reach for was a woman, who also had silver hair like him, being taken away by others. Rhodostynphia continued, despite that, my father couldn't cast aside his honor, and he didn't kneel and beg when my mother was sold to a nobleman. Thinking of that, Rhodostynphia faintly recalled the cold and silent back of the man standing beside him at that time. The farewell afternoon was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Rhodostynphia thought resentfully, if he had cast aside his pride, my mother wouldn't have been sold like that. For that very reason, when looking at the family photo of the level 40 man who had just won, he couldn't help but sigh. It's all the same. Before he could escape his own train of thought, Rhodostynphia suddenly grimaced and his mouth fell open. A small body rushed from the opposite direction and threw itself straight into Rhodostymphia's arms. After recovering, Rhodostynphia frowned and scolded the one who just rushed at him. Didn't I tell you not to scare me like that? Dead bodies lay scattered on the ground. 3 figures walked past. One of them thought, oh God, I can't believe I got dragged into this mess. Rhodostynphia looked down and called softly, kid. The one who just rushed into Rhodostynphia was the daughter of that level 40 man. With wide, round eyes, the little girl stammered, Rhodostynphia wasn't really angry with the little girl. He knelt down, buttoning her coat, while sighing, it's so cold. Why did you run out here? I told you to wait for me at home. Why didn't you listen? But the little girl stopped Rhodostynphia and pointed in another direction, calling out again, Rhodostynphia looked in that direction and let out a puzzled, huh. The direction the little girl was pointing to was a long row of white apartments. Rhodostynphia asked suspiciously, home? Looking up at one of the small apartments, Rhodostynphia wondered aloud, did someone come? After saying that, his face fell, looking very annoyed. The apartment had no door. Light from inside shone out into the empty hallway. Rhodostynphia stepped inside. In his hand was a long, unidentified object. Rhodostynphia entered cautiously. As he walked, he called out, is that you, Jonglusen? The little girl from before stood outside, peeking half her head in to check the situation. As he got closer to the bathroom where the light was on, Rhodostynphia said again, you didn't come here because things didn't go well, right? He said the last sentence just as he reached the bathroom door. He held the staff in an attack stance, then stared blankly at the soft figure behind the shower curtain. Rhodostynphia asked with a blank face, who are you? A yellow metal object shaped almost like a holy cross, but with an added motif in the center like a sun. That is the symbol of the Order of Light. A series of soldiers stood in a line. They held long, straight yellow metal rods pointing to the sky. On the hilt was the same symbol from before. They are the warriors loyal to the goddess Anthea, the god of light, the holy knights. They have always existed throughout the history of Radnia. They act in the name of the god of light, executing justice. Those people stood on a cliff. Behind them, the dazzling sunlight shone down on the fierce brawl below. The soldiers fighting below gradually stopped and stared blankly at that rainbow-hued light, a sacred light that purifies human sins and awakens their conscience. Under that sacred light, some even shed tears. A holy knight glided past with a sword in hand, and the heads of those he passed were gently severed from their necks. The sword of light severs both pain and regret. On their battlefield, there are no screams of pain, only the struggle for survival. The holy knight with the soaring body, just now, was a portly man with long hair tied neatly back. However, in the end, they were destroyed by the Church of the Mother. Returning to the present, standing before the wounded soldiers who were looking at them with curious eyes, Minryu said slowly, the power of the Earth Knights is currently too weak to fight against the Church of the Mother, the force that is gradually invading Radnia. That is difficult because our group was not formed to fight in the first place. He, along with two others, stood in a room full of wounded soldiers lying listlessly on rows of chairs. At this moment, the tall man with him said, "Even if we gather the disbanded holy knights, we cannot get along with them." Ryu glanced at the scowling knights behind him and replied that, perhaps because the Earth Knights are a group of people from another world, it will be difficult for the holy knights to get along with them immediately. The three of them stood in a horizontal line. That man, Fabrizio, said again, "That's right, to them, we are the enemy." Even though the Holy Knights were disbanded by Gaian, their personal hatred for outsiders has not disappeared. In fact, that anger couldn't be vented and has accumulated. Following his words, the knights below began to show impatient faces. One even impolitely spat on the ground next to him. Among the grim-faced, wounded soldiers, Fabrizio continued, "If this continues, conflict will break out within our own ranks before we can even declare war on the Church of the Mother. That's why we need a hero." An image from memory appeared, a man in armor, standing straight, basking in the warm morning light. Fabrizio described slowly, as the leader of the Holy Knights, he was once the vice-captain of the Order of Light, and with the captain's whereabouts unknown, he is the only leader. That's right, the man with the angular face being described was Phoenix Anchajo. Along with Leon of the Order of Darkness, he was considered one of the most likely candidates to become a new generation hero. Bella glanced at the two wounded soldiers who suddenly stood up to argue behind her and smirked contemptuously, saying, "He is currently imprisoned in the southern prison. If we can rescue him, those guys will. Behave immediately." Therefore, Zhang Lucen was assigned the mission to rescue him. As this was said, the image of the boy in a hooded cloak raising his ironclad arm in vigilance appeared. Han-Bin Ryu remembered the previous scene with a heavy heart. He thought to himself, Zhang Lucen, something must have happened to him. And then the three of them stood before the level 72 monster, observing it. Fabrizio stood in the middle, his hands clasped behind his back, and said, "In any case, it won't be easy. Even if we infiltrate the prison city this way, the prison is too large, and we don't have a map." Han-Bin Ryu jumped onto the cart carrying the monster. Suddenly, Fabrizio, standing below, bowed and said, "Thank you." Without raising his head, Fabrizio continued, "I'm sorry for dragging someone like you, who chose to wash your hands of this, into this matter. When this is over, I promise to do my best to create a new identity for you." Han-Bin Ryu didn't stop climbing. He turned his head slightly to say, "I like that promise, and don't worry about the map. I think the system will help me with this," Han-Bin Ryu said. "In the south, please move to the shelter." The system displayed a winding map with instructions. Hearing that sound, Fabrizio looked up in surprise. He said doubtfully, "A guide?" Bella, with her hands on her hips, also wondered, "I don't know why only your guide has that feature." Then she frowned, looking distrustful. "Is it okay? Is that guide reliable?" Han-Bin Ryu replied with a neutral tone, "I don't know, but I'm also curious who wants to drag me into this war." As soon as the words were spoken, the scene shifted to when the level 72 monster was brought before Adam's group. The monster's dung rolled into the sewer, falling into a water-filled tunnel below. Nearby, a few strangely shaped people were gathered, tearing apart body. Ghouls, creatures of Radnia that have lost their place to return to, as the narration said. Those people were ghouls. Three nearby heard the strange noise and looked up. A leader shouted, "They refuse death, weakness, holy power, blessings." A strong hand swung out and smashed the face of the one that ran out. The owner of that arm was Han-Bin Ryu. He slammed the ghoul to the ground. Purification technique, physical damage. He lifted his hand and said, "This world is no longer functioning normally because the goddesses can't do their jobs. I guess the Church of the Mother doesn't have an answer to this problem either." Then he looked up and said in annoyance, "I'm not some damn septic tank cleaning service, this damn guide." Han-Bin Ryu looked at the other ghouls that were gradually approaching and said, "Isn't there a better way?" Elsewhere at this time, a plate of pastries and 2 glasses of water were placed on a small table. Rhodastenphia frowned uncomfortably at the person opposite him. The little girl stood hiding behind the wall, also looking inside apprehensively. After a moment of not being able to stand it anymore, Rhodastenphia looked at the girl who was constantly putting pastries in her mouth and said, "Excuse me, based on your behavior, You don't seem to be from around here. The girl didn't stop her actions. She listened while eating as Rhoda continued. You don't even look like a prisoner. Can you tell me who you are? A moment later, she spoke. How interesting. This sentence made Rhoda mouth drop open in surprise. He heard her say, I can't hide information from someone with an artificial system. You haven't received their holy relic. These words directly alarmed Rhoda. He shot up from his seat and said loudly, Damn it, you're an assassin sent to stop me from getting promoted, aren't you? But it won't be that easy. Rhoda hesitated and said, If you knew who I really am, you'd be shocked. The girl directly cut him off with his name, Rhoda Frendalis. Your father is Erito Frendalis. Your mother is Farias, with 7 children. Because of your father's debt, she had to sell herself to a nobleman. The girl slowly recounted Rhoda background. During that time, you discovered you had awakened powers, so you ran away from home and became a hunter. Hearing this, Rhoda began to feel more panicked. He still held his hand out in front of him defensively while laughing haha a few times. Still try to act tough. You must have investigated me very thoroughly. Rhoda raised his voice slightly. Are you a professional assassin? The girl opposite him didn't seem to care much and continued. However, while working as a hunter, you attacked a man and unfortunately lost your balls. The little girl outside the door heard that and also glanced over curiously. In contrast to the kid's innocence, Rhoda asked in shock, How? How did you know? You. He continued to point his hand at the girl and said in a panic, Who are you really? How do you know that top secret information? The girl calmly raised her hand and said, Do I have to hear that from someone? While Rhoda was still stunned, she continued, There's nothing I don't know. At that moment, the ceiling suddenly broke and dust and debris rained down, cutting off the girl's eye. A large, muscular figure yelled, Oof, and fell from the ceiling, crashing right on top of Rhoda The small table also flew towards the girl opposite. The person who had just fallen was Ryu. He grimaced and rubbed the back of his head with a wince. Then he turned to look at the person he was pinning down and asked in surprise, Huh? Rhoda why are you here? Rhoda being pinned down, shouted, This is my house. Ryu asked, puzzled, Huh? But this is the shelter, isn't it? Rhoda yelled back, Are you crazy? Ignoring the two people shouting incessantly, the strange girl calmly held the plate of pastries. On the other side, Rhoda pushed Ryu's face away with his hand, scolding as he pushed that oh, you know this woman. And what is this horrible smell? Ryu, his face pushed to the side, accidentally opened his eyes and saw the girl opposite. He said, startled, You, Holian, why are you? Looking at the girl sitting calmly on the other side, Ryu asked in surprise. The girl called Holian turned her face away slightly. Amidst the chaos, Holian said, It smells awful. Rhoda being pinned by Ryu, chimed in, Go take a shower first. The shower sprayed water. The hot water flowed down the firm body of the man, standing with his head down below. Ryu let his head soak in the water and thought, I came here following the guide, but he recalled the girl's nonchalant image from before. He was puzzled. Holian, her attitude is like a completely different person, and why is she here? He then remembered the backs of his 4 teammates and thought worriedly, could it be that the others have also left that place? Is everyone okay? Then Ryu frowned again. No, now is not the time to talk about this. He turned off the water, still thinking, the one who left, have no right to ask. Over here, the girl called Holian began to explain her origin. She turned her face to the right and said, It seems the goddesses haven't had enough time to create avatars recently, so they want to borrow my body, which is originally a mannequin. Then she turned her face to the left and spoke as if there was another person in her body. There are times when it has to be like this. Intervening directly in the physical world is significantly different from using one's own body. Finally, she turned her head to look straight ahead. The girl raised her hand, pointed to herself, and said, I am the representative of the goddess Anthea, the goddess of light. You can consider me Kivir's younger sister. Then she turned back and forth again, saying, Thanks to Holian's mannequin, the explanation became easier to understand. Oh no, I am honored to help you, your grace. The 2 men silently watched the woman opposite them, who was still innocently talking to herself. Human snacks? are so delicious. Can I borrow your body to enjoy them? Of course, I'm just a doll anyway, so I don't gain belly fat. Rhodostynphia at this point smirked and thought to himself, Holian and another person and the spokesperson of a goddess. No matter how you look at it, she just seems like a crazy person with multiple personalities. As if understanding Rhodostymphia's thoughts, Han-Bin Ryu rubbed his head again. He spoke in frustration. You probably think she's crazy, but it's the truth. Rhodostynphia looked unconvinced, of course. A friend of yours wouldn't be truly crazy, right? Han-Bin Ryu didn't reply, but began to sink in his own thoughts. It's not like that. She really is the representative of the goddess, similar to Kivier, but her divine power has a different feel. Looking at the girl who was standing up, her mouth still exclaiming, so delicious. Han-Bin Ryu thought again, is she hiding her divinity? He frowned and thought, at least this isn't Zenovia's trick, but why would the representative of the god of light come? Here. After standing up, the girl said to Han-Bin Ryu, now let's go. Han-Bin Ryu asked, startled, go where? The girl replied, where else? She frowned and said, out to the streets. She added annoyedly, are you going to make the representative of the goddess stay in this stinky place? After hearing that, Han-Bin Ryu didn't agree right away, but said, wait a minute, I think we need to talk a bit. Rhodostynphia, sitting next to him, shouted in order to chase them away. Are you trying to turn my room into a meeting room? Get out quickly. Rhodostynphia next to him was still shouting, if they see me with you guys, I'm done for. Han-Bin Ryu had now grabbed the girl's hand to hold her back. He said, hey, wait a minute, let's talk. The girl suddenly blushed, turned back, and glanced at him. Abruptly, she swung her hand out and shouted loudly, you shameless man, how dare you touch me? All you want is flesh, isn't it? Are you planning to use that big body of yours to harass the goddess's representative? Han-Bin Ryu stared blankly at the girl who had suddenly gone crazy in front of him. He jumped up and yelled in the girl's face, what the hell are you talking about? Rhodostynphia, sitting next to them, whispered, keep it down, the neighbors will hear. The girl acted as if she didn't hear and spoke even louder, drowning out Rhodostymphia's voice. Don't act so foolishly. The girl recalled the image from Holian's memory she had seen of Kivier being pinned to the floor by the strong young man in front of her, and spoke in a judgmental tone, I know everything through Holian's memories. The rude things you did to Kivier. Then she changed her tone and shouted, wait a minute. Acting as if she was right, the girl said, while Han-Bin Ryu's face was gradually turning red, well, more accurately, I didn't witness it firsthand, but based on their relationship, I imagined it. She continued to mumble, is their relationship still pure? How can that be? Then she glanced over and cursed. Eunuch. Han-Bin Ryu said angrily, you'd curse me either way. You just don't like me, do you? The two started arguing loudly. Who are you calling a eunuch? Rhodostymphia's little girl stood between them, wanting to stop them, and also spoke up, sorry. Anyway, there's nothing between me and Kivier. Han-Bin Ryu shouted. The other girl started to narrow her eyes in annoyance. Han-Bin Ryu continued to shout, I'm not collaborating with the goddess anymore. I have nothing to do with it. My only business here is to rescue Jang Lucin and the vice leader of the Order of Light. Han-Bin Ryu took a long breath, causing the girl in front of him and Rhodostynphia, who was standing up to intervene, to be stunned. Rhodostymphia's little girl stood to one side, crying silently. Noticing the argument had temporarily subsided, Rhodostynphia began to speak. I told you not to shout. He turned to hug the little girl, gently comforting her, then said to the two behind him, the vice leader of the Order of Light. So that's the reason for the mission to replace Jang Lucin, I understand. It's useless for me to try and stop you. Rhodostynphia glanced back and continued, you should go see for yourself the harsh reality. In another area, a group of people in black and white striped clothes were lying listlessly on the road. From every angle, a few people could be seen sitting like that. Rhodostynphia explained, this place is called the City of Prisons, but it's worse than that. He had now put on the hood of his uniform, followed by Han-Bin Ryu and a girl. Han-Bin Ryu, wearing a prisoner's outfit, followed, looked around, and said, this place treats people like livestock. Rhodostynphia replied, that's right. They walked to another area deeper inside. Rhodostynphia said, this is where the prisoners receive the most special care because this is where the former members of the Order of Light are held. Han-Bin Ryu and the girl looked around. He said, startled, are they all holy knights? Rhodostynphia, standing in front, said in a low voice, don't shout like that. I know this is horrifying. Behind the thick iron mesh, pale arms were reaching out. Rhodostynphia continued, even if they are holy knights, they are still human in the end. Their powers are sealed, and they're only given a little food. In one of the nearby cells was a holy knight in a prisoner's uniform. His whole body was pale, and he was holding the iron mesh, looking out at them with an eager expression. Rhodosthenphia said, "They can't survive without the drug. I think it would be better if they were killed." The girl looked at the prisoner and frowned slightly as she listened to Rhodosthenphia continue. "If it were the goddess of light, I believe she wouldn't be able to bear seeing this. Perhaps they are kept alive to deny." "The goddess?" Han-Bin Ryu asked, "But with so many people, why hasn't there been a rebellion, especially when they are all holy knights?" Rhodosthenphia glanced sideways and said, "That guy asked the same thing. The reason Jang Lucen came was to find out about the Holy Knights' rebellion." Rhodosthenphia said, the image of the young man from his memory, with a serious expression, appearing. He met the vice leader of the Order of Light. The scene in the memory shifted to the man sitting opposite Jang Lucen. The man was wearing a prisoner's uniform, his head bowed. A bottle of alcohol lay rolling by his feet. It was Pelzanchasio. Standing outside at that time was Rhodosthenphia, his arms crossed, indifferently listening to the sounds inside. A rebellion. The other man raised his head slightly, and only then was it visible that a piece of cloth was wrapped around his eyes. He clicked his tongue 3 times, and then called out, "Dark Baron, Jang Lucen. I thought a ghost from another world had appeared." Jang Lucen spoke loudly. "I can carry out assassinations to end the war, but only you can lead the army. Come out with me and join forces with the Earth Knights Guild." After hearing this, Pelz laughed a few times. He repeatedly asked the young man opposite him 2 questions. "How many of your own countrymen have you killed? How many people from Earth have you killed? You want me to join hands with you, someone who has laid hands on his own countrymen?" Jang Lucen was taken aback. He said in an uncertain voice, "That was for justice." Pelz slowly stood up. He asked back, "Justice? You, who are weaker than me, speak of justice." Jang Lucen looked at the tall figure in front of him in alarm. The other man's low voice echoed in his ear, "You weren't there, so you don't know what the real enemy is like." The cloth wrapped around Pelz's eyes was removed, revealing 2 dark sockets. He continued, "But I saw it with my own eyes. What do you think we were fighting against?" His face was smiling, but it still showed suffering. A war between humans? Seeing the Elven Civil War. It's all just child's play. As he spoke, the image of a creature with angel wings appeared, and below it was Pelz's back, kneeling down. He said, "We are just insignificant pawns. An archangel, you can't kill something like that." The memory continued, zooming in on the face hidden by the angel's 2 wings. The heroes of Ragnia drove away such an angel. Something with such power designated us as demons. The scene changed, and in front of them was an image of Gaian. Ragnia, which we always protected, accused us. The goddesses we trusted called us incompetent. An image of a public protest appeared. Pelz frowned slightly and continued, "And now, you're calling for rebellion. For what?" The sad story seemed to suffocate Jang Lucen. He listened in panic as Pelz repeatedly asked, "Justice? What for?" Then, the figure of the young man was seen running out, startling Rhodosthenphia, who was standing outside. As he ran quickly from that place, the laughter of the man from before echoed in Jang Lucen's ears. He also said, "Good luck." The young man's eyes showed extreme annoyance. The prison area was shrouded in gloomy darkness. Back in the present, it was the same area, but now rays of sunlight were shining through the cracks. Rhodosthenphia continued his story. After that day, Jang Lucen changed. He leaned against the wall with his arms crossed and said to Han-Bin Ryu in front of him, "In the current situation, that might be a good thing. He has probably realized the reality." This reality. Rhodosthenphia paused for a moment. Han-Bin Ryu looked up at a point above. "There's only one way to escape." Rhodosthenphia finished his sentence. And what Han-Bin Ryu was looking up at was a noose hanging from the ceiling. Rhodosthenphia recounted. One day after Jang Lucen came to see him, he committed suicide. When Min Ryu's group arrived, only the rope was left hanging from the ceiling. The vice leader's face appeared. Perhaps he realized there was nothing he could do, and chose to give up. Rhodosthenphia remembered his subordinates, because his subordinates had long since given up. Ragnia had abandoned them. They no longer had a reason to fight. It was an unequal battle between a god with immense power and tiny humans, a battle with no chance of victory. It was probably a huge shock to them. He looked through the crack in the wooden door and continued. "Of course, for someone like me who is nothing, that's normal. From the beginning, there have been countless villains that I couldn't defeat." Rhodosthenphia put on his hood and left it. "I don't see what's so interesting about enforcing justice. You'd be better off leaving this place and living a normal life." He left, leaving Minryu with these words, "That choice itself is a blessing for you." Rhodostenphia walked away. Someone stepped out from a hidden corner and asked, "How is he?" Rhodostenphia sighed. "Just as I thought. Was this your doing?" He wondered, "Why did you bring him here?" The mysterious person was now revealed. It was Jang Lucen. He replied, "It was a coincidence. I didn't know he was alive either. I never thought he could get past the security station so easily." Rhodostenphia pointed, "Then why don't you go and greet him? Your hero came looking for you." Jang Lucen hesitated, "Because now is not the time. No matter what, I have betrayed the Earth Knights Guild." Rhodostenphia grabbed Jang Lucen by the collar. He shouted angrily, "No matter what, I have betrayed the Earth Knights Guild. Don't get involved with the Earth Knights Guild anymore." Rhodostenphia remembered the little girl in the woolen hat. "Even if we have to live in a room without light, it's still the safest place for you and me in this damn world. That's all we can do." In the picture, the little girl drew herself in the middle, with Rhodostenphia and Jang Lucen on either side. Rhodostenphia warned Jang Lucen, "I won't forgive you if you try to destroy it." Jang Lucen replied with an emotionless face, "Then I guess I have to say goodbye to that room." He held out a piece of paper. Rhodostenphia exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Jang Lucen said, "Tomorrow morning is the promotion ceremony. When I become a high priest, I will be given a bigger, more comfortable house." "Congratulations," said Rhodostenphia. On the other side, Minryu sat looking up at the rope. The Earth Knights Guild's mission has failed. He sat down and thought, but Jang Lucen didn't report back. Maybe it was to avoid the growing friction within the guild. Minryu looked up. "The most important thing is that the attempt to rally the Holy Knights has failed. This could be the worst-case scenario, but..." He raised his hand towards Antia. Below, Antia's incarnation had appeared. "If you, in the name of the goddess, were to summon the Holy Knights, their spirits would be lifted again." Antia said bluntly, "I refuse." Minryu was surprised. "What? Why would you refuse to help those who worship you?" Antia replied, "Are you telling me to summon the Holy Knights to destroy these people? Then how would I be any different from the Church of the Holy Mother?" Minryu retorted, "What are you talking about? You gave orders when the outsiders appeared too. Although it wasn't an order to slaughter, you clearly had the people of Ragnia capture the outsiders." Antia explained, "That was because the outsiders attacked the people of Ragnia. When faced with the threat of invasion, the guardian goddesses of Ragnia have a responsibility to provide an appropriate response. Currently, the angel invasion has temporarily stopped. The current war is simply between the old and new powers. Power struggles among humans are normal." Antia continued, "We, the goddesses, must place the free will of creation above all else. That is also why we do not interfere in this war, even if that path leads to the destruction of Ragnia." Minryu frowned. "So you're just going to stand by and watch? Now I understand why Gaian hates the goddesses." Antia replied to Minryu, "Not just Gaian. Skepticism towards the goddesses has spread throughout Ragnia." She looked at the prisoners sitting listlessly outside and said, "Even if the goddess were to issue a call, as you say, very few would support it. The people have lost their will." Minryu said loudly, "Then why don't you share your power? Grant me a blessing like you did for the heroes." Antia turned her face away, revealing a pained expression. "Hero, that was a mistake," she recounted. "We predicted that the heroes would suffer some degree of psychological trauma, but to quickly stop Onplaus's invasion, we had no choice but to lend our power to those with high potential for divinity. The problem is that when a goddess interferes in the material world, the evil god Onplaus can do the same." Minryu wondered, "Onplaus?" Antia turned away and asked, "You don't think a human, a creation of the goddess, could subdue a goddess, do you? The corruption of Gaian and Zenobia definitely has Onplaus's hand in it." She continued, "The power Gaian uses is a fragment of the dark goddess Kiriel. From a human perspective, he is merely a Superman trying to become an imaginary god. Onplaus has the ability to perfectly exploit the gaps in the human mind. Onplaus's intervention is real. But to keep everyone off guard, he only slowly infiltrated and controlled things to make everything feel normal. Hunting monsters in dungeons created by Onplaus, then doing business with magic stones, finding treasure, and getting rich. Through this, he lowered the Ragnian people's guard against Onplaus to the lowest level. In the end, he succeeded in a complex plot over hundreds, no, thousands of years. Antia said to Min Ryu, I don't know what he will do in the end. I can only admit that Onplows has won. Min Ryu was stunned. Onplows won? Then what the hell are the goddesses doing? Antia, while creating magical dust, said, the goddesses have decided to abandon Ragnia. She created a sphere of power, symbolizing a world, and we will create a new world in a universe without Onplows. We will treat this failure as a lesson. Antia clenched her fist, and the sphere disappeared. Min Ryu was still in shock that he still couldn't believe the truth. You've just given up, Min Ryu said. There are still people who are fighting. He remembered his comrades. Are you going to abandon them too? Antia moved closer to Min Ryu. You say we're abandoning them, but aren't you doing the same? Isn't that right? Min Ryu's eyes widened. He angrily grabbed her clothes. Then why did you come to see me? Do you want to mock me because I chose to run away and abandon my comrades? Frightening words appeared in Min Ryu's mind. Kill them all. He was in agony. No matter how hard I try, in the end, I can't avoid hurting my comrades. Even if I try to protect them, the berserk rage will eventually make me destroy everything. So what's wrong with me choosing to live a normal life? Min Ryu was dissatisfied. What the hell do you want from me? Hearing this, Antia raised an eyebrow. What do I want from you? She said, it's the opposite. I came to take you back to Earth. The wish was to find Barolt, and you completed that. Long ago, an image of Kivier flashed by. Antia's voice echoed. Although the Dark Goddess is no more, her promise is absolute. Kivier's hand gradually crumbled that I am fulfilling that pact on her behalf. Thank you and the other outsiders for your hard work. In Min Ryu's imagination, Kivier shattered and disappeared in his arms. Min Ryu was stunned. Fulfilling on her behalf? He remembered Kivier's figure. Then what about Kivier? The image that lingered in Min Ryu's mind was Kivier's smile. A chessboard appeared, and next to it was a woman looking at the board. Someone's voice narrated, everything is Zenovia's work. Zenovia's malicious smile curled up. A strategy game she devised to deal with those who stand in her way. The first target was Holian. Holian has immense power, but would never accept her plan. Someone recounted. Under the pretext of confirming whether Barolt was alive or dead, she split her soul into the doll and weakened Holian's power. Zenovia moved the Holian-shaped chess piece. Next is the leader of the Order of Light. The unity of the Order of Light would surely be an obstacle for Zenovia, the enemy of the goddess. Furthermore, the power of the Dragon Mother Katana is no less than the four great heroes. She also needed to be eliminated, or rather, forced to return to the Upper Dragon's lair to break the Dragon Clan's curse. A gem fell. Zenovia picked up the ancient Dragon Katana chess piece and placed it next to Holian. Next is Barolt, and also Min Ryu, who has comparable power, along with his companions. The chess piece representing Min Ryu was also placed on the board at gather all those who hinder her in the Upper Dragon's lair, so that they are killed by the Dragon Emperor, or die from slaughtering each other, or are killed by the Divine Beast. The best outcome is that they are all wiped out. A giant Divine Beast chess piece was placed opposite the other three. The narrator continued, of course, Zenovia also calculated that if Barolt were alive, the Divine Beast would be no match for him. Even so, Zenovia was confident there would be no problem. A hand transferred power into the time-sealing artifact and said, if it's not unlocked, it will be impossible to leave this island. And if it is unlocked, at least 120 years of time will be released. A group of people were standing gathered around the time artifact. The person narrating was ATIS. He said, Zenovia's ultimate goal is to buy time. As long as she has time, she is confident she will win. Lion deduced, since we can't unlock the artifact, it means that from the moment we set foot here, she had already succeeded. Kivier closed her eyes and said, a never-ending loop. No matter how the battle goes, she still wins. We've been played. She continued, but that's not what you wanted to mention. Is it? ATIS immediately replied, right. He pointed to the man in yellow armor, because a variable was created. ATIS explained, it was an accident when the artifact was temporarily released and Min Ryu got outside. He laughed and said, moreover, the artifact couldn't be fully released because his level was too low. The other man cried his eyes out, is it really okay? I thought I had destroyed the world. I wanted to kill myself. Lion retorted, but he said he won't fight anymore. Placing hope in him is no different from waiting for a miracle to happen. ATIS turned his face away. I don't want to rely solely on Minryu either. The important thing is that we've confirmed it's possible to escape the island, even if the artifact is only temporarily released. ATIS activated his power. One of his eyes turned black, 2 horns grew on his head, and there's one more thing Zenobia doesn't know. The mage who can handle this artifact is a dragon. ATIS analyzed the principle for everyone. This artifact affects space and time. He proposed a plan, however, I can narrow its influence to one person, then the rest can move freely. Holian's clone heard this and said, if that happens, you will have to endure several times the 120-year period. Even though dragons live very long, that many years is still a burden. ATIS replied calmly, that is my choice. Compared to Minryu, who is trapped on the rocky mountain and has to fight endlessly. Father Mafria and Electrian approached ATIS. Besides, Sir ATIS will not have to endure alone. This is a dragon's nest. Electrian affirmed, all the dragons in this place will share the burden with ATIS, because he is the new dragon emperor. Outside, all the dragons were kneeling, awaiting orders. Electrian looked at the group and entrusted them with his wish. So please, everyone, go outside. Stop Zenobia and Gaian. Effie raised her hand and replied, don't worry, I'll level up this time. She clenched her fist with determination. After knowing what they've done, I will punish them, even without Sir ATS. Effie froze, her eyes welling with tears. She quickly wiped them away. That's not it. Wait a minute. Kivier, standing behind, sighed. ATIS reassured her, it's okay, Effie. Unlocking the artifact isn't dangerous. Effie sniffled and said, but Sir ATIS, 100 or 200 years, that's several centuries. During that time, you'll forget me. Hearing this, ATIS promised, don't worry. Even after 100 years, or several hundred years later, I will not forget you. Effie asked again, really? You won't forget me? Kivier pushed Effie forward. Effie fell into ATIS. Kivier's tone was a little sad. You can't be sure. When bodies are apart, minds can also grow distant. Kivier gave some advice. Effie should stay here and watch over ATIS, so she won't have any regrets. ATIS held Effie's hand tightly. Meanwhile, Kivier, while watching the two of them, hit her gradually crumbling arm behind her back. The scene changes to a giant airship. Holian's clone's eyes were filled with contemplation. Lion was piloting the airship. Kivier spoke up. Lion, do you have any regrets? Lion replied, I have dedicated everything to the Dark Goddess. My only regret is that I did not foresee the betrayal of the heroes. Kivier's face was cracking. She commented, you are truly loyal to your role, to the point that it makes me jealous. Lion seemed to notice something and turned his head to look. He shouted, Miss Kivier. Kivier sat leaning against the wall, her whole body crumbling. She looked at her arm and blamed herself, and yet, a representative of the goddess like me was negligent. In the end, more than the safety of Ragnia, I regret many other things. Kivier remembered the image of Minryu hugging her tightly. I guess it's because I was too hasty that I failed, right? Lion looked at Kivier with worry. Soon, there won't be enough divine power to maintain her form. He bowed his head. Miss Kivier, the fact that you've endured until now is already a wonderful thing. The cracks on Kivier's body spread further. I definitely promised. She struggled to say that I would fulfill his wish and take him home. Lion fell into silence. Outside, a giant pillar of light shone down on the airship. Someone's voice rang out. The promise of a goddess is absolute. I will fulfill that promise on your behalf. Kivier looked up. You are. Antia, the goddess of light, stepped out. A brilliant light radiated from around Antia. She asked Kivier, is there any message you would like to pass on to him? Kivier smiled. Minryu shouted, cutting her off, stop. He was in agony. Stop it, just stop. Antia raised an eyebrow. Minryu collapsed. Please. He begged, stop, stop. Antia dropped a knife to the ground. She said, this knife carries the divinity of the god of light. It is a soul-destroying holy relic. Its name is the Horn of Purification. Antia pointed to herself. Stab me, because I've already switched places, so it won't affect the Holians. If you kill me, a part of the goddess, you will complete the mission. At this moment, the system appeared. Final mission. Kill one of the 6 goddesses of Radnia. Antia continued. The mission you accepted from Omplaus is a covenant. The demigod Omplaus is like the goddesses. He must abide by the rules and covenants. The system panel displayed the rewards for completing the final mission. 1. Immortality. 2. Return to Earth with all abilities he's retained. 3. The right to make 3 wishes. No matter how malicious or shameless he is, he must fulfill the covenant. That way, you can return to Earth. As soon as Antia finished speaking, Ryu picked up the dagger and ran. Antia didn't chase after him and wondered, is he running away? But another voice answered, don't you know? He would never do that, because he's a good person. He hasn't done anything wrong either. Is it necessary to push him this far? Antia replied, he is too strong, so strong that he is close to a deity, strong enough to create a new divinity. However, unlike the Sword King, the nature of his power is opposite to the goddesses. A power of destruction, almost like Omplau's. Ryu screamed as he ran. His hand gripped the dagger tightly. Antia remarked, his instincts also tell him that in the end, his blade will destroy everything, that he has no place in this world. In the end, he still has to disappear from here, no matter what. Music began to play, oh, Holy Mother, oh, merciful Holy Mother. A certain tower appeared, a song echoing, may your grace be bestowed upon us. A group of people in heavy cloaks raised their hands to the left. Oh, Holy Mother, oh, merciful Holy Mother. They then raised their hands to the right. Lead us to the true paradise. The cultists shouted loudly, oh, Holy Mother, we, the children of the Holy Mother, let us awaken together. Rod Estenfia, wearing a cloak identical to the cult's, was sweating with anxiety. Don't be nervous. Don't make a mistake. Rod Estenfia was suspended in the middle of the stage with someone else, with a dreamy rainbow backdrop behind them. The person standing next to Rod Estenfia spoke, Amon, special brothers who are worthy of the Holy Mother's love. Today, our brother Rod Estenfia has received grace from the Holy Mother and has been promoted. He was originally blind and lame, but thanks to the Holy Mother's grace, he can now see and walk. The crowd below believed it completely, cheering emotionally, it's a miracle, Amon, Amon. The other person continued, all miracles come from faith. As long as you have faith, you will be promoted. A sword was presented to Rod Estenfia by one of them. He raised the sword, along with the other person's words, we are the sword of justice. With faith, even stone can be cut. Let's see how strong our brother's faith is. Hearing this, Rod Estenfia thought to himself, how can you split a boulder this way? Zhang Luzin was also disguised and had infiltrated the cult. Rod Estenfia recalled that according to Zhang Luzin, he just needed to stab right in the middle. He noticed a small stream of light emanating from the coffin. Looking closely, he saw there was a gap in the center. Rod Estenfia pointed his sword down. Damn it, I don't get it. He stabbed forcefully into the center of the coffin. The cultists raised their hands in prayer. Fireworks suddenly shot up, illuminating the stage. It's a success. It's truly the power of a miracle. Did you see that, brothers? Rod Estenfia has been promoted. Everyone cheered Amon. Rod Estenfia was stunned. He had leveled up from level 63 to level 71. Yes, it worked. Rod Estenfia had an existential crisis. That I leveled up that easily? What kind of magic is this? Suddenly, the coffin lid flew open. A living corpse reached out its hand. It grabbed Rod Estenfia by the neck. The living corpse still had the sword shard that Rod Estenfia had just stabbed it with. He was extremely shocked. The roaring living corpse was a ghoul. Life forms of Radnia with nowhere to return. Rod Estenfia understood everything. It turned out the secret to leveling up was the ghoul's family photo fell out. Someone drew their sword, rushing straight towards Rod Estenfia and cutting off the ghoul's hand. It was Zhang Luzin. Someone approached. The ghoul lay motionless. He looked into the coffin. Then he muttered, the demon's soul has been expelled, purified. In the name of the Holy Mother, the purification is a success. Hearing this, the flock's surprised expressions turned to worship. It's a miracle of the Church of the Holy Mother. Even the demon's soul that attacked him was absolved. The Archbishop is truly powerful. The Archbishop approached, laughing loudly, and took Rod Estenfia's hand. The demon's interference in this ceremony is proof of how strong our brother Rod Estenfia is. Amon. The crowd below chanted, Amon, Amon. Rod Estenfia turned his head to look. The ghoul's family photo was stained with blood. Rod Estenfia grabbed Zhang Luzin by the collar. You knew about it. He was furious. You knew how the Church of the Holy Mother makes its followers level up. How was that any different from forcing me to kill someone? Zhang Luzin admitted, I know how the Church of the Holy Mother system works. They have prisoners kill monsters to level up, then have followers kill the prisoners to level up. But because the world tree isn't functioning properly, the corpses turn into ghouls and are thrown down the sewer. Rod Estenfia reproached. Then why didn't you tell me? So now I have to kill someone with my own hands. Zhang Lucen replied, if you knew, would you have refused? Isn't everyone like that? All the prisoners are desperate. Even if this was made public, the church would simply cover it up by calling a lie. They would say they were forced to kill the prisoners who had turned into ghouls. Zhang Lucen explained, right now, there's only one way to urge people to act, and that is a sufficiently large resentment. Rod Estenfia, with a shocked face, asked, what do you want to do? Do you have a plan? Zhang Lucen replied, the Great Purge. He said, the Archbishop will hold the Great Purge ceremony tomorrow morning. The next morning, the Archbishop held a microphone and introduced himself. I am the Archbishop. Today is a fine morning. The loudspeaker broadcasted the Archbishop's announcement. As of today, the number of prisoners in the Southern Church of the Holy Mother has exceeded capacity by 300%. This is a joyous occasion, but a serious crisis has occurred. The living dead. No, ghouls are coming up from the basement. The prisoners were lying scattered on the ground. Min Ryu sat in a corner listening to the announcement that I don't know why, but the ghouls are coming. Everyone be careful. He gripped the dagger in his hand tightly. The loudspeaker continued. If you want to be safe, come to the Central Church. There will be a special guest, and a special event awaits you all. Min Ryu slowly opened his eyes. The Archbishop announced a free-for-all. Countless ghouls in prisoners' clothes appeared. The ghouls appeared in great numbers. They charged forward aggressively. A prisoner with an axe faced the ghouls. He swung his axe and hit one. However, the ghoul was unfazed. It opened its mouth wide. The scene was extremely chaotic, and that scene was also being broadcast live at the tower. The Archbishop spoke, what a terrible sight. My brothers, this is the fate of those without faith. Those whom we cannot save are being punished. But isn't this also proof that our church has been chosen? The flock was delighted. The spokesman chanted, Amen. The Archbishop laughed with great satisfaction. He raised his hand smugly. See how clever I am? I threw the ghouls down the sewer, and now I'm releasing them to deal with the prisoners who can't level up and are just a waste of feed. One stone, two birds. Rod Estenfia replied, yes. The Archbishop called. Rod Estenfia. He manipulated, forget what you saw yesterday. We did a good thing, understand? The Archbishop pointed outside the glass window. Look at the followers outside. They can't fight, they have no talent. They live desperate lives not knowing what to do. He changed the subject, but is that their fault? A world where people have to compete and suffer just because of a low level was a mistake from the start. The Archbishop gave a wicked smile. Now is their time. Everyone has the right to be happy, don't they? Right? So don't worry about trivial matters, just enjoy it. Rod Estenfia nodded silently. The Archbishop continued, because you are special. On the table was a control box. An announcer said, the moment we've been waiting for has arrived. There's a prisoner fighting resiliently. His level is 3 stars. Rod Estenfia was surprised to hear this. The image showed a lone prisoner taking down ghouls. Unbelievable. Has there ever been a prisoner like this before? A level 3 prisoner is trying to fight against death. No, more accurately, he's rushing straight to his death. He's not even inflicting any injuries on the ghouls. The person fighting the ghouls was Min Ryu. Rod Estenfia gritted his teeth and thought, that lunatic, is he still there? He thought to himself, but it's strange. With his power, he could easily crush these ghouls. On the screen, Min Ryu used his hand to block the mouth of a ghoul trying to bite him. Rod Estenfia wondered why. Why doesn't he return to his original form? The ghouls swarmed Min Ryu in increasing numbers. He was losing consciousness. Min Ryu remembered when Kiwi had asked him before, what do you fight for? He had looked away, avoiding the question that I couldn't answer, because I had no purpose other than trying to survive. Min Ryu fought with the dagger. But I understand, fighting without a reason is just pure violence. He remembered Burrowed. When Burrowed asked him, why do you fight? I answered that I fight for my comrades. But that was just a lie that couldn't be covered up. Because in the end, my power almost killed all my comrades. No, Min Ryu's eyes in the past were filled with bloodlust. He remembered Kiwi as her body slowly disintegrated. As prophesied, Kiwi's smile appeared, I am the one who will kill them. Min Ryu raised his dagger. An illusion of a monster appeared. He pinned the monster down and shouted, it's all your fault. The monster and Min Ryu conversed back and forth. Who didn't tell Kiwi the prophecy? I couldn't help it. You must have been afraid to say it. Who ran away from fighting while still having to fight to get stronger? My power only destroys everything around me. I only do the things you can't. Who decided to become a hero in Barot's place? That was because I was asked. You always make excuses that you can't do anything else. The monster taunted, who arrogantly believed they would become a hero without determination or reason. It's because of you that Kiwi died, but you still don't even know who you are. That's why you can't kill me. Hearing this, Min Ryu's blood boiled. The monster's voice echoed in his ear. You can't do anything because you have no purpose. A ghoul suddenly charged forward. The monster continued, even if you live. Min Ryu sensed the danger. He closed his eyes. A splash of blood flew up. The monster's voice continued to echo, or even die. You can't do anything. The moment the ghoul's hand touched Min Ryu's face, its entire arm shattered. He muttered, yes, there's only one problem. Min Ryu grabbed the ghoul's arm and said, I can't live as I wish, but I can't die either. He gripped the dagger in his hand. Min Ryu's hair turned a brilliant red, fighting without a reason. It's my fault. He slashed the ghoul's face twice. So, please help me, and I will help you. The ghouls swarmed in. They gathered around Min Ryu. He single-handedly wiped them out. Min Ryu swung his dagger. Suddenly, a large shadow appeared. The ghoul's arms were absorbed by a larger hand. Something swung straight at Min Ryu. The monster appeared and punched Min Ryu, sending him flying. But the ghoul's arm rose up. The monster was a flesh golem formed from ghouls. The greater the resentment, the stronger it becomes. Min Ryu was impaled by a wooden stake. He touched the stake and said, right? Min Ryu smirked with a god's weapon. He pulled the stake out. I have more than enough to kill this thing. Min Ryu's blood dripped onto the stake. From that pool of blood, a crystal mass began to form. The wooden stake from before had now turned into a mace. Min Ryu's hair glowed brightly. Come on. The flesh golem charged. A flash of light appeared. The system panel displayed a mission. Find the goddess's prophecy. Find the supporter of the goddess of darkness. An image of a wolf appeared. Min Ryu's eyes widened in surprise. Someone wearing a wolf-shaped hat saved Min Ryu's life and carried him away. The person said, you're here. Min Ryu was dazed. This voice. He realized it's Bookman. Bookman ran while carrying Min Ryu. Bookman replied, we'll talk about that later. Let's escape first. The flesh golem extended its arm, launching it straight at Min Ryu. He was surprised. Bella and Fabrizio blocked the golem's attack. Fabrizio shouted, we'll cover the rear, run. Bella instructed, go to the intersection. Min Ryu exclaimed, you guys. The screen followed Min Ryu as he ran. The announcer said, it seems someone has taken advantage of the lax security during this event to infiltrate. Should we send our warriors on this occasion? The Archbishop shouted, there he is, the Wolf King. I didn't know he was coming. The announcer said, huh. The Archbishop looked at the screen and said, you don't know the Wolf King? He's been quite famous lately, hasn't he? He's a bit fatter than in the pictures, but the Archbishop noticed Min Ryu. Huh, and that other guy, he looks familiar. He turned away. Oh well, it doesn't matter. If the Wolf King and our ultimate weapon fight, who do you think will win? Aren't you curious? Rod Estenfia? The Archbishop turned around. Rod Estenfia had disappeared at some point. Huh? Where did he go? When did he leave? The scene changed to a sewer. Bookman's voice echoed. Min Ryu, after you left, the prisoners were gathered together. Bookman explained there was information that a massacre would be carried out here by ghouls coming up from the sewers. And there was also information that the prisoners who are hunters could escape through the sewers. That's why we came here. Bookman explained. Min Ryu asked, but why are you with the Earth Knights? You shouldn't have come here. He felt a little guilty. I kept it a secret because I was afraid you'd get involved in this. Why? Bookman was about to say something when Min Ryu was interrupted by a voice, Wolf King. The prisoners began to panic, asking, can we get out? Let's get out of here together. The soldiers of the Church of the Holy Mother will catch us. Bookman reassured them, I understand everyone's anxiety, but now is not the time. There's still people up there who need saving. The prisoners, afraid of dying, said they've given up. They're just addicts waiting to die. If we try to save them, we might all die. As soon as the prisoner finished speaking, the ghouls arrived. They charged forward frantically. Two cowardly prisoners hid behind Min Ryu and Bookman. The ghouls have found us. See? I told you we had to hurry. The two of them pleaded with Min Ryu. Hey, "Buddy, you seem very strong. You'll protect us, right? Please save us." Min Ryu looked at their level stats. Bookman, level 38, magic swordsman. The other guy, level 26, warrior. He thought to himself, their levels are even higher than Bookman's, and yet. Min Ryu looked at the ghouls. Oh well, that doesn't matter. He made up his mind. As long as I have a reason to fight, that's enough. Bookman held his sword out in front of Min Ryu. He said, "Stop fighting like you're being pushed. Fight for others." Min Ryu's expression was a little dazed. Bookman opened the weapon box. Someone once said that heaven helps those who help themselves. He raised his sword and said loudly, "Remember the pride of a hunter. If you're a hunter of any renown, never expect a miracle. If you want to live, hold your sword with the hands you pray with. Now is the time for us to prove that we live to fight." The ghouls charged, their faces bloodthirsty. Their eyes suddenly turned blue. A blue light flashed, found the prisoners who were trying to escape. A man from the Church of the Holy Mother appeared. He said, however, they were all killed by ghouls. They were all eaten, so not even their bones remain. The man took off his helmet, revealing it was Rod Estenfia. He said, "You're all just killed by ghouls. It's a waste of time to look for those who are already dead." Rod Estenfia warned, "Get out of here now." The prisoners were terrified. Bookman asked, "Rod Estenfia, I heard you joined the Church of the Holy Mother. Were you the one who tipped us off?" Rod Estenfia replied, "That sounds stupid. What benefit do you give me that I would do that? There's only one person who does such stupid things." Min Ryu guessed, "It's Jiang Lushan." Rod Estenfia replied, "Yes, this place and the escape plan were all prepared by him." Min Ryu was puzzled, but Jiang Lushan clearly betrayed the Earth Knights. Rod Estenfia scratched his head and explained, "It's true he has no intention of returning to the Earth Knights. Instead, he will stay in the Church of the Holy Mother until the end to make you and the Earth Knights the heroes of Radina." Min Ryu was extremely surprised to hear this. Rod Estenfia continued and turned the Church of the Holy Mother into an object of hatred. Jiang Lushan was standing in deep thought over here. He was about to press the activation button. Rod Estenfia recounted, "There's no way for the outside world to see what's happening inside the Church of the Holy Mother. Even if monsters are released or prisoners are killed, all information is controlled. So he plans to cause a disaster that Radina will be forced to witness, which is to break the ceiling of this prison city. Countless explosive devices have been installed by Jiang Lushan. All the remaining prisoners will become sacrificial lambs in order to spread the flames of anger throughout Radina." Jiang Lushan glanced over. He guessed who had arrived. "It took you longer than I thought, brother." The person who arrived was Min Ryu. Jiang Lushan continued, "I knew it. You find a way to stop me." Min Ryu asked, "Why should I stop you?" The two stood on a very high steel beam. Jiang Lushan answered, "Because many people will die. That's when heroes usually appear." Min Ryu approached Jiang Lushan and asked, "Many people, including those who have no hope or desire to live. What are those people to me? Aren't they already living as if they were dead?" Jiang Lushan looked at Min Ryu in silence. Min Ryu was a little self-reproachful. "If only I could spread the flames of anger in Radina to the dead. If that's the conclusion you've reached after much consideration," Min Ryu said, "then do it. Don't hesitate." Jiang Lushan's face showed clear surprise. Rod Estenfia spread his arms and asked Min Ryu with a frown, "You're not going to stop Jiang Lushan? That's absurd." Then his eyes widened and his mouth fell open in disbelief. "If not you, then who will stop him? Do you think a massacre like this is characteristic of him?" Songhan Min Ryu replied, "He is someone who once idolized heroes of justice, a fool who came to a painful conclusion as he thought for the good of the world." Beside him, Burger Bookman watched intently, listening as Han Min Ryu continued. "That conclusion is his resolve. I can't object to it with a vague reason like all life is precious." Han Min Ryu raised his golden-hilted sword and said, "I don't have that kind of justice or determination. I intended to become a hero in Barot's footsteps." Then he looked sadly at Jiang Lushan's back, "But I'm not the right person for that position. I'm not as great as you think." Hearing this, Jiang Lushan leaned his hand on the wooden post, accepting the truth that I understand. Maybe I just wanted to confirm. Then he unlatched the detonator and said, "I'm not wrong. I also considered other methods." Jiang Lushan's hand trembled as he was about to press it, explaining, "But you must have realized, brother, this is the only way." And gritting his teeth, he uttered, "Thank you, brother." But suddenly, Han-Min Ryu snatched the detonator and ran off, leaving Jiang Lushan stunned with an empty hand. Then, Han-Min Ryu spoke, "I have no right to tell you that your justice is wrong. I only see a world that is destroying itself." And Han-Min Ryu, holding the detonator, glanced back and reminded him, "But I told you, didn't I? Don't hesitate." Hearing that, Jiang Lushan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he bowed his head, letting his purple hat hide the emotion on his face. But a second later, Jiang Lushan placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and looked up. Then he drew it decisively. Elsewhere, Amber Bannet was held tightly by the arms by two outsiders in purple hats. She screamed, "It won't change anything. There's no Gufking." And standing on a high platform, she yelled, "He's retired. You're all mistaken, you know." Suddenly, the Archbishop, with his back to her, spoke. "After observing humans for a long time, I understand your logic. The instinct for species preservation is ingrained in your genes. You will do anything to increase the chances of passing on your genes." And he looked down at the arena below with a sneer, summed up by a cheap word like love. Foolish. Behind him, Amber Bannet was stunned as she heard him continue. "But that's cute, isn't it?" Below, the pot-bellied burger bookman in his beast costume charged forward. At the same time, someone shouted, "Bookman!" as he ran into the middle of the arena and raised his sword to the sky. Burger Bookman roared, "As promised, Gufking has come. Release the hostage." Seeing this, Amber Bannet called out in panic, "Bookman, no." But the Archbishop cackled with delight. "Now, finally, the main event has arrived. Finally." Then he raised his hand and called out, "Rhoda Stenphia, don't mess it up this time." Immediately, he raised his hand with the eye on it and replied, "Yes." Then he controlled the monster to open the door and come out. As soon as it appeared, someone shouted, "Chimera version 22, Wolf King versus the giant monster." On one side, Burger Bookman thought with suspicion, "Rhoda Stenphia, I don't think you joined the Holy Mother Church for no reason." And he charged to attack the monster, silently assessing, "The world has changed, and circumstances have changed." In the stands, Burger Bookman's daughter watched her father with concern. He continued to think, "But anyway, there must be something you want to protect at your core. Since I'm in a similar situation, we should do our best, shouldn't we?" On this side, Rhoda Stenphia frowned in annoyance and thought, "So this is our fight. But don't tell Han-Min Ryu." Right now, Han-Min Ryu was dodging every one of Jiang Lushan's moves somewhere out in the desert, on the construction site, and Rhoda Stenphia knew it, saying he had to fight his own battle. As soon as Jiang Lushan slashed with his sword, Han-Min Ryu knelt, tilted his head back, and slipped underneath. Then he quickly changed his stance, preparing to block another of Jiang Lushan's blows. The two swords clashed, sending sparks flying and emitting a huge shockwave circle. In an attacking position, striking his sword down, Jiang Lushan growled, "I believe that you, of all people, will not give up, that you will find a way." Meanwhile, Han-Min Ryu, kneeling on the barge and raising his sword to block the attack, replied, "There is no way. I have never truly felt that, even when they said the world was about to end." Hearing this, Jiang Lushan was extremely distressed and sobbed, so, in the end. Then he manifested a blazing red flame on his sword and shouted, "Are you saying we only fight because we have no choice?" This display made Han-Min Ryu's eyes widen in astonishment. Or a sword. At the same time, he also jumped up, manifesting phantom sword energy. Then the two engaged in close combat. Jiang Lushan swung a sword carrying aura energy into the sky. Meanwhile, Han-Min Ryu grabbed a rope and jumped off the barge. He landed on an iron bar, suspended in midair, and knelt on one knee to balance himself, looking up. At the same time, the red aura energy fell directly onto the other end of the iron bar, sending Han-Min Ryu on his side flying into the sky. Then, one of Jiang Lushan's hands grabbed the edge of the iron bar. Then he used his momentum to leap high up behind Han-Min Ryu and slashed his sword to the right. The aura sword immediately sliced off one end of the barge. The aura fire rained down on Han-Min Ryu, forcing him to cross his arms in front of his face to dodge. But he still received a cut on his arm. Looking at it, he remarked, "You become much stronger." At the same time, Jiang Lushan shouted, "I want to be a hero like you, brother." As he rushed down towards Han-Min Ryu, he continued to speak his heart out. "Strong, and I want to live a life with determination like you. Just tell me I'm wrong, that there's another way." However, on his side, Han-Min Ryu replied with sad eyes, "I'm sorry, but I'm not a hero. Hearing that, Zhang Lucen angrily shouted, "Then why? Why are you stopping me?" And once again drew his aura sword, roaring, "Why?" Then he performed a cross slash towards Han-Bin Ryu. Flashing back to an earlier time, sitting on the ground somewhere next to Han-Bin Ryu, Burger Bookman closed his eyes and began, "Oh dear." Then he supported the back of his neck and sighed. "I haven't been active for a long time, so my body is aching all over." Beside him, Han-Bin Ryu bowed his head and chatted, "Mr. Bookman, you should get out of here quickly. This underground cellar will become dangerous soon." Then he turned his head and replied, "Yes, it's dangerous, but first, can you listen to my story, Eric?" Then Burger Bookman corrected himself. "Oh no, Han-Bin Ryu," which left him wide-eyed and open-mouthed in astonishment. Burger Bookman turned his head to explain, "When you came to the circus, I already knew your identity, but I didn't think you were that famous." Hearing that, Han-Bin Ryu pensively asked, "So you also know that I'm a failure?" But Burger Bookman was doubtful. "A failure?" Then he tilted his head back, raised his hand towards the cave entrance where a little light was glimmering, and remarked, "Honestly, I also wanted to become a hero." And so he spread his hand and added, "Not just me, but many hunters wanted that." Just thinking about it was wonderful. Suddenly, Burger Bookman patted his beer belly and smiled with narrowed eyes. "But now I'm just a ragged old hunter. Even so, I have no regrets. Do you know why?" Then he grinned, flexing, "The true hero I once met was the Sword King Barot." These words left Han-Bin Ryu utterly shocked, his jaw dropping. "You've met Barot?" Burger Bookman recalled the image of the hero Barot's sturdy, bare shoulders and replied, "Yes." The way he cleared the dungeon all by himself was amazing. Even a child could look at him and know he was a hero. And that gaze has always been deeply engraved in Burger Bookman's mind. Back then, he probably hadn't even received the goddess's blessing yet. He was already famous among hunters before that. When he was young and didn't have a beer belly, Burger Bookman's eyes went wide, and his jaw dropped to his chin when he saw the real deal with his own eyes. "I admired him so much that I grew a beard like his, and on the day I met him, my heart nearly shattered." At that time, Burger Bookman knelt before Barot. I asked him, "How can I become a hero?" With a resolute expression, Barot made it impossible for Burger Bookman to guess his emotions. At that moment, I thought he would be angry because it was a somewhat absurd question. In the battle, the small wolf king fought against a giant monster. If someone says they fight only for humanity, they're either a liar or have something wrong with their head. The transformed beast trembled on the ground. Burger Bookman narrated, "At that time, I was very disappointed with that answer. I had always been proud of being a protector of humanity." After that, he stood up again, holding his shield and sword, and continued to fight. Only now did Burger Bookman fully understand. But it didn't take long for me to realize the correctness of that answer. The reason I've been fighting since then is not for my own pride. At that moment, Amber Bannet watched him struggle in the fight, terrified. Then Burger Bookman concluded that it was to protect the happiness of my family, and it's still the same now. He was willing to fight in his beast form because I am here so as not to be ashamed in front of my wife and to be a proud father. Even if I'm sent flying by the monster, even if I can't win. He tumbled across the ground. Seeing this, Rhodostynphia frowned in annoyance and twisted his wrist. Outside in the stands, the spectators of the match cheered with delight. Meanwhile, Amber Bannet dropped to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing that the match seemed to be decided, the Archbishop raised 2 fingers and smiled gleefully, his other hand gripping the control lever. Below, in the arena, the monster raised both its hands, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the man lying on his back on the ground. But Burger Bookman still gripped his sword tightly and raised it. You don't need a grand reason to fight. Fighting for your own happiness is enough. At that time, while confiding in Han-Bin Ryu, he said, "Han-Bin Ryu, don't try to become a hero. If you do, your sword will become very heavy." This image was like he was being taught by Barot. A sword should only be moderately heavy. That's better. Then the referee pressed the big round button on the control panel, causing something to collapse onto the monster's head, making it roar loudly. At the same time, outside the arena, in the middle of the construction site, a cross slash descended upon Han-Bin Ryu. It created a massive, terrifying explosion on the ground. Only after a while did the smoke and dust begin to clear. Han-Bin Ryu spoke pensively, the key to the power of the cross slash and blocked Zhang Lucen's sword with his own chest, continuing, is in the third thrust. Each sword on his chest emitted red sparks. Zhang Lucen asked, "Why are you stopping me?" Then he bowed his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "Even if they try to run, in their hearts, they have already given up. Only by using them as sacrifices can we create the spark that will burn this world." Then he, in his anguish, went mad and screamed, "With just that shallow justice, we can't get far." Suddenly, Han-Bin Ryu shouted, "Do you understand?" Making Zhang Lucen tilt his head up doubtfully to hear Han-Bin Ryu add, "Unlike you, I don't care about saving this world." Then he clenched a box in his palm and said, "That's why I'm giving up on being a hero. I'm just fighting for myself, like a normal person. Like the image of the small burger bookman fighting the giant monster, for belief, like the austere old man. Like the woman protecting the child amidst a crowd of barbaric outsiders, for redemption." She held the child tightly, her eyes glaring in one direction. Suddenly, someone angrily gritted their teeth and held a weapon for their own happiness. Rhodostenphia furiously raised his hand with the eye in its palm and shouted, and manifested a giant hand behind his back, striking out with an earth-shattering force, with fire and thick smoke. Rocks and debris flew, attacking an outsider, making him gape in alarm. Everyone is like that. Everyone fights for themselves. At this moment, on the tall pillar in the middle of the arena, the monster was relentlessly striking the pillar's body. Rocks and debris fell thunderously, and in that moment, they could save someone. Suddenly, each of the monster's hands grabbed Rhodostenphia and Amber Bannet. Below, a man with a black beard and hair caught Burger Bookman, changing someone. At this moment, the prisoners, united, charged with their swords to attack the monster. They were all just ordinary people trying to do their best in their roles in this world. The spiked armband on someone's bicep shone in the sun. The cross on a necklace reflected the sunlight, and even the wolf's nose seemed to sparkle. And the person in someone's palm was looking straight ahead, their eyes glistening. However, the group of Rhodostenphia, Burger Bookman, Amber Bannet, and the others stood together on the same battlefront. Now, Han-Bin Ryu opened the lid of the box containing a red crystal and said, "The one I want to save is a fool who will regret giving up his beliefs and harming others." He grinned cheerfully and continued, "I would regret it if I just stood by and watched that person do it. That's what I think." And looking at Zhang Lucen, who had lowered his sword, he advised, "You could do whatever you want." Hearing this, Zhang Lucen narrowed his eyes and smiled sarcastically. How selfish. But Han-Bin Ryu wasn't bothered. He just looked up at the sky and asked back, "Is that so?" Then he remembered the image of a father holding a cotton plant up high to play with his daughter and said, Baro was also just a human being when he carried his daughter on his shoulders, walking towards the sun. Then, together with Zhang Lucen, looking at the crumbling pillar, Han-Bin Ryu spoke. "This world doesn't need heroes." At this same moment, somewhere at the bottom of a deep pit, 3 people in white outfits and purple coats lay sprawled on the ground. Next to them was a control panel with a golden circle. Suddenly, a hand rose up crying out, "Rhodostenphia," and someone struggled to get up, scolding. "After all I've given you, you betray me like this." Suddenly, his head cracked open, revealing a glowing golden circle inside, and he hissed through his teeth, "This is truly terrible." The top of the pillar in the middle of the land had broken open, revealing a large purple crystal sparkling under the sun. Looking at Rhodostenphia's group, the outsider in the purple scarf shouted, "Rhodostenphia, are you betraying us after what you received from the Archbishop?" He stood with a group of other loud-mouthed outsiders. "Do you feel no shame? The Holy Mother is watching you." But Rhodostenphia replied, "Speaking of the Holy Mother." Then he opened his mouth wide and shouted angrily, "Do you know what I'm most ashamed of? I'm most ashamed of being lumped together with you incompetents." Behind him, Burger Bookman's daughter gripped her mother's hand tightly and looked up, hearing him continue. "Living like you, what is there for children to learn? Shouldn't adults act confident in front of children?" And turning towards the outsiders, he scolded, "That is a true adult." Still raising his hand to control the monster, Rhodostenphia shouted, "Now, anyone who doesn't want to become monster food, get out of the way." Hearing this, the group in purple hats grunted angrily in their throats, unable to speak. Suddenly, from the pillar with the purple stone, brilliant golden angel wings appeared with a voice saying, "Do not be afraid." And a person from the rubble pointed a finger, creating a yellow magic circle. Then he shot that circle towards Rhodostenphia, causing him to be stunned. With just one blow, that golden ring created a hole in the monster's stomach, sending flesh and blood flying, along with a resounding voice. "I am the messenger of heaven." Watching this scene, Rhodostenphia tilted his head back, his eyes rolling back in their sockets in terror. Meanwhile, the voice continued. "A messenger created by God, the God who loves all things." Suddenly, a person with wings flying above the pillar pointed to the sky and said, "Do not be afraid, O followers who serve the Holy Mother." At the same time, he shot 2 concentric circles high up and added, "I am the one who will save you." With a hairless head, he grinned tauntingly. "You insignificant humans of Earth." Seeing this, the man with the black beard and hair exclaimed in shock. An angel with intelligence. Beside him, Burger Bookman was doubtful. Why are they in Radnia? Why are they in the Church of the Holy Mother? As for Rhodostenphia, he crossed his arms in front of his face, stammering in fear. The Archbishop, so he was an angel? All of a sudden, the outsiders in purple hats raised their swords and shouted, "He has ascended! The Archbishop has ascended!" At the same time, the one with wings spoke again. "Do not be afraid, my followers. You are the chosen ones," which made the crowd tear up with happiness. But when looking at the prisoners in black and white striped clothes, the winged one threatened. "Those enemies standing there are a test of faith given to you by the Holy Mother. Your level is much higher than theirs." Then he growled, "There is no need to be afraid. Kill them all." Immediately, the purple-hatted group shouted, "Amen," and charged forward. They attacked the prisoners in unison, causing them to be terrified. Emboldened, the outsiders rushed forward like a storm, striking the prisoners down to the ground. The person who fell to the ground looked up at the outsider, swinging his sword to strike, and was utterly horrified. But right after, Burger Bookman knocked the man's sword away, saving the other prisoner. He shouted loudly, "Have you all lost your minds? Why are you listening to a monster? Humans don't need to kill each other like this." But Rhodostenphia, while protecting Amber Bannet and her mother, scolded, "Whatever you say is useless. These ignorant people don't care about logic. They just blindly believe in the Church of the Holy Mother because that's all their minds can think of." And looking at the winged one, he continued, "With an angel who once destroyed Radnia behind them, they've become even more frenzied." Hearing that, Burger Bookman worried. "So how do we resolve this situation?" Suddenly, behind them, an outsider jumped up and attacked the defenseless Amber Bannet and her mother. Seeing this, Burger Bookman was horrified and panicked. No! Immediately after, blood flew in an arc. Above, the winged one continued to delude the people. "Do not be afraid. You are the swords of the Holy Mother." Below, the man with the black beard and hair grabbed an outsider's arm and cursed, "You damn imposters. Don't use my revered Holy Mother to cover up your filthy schemes." He was Fabrizio from Earth. After being transported to Radnia, he had built his own group of followers, cultivating himself according to the scriptures. But the villains destroyed it and stole the scriptures, building the Church of the Holy Mother to manipulate the populace, which is why he hated the purple-hatted leaders so much. Suddenly, Fabrizio frowned and gritted his teeth, lamenting inwardly. "Ugh, my body." Then he thought doubtfully, "Is it because of the binding system?" At the same time, the system announced, "Cannot attack the target. Devote yourself to God's representative to enjoy eternal life." But he still stood in the middle of the battle, defying everything. Beside him, Bila jumped up and hit an outsider on the head who was trying to sneak attack Fabrizio, shouting, "Don't look at him." Then she turned and said, "Outsiders are not allowed to attack angels. We have to run." But Fabrizio, while striking down an enemy, shouted, "But if we run?" and worried for the other prisoners. "Everyone's morale will collapse. With our current numbers, if we run, we will all be annihilated." Suddenly, a prisoner was stabbed through the chest from behind while trying to escape. "Everyone will die." Hearing that, Bila angrily asked, "Then what should we do? If this continues, we'll die too." Meanwhile, the purple-hatted outsider's side was gaining the upper hand. 6 or 7 purple-hatted people surrounded and attacked Fabrizio and Bila. Suddenly, Jang Luzin jumped in, swinging his sword to send the purple-hatted group flying, saving Fabrizio and Bila. He furiously shouted, If we retreat, it's all over. We won't have another chance after this. At this moment, the three of them stood back to back in a tripod formation. Fabrizio said happily, "Zhang Luzin, you've returned?" Beside him, he replied, "A lot has happened." But Bila scolded, "You fool, everyone has lost their morale." And she looked up high where the winged one was grinning and wagging his finger, sighing. "There's an angel up there. Even if we defeat all these people, we can't survive as long as that angel is around." Beside the prisoners who were struggling to fight the purple-hatted group, she worried. That's what the hunters fear most. Besides, the enemy's numbers are also overwhelming. Us. On one side, Burger Bookman hugged his wife, his brow tightly furrowed. Someone added, "At this rate, we'll all die." Standing behind Rhodastenphia, who was grimacing while protecting Burger Bookman and his wife, he suddenly became suspicious. At this moment, the people around them had all fallen. But Zhang Luzin looked up at the sky and said cheerfully, "It's okay." Rhodastenphia also smirked with delight, and the muscles on Burger Bookman's face relaxed. Someone looked at the winged one and said, "They have an angel." And looking at Heyman Ryu in his beast form, swinging his fist towards the winged one, said, "But we have a demon." The archbishop recognized the newcomer and was confused. Then, being grabbed by the neck and pulled down, he asked curiously, "Who are you?" The archbishop, like a kite at someone's mercy, exclaimed in shock, "Huh." Then Han-Bin Ryu threw him into the pillar with the purple crystal. Han-Bin Ryu's throw was so powerful that it sent the winged one flying through a hole in the pillar and falling. To the other side, he plunged headfirst, inwardly astonished. What? Who is this guy? Before he could even get his bearings, a foot swung up and gave him another kick in the middle of his back. With one hand, Han-Bin Ryu even ripped off one of his wings. Being beaten up, the archbishop gaped and cried out in pain. And looking at Han-Bin Ryu's glowing red eyes, he thought, "This guy." Then the pillar was struck again, creating another hole. Below, the people from both the purple-hatted side and the prisoners stopped their swords, looking at the falling bricks and stones in shock. Even the three, Zhang Lucian, Fabrizio, and Bella, were stunned. How can he attack an angel? Zhang Lucian raised his eyebrows and said cheerfully, "What this desperate world needs." At this moment, the pillar was rumbling as rocks and debris fell. On this side, Han-Bin Ryu grabbed the archbishop's two legs and pulled them apart. And Zhang Lucian added, "Is not justice." Suddenly, Han-Bin Ryu's beastly eyes glowed red. He let out a loud roar and tore the archbishop apart, causing a shower of dark red flesh and blood. On one side, Zhang Lucian continued, "Not sacrifice." At the same time, Han-Bin Ryu landed on the ground with a thud, carrying the archbishop. His body broke over Han-Bin Ryu's back, and under his feet, the ground cracked as if from an earthquake. The archbishop's head flopped down, shaking. Then flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Amidst the dust that obscured everything, Zhang Lucian, like a sage, said, "Nor is it indignation." And looking at the dumbfounded faces of the crowd, he concluded, "But simply something that helps people overcome despair." As the dust gradually settled, it revealed a figure holding the winged one in his hand. The archbishop's mouth was agape. It was unknown if he was dead, but he was being held up high by the collar by Han-Bin Ryu, as if being hanged. Zhang Lucian remarked, "It is the belief that we can win and hope." Suddenly, Han-Bin Ryu spoke. "An angel, huh? Nothing special." Seeing this, Burger Bookman's family was wide-eyed and open-mouthed in astonishment. As for the prisoners, they grinned foolishly. Then they raised their swords and cheered. A look of shocked joy washed over the prisoners' faces. Suddenly, in midair, a girl appeared with a multicolored aura of light, shouting loudly, "Where there is light, there is blessing. O chosen people, live and fight." Immediately, the prisoners' swords were blessed with multicolored light. She continued, "As long as you yearn for the light, as long as you hold onto hope." Then she extended her hand downwards and said, "The goddess of light, Antia, will be with you." Seeing this, the purple-hatted group's eyes widened in fear, crying out, "Oh!" And they turned and fled in a panic as the prisoners chased after them with their swords. On this side, Han-Bin Ryu spoke cheerfully, "A god." And looking at Antia, he asked, "Only helps those who help themselves, huh?" Suddenly, the archbishop, being held by the neck, took advantage of Han-Bin Ryu's inattention and raised his hand, creating a yellow circle behind his head, while Han-Bin Ryu was exclaiming, "Truly." Then he shot a beam of yellow light from the circle. But Han-Bin Ryu was not hit by the blow and instead swung his fist, hitting the archbishop so hard he lifted off the ground, shouting such nice words, causing one side of his cheek to be shattered. Unbelievable. The archbishop wondered why, and seeing the purple-hatted group fleeing for their lives, he said, "Why are you running? You've already been leveled up." Then he opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "How can you all run away after just a small disadvantage? Fight!" Then he scolded, "Fight!" But before the words were finished, Han-Bin Ryu gave him an uppercut that drew blood. He snapped, "Cut the crap. They're not on the same level as us." At this point, the archbishop had been beaten so badly that he lost a few teeth. Han-Bin Ryu taunted, "Guys who leech experience to level up every day," and jumped up, swinging his fist, preparing to deliver another blow, shouting, "And you dare to compare yourselves to hunters who go through life and death with monsters? Wet and butter cannot be mixed." Then he created a red sword crystal and shouted, "Determination," and then he unleashed an aura sword technique, shouting, "Our experience is far superior." But the system reported an error. Use of aura sword has been stopped due to level restrictions. At the same time, the sword crystal shattered, but he still raised the broken sword towards the gaping archbishop. However, that one was no pushover. He shot yellow energy into Han-Bin Ryu's fist, but he swung his arm high and summoned the shattered aura crystals back to his arm, and struck down hard on the archbishop lying on the ground. His fingers, carrying the aura crystals, pressed down on his chest, making the archbishop grimace and scream. At the same time, the system reported again above Han-Bin Ryu's head, aura control error. Suddenly, a red explosion like a nuclear bomb occurred. The archbishop's upper body flew high into the air after Han-Bin Ryu's blow. He was still alive, baring his teeth and confused. Aura, self-destruction? What the hell kind of skill is this in the system? And looking at Han-Bin Ryu's arm covered in aura crystals, he wondered, what the hell is this guy? In this rotten world, there's still someone like this? Suddenly, the archbishop was engulfed in a dazzling light. He bared his teeth and said, I remember now." Han-Bin Ryu looked up, confused, as he continued, "You, the one with the bug system." At this moment, the upper half of the archbishop's body, missing one hand, was flying in midair. He said loudly, "You appeared before me first, not the others," and chuckled, saying, "Wouldn't humans say you were lucky?" Suddenly Antia shouted, "He looks too suspicious. Han-Bin Ryu, his name is..." But before she could finish her words, he had already charged forward and replied, "I know." Suddenly, the purple crystals embedded on the back of the white-gloved hand flashed. Then all the crystals of the purple-hatted people lit up, and at the same time, they foamed at the mouth, some falling backward onto the ground, crying out in pain. Jade green air bubbles flew out of one person's mouth. Seeing this, Han-Bin Ryu glanced and silently exclaimed, "Not good. Is he absorbing the life force of his subordinates?" Subordinates? And watching the green air bubbles fly towards the purple rock mass, he exclaimed in horror, "Is he trying to concentrate all the power into that giant magic stone?" As for the archbishop, his face had transformed, his mouth opening wide to reveal a yellow circle inside his head that spoke. "It's a little early, but..." And opening his mouth as wide as the circle, he shouted loudly, "It will be fine." Immediately, golden circles flew out. They circled around Han-Bin Ryu. At the same time, Antia frowned, conjured green magic, and launched it down to protect the prisoners below. From outside in space, one could see 3 golden circles enveloping the black sphere, and they rotated on a horizontal axis, creating a terrifying yellow shockwave all around. Below, Zhang Lucian, Rhodas Stenfia, Fabricio, and the others looked up, utterly shocked. Zhang Lucian squinted, groaned, and looked down at the vast, deep crater still retaining yellow spiritual power, shouting loudly, "Brother!" At the bottom of the crater, a small yellow sphere was still glowing. At the same time, in some dark place, a single yellow light flashed. A voice echoed from somewhere, "Seek the prophet of the goddess." In a corner of the dark space, there was the silhouette of a monochrome girl sitting with her back turned. The voice continued, "Seek the supporter of the goddess of darkness." Suddenly, Han-Bin Ryu, in a monochrome state, opened his eyes. In shock, he looked at the short-haired girl in front of him and raised his hand, opening his mouth, wanting to call out, "Kivia!" The girl turned her head and looked at him, live happily, "Kivia!" Suddenly, Han-Bin Ryu returned to his normal colorful state, but he was still in the posture of reaching out his hand and was bewildered. Nearby, Antia, who was using protective magic, said, "You're finally awake, Han-Bin Ryu," causing him to turn in surprise and shout, "Antia?" Han-Bin Ryu looked at her kneeling on one knee on the ground, her hands creating two white magic circles, and asked doubtfully, "What the hell is this place?" Antia replied, "It seems you were hit by that angel's attack," and slowly explained the current situation. "This is the void of the universe, a place without gods." Hearing this, Han-Bin Ryu was confused. The void? Right now, they were inside a bright white spatial sphere created by Antia, while outside was an endless, pitch-black color. Suddenly, someone with a golden mark on their ankle walked over, laughing maniacally, and said, "I didn't expect you to withstand the space of Lord Omplaus." His whole body was streaked with yellow as he wondered, "I guess it's thanks to the goddess's power, right?" Seeing him, Han-Bin Ryu shouted, "You." The one who arrived was the Archbishop, who had changed his form. In the middle of his forehead was now a purple crystal. He laughed and introduced himself. "I am the first intelligent being created by Lord Omplaus, an archangel bestowed with divinity," and bowed like a nobleman, saying, "Eidos of Earth, I was too busy earlier to introduce myself." Then he cheerfully taunted, "Long time no see, Han-Bin Ryu." As for him, his eyes were white with extreme discomfort. Then he flew over and punched Eidos through the stomach. Seeing this, he looked down in confusion. "Huh?" Han-Bin Ryu, furious, asked, "I've heard this damn voice before, was it you?" And remembered being pushed down by someone in the past. He gritted his teeth and questioned, "Are you the one who imprisoned me on that mountain for 20 years? But Eidos laughed maniacally and corrected, 22 years to be exact, right? Hearing that, Han-Bin Ryu's eyes widened in shock. At the same time, Eidos conjured a golden circle that enveloped Han-Bin Ryu's wrist, which was still stuck in his chest, saying, "I'm also very surprised." And, raising a finger to shake the ring, he laughed gleefully that you survived for a whole 22 years, not to mention you were only level 6 and still survived. In Radnia. Then he flicked the circle behind him and sneered, "I guess your power comes from a system error." Suddenly, he vanished right before Han-Bin Ryu's eyes, leaving only a golden circle activating a formation, and appeared next to Antia to give her a beating. "Isn't it unfortunate that you caught my eye?" Seeing this, Han-Bin Ryu whipped his head around and speculated, "Spatial teleportation. That's like Zenovia's magic." Over there, Eidos raised his hand, grabbed the golden circle that had just flown over, and sneered, "You even brought the goddess's representative. That makes things easy." And putting the ring on Antia's neck, he blabbered, "You must have a lot of questions. Why don't we have a slow chat?" Then he made the ring on Antia's neck gradually shrink and taunted, "For both our sakes." Han-Bin Ryu frowned and cursed silently. Damn it! He looked at the representative of the goddess of light being held by the head by Eidos and thought, "I thought he was weak, so I let my guard down. Antia has to protect the space, so she can't do anything." Then Han-Bin Ryu opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "Why?" He belligerently questioned, "Why did you imprison me in that place where others only had to endure for half a year?" Hearing this, Eidos clasped his hands, stuck out his tongue in a cute gesture, and replied, "Sorry." Seeing this, Han-Bin Ryu was stunned. "What?" Then Eidos grumbled to himself, "I am responsible for managing the individuals who meet Omplaus's conditions." Eidos recalled, when another monster like him was once grabbed by the head and had its neck twisted by its master, causing it to squeal, "Please, I'll find a way to retrieve it." Eidos, who was kneeling on one leg nearby, watched in horror as the small monster exploded. His face contorted as he heard his master's command. The creation of small-scale dungeons will be temporarily halted. The energy shortage will be compensated by an attack on Radnia carried out by low-level angels. Nearby, a person with angel wings questioned, but the power of the 6 goddesses still remains. In the current situation, we can't create a gate to send angels into Radnia. But their master angrily clenched his fist and scolded, "Then we'll just move the plan up a bit." And when his hand opened, a purple crystal appeared. He said, "This is my incomplete blessing. It is the key to opening a new sky." Then he looked at the winged person below and ordered, "Use the power of Radnia to fill it. Then it will become the spear to seal the goddesses." The girl with angel wings and golden blonde hair looked up as he continued to direct, "Aim for the heart of Kyver, the goddess of darkness, O angel of wisdom." And she replied, "All for Lord Omplaus." After hearing the story from Eidos, Han-Bin Ryu was astonished. Zenovia was an angel? Over there, Eidos raised both both hands to the sky, and laughed joyfully. So you know Zenobia too? Isn't that a bother? Among the archangels, I am the one who has served Onplows the longest, even though I was once human. Then Eidos grinned like a madman and said, anyway, that doesn't matter. What's important is, do you know where the missing 20% of the energy went? And he roared, confessing, it was in those hellhounds you devoured. They became your experience points. Then he said maniacally, of course, I only found this out when you arrived in Radnia. It's a good thing you weren't caught. Suddenly, Eidos put his hand to Antia's neck and taunted. So now we'll have a mutually beneficial agreement. You will kill the goddess's representative with your own hands. Han-Bin Ryu sneered upon hearing his condition, then returned to Earth, and I can let your matter slide. How about it? But Han-Bin Ryu stepped forward and replied, there's nothing to consider. I already have an answer. Then he said to Antia, you know it too, Holian, which made her startle and glance over as if she understood his implication. Then Han-Bin Ryu held his sword and asked, but there's one thing you haven't answered, which is why you locked me up for 22 years. On the other side, Eidos frowned, feigning thought, and he stuck out his tongue to mock him. It's because I forgot. Immediately, he was stabbed by Han-Bin Ryu with a knife from under his jaw up to his head, lifting Eidos' entire body high, causing him to cry out in surprise. Then he bowed his head angrily and asked, hey, do you know what the hardest thing for me was while I was stuck there? With a knife piercing from under his jaw to his eye socket, Eidos cursed. Why should I care, you fool? Then he moved his hand and said, I kept you alive. And controlling the golden ring on Antia's neck, he added, because I was afraid that the death of a system error subject might reach the ears of Lord Onplows. You're truly too stupid to understand. Suddenly, Antia's head shot upwards, while her body remained in its spell-casting posture. Seeing this, Eidos laughed madly with delight. If you want to die so badly, then die with the goddess's representative. And looking at the white spatial sphere, he sneered, this space will shrink and crush you into mincemeat, you fool. But a second later, the white sphere was still intact. After a long while, it was still there, stable. Surprised, Eidos tightly gripped Han-Bin Ryu's knife-wielding wrist in doubt. And he looked down and saw that Antia's head was on the ground, but her body was still maintaining the formation, and said, what's redoing it? Then he laughed hideously and shouted, turn into mincemeat, you fool, you fool. But the white spatial sphere still didn't have the slightest problem. Suddenly, Antia, lying on the ground, let out a snort. Then she opened her mouth wide and laughed with amusement, which left Eidos completely confused, while Antia, still laughing, said, sorry, I can't stop laughing, you mincemeat fool. Then she glanced back with a look of contempt. You've made a huge mistake. Even if it's just 1 in 1,000, no, 1 in 10,000, but your actions have made Han-Bin Ryu give up on retirement. Finally, she said, now there's no turning back. And he suddenly became grim, his killing intent flaring as he spoke. When I met the one who created the guide, I really wanted to ask one thing. Han-Bin Ryu growled angrily. I want to ask what the hell you were thinking when you asked that question. That question has haunted me all this time. Meanwhile, Eidos was gripping his hand, trying to break free, causing his whole body to tremble. Then Han-Bin Ryu asked, you know it too, don't you? And with eyes like a demon Azura, he opened his mouth and repeated, do you want to commit suicide? A yellow magic circle appeared in midair. In another magic circle, like a spatial door far from Han-Bin Ryu and Antia, Eidos ran out in a panic. But before he could get far, Han-Bin Ryu spoke, trying to run? Do whatever you want. Over here, Antia's head had returned to her body. Han-Bin Ryu taunted, but what would happen if I appeared before Onplows? And he found out the real reason why the invasion of Radnia that he had prepared for thousands of years failed. He laughed gleefully and continued, it was caused by his stupid subordinate again. Hearing this, Eidos turned his head angrily and scowled. Don't you dare threaten me. But Han-Bin Ryu just stood still with his knife next to Antia. Meanwhile, Eidos manifested wings and muttered, you're a glitch. And looking at Han-Bin Ryu's cold gaze, he shouted, you don't have any useful skills. Suddenly, Eidos did something by spinning in place, causing the surrounding air to churn. Seeing this, Antia warned, don't let your guard down. If what I know is correct, an archangel has divinity similar to Onplows. And she recalled the image of his upper body floating in front of the purple crystal and continued, he himself is a threat. And there's also that magic stone. It has accumulated an enormous amount of energy. Suddenly, Eidos growled, yes, it's all your fault. Then he narrated, because you consumed enough enough energy to create dungeons for 20 years, we didn't have enough energy to create monsters anymore. And remembering the stones embedded on the hands of the purple-hatted people, he said, to compensate for that energy, countless giant magic stones were placed all over Radnia. We had to establish the Church of the Holy Mother to gather useless people to share the blessings. Of Omplaus, a ceremony at the church would be a good disguise. When the members of the Hunter Lion Church didn't cooperate, they would level up. The moment that person's life force flew out, that energy would be absorbed by the magic stone. The life force will concentrate towards the purple crystal mass, all to serve Omplaus's army and Lord Omplaus. After hearing this, Han-Bin Ryu bowed his head and said, just for that, you killed so many people. The prisoners were no longer human. You even forced them to turn into demons, causing them to die with their eyes open, all to serve your goals. On the side, Eidos asked, then what do you think the purpose of sending people from other worlds here is? This is what you were supposed to do. Then he shrieked threateningly, now I will tear your limbs apart and force you to commit suicide. That way there will be no evidence of your existence. At this point, Eidos had transformed with 4 large, muscular arms, while his body and legs had turned into a bundle of octopus-like tentacles. Eidos shouted, and I will capture the goddess's representative. Just by doing that, I will be recognized as the most powerful archangel. And he opened his mouth wide and cried, beg for death, you glitch trash. Suddenly, a knee slammed into the middle of Eidos' face. Han-Bin Ryu hit him with a blow that sent him flying backward. At the same time, he swung his knife up and said, thanks for letting me know, and channeled aura energy into his knife and left arm, shouting, a villain like you is evil to the core. Even if I kill you, I'll be perfectly fine. Then he slashed in a parabolic arc, but Eidos dodged it. Seeing this, he doubtfully turned his head to look, but a bright spot in front of him emitted a sound. Fool! He pointed his finger through the yellow spatial gate and sneered, that was your last chance to kill me, and shot a line of yellow spiritual power towards Han-Bin Ryu, but he managed to lean his head back in time to dodge. Inside the spatial gate, Eidos was excited. In this space, I am the supreme entity. Suddenly another gate appeared above Han-Bin Ryu's head. He said, no matter how hard you try, what can you do to me? At the same time, he struck him with a palm attack and said smugly, as long as I can hide the divinity of this space. Then he conjured countless spatial gates around Han-Bin Ryu and threatened, you won't be able to touch a single hair on my head. You're already trapped in my space. From a corner, Eidos grinned and delivered his punishment slowly. And raising his 4 hands to control the spatial gates, he shouted, but thoroughly, gradually, and launched a series of yellow spiritual power palm strikes from the gates toward Han-Bin Ryu, roaring, you will die. But he just grinned and replied, your space, you fool, crossing his arms to block Eidos' stormy attack. Han-Bin Ryu pointed out with a killer's gaze, you're trapped here, just like me. Next, he swung his knife, shooting red blood rays in 3 directions in front of him. The drops of blood followed the spatial gate inside and shot straight into the darkness on the other side of the gate. There, Eidos was immediately surrounded by the drops of blood. Seeing this, his face went blank with suspicion. What? At the same time, a terrifying aura explosion shot out from one of Eidos' spatial gates. Enveloped in Han-Bin Ryu's aura energy, Eidos was doubtful. Those drops of blood fell in here and exploded, and Han-Bin Ryu suddenly rushed towards him like a demonic spirit. Hurriedly, Eidos crossed his 4 arms in front of him to block the blow. But the blow from Han-Bin Ryu's aura energy was too terrifying. It enveloped Eidos' entire body and blazed out behind him. Covered in lightning, Eidos' eyes bulged in disbelief. Impossible. Even my highest density magic stone is incredibly stable. At this moment, Han-Bin Ryu had grabbed the bundle of tentacles under Eidos and was dragging him away, while he lamented silently. So how can this thing have an aura density so thick that it explodes? This thing is no longer just a simple aura. Suddenly, Han-Bin Ryu opened his mouth and let out a long scream, throwing Eidos down like a sandbag and shouting, take this. He slammed face first into the ground and bounced back up like a ball. Eidos was still in disbelief, unable to accept reality. Huh? He looked down at the white space of Antia's ground and was startled. Is the space cracking? This space was created from Omplaus's divinity. Then he gritted his teeth in confusion. How? What the hell is this power? And looking at Han-Bin Ryu, whose left arm was still gathering aura energy. His long red hair crystallized from the aura energy. He screamed in terror. "Who the hell are you really?" On the side, Anya cheerfully explained, "That is true power, not the kind of power gained from experience. From fighting monsters." Hearing this, Itos's face filled with bulging veins and anger, gritting his teeth as he listened to Antia continue, in a state where he couldn't level up. Then he raised his forearms, creating 3 golden circles that enveloped his body, while Antia still said, unable to learn new skills. Then Itos stretched his forearms towards Han-Bin Ryu, not bothering to pay attention as Antia added, unable to awaken his aura. Suddenly, the 4 hands transformed into the heads of 4 hellhounds that snapped at Han-Bin Ryu. Antia's voice still echoed, the strength that comes from always having to fight stronger enemies. At this moment, Han-Bin Ryu had transformed his knife into a long sword and crossed his arms in front of him to dodge Itos's attack. Seeing this scene, Antia remarked with emotion, the adversity that didn't kill him. Over here, the 4 beasts converged at one point with a deafening roar. But Han-Bin Ryu quickly made a few basic slashes, taking their heads, and he ran along a long neck towards Itos. And Antia concluded it turned him into a true warrior, not an ordinary outworlder. Then Han-Bin Ryu gave Itos a kick in the middle of his face, making his head twist. Then he jumped high, flipping backward, while Itos fell backward off balance. Next, Han-Bin Ryu followed up with another aura sword strike, forming a circle in midair. Furious, Itos cursed loudly, "True warrior my ass." And he again created circular spatial gates around him and squawked, "He's just a faulty product." Suddenly, 4 gates simultaneously shot out brilliant yellow light, creating an explosion in the middle. But Han-Bin Ryu had already broken all the golden circles with his aura sword. Seeing this, Itos wasn't sad but instead bared his teeth and smiled, because one circle had looped around Han-Bin Ryu's neck. But he used his hand, which was covered in aura stone, to grab the ring and, gritting his teeth, yanked it off his neck. This scene made Itos's jaw drop in terror. Opposite him, with pupils as red as a demon's, Han-Bin Ryu growled in acknowledgement. "Yes, a faulty product. I'm a faulty product." Then he charged towards Itos with swirling aura energy. Terrified, Itos shouted loudly, "No, don't come near me." Then his head stretched out and fled for its life, while its tail end was enveloped by demonic red aura energy. Then the aura energy exploded, the shockwave slamming straight into Itos's head. Over here, Han-Bin Ryu clenched his aura-covered hand and thought, "If I possess power but can't do anything useful with it, then I'll only cause trouble for those around me." Then he took a stance in front of Itos's spatial gate and thought to himself, "Even though I act as if I'm shouldering everything." Suddenly, the gate behind him shrank and emitted many concentric circles. Han-Bin Ryu thought, "But when I look back, I haven't done anything right." Then from that series of concentric circles, Itos stuck his face out and held his hand in front of him. He unleashed a dazzling yellow spell, and it thundered towards Han-Bin Ryu like a rocket. He frowned, surrounded by the yellow spiritual power, but he quickly struck out with a palm as well, blocking Itos's yellow energy stream. With just one aura-covered hand, Han-Bin Ryu met his attack head-on. Even so, he was still pushed backward. On the other side, the yellow energy released by Itos grew, larger and larger. Finally, it created a massive explosion like a nuclear bomb. In midair, Itos's yellow energy stream fanned out like an inverted umbrella. Suddenly, the straight energy stream took a sharp turn in another direction. Then it hit a white magic circle and changed direction again and again in a zigzag pattern, finally concentrating towards Itos. Only then, pierced by his own energy, did Itos realize this is, and he opened his mouth and screamed, "Light refraction." And looking towards Antia, he cursed silently, the goddess's puppet. At this moment, she also glanced up. Suddenly, Itos, mad with rage, opened his mouth wide like a dark cave and lunged at Antia's head, scolding, "Don't bother me." But he suddenly fell silent, because Han-Bin Ryu had stopped Itos's mouth and said, "Just as you said, if I act alone, I might stumble." Currently, Han-Bin Ryu was using his arm to shove it straight into Itos's mouth. Seeing this, he shouted loudly, "You damn faulty product." Suddenly, Ito's entire body seemed to be inflated with thousands of round balls, big and small, from his head to his tentacles, while red lightning from the aura energy radiated around him. Finally, it all exploded in a deep red color. The red smoke cleared to reveal Ito's body, thrown back and floating in midair, his stomach sliced open with a long gash. And Han-Bin Ryu, standing next to Antia, bowed his head and spoke, "It is precisely because I am a faulty product that I can stand here." At this moment, his index finger was bent at a strange angle, while his entire arm was tattered. Suddenly, on the other side, Ito's, torn from his lower jaw down to his chest, looked down in horror. Then he flew up, trying to escape. But Han-Bin Ryu had already taken his stance and said, "You could also say, it's all thanks to you." Then his left hand gripped the blade of his sword, while his right hand held the hilt, pulling it out to prepare for a cross slash, taunting, "It was a pleasure to meet you," and swung his aura sword along with his own blood towards the fleeing Ito's, shouting, "Hope to not see you again." Night had now fallen. The prisoner hunters were transporting and helping the injured. In another corner, a female medic was using healing magic on someone. And Zhang Lucian, while carrying a crate of supplies, looked at the yellow bright spot in the sky. With a worried look, he called out, "Brother." Suddenly, the red-haired girl angrily shouted, "Hey, you stupid traitor." He immediately jumped and replied, "Yes," and heard her grumble, "If you have free time, come over here and help." On the side, Destenfia reassured, "Don't worry about useless things. Do you think that monster can be defeated so easily?" And Burger Bookman also chimed in, "We need to quickly hide and regroup before enemy forces from other places find out and come here." Suddenly, the red-haired girl scratched her head and said, "Who would have thought the Archbishop was an archangel?" Carrying a crate behind her, Zhang Lucian sighed, "It's my fault for not realizing." Then the red-haired girl turned towards the dead and rationalized, "The good news is that the bunch who followed the church have all turned into dried corpses now." On the other side, the bishop held a cross in his hand. Behind him, the red-haired girl and Zhang Lucian approached. With her hands on her hips, she scoffed, "What's the use of praying for these wretches? Just let them go in peace." But he replied, "They were once people like us." And looking down at a body covered with a white blanket, he explained, "In an era where hunters are revered, they were born weak and were cast out. Perhaps that's why they found it hard to resist the temptation of power." But the red-haired girl sighed indifferently. "That's the price of being a villain. Fleeing is worse than death." Suddenly, the bishop objected, "What's the use of blaming the dead? I'm only praying for those souls to be redeemed." Beside them, Zhang Lucian interrupted, but, holding a hand adorned with a purple stone, he analyzed, "This blessing is from Ombraus. It's not like the guide we have. They died without any warning, their energy completely drained." The three stared blankly at the row of desiccated corpses as he continued, "Perhaps people from another world, like us." Suddenly, the cluster of light in the sky moved strangely. It emitted a dazzling red light, and it exploded thunderously in midair, causing Zhang Lucian and the other two to look up in astonishment, while the red-haired girl hurriedly placed her hand on the hilt of the sword on her back. From the explosion, something shot down. It was Han-Bin Ryu and Antia. They hit the ground with a thud and skidded for a distance. When they stopped, Han-Bin Ryu held Antia's head and asked, "Are you okay?" Seeing him so close, holding her protectively, Antia blushed and stammered, "I'm fine, thank you." Suddenly, Zhang Lucian and the red-haired girl ran over, breaking Antia's shy moment. Zhang Lucian waved his hand and shouted, "Brother, I knew you'd be safe." But Han-Bin Ryu teased, "Seeing you being so noisy, it seems everything is fine." Suddenly, Zhang Lucian's eyes widened and his jaw dropped in awe. "Oh, were your wounds caused by the Archangel?" But Han-Bin Ryu turned his head away and replied, "Ah, I caused them myself." Seeing this, the red-haired girl ducked her head and asked, "So is it over?" Glancing behind him inquisitively, Han-Bin Ryu answered, "Not yet." At the same time, one of Ito's hands slammed onto the ground. He added, "Not yet." Elsewhere, Ito's, missing his lower body, crawled on the ground, cursing loudly, damn it, this can't be happening." He spread his hand forward, creating a golden circle, and shouted, "It can't end like this." but his strength was limited. His trembling hand could only create a faint circle. Suddenly, his hand was slammed down by something. Ito screamed in pain as if he was being slaughtered, while Han-Bin Ryu pinned his hand down with a hammer, his foot on his back, and taunted, "You're still alive." Then he raised a hand to wipe his face, frowning as he praised, "You're more persistent than I am, stubborn as a cockroach." Immediately, Ito's cried out in fear, "Wait, hold on. It's thanks to me, thanks to my mistake, that you are where you are today." As footsteps approached, he offered a deal. "I will return. Come with me. I will recommend you to become an archangel. Wasn't everything just a test of your strength? I'm sure Lord Ombrow's will be very pleased." Han-Bin Ryu grinned as he continued his nonsense. "Anyway, if the people here find out you're an Outworlder, you'll have no place to hide." Hearing that, he retorted, "Still not sober, are you?" At this moment, his comrades were also standing behind him. Han-Bin Ryu said, "I don't need to run anymore." And looking at Zhang Lu Xin, the bishop, and Antia, he spoke, "I have friends, including Burger Bookman, the red-haired girl, and Destenfia." He added, "Though our beliefs are different, and we were born in different places, we fight together, we exist together." Then Han-Bin Ryu raised his knife, his pupils glowing red as he roared, "Now, the fact that I'm an Outworlder is just a small matter, so..." Hearing this, Ito's trembled like a leaf in fear, while Han-Bin Ryu delivered the final word, "Farewell." However, a space portal suddenly appeared, and a beam of light shone down. A cannonball-like blast shot towards the group of people of Han-Bin Ryu. He glanced up inquisitively. At the same time, a pair of feet approached Ito's lying on the ground. That person spoke. "This is quite interesting, isn't it?" Startled, Antia's eyes widened, and her jaw dropped as she exclaimed, "That's..." Then, doubtfully recalling what happened before, she mumbled clearly at that time. Suddenly, Ito's on the ground, gaped in pleasant surprise. "You came at the right time. Now, kill them all," he blurted out, "Gladius, the fabricated angel." But he glared with his golden eye and taunted, "We were interrupted last time, so we couldn't finish, could we? Let's do something interesting this time too, shall we?" And looking at Han-Bin Ryu, he continued, "Human." Seeing him, he frowned and spoke. "You old man, monsters were raised in an evolutionary project to create the strongest angels for battle. The project's name is Zerosum. They were raised in a semi-free range environment. The test subjects were locked in a confined space. They ate each other, and through that, their survival skills were overlapped, selected, and synthesized to become stronger. In the end, only the strongest would remain. That is how the giant angel species was created after more than 1,000 years. The longer they existed, the more they became weapons of overwhelming power. Two monsters of the same species lunged at each other, fighting. However, because their fighting instincts were maximized, they were unable to identify enemies and completely lost control of themselves. It was difficult to control the monsters, so that project gradually fell into oblivion. However, a test specimen was discovered. A giant monster with white wings growled beside a small person. This specimen seemed to have developed to its final stage. The reason was that it had to deal with a certain enemy. Evolution caused its size to become smaller. It swung its fist, creating a yellow, spiritual energy. But its intellect had awakened, and thus its combat skills were also much higher. Finally, it stood on a mountain of monster corpses and let out a long scream. With the body of a human and a golden circle on its chest, it looked up at the high heavens. It was also the first angel to create its own halo and was the angel personally granted copy divinity by Ombrow's. He stared forward with a pair of fierce eyes. He was angel specimen, symbol A-sharp 1537, and his name was the fabricated Gladius. Elsewhere, Ito's frowned in alarm. "He's completely different from me. I was created just to manage tasks. When he goes berserk, I can't stop him." Suddenly, Ito shouted, "Kill them. Kill them all." But the fabricated angel just grinned as he blurted out, "Gladius." On this side, Han-Bin Ryu watched inquisitively without a word. Suddenly, Gladius sat down in midair, crossing his legs comfortably. He extended a hand towards Ito's and said to Han-Bin Ryu, "Hey, why don't you finish what you started?" Hearing that, Ito's exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh?" Han-Bin Ryu, also not understanding a thing, asked back, "Were you planning? Are you saying you'll let me kill him?" Resting his chin on his hand, Gladius replied, "Do you think I have some terrible scheme? I simply don't want to touch another's prey, so go ahead and kill him. These words made Ectos furious, and he yelled, "Hey, what kind of nonsense are you spouting?" And looking at Gladius's indifferent face, he demanded, "How can you abandon your senior?" Suddenly, Gladius raised his hand, conjured a sharp stake, and impaled Ectos through the head. With a murderous look in his eyes, he growled, "Who do you think you're ordering around, you piece of trash?" Then, darkly, he tormented him, "Looking at you like this, you must only have a little strength left. Do you want me to send you off myself?" Seeing this, Ectos broke into a sweat and stammered, Hey, let's talk, brother." Behind Han-Bin Ryu, Rhodosthenphia whispered to Burger Book One, "Are they having internal conflicts?" To one side, he replied, "If we stay here, we'll just get in the way, while we have the chance." Suddenly, Gladius's eyes flashed. He shot a stream of yellow spiritual energy into the sky and spoke, "You rats, stay put." Just as Burger Book One and Rhodosthenphia were stealthily backing away. Suddenly, Burger Book One, drenched in sweat, froze in thought. Even breathing has become difficult. The bishop, experiencing the same thing, lamented silently. Is it because he's an angel? To one side, Antia, who understood best, thought to herself he's activated it. In front of her, the red-haired girl was terrified. This guy is on a completely different level. Meanwhile, Zhang Lucin turned pale and cried out internally, our instinctual fear. At this moment, Gladius had transformed into a giant, holding Ectos high, radiating immense energy to display his own power. A living being of an extremely high class. Right after this display, Han-Bin Ryu also released his aura energy to shield everyone behind him. Seeing this, Andia was stunned. What? He still has that much aura left. Suddenly, Han-Bin Ryu clenched his fist and spoke, "Didn't you have business with me?" Immediately, Gladius pointed a razor-sharp wingtip right at his face. This action placed Ectos between the yellow and red energies of the two, causing him to scream in agony. "Oh, it's so hot." Then Gladius began to speak. "Oh, that's right." He smirked and taunted, "You get stronger when those around you die, don't you? Tell me what that secret is." On this side, Han-Bin Ryu retorted, "If you want to learn, there's a price to pay. Are you ready?" These words silenced Gladius. He just stared intently at him. But Han-Bin Ryu was not to be outdone. He met Gladius's gaze. Suddenly, someone interrupted them. "That's enough." This made Gladius turn around angrily and growl. That person reminded him, "Have you forgotten Lord Omplaus's summons? Stop playing around." Hearing that, Gladius scowled unhappily. Tisk, so soon. Han-Bin Ryu, meanwhile, looked dumbfounded and questioned, "You are?" And looking at the person who had just appeared, he shouted, "Snow," as a stream of yellow energy shot out, slashing a line right in front of Han-Bin Ryu's group. Gladius turned to leave, taking Ectos with him, saying, "Anyway, a sickly prey isn't tasty. See you later." But Han-Bin Ryu clenched his fists and shouted, "Stop right there." On the other side, standing before the space portal, Snow turned her head to look. On this side, Han-Bin Ryu shouted loudly, "Snow." But Antia grabbed his arm, pulled him back, and yelled, "That's enough." Then she advised, Han-Bin Ryu, "You've used the self-harm technique to trigger your aura too many times. Although you still have some strength now, your body will soon be unable to bear it." Knowing this, Han-Bin Ryu gritted his teeth in agony as she added, "We've already gotten what we need. Let them go." Suddenly, as he was about to enter the portal, Gladius spoke without turning back. "Come to think of it, what was the name of the sacrifice that Zenobia offered?" Pausing for a moment, he answered himself, Alagain. These words startled Antia in alarm. Gladius continued, "Between him and you, who is stronger?" On this side, Han-Bin Ryu answered honestly, "How would I know? I've never fought him." Hearing that, Gladius turned his head and provoked, "Then make sure you win, okay?" Han-Bin Ryu immediately accepted. "That was my intention." Then the three of them, Gladius's group, disappeared behind a golden flash of light. Only then did Han-Bin Ryu's comrades relax their bodies, slumping to the ground in unison. The bishop scowled and began, "It seems there are more than just a few angels with intellect." Sitting beside him, the red-haired girl grimaced, "We couldn't even attack them." The bishop worried, "How are we supposed to fight against them?" Suddenly, Han-Bin Ryu, who had been standing tall, staggered, causing Antia to cry out in alarm. Han-Bin Ryu, Min Ryu. The ground before his eyes was just within reach when Han-Bin Ryu planted his foot down to support his body. At the same time, the system reported an error. Search for Kivier substitute accepted. Then Han-Bin Ryu covered his face and said, Holy Anantia, I have a question. Then he looked up and asked to summon me here. Did you too send me a message through the guide? These words made Antia tilt her head in doubt. The guide? We have no way of controlling the guide. Hearing that, Han-Bin Ryu spoke, I see. Then tell me. And he angrily radiated his aura energy and asked, Where is Kivier? 2 months ago, in some forest, the sky was blue with white clouds. Suddenly, a light flashed in the sky. A traveling ship shattered the protective barrier, creating a hole in the sky. Then it crashed down into an area with many stone pillars. That place was at the base of the Tree of Life, encased in a transparent sphere. Someone said, Rat is in danger. The ship fell near the base of the tree. Originally, the power of the 6 goddesses helped maintain Rat's equilibrium, but now Rat has lost its power to protect against outside forces. A one-armed person in purple lamented, We can't delay any longer, but we don't have enough power to stop Zenobia and Gaian. She bowed her head and continued, This is the last resort. No matter what happens, do not interfere. I'm sorry, but... Supporting her, Leon Cartel Francis frowned and replied, I live to serve the goddess. If that is the goddess's will, I will obey. The two of them advanced up the stairs leading to the throne. Leon Cartel Francis continued, Even if it costs me my life. Sitting on the throne, Gaian spoke, I am waiting, representative of the goddess and her worshipper. Below, Leon glanced around, silently assessing. No servants or guards, there's nothing here. And looking up at Gaian, he calculated, this means no one will stop us from approaching Gaian. Suddenly, Zenobia, holding a pipe, exhaled a hazy cloud of smoke. And turning her head down, she said, You somehow escaped from Thuong Long Tich, but looking at you, it seems the divinity of the goddess of darkness is gradually disappearing. At this moment, the girl in purple being supported by Leon Cartel Francis looked extremely weak. Even her hand was gone. Seeing this, Zenobia mocked, You should have just quietly faded away in some corner. Why did you try so hard to come here? Then Zenobia stood with her hands on her hips and asked, Did you come to beg for something? Do you want the goddess of darkness to return? But the girl in purple suddenly knelt and replied, No. Seeing this, Zenobia frowned doubtfully. Kivi looked up and explained, The goddess of darkness has acknowledged her defeat by you. Therefore, we have come to ask you to become the new god of darkness of Rat. Up high, Gaian smirked when she mentioned him, Lord Gaian. Then he held his forehead and laughed heartily. On the ground, Kivi listened grimly as Gaian taunted, Who would have thought that the representative of the god of darkness would one day ask me to become the god of darkness? Wonderful, truly wonderful. Leon Cartel Francis, however, bowed his head in misery. Then Gaian continued, But those words are useless now. Gaian removed his mask, revealing a cheek covered in eyes. He growled, Am I not already a god? Then he radiated streams of eerie purple gas and said smugly, This power allows me to hear even your fear. The purple streams wrapped around Leon Cartel Francis. Gaian continued, So am I not already a god? Or are you saying I'm not yet a god? Beside him, Kivi was also being enveloped by the purple gas from her back to her neck. She replied, That's right. Then, frowning deeply, she explained, You are just a superhuman imitating some of a god's powers, not a true god. A true god is one who has transcended the boundaries of the self. Then Kivi looked at the scowling Gaian and added, To become a true god, you must abandon your physical body. And she continued, Only then can you save Rat from the hands of Omplaus. Suddenly, Zenobia conjured a purple circular magic circle and fired a beam of spiritual energy. It shot straight towards Kivi below. Seeing this, Leon hurriedly supported her and shouted, Miss Kivi! From above, looking down at the two, Zenobia sneered, abandoned his body, and she angrily shouted, What nonsense are you spouting? Do you want him to die? Below, Leon pressed his lips tightly in discomfort as Zenobia cursed, What a stupid, pathetic plan. Have you no self-respect? And looking at the face of the many-eyed man beside her, she said, Gaian doesn't need to listen to this nonsense anymore. Suddenly, Kivi spoke, Gaian, if you truly wish to care for Rat. And looking at Zenovia's giant magic circle before her, she said, Please. But before she could finish her words, from somewhere, a person holding a sword charged forward with lightning, and struck with a lightning blow that grazed past Zenovia, startling her. The sword was stuck in the collar of Gayen's cloak. Effie, holding dual swords, stood protectively in front of Leon, Cartel, Francis, and Kiwi, saying, "You too, get up." Seeing her, Leon exclaimed in surprise, "Effie, why are you here?" She stared forward warily and explained, "Of course I secretly boarded the airship. Did you really think I would stay with Lord?" ATIS. Kiwi, with a pained expression, listened to Effie's plea. Han-Bin Ryu will definitely return. Why must you do something so pitiful? Suddenly, to Kiwi's astonishment, Leon stood up. He began to speak. "I'm sorry, Miss Kiwi, but the goddess of darkness no longer exists." Then he put on a black mask and stood beside Effie in a firm stance. "I will do as I please so that I have no regrets." Then Leon radiated a turquoise energy and charged forward. Beside him, Effie also unleashed lightning and dashed forward. Seeing them act so rashly, Kiwi raised her hand in alarm, wanting to stop them. But before she could do anything else, space seemed to freeze, and eerie purple streams of spiritual energy enveloped everything. Leon and Effie were impaled, their flesh and blood splattering, just as they had taken a single step forward. The one who did it was standing right in front of Kiwi. He said, "Very well." Then Gayen stood up straight and answered Kiwi's earlier wish. "I will become a god. As you wish, I will abandon this physical body." Hearing that, Zenovia's mouth fell open as she shouted angrily, "Gayen, are you serious?" At the same time, Gayen turned his head and replied, "Of course, but not now." And lifting Kiwi's chin, he added, "First, I will establish a paradise where suffering no longer exists in this world." Then he lifted Kiwi up and used his purple spiritual energy to change her attire, saying, "You will become the faith of that paradise." At the same time, he also created a hand for Kiwi, reminding her, "Prove that." Then he wrapped her feet in purple spiritual energy, finishing, "I was right." After giving Kiwi a new look, Gayen continued, "That a new era has arrived." He squeezed Kiwi's chin and announced, "The new god of darkness, Gayen's representative." Gladius threw Ectos into a corner of the room, causing him to groan in pain. Then Gladius slammed his hand against the wall, creating a sunken crack. He pressed a smaller angel against the wall and growled, "I snow." His red, I looked down and questioned, "Didn't I tell you not to interfere? Just because you were ordered to watch over me." Hearing this, Snow had no reaction, just listening quietly. "Do you think you have the right to order me around?" And Gladius recalled the time they fought Antia together and sneered, "I hate weaklings who manage to climb to the top." He covered his injured red eye and taunted, "Especially those like you." The small Snow stood there and took it. Behind her was an image of giant, red-eyed monsters. Gladius mocked, "I absolutely hate parasites like you." Then Gladius, with one golden eye and one red eye, opened his mouth wide and threatened, "Next time you stick your nose in, I'll gouge out your eyes and swallow you whole." Snow didn't dare to look up. Suddenly, she looked up with her red eyes and replied, "Understood." But the answer displeased Gladius. "Tisk, how boring." Suddenly, there was a noise at the door, causing both of them to turn and look. Zenobia walked in, scowling, and asked, "What is this? Why is it only you?" As she walked to the table, she asked curiously, "Where are the other specimens?" To one side, Snow explained, "The other archangels are on their own missions, so they couldn't come." Sitting down, Zenobia handed a book to Snow and grumbled, "How absurd." "Well, anyway, it's enough as long as I report to Lord Omplaus." Suddenly, a scream echoed from under the table. At that moment, Ectos was lying on the floor, being stepped on by Zenovia's foot. He covered his mouth, trembling. Then he looked up and grinned widely. "Hello." Suddenly, the purple crystal on Ectos's forehead began to glow. Seeing it, Zenovia's eyes widened and her jaw dropped. In alarm, far below, outside the tower made of dozens of skyscrapers, her scream could also be heard. "You lost the entire branch." At the same time, she unleashed a purple magic circle that wrapped around Ectos's neck as she scolded. "You said you were bored, so I let you become an archbishop. Do you have any idea how much effort this plan took?" Seeing this, Ectos stammered in fear. "Wait, I'm injured right now." But Zenobia yelled, "Shut up." Then, furious like a shrew, she interrogated, "Who was it who dared to do this?" And an image of Kiwi kneeling on the ground appeared. Immediately, Zenobia was stunned into silence, thinking, "Impossible." Then she threw Ectos onto the table and laughed maniacally. Seeing her clutching her face and laughing madly, Ectos was terrified. "Why do you look so scary?" Suddenly, Zenobia fell silent and peeked through her fingers, saying, "This is actually good." Then, thinking of the images of Leon, Cartel, Francis, and Effie, she continued, "In the outside world, someone who can wield a sword like Barot has suddenly appeared." At the same time, an image of Han-Bin Ryu appeared, his upper body radiating neon green spiritual energy, his lower half peach pink. Zenobia mused, "He is the only factor we cannot predict, but now I have his comrade." It was a blonde-haired man, bound by his feet and hung by his hands in a prison cell. Then Zenobia said confidently, whether for threats or for setting a trap, "It's all good." Suddenly, she wondered, I was very curious about his identity. Someone with a single-digit level, but with immense power. These words startled Ectos, making him anxious. His face was utterly shocked as he heard Zenovia's threat. "If I catch him, I can report to Lord Omplaus where his power comes from." "Where's that bastard?" Suddenly, a golden figure appeared in Ectos' eyes. It represented his emotions and said with a laugh, "That bastard, no need to worry about him anymore, because Zenobia will take care of him." Suddenly, it was punched in the face. Someone shouted, "You idiot!" Reason appeared, pointing and scolding. "What if Zenobia catches him and discovers that his error was created by me?" Then Reason added another sentence. "Do you think Lord Omplaus will let me live? We have to eliminate him first." On one side, Emotion cried its eyes out, wailing, "I don't want to die." Suddenly, another figure approached and said, "But the power of that glitched one is very unusual. If we let him live, Omplaus's plan might fail." Immediately, Reason and Emotion shouted in unison, "You?" And looking at the tattered newcomer, they asked, "It's Intellect." At this moment, Intellect began to analyze. "Right now, we must put personal feelings aside. For the greater good, we must report to Omplaus." After that, it was immediately punched and kicked to the floor by Reason and Emotion. They shouted, "Put personal feelings aside? Have I been too easy on you lately? If I tell the truth and die, will you take responsibility? Who do you think you are?" The argument raged inside Ectos' head. Then he thought, in this situation, there's only one way. Then he looked at Zenobia and spoke. "Ah, that guy." And gesturing towards Gladius behind him, he began, "If you're talking about that guy, we just need to kill him." At that very moment, at a tower composed of 4 tall and short adjacent cylinders, someone was riding a green boar monster, fleeing for their life. That person yelled, "You got the wrong person." Behind him, a figure in a purple hat gave chase, shouting, "Stop right there. Don't let him escape." On one wall, there was a wanted poster for Rodenstefia. The man in the purple hat continued to shout. "He is the leader of the Earth Knights Association. He is the spy Rodenstefia." At this moment, Rodenstefia, riding a pig monster, ran ahead, crying out, "They said this would be easy. How is this easy?" Behind him, a crowd of people was chasing. In a small alley looking out at this scene, the person in the hooded cloak said, "All right, Rodenstefia has attracted all the guards." And the shorter, brown-haired person assessed, "It seems they are the entire force of the church." The brown-haired person was Jiang Lucin. He covered his mouth and whispered, "Rodenstefia, I will not forget your sacrifice," and turned sharply to reply, "Yes," when the person in the black cloak called, "Hey, Jiang Lucin, let's go." Elsewhere, at the northern branch building of the Church of the Holy Mother, the person in the black cloak and Jiang Lucin entered through the main door. Han-Bin Ryu revealed his face from behind the black cloak and remarked, "Just as expected, there's one here too." And looking at the giant purple crystal in front of him, he said, "The giant magic stone of Omplaus." Suddenly, a spiked mace slammed down on the floor. A person standing on high looked down at Han-Bin Ryu and Jiang Lucin and praised them. "Although you've diverted all the guards to dare to barge into this place, it seems you are no ordinary people. Not bad." Then, the man in white armor with gold trim introduced himself. "I am the Archbishop of the northern branch of the Church of the Holy Mother, level 89, ironclad Reno." He angrily swung his mace and shouted, "O warrior of the Earth Knights Association, I challenge you, state your name." Below, Han-Bin Ryu gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Turns out even the church has a hopelessly romantic fool," which made Jiang Lucin jump. Then he dashed outside, leaving his brother to answer the Archbishop. "All right, I don't want to do unnecessary work either. I am Han-Bin Ryu." Then he threw off his cloak to reveal his bare torso, wearing only a pair of briefs, and added, "You will overthrow Zenobia and Gan." Seeing this display, Ironclad Reno's face went blank with confusion. Are you a pervert? Hearing this, Han-Bin Ryu was stunned into silence. Then he manifested aura energy in both hands and cheerfully cursed. Go to hell. Finally, Han-Bin Ryu unleashed his aura burst technique, blowing up the northern branch of the Church of the Holy Mother. Amidst the white winter snow, a man lamented. "Ah, it's so cold, my ears are about to fall off." Then he turned to his friend and asked, "Hey, why don't you use fire magic to warm up?" Immediately, his friend scolded him. "Are you crazy? You want to start a fire while on guard duty? First, you need a magic stone to use magic. You're an elf, and you don't know?" Hearing that, the shivering man replied, "I thought humans would do things differently. Turns out there's nothing special at all." Suddenly, Jiang Lucen, standing behind them, spoke up. "Indeed, humans in this world are no different," which made the two men jump and cry out as if they had seen a ghost. Then he scratched his chin and reminded them, "I know it's cold, but don't let your guard down." Immediately, the two men stood up, gave a military salute, and shouted loudly, "Yes, sir, Special Operations Officer Jiang Lucen, you've returned?" Suddenly, Jiang Lucen pointed in a direction and said, "Look, that person is from the outside world like me, and he's not afraid of the cold." Seeing this, the two men's eyes widened in amazement. Oh, there, Han-Bin Ryu, wearing only a black cloak and briefs, led a procession, followed by Zodes Denfia on a fat pig monster and curious onlookers. Someone shouted, "That is the spirit of Vantera." Looking at his grimy face, everyone said in unison, "Thank you for your hard work on your mission, Vantera warrior Han-Bin Ryu." Later, in a house with a warm fire, a clean Han-Bin Ryu stared straight ahead. Suddenly, he spread his arms and angrily shouted, "What the hell is this spirit of Vantera? I want a combat uniform too. Every time I face the enemy, they look at me like I'm a pervert. I can't concentrate on fighting." And he pointed at the people in front of him, demanding, "A combat uniform. Can't you make one for me?" However, the Special Operations Commander of the Rad Liberation Alliance, Fabrizio, scratched his head and explained, "Unfortunately, there's no size that fits you, and besides, your skin is harder than armor." Meanwhile, the Strategic Commander of the Rad Liberation Alliance, Kindle Atlantis, squinted and added, "If you use your self-destructibility to activate your aura, any uniform, no matter how good, will be torn to shreds." And the head of the Civil Cooperation Department of the Rad Liberation Alliance, Rondell Atlantis, teased, "And you're not afraid of the cold, are you? While the people rescued from the church also need warm clothes." Sitting cross-legged and levitating in mid-air, the 32-year-old Intelligence Bureau commander of the Rad Liberation Alliance, Kuzavati, pointed a finger and raised an issue. "I heard a Vantera warrior movement is emerging among the soldiers. They seem to be willing to go without clothes and besides." Then he cheerfully voiced everyone's thoughts. Putting clothes on a bomb is a waste of time. The four of them were the command staff of the Rad Liberation Alliance, and Han-Bin Ryu immediately protested. "Who said I'm a bomb? Do you want me to blow this place up?" Suddenly, Antia brought a set of clothes and said, "Despite all that, we did get some clothes for you. Here you go." And the king of the dwarves said he would forge a weapon for you from the world tree. Receiving the clothes, Han-Bin Ryu's eyes widened. "Oh, thank you." As he put on the shirt, he asked doubtfully, "The dwarves, did those difficult people really agree?" Beside him, Antia replied, "Of course, no matter what, you are still the benefactor of the Elven Alliance." Behind them, Kindle Atlantis placed a hand on his chest and remarked, "That's right. If you hadn't been there at the right time, we would have become EXP for the Church of the Holy Mother." And Kuzavati excitedly added, "The spirits are also composing a song to praise the Vantera warrior from the outside world." Meanwhile, Archbishop Fabrizio said emotionally, "We, the Earth Knights Association, couldn't have allied with the elves without you. It's truly a blessing." Hearing this, Han-Bin Ryu had to accept it. All right, I get it. I won't complain about the clothes anymore. Please stop flattering me." Then he reminded them, "Anyway, there are no angels in this place." Kindle Atlantis confirmed. It seems that after the Ectos incident, the angels withdrew from the southern churches, and Kuzavati was curious. It seems the followers of the Church of the Holy Mother don't know they are connected to the angels, huh? Fabrizio was doubtful. That's a high-level secret. Hearing that, Han-Bin Ryu concluded, "In the end, the Church of the Holy Mother is just a cover for On Plaza's presence." But Kindle Atlantis rested his chin on his hand, worried about another issue. Onplaza's presence isn't just Zenovia. Is Gain a subordinate of Onplaz? On the side, Han-Bin Ryu thought deeply. Ectos, if the information he gave is true, Zenovia is definitely a subordinate of Onplaz, and he frowned in thought. As for Gain, Han-Bin Ryu recalled the image of seeing him say, "Prove it, that burrow was right." Suddenly, someone slammed their hand on the table and shouted, "We don't have time to waste." Rondel Atlantis yelled out his proposal. "We must attack Gain and rescue Kiwi as soon as possible. It's been 3 months since Kiwi went to Gain's place." And imagining the possibility of something happening to Kiwi, Rondel worried. He hasn't made any moves yet. It's very likely something has already happened to Kiwi. But Han-Bin Ryu calmly reassured him. She will be fine. The important thing now is to gather all our allies to prepare for the prophecy about the burning of the World Tree. However, Rondel angrily pointed a finger in one direction and scolded. "Aren't you worried about Kiwi? She cares so much about you." Hearing that, Han-Bin Ryu smiled warmly at him. Seeing this, Rondel was suddenly struck speechless, and he gritted his teeth and blushed. He ran outside, shouting, "Stop acting like you're all grown up, you idiot." Behind him, Kindle Atlantis called after him, "Rondel." Then he held his forehead and explained, "I'm sorry, he's still so childish." On the side, Kuzavati squinted and shared. Being a new guardian is really difficult, and the Archbishop also comforted. He has a kind heart, he'll understand eventually. At this moment, Andia looked up at Han-Bin Ryu worriedly and called, "Han-Bin Ryu." But he quickly replied, "I'm fine. In this situation, we need to be calm." Then he smiled with squinted eyes, raised his fist, and affirmed to her, "And Kiwi went to see Gain to protect Rad, so I must also fulfill my duty." Seeing him like this, Antia felt more at ease and thought, humans mature so quickly, even after such a heartbreaking event. Then she cheerfully suggested, "Then let's cheer up, and the next target is the Church of the Holy Mother as planned." Suddenly, from outside the door, Rondel ran and shouting, "Something big has happened." A second later, Jiang Lucin, carrying something that looked like a computer monitor with speakers, ran in, bumping into Rondel and shouting, "Big brother, something really big has happened." Then, inside the house, looking at this strange new toy, the Archbishop asked curiously, "Is this a TV?" Kuzavati explained, "This is a recently popular magic item." On the side, Kindle added, "This was taken from the Church of the Holy Mother." Then Han-Bin Ryu also gathered around and asked doubtfully, "Is that a TV? What's all the fuss about?" Immediately, Jiang Lucin, with a worried expression, said, "No, you need to watch the broadcast." Then he turned on the TV and continued, "It's about to come on." On the screen now was a large building with a circular front. At the same time, the announcer announced, "Currently, people are gathering in the new capital, the World Tree, the capital of New Rad. Everyone is extremely excited. That person has arrived." At the same time, Gain stepped out and waved to the public. The former emperor and hero of Rad, who has revived the World Tree, the great emperor of New Rad, Lord Gain. Suddenly, Han-Bin Ryu was stunned when the announcer continued to introduce, and next to him is the prophet of the goddess of darkness. The image that appeared was of Kiwi, her hand resting on Gain's, and also the Emperor's fiancée, Lady Kiwi. Seeing her, Rondel was overjoyed and sobbed, "Kiwi is alive." On the side, Antia noticed something else. "But what's this about being his fiancée?" However, Rondel defended it. "It doesn't matter. It must be part of Gain's plan." Then he said happily, "Vantera, I'm sorry I doubted you, but you said Kiwi was alive. So now we will continue with the plan to prevent Rad's destruction." But on this side, Han-Bin Ryu's entire body began to radiate red aura lightning, terrifying everyone around. He roughly grabbed the screen showing Kiwi's image and looked at Gain with confusion. "What the hell is this?" He gritted his teeth and growled, "How ridiculous." Beside him, Rondel stammered in fear, "Vantera." Suddenly, Han-Bin Ryu turned to him with a crazed, violent smile. "Rondel, if I'm absent, the supply lines won't be a problem, right?" This left him with a blank face, not understanding anything. Then, as if it dawned on him, he resolutely declared, "Of course not. Please rescue Kiwi." Then Han-Bin Ryu turned to the Archbishop and asked, "Even without me, the combat strength of the Special Operations Division won't be affected, right?" He immediately replied, "Of course not. You can go. Beside him, Jiang Lucin clenched his fists happily. I'm ready to go with you. Han and Ryu turned to Kuzavati and Kindle Atlantas to check on the progress. When will the weapons forged by the dwarves be delivered? Kuzavati calculated for a moment, then answered, probably in 5 years. Hearing that, he was shocked. 5 years. But Kindle on the side explained, they keep delaying the delivery for quality reasons. Quality. Next, he proposed a plan. It will be faster if you go there and get it yourself. The secret tunnels leading to their place are under the world tree. Just go there and you'll find them. The Q&A session was over. Han-Bin Ryu shouted loudly, all right, Jiang Lucin, Holian. Immediately, the two of them raised their hands in a military salute and snapped. To attention. Yes, sir. Then Han-Bin Ryu led the way and gave the order. Let's go to the Dwarven Kingdom. The target is the World Tree. And he remembered the image of the emotionless Kiwi on the TV screen earlier. Then, with a determined gaze, he shouted, rescue the hostage. The Tree of Life remained lush and green within its transparent protective sphere. In the castle, sunlight shone down on the flower garden. In the hallway, Zenobia followed behind Gayan, curious. Gayan, isn't this a little different from the plan? Have you forgotten the purpose of establishing the Church of the Holy Mother? But he kept walking and replied, that was the plan when we didn't have a representative of the goddess. Now we do. And remembering Kiwi who had appeared with him in public, he continued, the goddesses were always highly revered and rad. The marriage to the goddess's representative will be enthusiastically welcomed by the people. To him, that was the new plan. That was enough for people to accept me as a new god. But Zenobia was furious and did not accept it. What about the Church of the Holy Mother then? The original plan was to win public support by combining the two of us. Hearing that, Gayan stopped in his tracks and asked back, win support? And turned his head unhappily and said, don't you know that the oppressive behavior of the Church of the Holy Mother is enraging the populace? There are also rumors that the Church's followers are disappearing mysteriously. Behind him, Zenobia felt a pang of guilt as he added, it's because we have to supply energy to the giant magic stone. Then she explained, do you think maintaining the church system is free? Without the magic stone, how could it be done? Suddenly, Gayan frowned and said loudly, Zenobia, what are you trying to do? Suddenly, she bit her lip and cried a river of tears, raising a hand to wipe them away as she sobbed. Could it be that you even suspect me? I was the one who risked my life to attack a goddess, to make your dream a reality. Gayan's eyes showed a conflicted expression as he listened to her ramble. I just hate that they chose the goddess's representative instead of me. At that, Gayan closed his eyes and replied, I'm sorry, I misjudged you. However, he still left, saying, nevertheless, the engagement to the goddess's representative will proceed. Do not interfere. Hearing that, Zenobia scowled angrily and snorted. Left alone, she looked out the window unhappily. In the garden below, someone was holding a sword. Effie asked as she swung her sword in an attack. Really? If I land even one hit, you'll let us go? On the side, Gayan stood still, parrying her blows, and replied firmly, it's because you keep making noise all day. It's so annoying. Instead, from now on, you'll have 2 chances each day, at a specific time. Then he swung his sword, sending Effie flying, and guaranteed. A god does not go back on his word. Landing on the ground far from Gayan, Effie agreed. All right. Then she manifested blue lightning around her body and warned, don't regret this. On his side, Gayan's eyes widened as he stared intently. And Effie had raised 2 swords in front of her, one pointing up, one pointing down at the ground, summoning the advent of the thunder god technique. And as fast as lightning, she ran in a zigzag pattern right up to Gayan and spun to slash at him. But he just smirked and praised. Not bad. From a distance, observing their sword fight, a girl holding a teacup remarked, you have become proficient in wielding divine power. Already, Kiwi took a sip of tea and said, Gayan. And she looked down at another Gayan on the courtyard below and said, a clone imbued with divine power. Sitting beside her, Gayan explained, I'm just imitating the way the goddess creates her puppets. Then, thinking of his main body sitting on the throne, he revealed, the main body is still in the process of recovery. To fully recover, I cannot leave the throne. At this moment, Gayan's main body was in a meeting with his court officials. However, that doesn't mean that the policies and systems that need adjustment will disappear. Therefore, I am using my clones to handle state affairs in my stead. Gazing at the clear blue sky, Kiwi reasoned. You once ruled over a vast kingdom. You don't lack people to do those things. But she thought of a possibility. Or is it that a man who betrayed the goddess he once served cannot trust other? People, hearing that, Gain, sitting leisurely with his legs crossed, laughed loudly and replied, I understand the hidden meaning in your words. It's just that I'm doing the work that the goddesses don't do. Then he turned his head and said, to do that, I need your cooperation. If you comply, I promise to abandon my body to become an official god. Suddenly, Kiwi smiled. Seeing that, he asked curiously, is something funny? Placing the teacup on the table, Kiwi began, I am not mocking your goal, nor do I think you're lying. Hearing that, Gain frowned unhappily as she continued. It's just that Emperor Gain seems to be. And he saw an image of another Kiwi in a yellow outfit overlapping with the girl before him, telling him, a lonely human being. Then Gain held his forehead, veins bulging on his neck, looking very uncomfortable. In the courtyard below, the other Gain holding a sword also staggered. Immediately, Effie seized the opportunity and charged forward. She unleashed a bolt of blue lightning. But she was utterly shocked when Gain looked down on her from above and growled. Don't get the wrong idea. Effie had a sword to her neck and heard Gain's taunt. The reason I let you two live is because you're not a threat to me. Gain, sitting next to Kiwi, held his forehead with his right hand, and with his left he raised it and severed her hand that was holding the teacup, threatening, your lives depend on my generosity. Then his murderous gaze flickered as a reminder, don't forget who your master is. Then he left, and behind him, Kiwi sat back at the table, bandaging her hand, and replied, all right. In the courtyard, the other Gain also turned to leave and spoke. One more thing, I heard from Zenobia. He began, Han-Bin Ryu is dead. This made Effie turn her head, her mouth agape in utter shock, and Kiwi was stunned. Then Gain glanced back and warned, so don't get your hopes up, and vanished on the spot. Suddenly, from the courtyard, Effie jumped up to where Kiwi was and called out in alarm. Kiwi, what Gain just said. But before she could get close, she heard her reassure. That's a lie. This left Effie with a blank face, confused. Huh. On the table, the teacup had been spilled everywhere. Kiwi said, I had a dream recently. Perhaps it was more of a premonition than a dream. In a monochromatic black and white space, she sat looking out the window. Could it be the effect of me transferring my divine power into his guide? The monochromatic Kiwi turned her back, looking very lonely. She said, I'm not sure, but I am certain. And she also saw a monochromatic image of Han-Bin Ryu reaching out his hand towards her. Kiwi affirmed, he is alive, and he is looking for me. Hearing this, Effie was overjoyed and exclaimed, I knew it. Then she jumped up and down, whooping. I knew Han-Bin Ryu wouldn't give up like that. And besides, if Gain thinks he's dead, he'll be even more off guard. However, Kiwi touched the hand that he had just severed, trembling. It's not certain. Gain might not even believe that Han-Bin Ryu is dead. These words made Effie's joy fade. She called out in a daze. Kiwi. On her side, Kiwi bowed her head in anguish. Han-Bin Ryu, he can't defeat Gain. And she raised her head with a sharp gaze and said, he shouldn't come here. The one who called him here wasn't me. Then she thought of the powerful man sitting on the throne wearing a mask and exclaimed, it was Gain. The kingdom of Nymph has water reservoirs like interconnected high-rise basins of various sizes. The river that flows here is blessed by the water god Prin and is full of life. It, along with the world tree, is the source of life for Rad. But at this moment, dead fish were floating on the water surface. Someone's hands picked up a small fish with its mouth agape. Antia, in commoner's clothes, knelt on the ground and lamented. The amount of mana dissolved in the river water makes it impossible for life to exist. Then she dropped the small fish next to the countless fish floating on the water's surface and remarked, this is unusual. She analyzed, that's right, mana from magic stones and life are essentially opposites. And looking across the lake where the tree of life was still lush and green, she said, and yet the world tree is so lush. Suddenly, someone called her, Han Huyen, if you've rested enough, let's go, let's go. After a long while, someone spoke up, what's over there? At this point, the three of them had arrived in front of the city gate. A guard shouted, welcome to the city of New Rad. Then he cupped his hands around his mouth and announced, to enter the city, everyone needs a ticket. If you don't have a ticket, go get one. These words left Han-Bin Ryu, Jiang Lusin, and Antia dazed as if they were in the dark of night. At the same time, the soldier boomed again. You need to verify your identity or present your membership card for the Church of the Holy Mother. Then the three of them looked at the long, winding line of people in the nearby tents, hearing the echoing voice. If you don't have a ticket, go get one. At this moment, the notice board displayed, number of people waiting for a ticket, 62,846, estimated waiting time, 6 months. Suddenly, the number jumped 7 months. Seeing this, Han-Bin Ryu asked with a blank face, "Should we buy a tent?" And Antia broke out in a sweat and complained, "By then, this world will be done for." On the side, Jong Lucen quickly shouted, "I'll go and check it out." Then Han-Bin Ryu turned his back to the city gate, scratching his head in frustration. "Ugh, I really want to smash this place." On the side, Antia reminded him, "Our goal is to rescue Kiwi, don't attract attention." Hearing that, he replied, "I know." And Jiang Lucen had already run towards the city gate. On this side, Antia was worried. Is there no way to sneak in? But Han-Bin Ryu pointed to the sky and denied it. "There's a magic barrier. If we climb the wall, we'll be detected immediately." Antia suggested another plan. "Are there any underground tunnels?" But Han-Bin Ryu glanced and said, "Would Zenobia overlook that?" Immediately, Antia replied dejectedly, "Probably not." Behind them, Jiang Lucen had run back. Han-Bin Ryu put his hands on his hips, closed his eyes, and sighed in complaint. "This is becoming a headache." On the side, Antia also bowed her head in sorrow. Sigh. That's right. Suddenly, Jiang Lucen from behind cheerfully held up the tickets to show them. "Big brother, I got the tickets." But Han-Bin Ryu and Antia still hadn't processed the information and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, thanks. Thank you for your effort." Then the two of them stared blankly at Jiang Lucen's beaming face. Then they exclaimed in shock, How did you get them? Did you prepare them in advance?" But Jiang Lucen just smiled and replied, "Not exactly." Then, with the word justice clearly written in his eyes, he said truthfully, "I borrowed them to enact justice." Behind him, 3 people, old and young, men and women, were crying loudly, "Where's my ticket? Look carefully. Oh no, I've waited for so long." And Han-Bin Ryu and Antia remarked, "You're really dangerous. It's a good thing you're not on the enemy's side." Then the two of them awkwardly motivated themselves. "Well, anyway, this is an emergency. There's no other way. Let's each take one." But as they reached out to take the tickets from Jiang Lucen's hand, another trembling hand also reached out. Startled, Han-Bin Ryu and Antia turned their heads to see a frail old man, also trembling, wearing a huge magician's hat, and asked curiously, "Hey, who are you?" The old man opened his mouth and said, "Just one." Then the two sides went back and forth. "No, you can't, just one. Not even a look?" I said no. A moment later, Han-Bin Ryu shouted awkwardly, "Stop following us. We have places to be." Antia was gentler. "We need the tickets too." But the old man still pleaded, "You young people have a bright future ahead of you." Bright future ahead. Then he put his hand into his breast pocket to take something out and lamented, "As for this old man, I have no wife or friends left. They're all gone. I'll also die one day." Looking at him, he continued, "There is one person I must see one last time." Han-Bin Ryu sighed and replied, "Old man, anyway." Suddenly, the old man handed him something and offered a trade. "I will give you this precious thing." Taking it, Han-Bin Ryu asked curiously, "Is it very valuable?" On the side, the old man affirmed, "Why wouldn't it be?" But when Han-Bin Ryu looked closely, it was a gold badge with a picture of Gaon on it and the words, "Unity, Struggle, Equality, Lord Gaon, Imperial Glory Gaon Badge, Limited Edition, only 100 made." Immediately, he furiously threw it on the ground and cursed, "Oh my God, seriously?" And Antia said in a soft voice, "Sir, I'm sorry, but we're also very busy, and if you don't have a ticket, you can't get in." Suddenly, the old man held out a blue ticket, saying, "Who said I don't have a ticket? I have one too." Seeing this, Jiang Lucen was surprised. "What is that? Why does it look different from ours?" Han-Bin Ryu also held his ticket, his eyes wide with confusion. "What's this?" The old man held out his ticket and said, "See, that's why I just wanted to take a look." Then Jiang Lucen offered his ticket to exchange with the old man. "We can let you see ours, but can we see yours too?" The old man immediately agreed. "Of course, here you go." Then the 3 of them, Jiang Lucen, Han-Bin Ryu, and Antia, huddled together to examine the blue ticket and commented, "The color is completely different. The material is higher quality. Other people's tickets look like ours. What is this?" And someone asked, "Hey, old man, where did you get that?" But the old man had already taken a normal ticket to the gate for the guard to check. "You've worked hard." Turning his head to look for him, Han-Bin Ryu saw the old man had already passed through the gate, and his eyes blazed with anger as he shouted, "That old man." The guard said, "Welcome to Nurat." Then he also threw his ticket to the guard and rushed in after him, calling, "That old man." He didn't even bother to listen to the guard's welcome. "Welcome to Nurat." Then he ran on the bridge, connecting the city gate to the inside. As he ran, he shouted, "Wait a minute, old man." Behind them, Ania also gave her ticket to the guard. Jiang Lucen went last. He held out the blue ticket and shouted, "I'm coming in with my brother." But suddenly the guard grabbed his arm and held him back, saying, "Wait." Looking at the blue ticket, he announced, "You're using a premium ticket. You will enter through a different entrance." "I will guide you, sir." Hearing that, Jong Lucen stopped, suspicious. A different entrance. Ahead, Han-Bin, Ryu, and Antia had already run after the old man, calling, "Hey, old man." Suddenly, the old man stopped, clutching his chest and panting heavily. At the same time, from under the bridge, a green spiritual energy hand grabbed the old man's leg and pulled hard. The old man immediately fell, just as Han-Bin, Ryu, and Antia ran up. He shouted in fear, "Old man," and turned to Antia, calling Holian. She immediately understood and replied, "Got it." Then they both jumped into the river below. The bridge. On the bridge, Jong Lucen called after them, "Brother." Below, Han-Bin, Ryu, and Antia had caught the old man. He shouted loudly, "Go on ahead, we'll follow you. Don't forget the mission. Gather what you need first." On the other side, Jong Lucen cupped his hand around his mouth to confirm, "I know, but behind you." In the river, Han-Bin, Ryu squinted and also cupped his hands to shout back, "What? The water is too loud. I can't hear anything." Suddenly, Jong Lucen screamed, "It's a cliff." At that moment, behind the three of them was a deep pit. Han-Bin, Ryu immediately exclaimed in horror, "What?" followed by a long scream as they fell. On the bank, Jong Lucen sighed helplessly. Bad luck right from the start. Beside him, the guard also shared his sorrow. How unfortunate. But Jong Lucen reassured himself, "Well, falling down there probably won't be a big deal." But the guard said, "I'm not sure what you mean, sir, but they won't be coming back." And looking at the deep pit, he provided information. That is a bottomless pit, a place where not even light can enter. Currently at the bottom of the pit, the three of them are sitting on a green spiritual energy float created by Antia. Han-Bin, Ryu, and Antia stared upwards in astonishment. The guard continued speaking to Jong Lucen, one of the 4 forbidden zones. On the float, the three of them were drifting in a giant cave. It was the underworld. A small hole appeared in the water. A young man and woman, along with a very old man, were adrift on the water. The girl with blue hair shouted, "Old man, wake up." The old man's voice coughed a few times, then whispered, "Thank heavens." The young man with the distinctive hair, Han-Bin, Ryu, spoke up, "But where are we?" The girl answered in astonishment, "It seems we've fallen into a deep abyss." She continued, "Beneath the world tree, there are 4 great forbidden lands, places devoid of life." The girl concluded with one phrase, "the underworld," making Han-Bin, Ryu scream, "What?" "We fell into a dungeon." Hearing the girl, the old man cried out in despair, "Oh no, I can't believe I died like this. How can I face my master now?" Han-Bin, Ryu, and the girl said helplessly, "What are you talking about? You're not dead. But it's because of you that we're in this mess." Suddenly the girl said, "But it seems it's not all bad." All 3 looked forward. Han-Bin, Ryu let out an "Oh." All 3 exclaimed when they saw a group of small people on a boat heading towards them. Dwarves. Huh. In a remote area, a voice rang out, "We were exiled by Gaian like the other elf tribes, and then hunted by the Church of the Holy Mother, so we had no other choice." Outside on the street, only a group of people were walking around. The voice continued, "The king decided to bring us to this forbidden land to hide. If you two had looked for us from the world tree, you wouldn't have found us." The blue-haired girl asked the other person, "It must be tough here, right?" The other person quickly replied, "We've always lived underground, so this is no problem." Han-Bin, Ryu, carrying the old man on his back, had a thoughtful expression. He thought something was very strange. Looking down at the ground, he thought, "The floor looks normal, but I always feel like something is pulling me down." A blue hand suddenly emerged from the cracks in the road. Suddenly, the girl turned back and called his name, Han-Bin, Ryu. He was startled and looked up, asking, "Huh? What is it?" The girl cheerfully asked him, "You came here to get a weapon, right?" The king said he would personally handle this matter. He naively replied, "Yes." 2 dwarves walking in front paced back and forth with troubled expressions. "Regarding this matter, we must apologize to you." Han-Bin, Ryu, and the girl stared at them with wide, surprised eyes. Inside a small hut, a voice rang out. The king fell ill while working. The old king was now lying on a bed, breathing with difficulty. The other person continued, "He was originally the best blacksmith in the kingdom." The 2 dwarves continued to explain, "Yet, crafting this weapon was so difficult that it made him fall ill." The other blacksmiths tried to continue, but couldn't. "In the end, we only managed to complete the hilt." The old king, lying on his sickbed with tears streaming down his face, said in anguish, "I am a failure. What face do I have to meet my ancestors?" Han-Bin, Ryu asked the girl standing next to him, "Holian, is there any way to cure him?" Holian was also helpless, her face troubled. I can only treat physical wounds. The old man spoke up. They often say that wounds of the spirit are not easily healed. He opened an old wooden suitcase, poured a red liquid into a cup, and said, "But I have my own medicine for it." The old man approached the king and said to him, "Here, drink this." The guard asked in surprise, "Is he a famous doctor?" Han-Bin Ryu replied, "I don't know him." The guard was surprised, "But he came with you too." A voice rang out as the old man was giving the king the medicine. What a coincidence! He rushed forward, grabbed the old man's hand, and shouted, "Old man, what are you giving him to drink?" Holian exclaimed, "Is this alcohol?" Han-Bin Ryu was helpless. This old man is really something. The king suddenly sat bolt upright, followed by the guard's shout, "The king is awake." He was so shocked his eyes widened in disbelief. Holian suddenly realized. She pointed her finger. "I heard that dwarves get excited if their blood alcohol level rises." Han-Bin Ryu smirked. "On Earth, we call that alcoholism." Suddenly, he cheered up. "Anyway, now you can continue forging the weapon, right?" The king looked towards the hilt and said, "I would very much like to, but..." He turned around with a sad expression. "I'm sorry, I can't do it." Han-Bin Ryu shouted in surprise, asking, "How can that be?" Holian looked in another direction and said slowly, "I guess the reason is because of the world tree, right?" The old king did not deny it. "You are right. The reason is because it is made from the world tree." The old king spoke at length. "The world tree is not burned by normal fire. That is thanks to the special properties of the world tree, formed by the enormous amount of aura accumulated within it. The aura has made its fibrous structure solid. Currently, the durability of the scabbard has reached the highest strength threshold of Rathna. The furnace was still glowing red with fire. The king continued, "Therefore, it could be the best weapon, but it cannot be melted by ordinary fire." After a moment of silence, the voice spoke again. "The fire of a dragon is needed." An image of a large black dragon appeared in his mind. The king continued, "And it must be the fire of the strongest dragon, the Dragon Emperor. We need the fire of the Dragon Emperor Kandron." Han-Bin Ryu said, "I have met the Dragon Emperor before." Hearing this, the king said in astonishment, "What? Kandron is still alive." He crushed the king's hope, causing the old man to collapse back onto the bed. No, it was a part of his memory he left behind before he died. Han-Bin Ryu crossed his arms and continued, "However, there is Atis, Kandron's son." The king quickly sat up at his words. "Lord Atis is the son of the Dragon Emperor? Now that he has the blood of the Dragon Emperor, it can be done." He crushed the old man's hope again, but he is trapped in the upper dragon's lair. He picked up the wooden sword and said, "It can't be helped, no matter what happens." He raised the wooden sword high. "We have always fought together until now. This is enough." Looking at Han-Bin Ryu, the king said, "Perhaps you have defeated many enemies with that scabbard." The king's eyes suddenly darkened. The old man said, "But this time, will it be enough? The opponent is a demigod who has usurped the divinity of the goddess of darkness." Goddess of Darkness. The king's voice was grave. "The one who killed the sword king borrowed is the thunder god Gaon." Holian was also worried. "That's right, Gaon is now a demigod." She continued, "And Burrowed had also reached the demigod level of Vantella's aura." A blazing red flame erupted from his hand. Holian's voice still echoed. "That is what Burrowed spent his entire life cultivating." Han-Bin, I know. I'm also cultivating it, but... Han-Bin Ryu clenched his fist with determination and said, "We don't have time." Another voice spoke up. "Skills will be what shortens the time. If your strength is not enough, we will reduce the weight of the sword." The old king stood up straight, beat his chest, and said loudly, "If your skills are not enough, we blacksmiths will make up for that shortcoming." Han-Bin Ryu's eyes widened in surprise. "Is that possible?" Vantella's aura is... The king spoke. "It might be possible if we can just complete the scabbard made from the world tree." He asked the king again, "But you just said it couldn't be done without the Dragon Emperor's fire." Holian looked at the sword in his hand with a pensive expression. She suddenly startled and exclaimed, "It can't be." Finishing her sentence, she shouted at the other two, "It's too dangerous. We still have other ways to try." Han-Bin Ryu, with his hands in his pockets, wondered, "What's wrong?" "What do you mean?" The old king spoke first. "The leaders of the elf tribes all know the last place where the Dragon Emperor's fire remains." Han-Bin Ryu turned to ask Holian, "We need that flame, right? No matter how difficult it is, I will try to bring it back." Holian trembled. No, the flame the king is talking about still exists because she emphasized that thing is still alive. She continued the reason. This place is called one of the 4 forbidden zones. It's because it seals something that not even Kandran's flame could erase. Because that thing cannot die. It is eternally covered in the Dragon Emperor's flame. Holian explained. She concluded with one sentence. The brass giant, Iclefim. The blazing red fire was still burning along with Holian's words. The fire from the breath of the Dragon Emperor, Kandran, can burn any kind of matter. The voice continued, so all physical bodies are incinerated when they encounter it. But there was a strange phenomenon. An image of the dragon appeared. The voice still echoed. It created a monster that was not burned to death, the divine brass beast Iclefim. Han-Bin Ryu spoke, so the unease I felt up there was from a soul that cannot die. He continued, if it's an unbeatable foe, Boro wouldn't have been interested either. Similarly, this demon soul is not a good match for me. Han-Bin Ryu held an object like an eyeball in his hand and smiled cheerfully. This looks like a demon eye. The eyeball suddenly spoke coldly. Demon eye? Holian said helplessly to Han-Bin Ryu through the communication screen. I was worried about you, so I used this to contact you. The king also interjected, we don't intend to make a warrior like you suffer. Inside the hut, the king's voice still echoed. Our goal is only the flame of Kandran that remains within him. If we have that flame, we can melt the scabbard made from the world tree. Han-Bin Ryu raised the scabbard following the old king's instructions. All you have to do is expose the scabbard to the flame. After he finished, Han-Bin Ryu said loudly, thank you for the simple explanation. A voice rang out as his eyes narrowed. Han-Bin Ryu's determination is not simple at all. A thin, gray arm appeared and rose from the ground. The monster, weighed down by a layer of iron and steel, was using its hands to cast a type of magic called a magic domain. Han-Bin Ryu was on a flower-filled path, rushing towards 2 mysterious figures in a different space. The hand opened to summon magic. The monster pointed its finger to the sky, where the Arung tribe, a crowd of green monsters, stood in long lines before him, baring their teeth, wanting to rush out. His hand, he held something to cast a spell. In Han-Bin Ryu's mind, he thought, magic. He thought about the monster and the forest of flowers from before, pondering, manipulating phenomena that have not yet occurred in reality. It creates phenomena by bending principles and logic. While fighting the monster on the flower path, he thought vaguely. He rambled on with his thoughts. Conversely, spiritual arts, while defending against the monster, he thought, is materializing a non-existent substance through the belief that it exists in reality. He cast spells with each hand. At the same time, he thought, magic and spiritual arts originally stem from the same branch of ancient magic. The first sorcerer to use magic was the brass beast Iclefim, he thought. On the king's side, he was also lost in thought. Kandran was surprised by that power, studied it, and spread it throughout Rathna. This led to the formation of the forms that led to the current magic and spiritual arts. Han-Bin Ryu was still trying to resist the monster's attack. He thought, so the true origins are different. Seeing Han-Bin like that, the hot-headed king shouted, we have to give up. If we continue like this, we won't be able to reforge the sword. He said loudly, the owner of the sword will die first. Han-Bin's proud figure appeared. Holian closed her eyes and said slowly, no, it's not over yet. The king was surprised. Not over yet. Looking at the screen showing Han-Bin struggling, the king wondered. He has been enduring continuously for 15 minutes. It's just a matter of time. The image showed Han-Bin's face, so bored that he was yawning widely. Holian explained, he's testing a new skill, but the enemy is too weak. The monster lunged at Han-Bin Ryu. His bicep was scratched by it, drawing blood. His expression was one of surprise. This was followed by Holian's words. His skill only works when wounds accumulate and blood is drawn. He suddenly grew larger, lifting the monster high with his hand. Just now, Holian explained, that's when it can be used correctly. A huge explosion occurred in the flower field. Han-Bin Ryu appeared in the smoke with a completely different physique. Aura crystals had formed the gauntlet of destruction. The king excitedly asked Holian again, did you say aura crystals? She nodded, that's right. It's a dangerous technique that turns blood into aura. Crystals. Holian closed her eyes, thinking of the time Han-Bin was pestering her. I want something impressive like Leon's. Give me something that can transform. She said in a helpless tone. I told him to give it up, but he wouldn't listen. At this moment, Han-Bin looked at his hand and grumbled, "It doesn't look as cool as Leon's, does it? It just looks like a red rubber glove." To test it, he swung his hand forward, forming a punch. Seeing the power of the gauntlet, he reluctantly said, "TSK, can't be helped." He charged forward with the gauntlets. The king was so surprised his eyes bulged. He thought, what the hell is that? Aura is inherently much weaker than the other four main powers. Only a few powerful individuals who have undergone extremely rigorous training can release aura to a visible level. Suddenly he thought, but beyond that, he has to make it explode. The old king thought. Han-Bin rushed forward with a hint of excitement on his face. Now, then, heading towards the giant monster, he shouted, "You must have been waiting for a long time, right?" The monster's eyes looked down, flashing a bright purple light. A large hole appeared right under Han-Bin's feet, causing him to fall uselessly. "Whoa," he exclaimed. Han-Bin was surprised, suddenly removing the floor. "Isn't that a bit much?" Han-Bin shouted, "Don't you think so?" Holian reminded him, "Han-Bin, be careful." Holian was worried. Aura, crystal weaving, a new technology unheard of in the history of Rathna, but calling it a technology is an understatement. In reality, it is an unverified and dangerous technique. Holian thought that must be it. Holian thought of Han-Bin fighting. She mused, this man is overcoming that limit with just his combat intuition. Seeing the huge beam of light, the more she thought, the more certain she was that he had surpassed it. Han-Bin stabbed his sword straight into the magic formation the monster created. Holian closed her eyes tightly and said to Han-Bin through the screen, "Han-Bin, that's not a normal spiritual art. It's magic mixed with spiritual art." Holian shouted, "It's a shield with regenerative abilities. You should aim for the weaker parts first." Hearing that, Han-Bin became interested, formed a fist, and said loudly, "So, I should hit it a little more, right?" Holian asked back through the eyeball, "What?" Putting his hand forward, he used it while kicking towards the monster. Han-Bin style straight stab. Pile driver, this kick sent debris flying everywhere. And the three with Holian now became cheerful in a row of stones. As he let the sword touch the flame, he said, "Kandron." Han-Bin smirked, "I'm taking the flame you left behind." Suddenly, a sound was heard, Korin, Mustafa, Musha. The sounds continued, startling Han-Bin, Mupiter, Karam. The sound came again, Mupiter, Karam, Mupiter, Karam. At this time, the HME tribe was fighting the Arung tribe. These two tribes were in constant conflict over the limited supply of mana stones. On the continent of Valterra, their history has been stained with blood since the appearance of mana stones. A war that no one remembers when it began. The previous generation and the generations that followed all took part in the war. One day, a young wizard appeared. Although young, he was a recognized prodigy for his talent. He suddenly began to question, what is the meaning of this war? But that brief moment of hesitation was a sign of weakness. Could someone have intervened? There must be a reason why the war never ends. Even if the two sides did not share their thoughts to put their weapons down, for the two sides to stop fighting was almost a miracle. The image of a little girl with her eyes closed, waiting for death to come. She looked up in shock, but sometimes miracles do happen. The wolf from the Arung tribe gritted his teeth and said, "What is the honor of a warrior? Where is the hope of the Arung tribe?" Looking at the sobbing little girl, the werewolf asked, "You want to live too, don't you, kid?" Peace was achieved after much effort. Like the gods of this world, they began to accept and sympathize with each other's existence. The wolf was chugging a bottle of wine. As he drank, he said cheerfully, "It's been 10 years since that battle. Time flies so fast." The werewolf stood up, patted the head of the boy from back then, and said with a smile, "The little wizard kid from back then has grown up and is now drinking with me." The kid also replied cheerfully, "Talking about the old days, are you getting older, old man?" Then the young man smiled. "If you hadn't stopped back then, we wouldn't have today." Then he asked the werewolf, "Why did you stop fighting at that moment? What if I had taken the opportunity to counterattack and kill you?" The werewolf looked up and answered, "Your eyes." While reminiscing about the past, the werewolf said, "The look I saw in your eyes back then," the werewolf continued, "was exactly like my own eyes whenever I look in the mirror." Hearing the werewolf, the boy smiled and said, "Well, that's certainly true." The werewolf squinted at him, smiled, and said, "I'll take that as a compliment, shall I?" The door opened, and a girl leaned in and said, "Heroes." Both of them said, "Huh? Yes." The princess of the HME tribe smiled at the two of them. "Ah, both heroes are here? I hope I'm not interrupting." The wizard waved his hand shyly and replied, "No, you're not interrupting at all. We were just about to talk for a bit and then head back." The werewolf turned his head and said to the young man, "You're not very charming. Hurry up and go. Leaving your bride alone is a disgrace to men." "Groom," the werewolf finished. The wizard smiled brightly, said, "Thank you," and turned around. The young man and the princess smiled at each other and left. Now only the werewolf remained. Amidst the sound of fireworks, the werewolf let out a long howl. A girl's voice rang out. That was a very long sigh. The werewolf heard it and replied, "Ah, I'm sorry. It's a habit of the Arung tribe." The werewolf sneered. "It's the hiss of a man who has fought his whole life without finding a soulmate. There's nothing more annoying than that." The girl asked back, "You don't have a soulmate?" The werewolf turned around as the girl said, "What about Kiwi?" The werewolf jumped up in embarrassment. "It's not like that." Suddenly the werewolf stared at the girl. Huh. As he looked at her, he thought or asked, "What? Antia?" Then the werewolf's eyes widened. He tore at his hair. Then he let out a long howl. Back in reality, Han-Bin was lying still with his eyes closed, Holian's voice ringing in his ears. "I know you're confused by the overlapping memory fragments, but listen carefully. You are currently trapped in Iclefim's dream magic." Holian continued. "Fortunately, Iclefim has gone silent. Currently, the Dwarf Kingdom and Holian are analyzing the magic." The king's voice rang out. "Holian is concentrating on her work with her understanding of spiritual arts. She will soon find a way to save you." In the dream, Han-Bin, in the form of a werewolf, shouted, "What is this nonsense? I am Valerian, the great leader of the Arung tribe." Holian, in the form of the other girl, suddenly got angry, punched him on the head, and said, "You're Han-Bin Ryu." Han-Bin Ryu reluctantly replied, "I'm sorry." Han-Bin thought to himself, "I'm definitely Han-Bin Ryu, but does that mean all of this is fake?" Han-Bin thought back on what had happened and said, "I was tired of the war and tried to run away. But in the end, both the kid and I were considered traitors by both tribes, and we ran away from the enemy, right?" You continued, "When we reached the ancient temple to take shelter, we accidentally saved the princess of the Hume tribe and then began a journey to discover the cause of this endless war. The result was finding out the truth. The war was because the great kings were using the lives of those killed in the war to achieve immortality, right? He was lost in a mess of memories. He said, defeating them all brought peace to the world. Now you say it was all a dream. What? Han-Bin said to Holian in a reluctant voice, "I remember every memory of this world clearly, and dreams are not usually this clear, are they?" Holian explained, "That is because this is not your dream." He was doubtful, "Not my dream." Holian instructed him, "Now stay here with me and do not lose yourself." As she finished, a loud explosion rang out, shaking the ground. Han-Bin hugged Holian and lay down on the ground. Peace, no matter how miraculous, can be shaken by even the smallest cracks. Han-Bin shouted in astonishment, "Don't tell me." As he ran, he thought the Arung tribe had betrayed them, despite Holian's cries to stop him. "Wait, Ryu Han-Bin." As he ran in extremely fast speed, he thought, "This scent that hits my nose smells like a corpse." Running for his life, he gritted his teeth, suspecting it was the smell of blood. He immediately thought of that boy. He suddenly stopped, standing still. The werewolf with an arsenic stone stuck in its neck screamed in pain. Han-Bin ran for his life towards the front, saw a man, and he shouted, "Mr. Ambassador, are they robbers?" A scream rang out, "Get out of here," leaving him stunned. A wolf was going crazy, biting an arm, along with a questioning voice, "Mr. Ambassador, miraculous peace can be shaken by just a small crack." Han-Bin became dejected, his voice as if choked. "Stop." Looking at the innocent people being bitten and torn, he just gently uttered, "Stop it." He said calmly, "That is the peace we worked so hard to achieve." Then he growled, "Please." She became angry and screamed in frustration, "Stop. Miraculous peace will collapse without a miracle." The brief moment of peace collapsed in an instant. As if someone could not accept our peace, Han-Bin shouted helplessly in vain, "Please come to your senses." He shouted, "If this continues, all our efforts for a world without bloodshed will be just an illusion." Han-Bin was suddenly startled. Subconsciously, he looked at the purple stone on that monster and thought that his eyebrows. A very strong stream of magic emanated from that purple stone. Han Minvyu's eyes widened. He asked hesitantly why. He saw that boy in front collapsing before the body of the Hume princess. The young man who was smiling just a moment ago was now in pain, holding the body of his beloved and crying his heart out. Why, I just wanted to live. I tried my best to live. He cried so pitifully. Then good things will come. Why did it turn out like this? The young man shouted, Uncle. Han Minvyu raised his head and replied, Kid Prios. Han Minvyu worriedly moved forward, still saying, no, this is... The war started again. The Hume tribe thought the Arung tribe had betrayed them. Their hatred immediately surged. Han Minvyu ran through the smoke and fire, shouting in a reluctant voice, no, this is a conspiracy of brows, and this time is much bigger than the last. The disappointed Hume people, as the ideal of coexistence between the two races collapsed, thought that one side had to disappear. Only then could there be eternal and perfect peace. They created magic to completely destroy the Arung tribe. With the help of an unknown god, Han-Bin shouted in hatred at Clapham. A gruesome black hand appeared. Something grabbed Han Minvyu's shirt, startling him. Han Minvyu was amazed. The person's whispering voice rang out, Please. It turned out to be an Arung tribesman speaking to Han Minvyu, avenge our people. Then that tribesman dissolved into purple smoke. Han Minvyu was stunned by that sight. The beast within Han-Bin had completely awakened. Holian became urgent. She said, Damn it, he's about to be caught. Han-Bin's consciousness is synchronizing with the dream again. Han-Bin ran away quickly. The king was worried. Can't we wait until the dream ends? Han-Bin was still lost in his dream. Holian said with effort, Dream magic. I'm not sure what its exact effect is, but it's probably reality reversing magic. The reason Clapham is not dead in reality is... The explaining voice rang out along with the image of Han Minvyu in the dream, because he has not died in the dream. Conversely, if Han-Bin in the dream, a member of the Arung tribe dies. The voice still rang out, the image of Han-Bin with his eyes closed. Then the Han-Bin in reality will also die. In the dream, Han-Bin is fighting with all his might. The fake king explained that it means if he wins in the dream. Han-Bin still strives to fight according to his subconscious. We could defeat Ishglafim, right? A series of special techniques of the Arung tribe. A cross slash. A few cracks appeared on the eastern piece on it. Han Binvyu gritted his teeth and waited. The old man spoke up. The problem is that it is impossible. The old man continued. The dream is the past. The battle raged more fiercely. The outcome has been decided. The old man said so. He continued, if Ishglafim had lost, he would not exist here. He was calm. The past cannot be erased. He said that one can only flee endlessly. Hulian held the gauntlets of destruction and called out loudly, Dwarf. King. He quickly pressed the button and shouted, Disconnection magic. Activate. As he finished, everyone was enveloped in a blue light. Hulian shouted, Now is the time. She collapsed and shouted loudly, Antia. She reminded, while the dream is paused, we must help Han-Bin escape. She turned her head and shouted loudly. Did you hear what Hulian said? The dream can only be paused for a short time. Take my hand. She said the goal of heating the scabbard with Cameron's fire has been achieved. Minryu, wake up. Han-Bin called out Antia's name. She asked, Are you awake now? He was suspicious. Monsters Omblaus as monsters. What exactly are they? Omblaus is a god with no creative ability, so he invades worlds created by other gods. He cannot even create his own body, so he has resorted to numerous plots and tricks. He causes conflicts in the worlds. These conflicts lead to war. Creatures, in order to protect their own justice, will crave greater power without knowing what that power is until it devours them. Omblaus' monsters are creatures that were once manipulated by Omblaus and lost their consciousness. Holian said, I could not reveal this for fear of evoking pity, because they no longer have souls. There is no difference between them and monsters. Han-Bin narrowed his eyes and asked, Are hellhounds also monsters created by modifying the Arung tribe? That's right, from someone rang out. A talking eyeball answered, just as. You say, they're the male races that the god Omblaus chose, it explained. Omblaus saw the strong survival instinct of the Arung tribe and kept only that instinct, eliminating the rest and turning them into hellhounds. Suddenly, Holian felt something was wrong. She thought, is he trying to break our magic? The eyeball then spoke. He gave a lowly creature like the Arung tribe a chance, a great opportunity to evolve. Han-Bin seemed to waver. It continued, you who lived as a foolish Arung for 33 years in that dream. Isn't that a cruel story? Holian worriedly shouted at Han-Bin, don't get caught up in his scheme. This dream world is under his control. That monster replied, that's right, this beautiful story is my dream, just for me. Without stopping, he immediately brainwashed Han-Bin with words like, are you sure this is a dream? Aren't you a proud warrior of the Arung tribe? So that Han-Bin would not be manipulated, Holian shouted, don't lose your instincts. Remember why you fought Ichglafen. Antia, we have reached our limit. Holian and the king shouted together. Right now, Ryu Han-Bin, Ryu of the Arung tribe. A loud explosion rang out. Han-Bin held a sword in his hand. Holian and the fake king frowned worriedly, although foolish, but the voice still rang out. Mupater Karung in the Valian language means kill me. He had screamed in pain like that for millions of years without anyone hearing, even after becoming a monster. Han-Bin Ryu turned his head and smiled, the voice still echoing, so I can't pretend I don't know. The old man was silent in thought. Holian smirked with a few malicious glints in her eyes. I have to admit, Kiwi's vision is amazing. Han-Bin spoke up, Akalai, Katarazumu, the words you once said to me. He lost control and shouted, Tarwakamo, this is my answer. He once again used his sword to make a cross slash. The monster wondered in its mind, did he regain his instincts and avoid my magic? But this attack. The monster said to Han-Bin with a contemptuous voice, if you think you can touch this body, you are wrong. He thought again a shield. Han-Bin said to him, you can withstand a cross slash, as expected of a divine beast. He continued, but compared to Leon's shield. He laughed loudly, turned his head, and said confidently, yours is weak. A slash from Han-Bin shattered many shards of glass. The monster thought he deliberately got close, so I wouldn't have time to cast magic. Han said, so arrogant and so ridiculous. He despised Han-Bin, hellish wasteland. That monster thought smugly. This time it hit, even though this isn't a dream, its power is the same as in reality. Han-Bin raised his sword and slashed once. The monster stammered, what? It seemed not to believe. How did you avoid it? Han-Bin said contemptuously, avoid it. Why do something so troublesome? Raising his sword high, Han-Bin concluded with a sentence, just blocking it is enough. The sky darkened, space trembled, a blinding light emanated from the tower. Inside, dust and rocks flew everywhere. He had delivered a blow that broke the staff in two. Ishkalafim thought in disbelief, block it, a human with a naked body. The image of the broken staff flying in the air, it still thought, saying block it is no different from him offering his body to take the blow. Suddenly he shouted, don't you dare mess with me. Two long arms shot out from his body. It came and shouted, Ishkalafim's magic is the strongest. Han-Bin Ryu raised his hand to block the attack from him, but was still knocked back. Two streams of blue and purple light flew straight into the sky, leaving a huge explosion below. He gave a murderous smile and asked, the strongest, huh? He asked like this, huh? Then he swung his sword, knocking away the two things that attacked him. He said with a bit of contempt, what era is it that you're still rambling on about that? He rushed towards him and said, since you were sealed, a very long time has passed. He continued, during that time, magic has evolved into sorcery and spirit arts. Rings of light appeared in front of the monster as he spoke. He said, even though I'm not an expert in this field, I can tell. He flew through the magic circles and said contemptuously, your magic has not progressed at all. He raised his sword. A murderous aura quickly spread around him, saying, you must be just copying what the owner of that body used. Your magic is outdated. His face became serious, his voice cold. You are truly a subordinate of Omblaus, with no creativity, just like him. Heimin Ryu swung his sword once, and Ichklafim was quickly sent flying far away. He thought angrily, how dare he? He screamed madly, how dare you? Countless tentacles grew endlessly from his body. He said madly, who allowed you to defame my magic, which was the magic of the great sorcerer by the hero of the past? He growled, I is the vessel of God, chosen by Lord Omblaus himself. Outdated, he rested his sword on his shoulder, tilted his head and asked, Vessel of God, what is that? A source of purple energy appeared around Ichklafim. He said arrogantly, I will show you. He continued, this is the strongest magic that destroyed the Arung tribe. Powerful magic flew out right after his words. Heimin Ryu still stood still in place despite the powerful source of magic approaching. He slowly explained, you destroyed the Arung tribe. Huh, if you say so. He smiled and said, I have lived for 22 years eating only hellhounds, which originated from the Arung tribe. He gave a wide smile, revealing a sharp canine tooth. His eyes also turned red, full of danger. The shape of a fierce beast with its mouth wide open full of fangs appeared behind him. The monster, standing at a distance, could not help but feel the pressure. He said in disbelief, impossible. How can you have an aura like the Arung tribe? He said, even though the world of Valheim has been destroyed and disappeared, blood and flesh scattered throughout his body. He spun the two blades in a circle. The shapes of two red wolves also spun along. He said softly, it's still of the Arung tribe. The monster's eyes widened, and it said loudly, could it be that their souls are still in that body? It shouted, my world. The tentacles began to contract, my dream world. Heimin Ryu said leisurely, don't be mistaken, this world is not your dream. He growled, but the nightmare of that child. He looked up angrily and said loudly, a remaining memory. The monster said, you, crazy monster. A source of emerald green light suddenly appeared. Below it raised barriers to surround him, summoning the great magic of a nightmare king. A huge form like a giant robot appeared. Ichklafim was right on top of its head. He controlled this form to attack Heimin Ryu. Each punch brought down made rocks fly everywhere. The fist once again rushed forward. He also took a stance, ready to fight back. He gave a smile full of sharp teeth, his eyes white and horrifying. The sword as fast as lightning was brought down. On the cross, the body of the huge monster was divided into many small pieces. Then the two swords shot straight to where Ichklafim was standing and controlling everything. The sword touched the large form and immediately created an explosion. He quickly flew out of there and said contemptuously, this again, you think I'll be hit by the same attack twice. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, after using this move, you will lose your balance. I have completed the analysis. What I did not expect was that he could still rush to slash at it again. Cross. The slash immediately divided the monster into four. The light from it was blinding. He landed gently. Behind him was a huge explosion. This is the fighting style of the Arung tribe combined with Han-Bin Ryu, dual sword style, double cross slash. A golden notification board appeared. The divine beast Ichklafim has been defeated. Han-Bin Ryu quickly returned to his old form. The notification board continued to appear. Experience gained 32,268,239,114. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Immediately after, he shouted in his heart, ah. Then he said wearily, the vessel of God. I couldn't ask about that thing anymore. Then he said again, well, can't be helped, he said, and put down his weapon. He shouted, Holian, Antia, it's over, get me out. The surroundings were quiet without a single reply. His face froze. For a moment it became twisted in silence. He thought, could it be that I'm trapped? A boy suddenly appeared behind him and said, thank you, warrior. You have understood our language. He was startled and turned around. He smiled and replied, my pleasure. You sealed Ichklafim so he couldn't operate in reality. That was you, right? He called Prius. He smiled, holding the staff in his hand, and said, it took 3,000 years to restore my fragmented soul, but what I could do was only that. He suddenly became sad and said, I always wanted to warn about Omplaws, but no one understood what I was saying. I was about to give up too. Then suddenly he leaned in close to Han-Bin Ryu. His wide, sparkling eyes said, and then you, who knows the language of the Arung tribe, appeared. How did you know the language of another world? He sweated and hesitated. The thing is, he stammered in reply, after killing a lot of hellhounds, who were modified Arung people, and well, I researched. Anyway, I'm sorry for killing your friends. Han-Bin Ryu bowed his head respectfully. He quickly bowed as well and said hastily, ah, no. If you put it that way, I have killed many more people than Ichklafim. Both of them maintained their bowing posture. The space fell into an awkward silence. Prius hugged the staff in his hand and said remorsefully, I feel so guilty. Han-Bin Ryu also bowed his head and said, I even ate the bones. Maybe we should stop this story. He turned around, his expression becoming serious, and asked, but why does Amplaz destroy other worlds to that extent? A voice suddenly rang out about that answer. That voice was Antia's. She continued, it's better to let me explain. Antia gradually descended gently from the air. He saw her and called out happily, Antia. Then he pointed at her and said to Prius, Ah, this is Antia, the representative of the goddess of light of wrath. Prius quickly bowed his head and stammered, Goddess, you are a god? Antia said gently, I'm not like the god who created your world. You don't need to bow. She looked at him meaningfully and said, Listen, this is a secret that other creatures must never know, but I will specially reveal it to you. The three of them stood before the vast universe. Antia said, the world was created by a perfect balance, an image of a galaxy sparkling with stars. She continued, God is the law of the universe, or can also be considered the universe. Two galaxies are gradually touching each other. Her voice still rang out evenly. But what if gods come into contact with each other? That would be considered as universes colliding with each other. Two universes touching each other immediately created a huge explosion. Antia continued, Either way, the world will be destroyed. That's why gods must never interfere with other worlds. Han-Bin Ryu opened his eyes wide to look at everything and said, This is really different from what I know about gods. She held out her hand and said, Even the goddesses we often talk about are only called gods for convenience. As for the true God, we don't know anything either. He asked curiously, True God? She replied, That's right. She controlled the planet towards him and said, I'm talking about the God who created the first life. The God who created the earth. A miniature earth nestled in Han-Bin Ryu's hand. While he was still dazed, she continued, The very earth where you once lived is the mother of all. The gods. He was dumbfounded, two large question marks appearing above his head. Then he immediately shouted, What are you talking about? If what you say is true, then I am the grandfather of the goddesses. Antia asked annoyed, Do you worship monkeys and apes as your ancestors? He shouted again, Why that comparison? She looked at the earth in his hand and said, This is not such a simple story. The truth of the universe that earthlings encounter when they go out into space is spiritual information that is recorded and simulated. At this point, she suddenly turned away and said indifferently, Whatever, just consider yourself a grandfather. Han-Bin Ryu's mouth dropped open and he asked, Are you giving up on explaining? She replied, I just don't have the confidence to explain it to a monkey. Antia spread her arms, brought the model of the earth back, and said, Anyway, physical matter disappeared when it became a spiritual entity, so the desire passed down to you humans is only evolution and reproduction. Holding the earth in her hand, she looked at it and continued, The birth of a new god is the reason gods create new worlds. He looked at her and smiled, thinking, So the creation of the world by a god is an existence like a baby in a mother's womb. She suddenly said, But just as not every fetus can be born. Among the creatures created, many species develop, and many also enter the path of extinction. She hugged the earth to her chest and said, That's when the divinity of destruction is needed. Below, a familiar figure immediately appeared. He thought Amplaz. Antia's voice rang out evenly. Amplaz's role is to erase diseased worlds to save the gods. That's why Amplaz has no creative divinity. However, from a certain point, Amplaz made his own decisions. He nurtured hatred in immature worlds, usurped, destroyed, and began to crave a physical body. Each savage scene appeared according to Ania's narrative. He asked, Is it the vessel of God? Prius turned his face away and answered softly, Yes, it is a body with powerful energy enough to contain the spiritual power of Amplaz, and at the same time a body that has lost its ego. He looked into the distance and said, That is the vessel of God. A beast covered in fur collapsed. A familiar voice rang out, Uncle. It was Prius. He supported his uncle's body and called, Uncle, what have I done? His voice at this present moment also rang out, a body that has denied its own self. He said, Collapse. The silhouette of Prius holding his head in remorse at the passing of his uncle appeared in the distance. The moon black as ink in the sky. When it opened, it was not the moon, it was a colorful eye inside. It opened wide, black liquids flowed down to form the shape of a woman. A gentle sound rang out in front of Prius. Hero. That woman reached out her hand towards him and smiled, saying, "This is not reality. Come with me." Prius turned his head to look back, his eyes no longer human. He called out in bewilderment, "Princess." He threw himself into the woman's arms. She gently stroked his head and said, "Don't worry, this nightmare will end. When we merge into one." Her voice changed. At the same time, tentacles grew out. The ground around where they stood immediately broke apart, forming a circle. A source of purple light grew larger and larger. Then it destroyed everything. Everything exploded. Prius looked at the scene at his feet and said remorsefully, "This is my sin and the trace of that world." He turned back and continued, "But even I, who became Ampla's Ichclifim, was not a perfect body. I was demoted to a divine beast and used as a monster." Antia said in a low voice, "The important thing is that this history will repeat itself at Wrath. The strongest body of Wrath right now." Han-Bin Ryu frowned and asked, "Is it Gain?" Priya said, "The one who stands at the top is like the tip of a needle, sharp, but also easy to break." He held out his hand, and that hand quickly dispersed. Han-Bin Ryu was startled and said, "Your body." He calmly replied, "It's time for me to go." Antia said sadly, "The soul has been worn down. He has tried for a long time just to convey these words." Priya smiled and held out his hand, saying, "This is my small gift." The system quickly announced the experiences of the great sorcerer Prius. The notification window continued to pop up, level up. Before Prius left, Han-Bin Ryu called out, "Kid." He said, "We have lived very heroically." He smiled brightly, and behind him, the figure of a red wolf also appeared, smiling foolishly. Prius smiled happily, his eyes crinkling as he shouted loudly, "Yes." He gradually faded and disappeared with the wind, leaving only Antia and Han-Bin Ryu. He looked up and asked, "Does heaven really exist?" Antia raised a hand to wipe her tears, saying in a choked voice, "That's an absolute secret." He looked at her, startled, and asked, "Huh, are you crying?" She angrily kicked his leg and scolded, "Shut up, you monkey, you gorilla." Outside, Han-Bin Ryu's eyes moved slightly. He slowly opened his eyes. The king and Holian looked at him worriedly and asked, "Oh, you're awake. Is your body okay?" He smiled. "Haha, I slept so well." Holian rushed forward and hugged him tightly. He shouted in surprise, "Oh, Holian." She hugged him tightly, sobbing as she said, "Thank goodness." She said through her tears, "I was so worried that something bad would happen again." Like with Burrowed, a thick book lay on the table. Han-Bin Ryu forced a smile and said, "Holian." The king raised a hand to wipe his tears, and the butler beside him bowed his head slightly. The large hat hiding his face looked extremely dangerous. The figure of a girl floated on a large lake, as Antia's voice explained. The goddesses can create their representatives with their creative power. However, that body is just a temporary puppet that is created. That body's eyes opened slightly, soulless like a real puppet's. Antia continued, "Therefore, there is a limit to the divine power it can contain. It is like a vessel of a predetermined size." Predetermined. The puppet sat on the lake, hugging its knees, looking sorrowful. Antia continued, "But beings born and raised from wrath are different." Effie, with a serious face, thrust her weapon forward, and small sparks of lightning radiated around her. Those lightning bolts attacked Gaian, who was blocking with his sword. Antia's voice continued, "In the process of developing through various trials and hardships, they become stronger." Gaian's gaze became dangerous. The sword in his hand quickly lunged towards Effie. She said, "They expand their capacity to hold power." Effie blocked Gaian's sword with both hands, and lightning flashed powerfully. He looked at her with a mysterious smile, as if this fight was not difficult at all. The two struggled back and more lightning appeared around them. Antia continued, "And that has been proven through Gaian, who has retained his body with the divine power of darkness." The four of them walked through an earthen corridor. Antia said as she walked, "If your level is on par with the four great heroes, you can contain divine power, even the divine power of Ombrowse." The king pouted and said, "That's why the Chosen One is called the vessel of a god." Han-Bin Ryu nodded. "Now I understand Ombrowse's goal." Suddenly, he lowered his face and said, "But even so, there are parts one can't understand if what Ombrowse wants is a strong body." He sighed and Antia said in a loud voice, "Don't worry. She recalled the scene of Holian crying earlier and said, Holian's consciousness is sleeping. Pulling you out of the dream consumed a lot of her power. I know what you're going to say. He nodded and replied yes. He remembered the image of the majestic Barrows carrying his weapon on his shoulder and said thoughtfully, Barrows was the body of a god. That was surely the vessel Ombrows coveted the most. He wondered, so why did Zenobia kill Barrows first? The image of Zenobia, smiling dangerously, appeared in his mind. Antia said softly, that's because. She crossed her arms and said, Aura users are all idiots. His expression changed as he shouted, what? Don't you think that's going too far? Antia made a gesture of flipping her hair back and replied, Aura can only be awakened when one has strong faith and trust in oneself, so such a simple mental world does not collapse easily. She continued, just like how you persevered for 22 years on the Rocky Mountain. He asked blankly, is that a compliment? She replied, oh, simple is best, right? He suddenly thought of Holian wearing a veil and asked, then why weren't Holian and Zenobia targets? Antia replied, Holian has the highest level among the four great heroes. She continued, and Zenobia is so loyal that she has become Ombrows' lackey. Zenobia smiled and waved. He asked, both of them have the potential to become the vessel of a god, right? Antia said softly, because they are women. He asked in disbelief, no way, just for that reason? She explained slowly, the representatives of the goddesses also only have female forms. The compatibility between soul and body cannot be taken lightly. The king suddenly spoke up, so in the end, only Gaen is left. He clenched his fist and growled, that bastard Gaen. He not only stole our homeland, he said angrily, but he also wants to offer his body to the demon god to gain power. While he was angrily growling out each word, the person behind him just smiled silently. Han-Bin Ryu said, I don't think so. Han-Bin Ryu's voice rang out, causing the old man to look up. He walked under the bright lights and explained slowly, Gaen is not loyal to Ombrows, but it seems he is being deceived by Zenobia. Antia shouted, you idiot, Kiwi was captured, and now you've fallen for Stockholm Syndrome? There's no room for compassion. Author's note, Stockholm Syndrome, or capture bonding, is a term that describes a series of psychological states in which a long-term hostage shifts from feelings of fear and hatred to affection and empathy for their captor. He bowed his head and said, it's not compassion. He looked at his hand and said, I have fought both Barrows and Gaen. Barrows' sword was crude but righteous. He said softly, heavy but fiery. The images of Barrows and Gaen appeared like water and fire. He continued, as for Gaen's sword, it is hard and cold. To win, he can even use tricks. He lowered his voice, but deep inside, he is full of confidence that he is the strongest. An image of Gaen sitting on a throne. His gaze was full of danger. He continued, such an arrogant person could never be loyal to a demon god. The king suddenly laughed loudly and said, it is said that master swordsmen can see through their opponent's life after just one move. He continued, only swordsmen of that caliber are worthy of me, the dwarf king, personally forging a sword for them. He opened his eyes wide at the sparkling light in front of him and exclaimed, oh, what is this? The king pointed to the thing behind him and said, the legendary forge passed down only to the dwarf kings. This is just a simulation. Because of the current situation, we can't use the real forge of the fire goddess. The fire in the forge blazed. He continued, but I have used all my techniques to fan the flames in the cauldron you brought, using artificial power to maintain the flame with spirit arts. He laughed and asked, it seems you've been eager to show this off for a while, huh? The king scratched his head and replied, it will take time because there are many steps, but the quality is guaranteed. He said excitedly, so now we just need to find a way to infiltrate the world tree. He continued, luckily, this dungeon is right under the world tree. A tree-shaped diagram appeared. He said thoughtfully, the problem is how to break the defensive magic that Zenobia has placed around the tree. Antia closed her eyes and waved her hand, saying, but first, let's rest. Even in a dream, a fight is still a fight. She said, the spirit also needs rest to recover. Suddenly, he placed his large hand on Antia's head, startling her into silence. He pointed at her and asked the dwarf king, this is Antia, right? Something's not right, is it? Her face became full of anger. The king said with half-closed eyes, you're overthinking it. She angrily punched him in the face, leaving a handprint, then stomped away. The king quickly changed the subject that, Han-Bin Ryu, before you rest, could you check the blueprint for the sword? He frowned, took the blueprint, and nodded, Antia turned her head to look at his focused face and thought to herself, I don't know if he's too naive or too tough. He's been through so much hardship without even blinking an eye. She thought, I hope it's not too much for him. She smiled faintly. Under a rushing stream, he sat cross-legged on a rock. His body was flushed red, trying to control the object in his hand as stream water poured over his head. His eyes, staring at it, were full of thought. He remembered what had just happened and thought, at that time, we let those angels get away. I thought for sure a pursuit team would come after us. He said to himself, the angels didn't dare to act because of the church's orders. The dangerous and dark face of Zenobia appeared. He thought again, but even Zenobia, who is extremely cautious, didn't bother with me. He remembered that archangel again and thought, maybe that angel will reveal my identity, or maybe... He said to himself, they think I'm not worth bothering with. I can't let things stay like this. His hand slowly moved closer to the red orb inside. A great power emanated from where he sat, flashing bright red. A heavy rain began to fall. He looked at his powerful hand, gritted his teeth, and thought, is my level still not high enough to use Vantera's spirit? Am I limited again? Refusing to give up, he clenched his hand into a fist and said, if it's because the skill isn't registered, then the aura crystal should still work just fine. Unregistered skill. The flickering system appeared with a sound, searching for unregistered skill. He said softly, when will this thing be fixed? The system panel displayed. One result found for unregistered skill. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and said, what is this? He exclaimed, language of the Arung tribe. The system panel displayed the unregistered skill. He thought of the image of Prios before he left and mumbled, a gift from Prios, not experience, but a skill. He put his hand to his head and exclaimed, it wasn't because of experience that my level increased. It was because of a skill. What does this mean? The characters separated from the system panel, above the heavens, below the earth. More characters separated and glowed, above, below, exists, He clenched his fist and mumbled as he read, lonely high. The system panel displayed. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. The content on the system panel changed. Skill has been registered. There are still many things waiting to be discovered. The letters lying neatly on the table were read out. The content of the letter read, I do not know if you are in good health. The image of a blond man appeared before his eyes as the letter continued to be read. After your father passed away, it has also been 5 years since I gave up the life of a hunter. The letter read, during that time, I've always felt guilty for not being able to visit you. The old man's aged face appeared. He was so moved by the letter that his nose was running. The letter continued to be read. You may not believe it, but to me, you are no different from family. He continued reading. However, the 1,000-year kingdom of Coloris is a place where everything becomes a weakness. The red flag with the symbol of the kingdom of Coloris flew against a background of white snow. The words in the letter continued to display. The royal family is only brilliant on the outside, but inside it is so rotten and decayed that it cannot be saved. I also lost a great deal before realizing that. It was written how truly weak human beings are, and also how evil. The neat handwriting was written on the paper. Therefore, now I can only move forward. So please accept this. The man holding the letter stood before a large bed. In the chest were gold and jewels. The letter had given clear instructions. Do not let anyone know, not even me. The person said, one day, when you need to rest, return it to me. The man took the letter, deeply moved. The only person I trust, he said, is you. Now he was much older, still clutching that letter tightly. Han-Bin Ryu stood up straight, admiring the forge. He looked in surprise at the things displayed inside the system panel and said, what is this skill? Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. Inside were drawn many things that made him let out strange, excited noises. He looked at it seriously, then immediately jumped up excitedly and said, I have to ask Antia. After Antia received the hint, she rested her chin on her hand and thought. It seemed she had thought of something as she gasped with her mouth open. Then she scratched her head and looked down, annoyed that she couldn't figure it out. She said wearily, I guess I don't know. He sat opposite her and replied, what? You call yourself a messenger of the goddess, but you don't know this important thing. She furiously held up his scribbled drawing and shouted, with a manual like this, how am I supposed to explain it? He pouted and said, I tried my best to copy and draw it. If I could show it to you directly, I would. He propped up one hand and raised the other, thinking of the bomb explosion, and said, it's clear that what Prios gave me is not a normal skill. If I use it recklessly, what if this whole area gets blown away? Here, she suddenly changed her tone and said, I don't think it's that bad. He smiled and called out, Holian. Holian stared intently at the paper and said, looking at the incantation part that I can recognize, this looks like a wide-range deployment spell. Range. He rested his hand on his chin and asked, Incantation? You mean spirit arts? She said slowly, It's not just spirit arts, it's also combined with magic. He cried out in frustration, Huh, what? Then doesn't that mean I can't use it? She replied softly, Not necessarily. Holian imagined the image of circuits being connected in the center of the person in the middle. She said, This entire magic circuit has been recorded in Mr. Han-Bin Ryu's manual. If you can activate it, it will work normally. You can't do it alone, but without side help, it's possible. He held out his hand, and she placed her small hand against his, saying, This way. He said with concern, Holian, don't push yourself. Haven't you just recovered? She smiled and replied, I couldn't even if I wanted to. My prana is limited to this doll, so I can't activate its full power. Moreover, the magic part can't be activated at all. I'll try to start up a little. He smiled and said, I understand. Well then, let's focus a bit. Holian bowed and raised her hand to chant the incantation, and a light blue aura began to rise around them. She suddenly looked at her hand and blushed. Immediately after, she shyly turned away and said, It's an honor. He asked, confused, What is? She didn't answer, but continued to read the incantation, and the source of power enveloped both of their hands. He closed his eyes and thought, A fresh feeling. I can feel Holian's prana flowing in. The system panel suddenly appeared, warning, conditions to use the skill are not met. Do you still want to set the skill? He opened his mouth and read, Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. The magic around them flared up powerfully. Immediately after, it quickly faded, leaving only a faint trace in the air. He frowned. He said, What is this? He looked at his right fist and said, It has no effect. Did it fail again? Suddenly, her whole body collapsed towards him. He caught her and called out worriedly, Hey, Antia. He scratched his head and said, I told you not to overdo it. He let out a loud shout. What dangerous thing are you doing? She seemed to have lost control and kept lunging at him. He repeated, Antia. Then she lunged to attack, causing him to fall backward, blocking with both hands. He shouted while she continued to rain down punches on him. Wait, Antia, your hand is injured. Stop it. Are you listening to me? A voice rang out, causing his face to go blank. Illegal intrusion into the holy body detected. Activating emergency protection sequence. She continued to attack him relentlessly. He realized and thought, No way. Did this skill affect her divinity? He quickly grabbed her frenzied arm. His footsteps were as fast as lightning as he moved. Behind her, he held her tightly and shouted, Holian, stop the skill, hurry. She suddenly arched her entire body. Her leg shot up high. He stared blankly with wide eyes and said, Author's note, our deepest condolences to our Han-Bin. His eyes were wide open and sweat poured down like rain. She bent her leg and kicked him hard in the groin. He writhed in pain, the pupils of his eyes rolling back into his eyelids as he screamed in agony. Outside, the old man clenched the round object with Gain's image in his hand. The voice from the letter still echoed in his head. If one day you think you must stop me, please give this to me. But before that, hide it from everyone. He held the large suitcase tightly in his hand. The man's voice still echoed in his head. Even me. He said, Be especially careful of Zenobia. He curled his lips and mumbled, But for an old man like me who doesn't have long to live, this is too much to handle. He walked to Han-Bin Ryu's room and knocked on the door. He called out, I know you're in there, young man who resembles Burrowed. I know this is a shameful request, he said as he pushed the door open. He said, But this is the end of the road I must walk. I have come to ask for one last favor. He gripped the doorknob tightly. His voice spoke slowly. Please take this old man with you. He opened the door and shouted, Can you take me to see Lord Gain? He continued, I believe you can. His voice suddenly stopped. The scene inside was utter chaos. Antio was struggling to cast a spell on Han-Bin Ryu's, but she shouted, Endure it just a little longer. He lay on the floor, as if writhing, and let out a few groans. Ugh, ugh, crow. A foolish laugh rang out. The old man's jaw dropped as he stared at the two of them. Then he smiled and closed the door. The creaking of the closing door echoed. 40 years ago, the old man was a butler following the Lord. He recounted, after Gain decided to succeed the position of Lord. The voice continued to echo. He decided to end his long journey as a hunter and wished to create a better world. He bowed his head before Borrowed. He continued, Gain saw politics as a continuation of his ideals. He said, but what troubled him was Burrowed, whom he considered a blood brother. Burrowed bowed his head and looked at him. That voice still echoed steadily, also a more reliable comrade than anyone else. A memory suddenly surfaced, his body covered in scars. A red sword plunged straight into his muscular arm. He continued. However, he realized that the path he walked was different from that of a born warrior like Burrow. He recounted. Soon after, Gain joined an empire to rebuild his domain in Kandris. The red flag fluttered. A gray map appeared, and his voice continued. A kingdom with vast territory and a powerful army, with a long history. He recounted, at that time, Kandris was under the rule of King Lyques XIV. However, the old king lived in paranoia of assassinations to the point of suspecting even his own children. The king's eyes darkened, his face sorrowful. Gain knelt respectfully before the court. He continued to recount. Gain, although a nobleman, was also a famous hunter, a suitable person to keep by one's side. He lowered his voice. Therefore, King Lyques XIV annexed Gain's domain into the lands of Kandris, and he made Gain a count, turning him into his right-hand man. He stood beside the king, looking extremely serious. 3 years later, the king lay in his coffin with his eyes closed. He said softly, King Lyques XIV passed away. His voice continued to recount. Soon after, I received this letter along with a chest of treasures. The old man bowed his head and said, but this old man doesn't have long to live. I am just a burden to you all. However, I do not hesitate to ask. The old man shouted loudly, take me to see Gain. Han-Bin Ryu replied bluntly, impossible. Antia crossed her arms and said, your situation is pitiful, but we are not going to see Gain either. Gain is our enemy. She continued, he killed Burrowed, whom he once considered a brother. He is no longer the man you once knew. Now he is a brute. The old man bowed his head low and listened. Antia continued, besides, no one knows what that treasure is or what traps it might contain, so it's impossible. Han-Bin Ryu smiled, took the box, and said, it's very dangerous. You should stay here. I'll deliver that item for you. Antia closed her eyes and nodded. That's right. Realization suddenly made her stop mid-sentence. She turned and yelled at him. Which ear did you hear me with? He said, it's on the way anyway. She raised her leg to kick him in the face and yelled, what if there's a trap? He said softly, we'll know once we open it. Then he cracked open the box. Antia hid behind him and screamed, kayak. As the lid of the chest opened, a brilliant golden light shone on his face. He let out a soft cry. It's gold coins, along with an old jar and some decorations. She stood up shyly and stammered, what is this? There's nothing valuable. It must be Gain's secret fund. He asked, a secret fund? Why would he need to keep something like that? He picked up a coin and said, it's strange. Do you remember what Gain was like after that? Time. The old man said slowly, since then, I haven't seen him again, but the familiar voice spoke again. That is a famous event that all the people of Wrath know about. He called out happily, Holian. The old man replied, I don't know the details very well either because I was in the Kingdom of Nymph at the time. Holian's voice lowered as she said, but after the death of the 14th king, Gain's actions shocked everyone. The prince looked like a dried-up corpse, his skin shrunken against his face, his eyes vacant, and foam was coming out of his mouth as he sat with his head tilted to one side. She continued to recount. Gain supported the 9th prince, who had no connection to the succession of the throne. At the same time, people also questioned the death of the previous king. She continued. In the end, a war for the throne broke out among the princes, and it soon erupted into a civil war. Holian said, in the process, the people suffered from famine, and the corruption of the royal family spread throughout Kandris. She continued, Gain received support from the people of Kandris, and starting with the 8th prince, he began to purge the royal family. Gain raised his sword, his eyes a horrifying white. The terrified prince opened his mouth wide and screamed before the blade. The heads of the princes were brought down. She said in a low voice, Gain purged them all, leading to the fall of the Lyques royal family. She continued, in the end, the only remaining royal was the 9th prince, who was physically disabled and was placed on the throne as King, she continued, and Gayan began to rule in his stead. She said, of course, in that situation, there were many voices from the royalist faction demanding the legitimacy of the royal family. Holian's voice lowered, but when the ninth prince passed away, the royalist faction also disappeared, and Gayan's power could no longer be challenged by anyone. She recounted, although the nobility had many voices criticizing Gayan as a butcher or a traitor. She continued, but on the contrary, the people of the Kandris Empire unanimously praised Gayan. She continued to speak, adding that when he became one of the 4 heroes who stopped the invasion of those from another world, his status was elevated by another level. Gayan started as a local lord and became a hero who saved the world like that. Han-Bin Ryu slowly opened a spherical object. Inside was a colorful orb. Holian's voice continued steadily. Everyone has a different opinion of him, but one thing is certain, Gayan's willingness to use any means necessary. She took the letter, saying sadly, it might have started after this letter was written. What on earth happened? The orb in Han-Bin Ryu's hand fell to the ground. He picked up the orb and said, perhaps that person doesn't even remember himself clearly. Holian leaned closer to him and asked, Han-Bin, what is that? He looked at the object in his hand and slowly replied, memory cylinder, this thing really exists. Inside its container, a line of text was engraved. Daisy. The system displayed the content, memory bubble. The content on the system panel changed. A memory fragment extracted from the memory cylinder artifact. Pure white daisies appeared. He called out, Daisy. A faint image of Gayan appeared. He was hugging something. A voice rang out, give me a name. On the white hat, a small daisy was attached. The voice spoke again, a name so brave that it is second to none. Dark red bloodstains splattered onto the pure white petals. A wooden door appeared from a distance. His eyes stared intently at the door. That was the escape route. His eyes looked towards it dazedly, full of regret. A long, slender hand touched his shoulder. An angry voice rang out, you killed it, get it back to me. That voice screamed, my child. A large daisy appeared behind him, 2 long hands gripping his neck tightly. His eyes rolled back, filled with terror. Gayan sat up abruptly in bed, holding his forehead and panting heavily. Sweat drenched his body. He looked down at his hand and called, Daisy. A woman's voice from the bed spoke up. Who is Daisy? Suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder and called his name, Gayan. He frowned and glanced towards a voice. Both were in bed and unclothed. Zenobia saw he was upset, one hand touching his shoulder and the other touching Emperor Gayan's chest muscle. Caressing him, she asked, what's wrong? Is something not right? Emperor Gayan relaxed and called her name, Zenobia. Then he stood up and replied, it's nothing. Zenobia called his name, Gayan, I am your only doctor in this world. Zenobia sat on the bed, using a blanket to cover her naked body, watching Gayan get dressed, and exclaimed, the leg that Burrot slashed is now completely healed as before, which means your body has recovered. Completely. She looked at him putting on his mask and added, but the other side of your face hasn't recovered. There's clearly a problem. Zenobia asked suspiciously, you're not hiding anything from me, are you? Emperor Gayan replied, to answer the doctor's question. Then he added, besides sleeping together, do I need to show more sincerity? He asked back, or are you hiding something from me? Zenobia? Suddenly the scene changed. In front of the emperor was a girl with short black hair, Kiwi. She said, Zenobia? Kiwi asked Emperor Gayan, did she leave here yesterday? Emperor Gayan hesitated for a moment, then replied, ah yes. He rested his hand on the table and sighed, I feel a bit tired. Kiwi closed her eyes helplessly and said, it's because you underestimated Effie. Then she continued, despite your terrible taste, that girl really wanted to learn from you. She is Effie with eyes full of enthusiasm and belligerence. Emperor Gayan pondered while sipping his tea and exclaimed, I admit she has talent. He added, even without any teaching, she can still copy techniques after seeing them just once. Because she possesses dragon force, her leveling speed is like an Otherworlder's, he described, recalling Effie's agile movements. Emperor Gayan took a sip of tea and continued, but with my divinity, that sword will never touch me, a representative of the goddess like you surely knows that. Suddenly a blue flash appeared at Emperor Gayan's neck. It looked like the sword, regarding the future-seeing ability of divinity. He said, you knew full well, but didn't say anything. I don't know who really has the terrible taste here. Emperor Gayan announced, there's something more important. The wedding is approaching. He has decided on the full moon of next month. He instructed, decorate the wedding dress. Kiwi's eyes widened upon hearing this. She thought of the daisy. Then she asked Emperor Gain again, "Is that what you want?" His face showed horror. Emperor Gain, full of enthusiasm, clenched his hand that was radiating dark magic and declared, "Yes." He continued, "That's how it is." Then Emperor Gain gave Kiwi a yellow ribbon and a daisy. After giving them to her, he left immediately. Kiwi looked towards him with sad eyes, thinking to herself, "Gain." She thought further, "No matter how strong you are, in the end, you are still human. The destruction of the soul is inevitable." Kiwi looked regretfully at the items Emperor Gain had just given her. In her hands were 2 daisies and 2 yellow ribbons. The scene changes to Emperor Gain in solemn attire and wearing a mask. With a very tired mood, he said, "As planned, the vessel's mind has been gradually destroyed." He continued, "Rad has been disintegrated and the dragon tribe, creatures that were weapons of the goddesses, have been sealed on the island." Zenobia bowed respectfully to him and spoke. "Rad's defense has weakened due to the absence of the goddess of darkness." She added, "Now, nothing can stop the moment of your descent." Lord Omphalos. The scene of the mysterious conversation between the emperor and his subordinates. Zenobia smiled upon hearing the Lord's praise, "Excellent angel of knowledge, and on the day of my descent, I will grant you the knowledge of the universe." Zenobia was satisfied upon hearing her reply, "What a glory, my lord." A voice rang out, interrupting the conversation. "Before we celebrate, I have something to report to you, Lord Omphalos." A strange being with a body connected to machinery and 2 brains on its head spoke, "Speak, angel of evolution." He continued, "Lord Omphalos is not yet the god of Rad, so you cannot see the problems within Rad therefore. Zenovia's role is to be your eyes and hands." Zenobia glanced at him. He asserted, "And to make sure that all the prominent, strong individuals in Rad are eliminated." Zenobia asked irritably, "What are you trying to say?" Suddenly Lord Omphalos abruptly said, "But I have just confirmed the destruction of Iclophin." Lord Omphalos asked, "Is this information reliable?" Of course, I was not the one who confirmed it directly. The words sounded unbelievable to some. Then Lord Omphalos continued, "But the energy of that eliminated vessel was very special. I have confirmed the dissipation of energy that combined both mana and brana." As soon as the words were spoken, Ectos the Archangel trembled in fear, and Gladius, the counterfeit angel, casually crossed his arms and laughed. The white-masked one replied. Lord Omphalos continued, "That is clear proof that Iclofilm has been destroyed." Gladius's smiling face revealed sharp teeth, along with the words, "It must be just." His name, Ryu Han-Bin. Thinking of that name, Ectos of Earth broke out in a cold sweat. Zenobia said irritably, "Underground there must only be remnants of the dwarves." Suddenly she shouted, "Who the hell is it? How? What's the use of asking us that?" The twins, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly spoke up. "That's something you, Zenobia, need to know." One of the twins in green spoke, "Perhaps those dwarf creatures were stronger than you thought." The one in yellow added, "Impossible. The divine beast Iclofilm was a vessel of a god." The one in green laughed scornfully. Or perhaps Zenovia's report was full of flaws. The one in yellow added fuel to the fire. Zenobia is human and can make mistakes. He added, "If not, maybe she's on the goddess's side." Zenobia shouted angrily, "How dare you?" She gritted her teeth in anger and said, "What are you talking about?" Then she turned to the Lord and declared, "Lord Omphalos, I have investigated Iclofilm." Suddenly Ectos of Earth cut in. "Wait, let's not just criticize Zenobia." Lord Omphalos paused. Then Lord Omphalos approached Ectos of Earth. Lord Omphalos asked, "Are you afraid?" Lord Omphalos asked again, "What are you afraid of? Why are you afraid?" Ectos of Earth stammered in fear, struggling to get the words out. "Well, the thing is, the truth is." Zenobia looked at the Lord resolutely and declared, "Lord Omphalos, I have investigated Iclofilm." Not letting Zenobia say more, Ectos of Earth immediately cut in. "Wait, let's not just criticize Zenobia." Lord Omphalos paused. Zenobia was annoyed. With Ectos of Earth, "Stop this nonsense." And then she loudly stepped back. He hesitated and said, "But Iclofilm's soul prison was a place of confinement from the beginning. Isn't it possible that its soul's consciousness became something uncontrollable?" The one with 2 brains questioned, "How can you say that? How could a normal human retain consciousness for so long?" Ectos of Earth sweated and replied, "Or maybe there was some random possibility." He continued, "That human Barot is still alive, the red-haired one with the strong muscles." Zenovia's face darkened as she thought about the name Ectos of Earth had just mentioned. Lord Omphalos moved towards them. Then Lord Omphalos suddenly advanced towards Ectos of Earth. Lord Omphalos asked, "Are you afraid?" Lord Omphalos asked again, "What are you afraid of? Why are you afraid?" Ectos of Earth trembled in fear, trying to explain, "Well, you see, the truth is." Lord Omphalos impatiently called, "Zenovia." She flinched and bowed her head upon hearing her name. Zenovia broke out in a sweat, and her face darkened as she thought, what did he just say? Burrow might still be alive. What if that guy is really alive and has perfected his holy power? Lord Omphalos ordered Zenovia not to bow her head anymore. When Zenovia raised her head, an object immediately pierced the gem on her forehead. Lord Omphalos was transmitting a new source of magic to Zenovia. From the gem, purple streaks extended down to her eyes. She enjoyed the source of magic and said, "This magic is beyond your comprehension. This is the great knowledge being transmitted to you." The circlet on Zenovia's forehead gradually cracked. Lord Omphalos said, "This is a sign of my trust." Lord Omphalos added, "My divine knowledge, now no mage can surpass you." Zenovia floated up after receiving the new source of magic. Lord Omphalos said to her, "There is nothing to fear." Zenovia in her new form. The gem disappeared, replaced by a vertical mouth. Around her head were two golden rings that looked strangely beautiful. Ectos of Earth knelt down and begged, "I implore you," he said earnestly, "if things continue like this, sooner or later that guy and Zenovia will clash, and then either he will die at Zenovia's hands or by Omphalos." Gladius the counterfeit angel threw a punch and asked, "What does that have to do with me?" Ectos of Earth hesitated and said, "Come on, you and I are bound by fate. Don't you remember what happened last time you lied to Zenovia?" Suddenly an object flew down from above towards Ectos of Earth. Gladius flew up towards a monster, and the monster was also looking up at Gladius. Both simultaneously threw their fists towards each other. Gladius warned, "Don't bother me." The one with two brains and a test tube asked, "You want me to restore this experiment's memory?" Gladius replied, "Right, it's not a difficult task for you, is it?" He replied, "Maybe so, but when did you notice something strange?" Gladius was stepped on. Half his face bleeding, he said, "I don't know. I don't care." Then he continued, "But I need to know why it saved me. Why did it save someone like me who was about to die?" Snow frowned at Gladius. He added, "Ever since I woke up, it has been acting like this." The kid Snow was confused. Gladius looked at the kid and thought, even. He recalled the scene of Han-Bin Ryu shouting Snow. Next to him was a clone of Holian holding Han-Bin Ryu's hand and a red-haired girl holding a spear. Gladius said to himself, "I thought that after that incident, it would recover some memories." He felt regret about Ice Snow, but it still just looked at me with the same soulless eyes as before. The one with two brains spoke up, "Since this is a request from you, a high-ranking angel appointed by Omphalos, I will not refuse." He continued, "Even if it's wrong, the project to create you is my responsibility." He paused and then replied, "However, there is one condition." Gladius asked irritably, "What?" He said, "The giant creatures released into the wild may be a part of your past. They will be useful in the invasion of Lat. The problem is they lack intelligence and cannot be controlled. They are huge monsters with strange shapes." After he finished speaking, he handed over a test tube containing a parasite and said, "But if you use this parasite, combined with this experiment's special ability, you will control them." Snow looked curiously at the test tube. He reminded, "Try to keep them as intact as possible." Back to Gladius's battle, he remembered those words and said, "All right." He wondered, losing an arm should be fine, right? The monster prepared its fighting stance, creating a source of yellow magic around it. Cross. Gladius threw a punch, and the monster's arm flew off its body. He clenched his fist and said contemptuously, "Weakling." Gladius punched the monster hard in the face and shouted, "Stay down." The monster lay down motionless, blood flowing from its head. He sat on its face. Ectos of Earth from below called up to Gladius, "Hey, listen to me. I'm saying if Zenovia finds out that Human is still alive, there will be real trouble." Gladius calmly released the parasite into the monster. "Trouble, just because you lied and said he was dead?" I just kept quiet. The parasite slowly burrowed into the monster's face. Gladius jumped to the ground and continued, "Besides, if that human is exposed and he ends up fighting me, that's fine too." He added, "Or if he remains hidden and fights that gang guy, that's fine too. Either way, one of them will die." The monster's eye gradually changed from blue to red. The two of them left. Gladius said to Ectos of Earth, "And then I'll fight the stronger one." He looked at him as if what he was saying was impossible. He continued, "Because he is an Otherworlder, there is no way to avoid Omphalos' control." After hearing that, Gladius looked at Ectos with annoyance. On his face, a mysterious premium ticket, the new city of Rad, under the rule of the tyrant Gaian, was a blue ticket. A young man approached the gate. This place contained countless traps and unforeseeable difficulties, and with Han-Bin here, it would be a lie to say I'm not scared. Jang Lucen moved forward with great enthusiasm, but he had entrusted me with the mission to save Kovi. I will give it my all. As he stepped in, the scene began to change. Jang Lucen was transported to a city. He thought to himself, "I came here ready for this. The big tree in the city, the buildings as beautiful as a painting. Children were playing together, not a single homeless person on these clean streets. Laughter filled the air as children played everywhere. Prices were also low, and even the grilled meat skewers with vegetables looked very appealing to the eye. Jang Lucen enjoyed 2 skewers of grilled meat, praising them endlessly. The food is damn good. This place is a paradise." While eating the grilled meat skewer, he remained vigilant, telling himself, I have to stay sharp. This is enemy territory. Behind this peaceful facade, there must be some dirty plot. He suspected maybe they've brainwashed the people. Jang Lucen looked at his meat skewer again. Or did they put something in the food? Suddenly a vase broke. Jang Lucen exclaimed joyfully, "That person is." He called out chorously. She looked at him in surprise and said, "Jang Lucen." Risley's hand trembled as she pointed at him and spoke. "You were supposed to have been killed by Leon, right?" After she spoke, a factory was being heated by a controlled flame. The smiths worked hard, the fire bestowed by the goddess Jason upon the Dragon Emperor, capable of incinerating even gods. Its temperature was so intense that even dwarves who lived near volcanoes could hardly bear it. As a result, the equipment crafted by the dwarves almost melted instantly upon getting close to it. The heat of the fire and the billowing smoke were terrifying. In the controlled flame, the part made from a world tree was incinerated, and what remained was a blade covered in blazing red flames. 2 girls were pouring water on the smith to reduce the heat while he was forging. There was only one chance. 4 smiths simultaneously pushed the blade and said, "Into the iron room." The glowing hammer was handed to the smith, a spot that cannot be struck twice. Each position can only be struck once. The royal sword that even our ancestors could not complete. The cup was handed to the smith. A smith ordered, "Until I come out of the iron room, no one is to enter." Those outside heard and replied in unison, "As you command." Then the smith turned back to focus on the iron bar. In a ready stance, one hand holding the hammer, the other holding the hot iron bar, he prayed silently, "Goddess of fire Jason, ancestor of the hammer and axe." He gathered a great deal of force, his whole heart and mind calling upon the god, "Please." Then the smith holding the hammer used all his might to strike the iron bar hard. Artifact Belt of the 4 Gods allows switching between 4 elemental cores, usable at level 180. Both looked at the belt. Han-Bin Ryu scratched his head and spoke. "Although I didn't have high hopes, as expected, I can't use it." Antia crossed her arms and said, "We knew you wouldn't be able to use this artifact." She continued, "The important thing is that this artifact is the core of the dungeon, which means if we take it out, we can trigger the dungeon's closing process." Han-Bin Ryu exclaimed in surprise, "Really? So when the dungeon closes, everyone inside will be pushed to the surface?" Antia grimaced and pointed a finger at him. "What kind of hunter forgets such a basic thing?" He replied, "It's been a long time since I triggered a dungeon closure, so I didn't think about it." He continued excitedly, "With this, we can get past Zenovia's barrier and enter. So we just have to wait for the Dwarf King to finish his work, right?" Antia retorted, "But with this method, we risk being detected by Zenovia. When that happens, there's no turning back." She closed her eyes and held her hand at shoulder level, looking helpless. "And even if we give that item to Gaian, who knows what will happen?" She continued, "In the worst-case scenario, you might have to face both Zenovia and Gaian." Antia got angry when Han-Bin Ryu wasn't paying attention while she was talking, but was looking above her. She yelled, "Hey, are you even listening?" He guessed, "I think our position might have been exposed." He shouted, "We're under attack." A horde of angels rushed out from the mirror. "It's angels. It's an attack from angels. Everyone get behind the cart." Some were shooting continuously. Some were using shields. Someone shouted, "Hold the defensive line. Don't let them break through at any cost." The other person continued, "Don't let them get near the iron room." The people at the door blocking the way were firing hard at the angels as they got closer. A magic user said, "Are they attracted by the strong aura?" Then he turned to his comrades and said, "I'll hold them here. Evacuate the women." He urgently raised his voice, "And bring the Vantara warrior here now." Suddenly, an angel tore through a shield unexpectedly. A pair of hands grabbed the legs of an angel. It was Han-Bin Ryu. He immediately tore it in two. Then he turned to everyone and asked, "Any casualties?" A brown-haired dwarf with a long beard replied, "Thanks to the warrior, no one is hurt yet." "But why?" He cut off the person who was speaking. "That's the closest point. Don't let your guard down." He added, "These are just low-level soldiers attracted when the gate opened. The real threat is still on its way." Hearing a noise, an angel turned its head to look. Han-Bin Ryu gave a wry smile and greeted the person opposite him. "We meet quite often, don't we? At this rate, we might even become close." He called out the opponent's name, "Ancient Angel, or should I call you Gladius now?" He slowly stepped out of the gate. Gladius replied, "It doesn't matter what name you call me, human." Han-Bin Ryu frowned and said, "No, Otherworlder, I don't think there will be another chance to hunt you." Gladius moved quickly towards the people behind Han-Bin Ryu, throwing a punch and asking, "So are you going to fight me for real now?" As Gladius was about to punch, his hand was blocked by Han-Bin Ryu's, who said, "No need for pointless provocations." Han-Bin Ryu's hair changed from black to red. He put force into his fist and said, "I will face you seriously." Anya was trying to climb up, panting and complaining, "That damn bastard, no matter how much a hurry you're in, you shouldn't leave so quickly, making me climb this high." She continued, "Just you wait, you'll get what's coming to you." Suddenly, two sources of energy, yellow and red, intertwined and shot down, making Anya stop and look. She got angry and shouted, "You really are." The two yellow and red streams shot down erratically, crashing hard into the wall. Han-Bin Ryu punched hard at Gladius, who quickly blocked with his hand and thought, "Has his strength increased again?" He continued to himself, "I guess he really did defeat that holy beast on his own, but it seems there's more to it than that." Han-Bin Ryu continuously threw punches at Gladius. He shouted contemptuously, "Fight with all your might, human." Then Han-Bin Ryu grabbed Gladius's neck and pulled him down to the ground. He was in a passive position, unable to do anything against the strong pull. They both landed hard, causing the surroundings to crack. Gladius, in pain, choked and thought, "Hey, human." Han-Bin Ryu was still in the position of holding his head. Gladius laughed contemptuously and said, "I told you to stop messing around." His wings stabbed 2 times into the sides of his opponent's waist. Gladius reversed the position and said, "Fight me." He continued, "Be serious." Then he crossed his hands to create a source of yellow magic. Gladius forcefully threw the magic forward. Then he landed on the ground. He thought to himself, "There's something about this guy." The thick dust and smoke gradually cleared. Suddenly, a powerful red magic source appeared towards Gladius. He looked forward. Han-Bin Ryu became clearly visible through the dust. His 2 arms had new armor that looked sturdy and sharp. He spoke, "You demanded that I fight seriously." He continued, "And this is all you've got?" Han-Bin Ryu brought his hand to his chin, cracked his knuckles to warm up, and asked, "Is this your limit?" A giant monster bares its teeth at its tiny prey. To eat and be eaten is the truth of this world. The strong survive, the weak must die. Standing beneath the halo of heaven and earth, a large-winged angel hovers overhead. Some creatures in that world are constantly evolving. To it is a boring world because no creature can threaten it. Suddenly, the angel opens its mouth, revealing terrifyingly sharp teeth. That creature is the embodiment of that world. Someone exclaims, "My evolution has stopped." And looking at Han-Bin Ryu attacking with a sword, continues, "Until I met that guy." Gladius crosses his arms in front of his face smugly. Biologically, I have completed my evolution. I am a supreme entity. Then he mutters to himself, but why? Gladius pierces Han-Bin Ryu's shoulder with his weapon. He continues to wonder why. Suddenly, his eyes turn red, his face fierce. Seeing Han-Bin Ryu slammed against the back wall, injured yet with an indifferent face, Gladius is suspicious. He just stands there so calmly and thinks, biologically, he hasn't changed at all. Suddenly, in the sky, a dazzling light radiates a terrifying red spiritual power. Gladius wonders, but he is stronger. His dark eyes narrow as he thinks, I guess I should get serious. On one side, Han-Bin Ryu rests his chin on his hand and asks, is that all you've got? Hearing this, Gladius furiously shouts, I don't understand. Then, tilting his head to the sky, radiating a golden energy like a myriad of universes, he roars, I don't understand, and although the reason is unclear, if I can kill him. And grabbing the angelic halo on his head, he thinks, if I use my full power to finish him, I feel like I can find the truth. At the same time, Gladius materializes an aura sword carrying golden energy, pointing it straight to the sky. He puts on a mask and growls, pick up your weapon, human. Then he unleashes a powerful sword strike toward Han-Bin Ryu. Immediately, he steps on one end of an iron bar on the ground, causing it to fly up, and with a bloody hand, grabs the iron bar. Han-Bin Ryu swings it, creating an energy of yellow. He transforms one end of the iron bar into a spiked mace, rests it on his shoulder, and taunts with a wave of his hand. For a mad dog that bites people like you, a poison club is the most fitting thing. Hearing this, Gladius's face contorts in rage as he roars and charges forward. But Han-Bin Ryu's spiked mace quickly smashes into his face. He swings the mace like a baseball bat, sending Gladius flying far into the cave wall, causing rocks and earth to explode. Suddenly from that spot, a golden light flashes. At the same time, 3 weapon points are shot out. It pierces the aura arm Han-Bin. Ryu raises to block. At the same time, he swings his other hand, shooting out red aura blocks. A few pieces embed themselves in Gladius's golden sword, while some hit the wall behind him, creating an aura explosion. Gladius flies up to avoid the explosion. Then the two continue to swing their weapons and charge at each other. Gladius and Han-Bin Ryu clash in the middle. He raises his trembling, non-sword-wielding arm to block Han-Bin Ryu's mace, and he also uses his non-mace-wielding hand to try to block his sword. Suddenly, Han-Bin Ryu withdraws his mace. On the other side, Gladius also retracts his sword. Then they both separate, but the ground beneath their feet rumbles and cracks. Gladius thinks blankly, that's right, and he lets out a low, delighted laugh. This is the feeling, this numbing sensation. Then he swings 2 swords, creating a cross-shaped attack carrying golden energy. On this side, Han-Bin Ryu also unleashes a similar red cross-shaped attack. In midair, the red and yellow attacks collide into each other. Suddenly, they change color, becoming black and white like the eye of the Lord of the Rings. Then the two charge into close combat again, radiating immense red and yellow energy. The mace and sword clash, sending out sparks. Gladius looks at the 2 weapons grinding against each other, creating sparks, and thinks just one mistake could be fatal. It's not a one-sided hunt, but he widens his pitch-black eyes, gritting his teeth in disbelief of fight. And looking at Han-Bin Ryu's calm expression, he is confused, but what's with that expression? Suddenly the monster tilts its head back, opens its mouth, and thinks as if he's bored. Suddenly, Gladius's golden sword is chipped and a crack begins to spread. He furiously swings his fist and shouts, "Don't mess with me." Gladius throws a punch, but Han-Bin Ryu also swings his fist to block. He silently remarks, "There's no reason for me to be overwhelmed. I have evolved for combat." Yet Han-Bin Ryu's punch is overpowering Gladius. Seeing this, he is doubtful, but how can this be? Then Gladius raises his knee to attack. But on this side, Han-Bin Ryu also raises his knee to counter. Gladius mutters, "I've clearly reached the pinnacle of evolution." At this moment, an aura stone appears on Han-Bin Ryu's knee, piercing Gladius's knee. He is stunned and wonders, how can this be? At the same time, Gladius tilts his head back to gain momentum, then growls to himself, realize it. Then he headbutts Han-Bin Ryu, making his nose bleed, and Gladius thinks to himself, feel it. At this moment, Han-Bin Ryu has to step back, using his mace to support himself and holding his face. On one side, Gladius angrily shouts, "I'm a creature of a completely different level, human." Meanwhile, Han-Bin Ryu just bows his head, holding his face without saying anything. Then, his killer eyes peek through his fingers, looking at Gladius mockingly. Too light. And Han-Bin Ryu clenches his fist, raises his head, and says, "Your sword is too light." And he asks, "What do you fight for?" Making Gladius scowl in annoyance. He hisses, "I can't believe you're saying such things." Then he charges forward again and growls. Does fighting need a reason? But Han-Bin Ryu just stands still, swings his mace, and breaks Gladius's sword, sending half of it flying and sticking into the ground. Seeing this, Gladius is stunned. Meanwhile, he closes his eyes and asks, "Is it because of Onplaus's command? Then you're just being used." Suddenly, he throws the sword to the ground, laughing maniacally. He. Then he throws his head back, stands up straight, and laughs with sarcastic delight. "Ha ha ha, I thought you were thinking of something profound. Turns out it's just that." Then he continues, making Han-Bin Ryu glance and frown. "You think I'm pitiful for being used by Onplaus? You, someone from another world like you?" Their backs are at each other. Gladius turns his head and asks, "Do you want to commit suicide?" He even reveals information in the guideline for you. Those from another world, there is a suicide function. Do you think Onplaus prepared it so you could rest in peace? Then Gladius, with a sinister look, bares his teeth and sneers. It's a shackle. And in his mind, he thinks it's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Hearing this, Han-Bin Ryu looks completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Gladius continues to ramble on. When the time comes, it will be the chain to bind you and devour you at will. Somewhere, Eidos looks up at Gladius standing on the head of a giant monster and worries. That's very dangerous. If Zenobia really finds out that Guy is still alive, things will get very complicated. But he throws something out doubtfully. "Trouble, you're the one who lied that he was dead. The trouble is your business. I'll just keep quiet." Then Gladius jumps down and continues, "Besides, if his identity is revealed, it would be good for him to fight me." At the same time, the pupils of the monster Gladius was just standing on suddenly widen and slowly turn red. He adds, or conversely, it wouldn't be bad if he doesn't reveal his identity and has to fight that Gain guy. Walking ahead, Gladius smirks unhappily. "I just need to face someone stronger." But Eidos follows, reasoning, "I'm saying this because that's impossible." Then he says, "He's an Otherworlder. How can he escape from Onplaus's grasp?" Hearing this, Gladius frowns, turns his head and asks, "What does it matter that this Min Ryu is an Otherworlder?" Suddenly Eidos takes out a drawing of trees and exclaims angrily, "Of course it matters." "Ah, this is so frustrating. Let me explain it to you clearly." The drawing illustrates, what Onplaus wants is the essence of rat. Taking a sheep grazing on young grass, Eidos describes, and the ones who absorb the most rat essence are humans. Making humans eat is the most effective way. Then he draws some fences, but the barrier of the rat farm is very strong. Even Onplaus can't freely touch that flock of sheep. Looking at the sheep grazing, Eidos adds, "Moreover, the size of those sheep isn't very large. Even if you put all your effort into catching one, the amount of essence obtained is not much. The mindless sheep are worth investing in." So Onplaus decided to fatten the flock even more. At one point, a pink monster appeared and ate the sheep because he had put monsters into the dungeons in Rat. Seeing their kin being devoured, the remaining sheep fled. Initially, the people of Rat panicked. Then they took up shields and swords to fight the monsters, but then they started fighting for survival. When they defeated a monster, the sheep cheered. The weak monsters were quickly eliminated. Suddenly a golden crown appeared before the sheep. Eidos explains, and in the dungeons, precious artifacts were discovered. With benefits to be had, the flock of sheep lined up to enter the dungeons. So humans automatically entered the dungeons without being ordered. Of course, they didn't want to die, so they had to level up. Day by day, the sheep diligently ate grass. However, the people of Rat couldn't level up by killing monsters. They trained by absorbing the essence of the rat world to raise their levels. Until a small sheep increased its size fourfold and became a giant, Onplaus just had to introduce dungeons and monsters, and the average level of the rat people increased fourfold. Then a hand from the darkness reached out towards the flock of sheep, but the rat people, full of essence, were just a piece of cake out of reach. No one has the right to kill the creations of other gods. The sheep crept up to the fence, so Onplaus used the small sheep. They had golden collars put on their necks. Those are the Otherworlders, despite having human forms. but they are wolves implanted with sharp teeth, called guidelines, suddenly biting the big sheep to death. Their demonic eyes and sharp teeth help them. Once they taste blood, they become addicted. They hunt down the people of Rat with sky-high levels. Then a war will break out. And because it's hard to identify who the wolves are, fear and insecurity in Rat will reach their peak. The people of Rat begin to betray and divide among themselves. A fork stabs down at the fence. Meanwhile, Rat consumes too much essence, causing the barrier to weaken. Humans can now skewer a sheep and put it in their mouths. Moreover, the Otherworlders are not the creation of the goddesses. Onplows can devour them whenever he wants. And there will be wolves in sheep's clothing who do not accept. Of course, there are Otherworlders strong enough to dare to oppose him. So the golden collar on its neck will tighten, but that was already calculated. A mechanism has been added to the guideline. The golden collar makes the wolf's head disappear. Ito's adds, and that's why the guideline has a suicide function. Looking at the dust flying in the wind, he continues, anyway, when the Otherworlders die, they will turn to dust, and their guidelines and experience will all return to Onplows. Then Ito's opens his mouth wide. If his identity is revealed, or when the time comes, everything will end. A single suicide command from Onplows is enough to solve it. Then he adds fuel to the fire, making Gladius grimace, and says, if not now, the battle you want will never happen. Back to the present, looking at the dumbfounded Han-Bin Ryu, Gladius asks, do you understand now? He shows his sharp eyes, baring his teeth tauntingly. Who is the one who should feel pitiful, who is being thoroughly used by Onplows here? And looking at him, standing there with a dark face, he sneers, Otherworlder. Suddenly, Han-Bin Ryu throws the mace to the ground. Seeing this, Gladius asks in surprise, what are you doing? The battle isn't over yet. But he closes his eyes, turns his head away, and says nothing. Being ignored, Gladius grits his teeth in fury. Then he roars and scolds, have you despaired? Good, then right here I will cut off your head. Gladius's mocking voice echoes in the deep cave. Then I'll finish off those other people for you to see. Fight! Then he charges again, shouting, pick up your weapon, I said fight, you bastard. And releasing a roaring yellow energy, he charges. Suddenly, something seems to fall on the two of them from above. It rushes in between Han-Bin Ryu and Gladius. Sensing it, he glances up in surprise. At the same time, a beam of red light shoots down from the sky, flashing brilliantly, forcing Gladius to retreat to avoid it. He glances and remarks, from the beginning, I could feel it. There's a strong killing intent on the ceiling. This power is on par with Han-Bin Ryu. Then looking at the thing emitting a faint red energy in the dust, he speculates, a guard? Who is it? At this moment, Han-Bin Ryu is holding something. Suddenly, Gladius's eyes widen in surprise. And he sneers, you think that's enough to make me despair? Suddenly, from the top of the cave, his friends and the dwarf look down and shout, Han-Bin Ryu. Suddenly the dwarf raises his hammer and reminds him, once you hold that sword in your hand, failure is unforgivable. And looking at the sword, he shouts, this sword is... The dwarf uses all his strength and roars, Gigantes. That is the terrifying sword Han-Bin Ryu is holding. At the same time, the dwarf adds, the blade of the Otherworlder Sword King. He looks at one end of the sword, emitting an aura flame, and thinks the sword Gigantes. And with excited eyes, he assesses this sword is just about right. Seeing this, Gladius shouts happily, a new weapon, excellent. This time, for sure. But before he can finish his words, he is cut off by Han-Bin Ryu's action of splitting Gigantes in two. Then he throws half of the sword towards Gladius, making him ask doubtfully, what is this? Holding his half of the sword, Han-Bin Ryu replies, try holding it, so you don't complain about a weapon disparity when you die. Listen, I'll show you the true weight of sword. This statement leaves the group at the cave mouth speechless. The dwarf even foams at the mouth in anger, stammering, oh my god, my masterpiece. And Gladius steps forward, sneering, do you really believe in that nonsense about the true weight of a sword? Then he grips the hilt and growls, the survival of the fittest. And he says with a smug laugh, is the only truth. But looking at the heavy sword, he thinks doubtfully, what is this? I can lift this. What the hell is it made of? On this side, Han-Bin Ryu swipes his hand, smearing aura blood on the blade, and replies, of course it's heavy. This sword contains the aspirations of countless people. He looks at the sweating Gladius and adds, compared to it, your survival of the fittest theory is nothing. Unfair? A power disparity? Then Han-Bin Ryu raises the sword above his head and asks, "So what?" Then with a challenging gaze, he provokes, "Pull that sword up if you can." Min Ryu directly charged forward and slashed, causing Miss Mass to be immediately unable to withstand it and be pushed back, seemingly seriously injured. Miss Mass barely managed to stand firm. He thought to himself, too close, that blow was really too dangerous. Looking at Min Ryu, standing calmly on the opposite side, he felt a bit of confusion. Why does that thing look even sharper? Is it because he no longer needs to focus on maintaining the aura blade? Suddenly, he saw his arm detach, then gradually fall like a leaf from a branch. Miss Mast was bewildered. It severed. The cut was so clean, I didn't even notice. While Miss Mast was still rejoicing inwardly, thinking he still had a hand and could still fight, at that very moment it separated into pieces. It was the hand that had been cut into hundreds of fragments. His body gradually fell. He was still very confident. The newer these cuts are, the easier it is for me to regenerate. I still have many special skills you don't know about. But in the next second, his right arm fell off with fresh blood still on it. At this point, Miss Mast was in so much pain that he screamed horribly. He slowly collapsed, muttering in his head, "Is this the difference between our ranks? The difference between classes?" Now, looking at Min Ryu, he had to accept an obvious truth, that he was truly a different individual from now on. He was already in a different position. He was no longer a bloodthirsty beast full of rage. Min Ryu now stood still, resting his sword and looking at the enemy. Miss Mass continued, "He has become quieter. Something has stopped his intention to kill. And now, do I look any different from a disgusting bug?" At this moment, Min Ryu spoke, "First, monsters. Second, those who want to die. And now what kind are you, Miss Mast?" He tried to regenerate, shouting angrily, "What kind of stupid question is that?" Seeing Miss Mast begin to regenerate his body, he continued, "Do you want to know what the third is?" Min Ryu then raised his sword and said, "This is not for the likes of you, who don't even understand why they have to fight." Miss Mast sneered and asked back, "Why do I fight?" "Because there is no reason." Saying this, he continued to charge at Min Ryu, attacking again. His speed was too fast, thanks to his wings. He was close to Min Ryu in the blink of an eye. He calmly began to gather power into his twin swords, the dance of the fear of eternal death. If you can't adapt to it, you will die. Miss Mass charged like a moth to a flame. He continued, "And so, I am the one who bestows death." Miss Mast and Min Ryu looked straight into each other's eyes and shouted. Both of them unleashed their final killing moves. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion occurred. Miss Mast had completely collapsed, but a smile was still on his lips, worthy of the title of the most stubborn young man of the year. After charging in without a clear purpose, he had taken the full essence of a cross-shaped slash right in the middle of his chest. He continued to speak. "After all, but have I ever touched you?" At this point, Miss Mast asked Min Ryu, "What is this? Are you stronger again?" Min Ryu replied with a contemptuous voice, "Because I have a reason for myself." He was still absolutely annoyed. I don't understand anything at all." At this point, Miss Mast hesitated and said, "But with a god, all other gods are not easily killed, because they can be reborn for countless lifetimes." Saying this, he put his hand to open his chest and said, "Moreover, as long as the halo remains, the weak will not have the right to survive." Min Ryu was angered by these words and moved in front of him. "Still not shutting up? That's just your excuse." At this moment, Min Ryu swung the sword in his hand. Suddenly Miss Mass said, "Summon the soul that lacks the courage to exist." Immediately, a magic circle appeared from above. A spirit immediately appeared. Min Ryu immediately ordered, "Step aside. This is not your business. You're not involved. Go home, Snow." At this moment, Snow's eyes lit up. It replied, "I am experiment 20991. Miss Mass tried to order it to move, but to no avail. Suddenly another one appeared from above Min Ryu's head. He immediately shouted, "Dodge quickly, Min Ryu." As he flew down, he said, "The right time has come. I will end you, you defective product." Min Ryu suddenly turned around, directly piercing through his body. Then he slowly raised his sword, directly tearing his entire body in two. Min Ryu then sneered and said, "I was wondering when you would show up, you bastard." Just then, Min Ryu's body spurted out blood, making him not understand what was happening. A sword was piercing through his chest, very deep and very large. Miss Mast immediately shouted, "What the hell are you doing, Snow?" It turned out that Snow had used his own life to make his hand lift up and stab through Min Ryu's body. At this moment, the boy slowly closed his eyes, mission complete. Min Ryu was also motionless. The system announced that the faulty guideline has confirmed cardiac arrest. The final warrior Ryu Han-Bin level 7 has died. As soon as she received the news, Effie completely collapsed, an indescribable feeling welling up inside her. The sky gradually turned dark. At Gayen's mansion, while she was in her room, someone came and called her with an urgent tone. "Miss Kiwi, it's time to try on the wedding dress." The girl in the room asked back, "Does it have to be now? Can it be another time?" The servant replied, "I'm afraid not. Miss, it's an order from Master Gayen." At this, Effie opened the door a crack and replied with a gloomy face, "It really can't be now. Can't you come and call me another time?" The other person replied, "I'm busy too." Kiwi was immediately so surprised her eyes widened. "It's Leslie and Lucen." She couldn't understand why it was them. As for Leslie, she bluntly grabbed Effie's hand and said, "Be quiet." But Lucen was very happy. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Effie?" The two of them saw Kiwi in the room looking distantly out the window and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Kiwi seems to be okay." After Effie opened the door, they immediately entered the room. She hurriedly asked her two friends, "How did you all find your way here?" Lucen happily replied, "It's all thanks to Leslie. She volunteered to use her power to save everyone." Leslie pretended to be angry, volunteered. "You were the one who lost your temper. I don't remember that part, but whatever. I know all the passages here thanks to my years of service here." Gayen is most off guard at dusk. At this point, Lucen excitedly asked Kiwi, "Did you hear that? Let's go together." Kiwi replied in a sad voice, "I promise Gayen, I have to turn him into a god for Rana." Hearing this, Leslie's face showed clear annoyance. Kiwi continued, "That's the best thing we can do right now. I appreciate everyone's efforts, but please try to protect yourselves by any means." Lucen immediately said, loudly after hearing this, "What are you talking about? Min Ryu is looking for you." Effie hesitantly told the truth. Min Ryu is the heir of the Sword King. Lucen seemed to know the answer upon hearing this. Her face a little panicked as she replied, "What do you mean? That can't be true." Kiwi calmly continued, "Everything Effie said is true. His guidance always carries the breath of darkness." Lucen got angry. "You're just saying that you didn't see it with your own eyes, did you? I have a strong belief that Gayen guy has used the power of the gods to manipulate the guides." Lucen rushed forward and grabbed Kiwi's shoulders. "Come with us." And then his eyes widened. A Kiwi with soulless eyes turned her head to look back. Lucen let go of his hand and slowly stepped back, his face showing clear astonishment. Just then, a woman walked in and spoke. "Oh my God, I wonder what brought you all here." Saying this, she glanced at Leslie and said, "Well, it's been a while since I've seen this familiar face, hasn't it? How have you been, Leslie?" These words immediately made Leslie fly into a rage and retort, "Thanks to your blessings, I have to work as a tailor in the city." The woman didn't seem to care much and continued to puff on the cigarette in her hand. "Oh, it suits you." At this moment, she looked over at Lucen and continued to drone on. "And who is this young man?" A voice replied, "He's just here to shine shoes." Lucen stood dumbfounded, looking at her. He thought to himself, "It's Zenobia. I've heard of her before." Looking at the image of the woman before him, he was a little confused, but she was truly very different. So, this is a sorcerer? Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes at him and said, "Can you get out of the way, kid?" Leslie immediately pulled him back. Lucen quickly apologized. Just then, Zenobia continued, "I need to talk to her." Kiwi spoke up, "What do you want?" "We're not close." Zenobia then replied with a haughty face, "Nothing much. I'm just a little curious. The person with you looks like he's from Bantana. I'm surprised to see he's from another world." Another world. At this moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared from her cigarette. She continued, "So I just wanted to know, but it seems it's no use." Just then, a large screen appeared. Zenobia said, "Because this guy refuses to talk. That's all." At this moment, something began to appear on the screen that made Effie unable to believe her eyes. The woman explained, "I try not to be too harsh with him, but he was too loyal, so I just did a little this and a little that." The footage on the screen gradually left everyone speechless. She continued to drone on, "Of course, he's still clinging to life, and I wonder how long he can endure." 4. The image of a once very healthy young man, now with his entire body pinned by iron spikes, piercing through piece after piece of his flesh, his body covered in blood. Leon must be in great pain. Zenobia continued, so I want you to tell him to give up. I'm only here to tell you that. That's all. By now, Lucian could no longer stand this woman. Anger was visible in every line of his face. At this moment, a hand grabbed his. It was Leslie. When he looked at her, she tried to signal him not to do anything. Looking at her expression, it was clear that enduring this humiliation wasn't easy for her either. At this moment, the woman's facial muscles began to form a gruesome smile. Seeing this expression of yours, I guess I don't need to ask you anymore. Right? Saying this, she stood up and stretched. I wonder what you're dreaming about now. Do you dream of a love story like a normal person? You don't look the type. Zenobia brought the cigarette to her lips to savor. Oh, Leon will have to die a painful death and endure unnecessary torture. Just then, Kiwi replied, wasn't it your decision to forgive Leon? Kiwi immediately retorted, it's because Gayan is interested in Leon. That's the thing you should stay away from. Suddenly, Zenobia walked straight up and slapped Kiwi hard across the face. She said, you foolish thing who doesn't know her place. Do you think I wouldn't dare do anything to you just because Gayan has your back? Kiwi clutched her cheek in pain as she listened to the woman continue. Don't get me wrong, both you and Gayan have no choice. What can you do to protect Ratna? But anyway, to live peacefully in this world, people must know their place. At this moment, Effie shouted Zenovia's name loudly. The woman burst into hearty laughter. Look there, your little friend has also just crossed the line to seek her death. Kiwi couldn't take it anymore and delivered a hook kick that sent the woman flying backward. Seeing that she couldn't fight back and was instead stuck there, witnessing this power made Effie unable to believe her eyes. Both Leslie and Lucian were wide-eyed, not expecting Kiwi to have actually done that. The woman sat up in astonishment. What? Did she just attack me? She immediately went berserk. How dare you hit me, Kiwi? You've lost your mind. At this moment, Kiwi directly tore off the uncomfortable dress they had prepared for her and just stood there, still saying nothing, just glaring at the woman who was screaming in annoyance. Kiwi slowly walked forward and said, have you shut your mouth yet? These words left the woman stunned, staring blankly at Kiwi with an empty mind. Kiwi continued, just as you said, I dreamed of a rosy future, but even if it shatters, my mission remains unchanged. At this moment, she pointed straight at the woman's face and said, I am Kiwi, the prophet of the Lord. Even if the Dark Lord disappears, I haven't lost my mind to the point of losing my reverence for Omphalos. Hearing this, the woman muttered, oh, so that's how it is? At this moment, she suddenly attacked and said, then go and die. That orb directly caused the entire room to explode. The power was truly terrifying. But Kiwi still stood there, looking coldly at the woman. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It seems you still don't understand what I just said, do you? It turned out Gayan had arrived just in time to protect all four of them. He said, explain yourself, Zenobia. She let out a breath and said, explain. At this moment, she stood up and continued, why do you always make such a big deal out of things? It's obvious she's trying to make us argue. She took her steps and walked around. We just had a small disagreement. That's all. You don't need to worry about it. After saying that, she walked straight towards the large hole in the wall and waved goodbye to be careful. Get ready for the wedding. This is tiring her out, maybe even making her nerves tense. Gayan replied coldly, I find myself too tense as well, having people like you behind me like this. Saying this, he directly drew his sword and continued, I should have dealt with you a long time ago. These words left the woman stunned. A slash was unleashed right after, causing the already ruined area to become even more devastated. At this moment, Kiwi, slightly bothered by the dust, opened her eyes to find the woman gone. It turned out she had flown up into midair. She continued, I thought I had hidden it so well. Since when did you start suspecting my true identity? At this moment, a pair of dazzling and enormous wings appeared behind her, allowing her to float in the sky before everyone's eyes. Kiwi hurriedly urged everyone to run. Gayan then spoke, I'm a little surprised. Magic that conceals the Dark Lord, yet someone like you. I really want to believe that all of this is the result of studying Omphalos' magic, but the fact that you were not afraid when facing it made me confirm that it is true. She asked him, So who killed Barrows and betrayed the Lord more than I did? The demon god Omphalos. Hearing this, he was a little surprised. Zenobia continued, the fragment of the dark god that you possess, I will take it back. He saw that and said, that will be a little difficult for me. After saying goodbye, she flew away immediately. Kiwi struggled to shout, stop right there, Zenobia. After saying that, she shouted at Gayan, get out of the way. Gayan replied in annoyance, you're still not used to this kind of darkness. Gayan began to chant, oh, incarnate dark god, curtain of night, manifest. The sky began to be covered by darkness. This stunned Zenobia. Suddenly, something very dark appeared above her head. She cursed as expected. You are truly cruel, Gayan. Black rays of light were continuously shot down from the sky. They were as dense as raindrops, forcing her to try to maneuver gracefully to fly out of here as quickly as possible. Just then, her wing was suddenly hit. It immediately caused that part of the wing to melt, startling her. She thought to herself, you want to destroy me, don't you, dark god? The longer I stay, the worse the situation will get. At this moment, Zenobia began to recite a series of spells. While reciting, she thought, although it will consume a lot of mana, this is the last chance. An escape route appeared in the air, but due to the weight of the dark god, the escape portal was cracked. Zenobia steadfastly tried to hold on for as long as possible, then was surprised to see Kiwi still standing there. She immediately regretted it. What a shame I can't tear that little girl into 100 pieces. Just then, a hand suddenly appeared from behind. Zenobia immediately sensed the lurking danger, her facial muscles tensing. As soon as she turned her head, a hand clamped down on her mouth. Zenobia muttered to herself, no, it can't end like this. The spell isn't finished yet. Gaia now looked straight into her face. A hand reaching towards Zenobia left her stunned. Even Barrows had to wage war against the dark god. Running away seems like the simplest plan, right? At this point, she was determined to continue reciting the spell. The mouth on her forehead tried to work at full capacity. Finally, a ray of light was shot out, breaking a patch of the dark wall in midair. Gayan immediately retracted his wings and protected himself. He said, this magic is completely different from what is used in Ratna. Seeing that he could still withstand it, Zenobia wondered to herself, is this part of the reverence you receive from Omphalos? But unfortunately, it still hasn't reached the level of true reverence. After escaping the light, Gayan continued, you and I, surely you understand the difference between us, right? Zenobia smiled in response. I know exactly how strong you are, but I know the location is not your advantage. Your advantage. Saying this, she pointed her finger at the mirror of light in her hand. The innocent people below scrambled to run away from this suddenly appearing light. Gayan looked down below, his eyes revealing clear astonishment. It's the Gehenna Ray. Zenobia continued, this place, the new city of Ratna, is the foundation of a new world that you desperately desire, a city built with divine power, only for the righteous and pure. At this moment, Gayan was trying to protect his innocent subjects below, while the self-proclaimed god was trying to destroy it. To you, this city is the ultimate paradise. Saying this, she burst out laughing and said, isn't it ridiculous? A paradise created by a mass murderer. Do you know how much blood is on your hands? And now you're trying to pretend like nothing ever happened. Only then did she stop and remind Gayan, let me make it clear to you. You are the most disgusting person I have ever met, Gayan. He then struggled to reply. I don't know what Omphalos' plan is, but I will not back down and let that scene happen. Gayan immediately moved forward, rushing towards Zenobia. Suddenly, Zenobia muttered, poisonous chrysanthemum net, manifest. Immediately, they surrounded Gayan, causing him to stop and scream in pain. She turned her back and continued, if this is Omphalos' plan, then it's already complete. So just enjoy it while you're still conscious. Enjoy the little playtime you've always longed for. Gayan clutched his head as if it were about to split open and screamed, what have you done to me, Zenobia? She smiled in reply, it was all your own choice. Light gradually enveloped the entire town, a light that terrified the people there. The scene changes to snow. At this point, the boy had completely collapsed. Miss Mass said in a regretful voice, stay with me. We're all here now. Snow replied wearily, why are you trying to save me? Miss Mass replied in pain, that's what I want to say to you. Please don't give up. At this moment, Miss Mass was carrying Snow and running as fast as he possibly could. He finally made it back. Miss Mass quickly placed the girl on a stretcher and said, at least you're still breathing, but the aura left inside you is. And angels. X then began to speak. I could have guessed this might happen. The enemy must be much stronger than you thought, right? Suddenly a voice rang out. X began to use magic to heal Snow. At this moment, Miss Mass said in a tired voice, but I kept fighting. X replied, your wounds don't look good, but the light inside you is still very strong. He immediately replied, just ignore it. He continued with a grimace. The strange thing is, Snow, she tried to move my body according to her will. Recalling that moment, Miss Mass continued, why did he have to try to kill him with a sword through his own chest? I don't understand at all. He looked up in pain and continued, I want to know what she was thinking. At this moment, he was surprised and turned his head to look. He saw Snow standing up. He said, if you're curious about that, I'll answer for him. Miss Mast was immediately startled. What are you talking about? It turned out it was X who had lifted Snow up and continued. Fixing this thing must be a waste, so I'll just throw it away, shall I? Seeing Snow in pain in his hands, Miss Mast's heart ached. He continued, this certainly isn't good news for someone, especially someone as influential here as you. Miss Mast immediately rushed to attack. Damn you, you bastard, he replied coldly. What's unexpected is that this test product is uncontrollable. Just then, he used a large hand to pin Miss Mast to the ground, unable to resist. Then he directly threw Snow aside and said, Project Zero Sum, an artificial evolution project to create the ultimate biological weapon. After all, weapons need to be reliable and mass-producible. At this moment, Miss Mast was completely lifted up, unable to do anything else. He stared at Miss Mast and continued. What Omphalos needs is an army, the swords of God. He introduced, this is the Gladius generation. This version can be mass-produced and is created from his evolved genetic material. And of course, there were some problems in controlling them, and this project was almost canceled. He said while looking at Snow's body lying still there. But miraculously, a solution appeared, the formula to control them. At this moment, a crowd of machines resembling Snow appeared. Their eyes showed exactly what he was talking about. Miss Mast shouted, where is she? Which one is the real one? At this moment, Gladius was bringing Miss Mast closer to the large door. He continued, the original version is being well preserved. Unlike you, buddy, you're no threat to anyone. He smiled. You should be happy, buddy. Even if you, the prototype, disappear, your brothers will be born from the ancient tree that Zenovia controls. And of course, I'm grateful to you for removing the faulty guidance system for me. You know, buddy, he said in a bossy tone. At this moment, he brought his 4 hands towards Miss Mast. Do you think a system as complex as this guidance machine could be created by that foolish Eidos? He chose the person to implant the guidance into a suitable candidate and manage them. With these, it won't be long before I have to report these things to Omphalos. At this moment, he directly cut open Miss Mast's chest and took something out, of course. Eidos probably left, thinking that statement was his fault. The more Miss Mast listened, the more dissatisfied he became, his jaw clenching tightly, unable to hide it. At this moment, Miss Mast said, one last thing, I want to remind you not to ever judge me. I don't die that easily. Hearing this, he laughed. Don't worry, I'll be sure to send you off properly. At this moment, he tore open his chest, then directly threw Miss Mast off the building, hoping to erase any trace of his existence. He then crushed the chip from Miss Mast's body that he had just taken and said, feel honored. Your generation will live forever. They will serve Omphalos with undying loyalty. The 4 heroes who prevented the conquest of Ratna have disappeared. The warriors of God will soon complete their mission. The fall of identity is only a matter of time. All preparations for the second coming of Omphalos are complete. When night falls on the day of noon, the god so will get a new form, and he will become the one and only Lord. The scene changes to Miss Mast. He was falling from the building with hatred. Try to act wisely. You should have let me finish. It's not me, the one who never dies. Back then, his hand had hooked into Min Ryu's body. He's really done for. Min Ryu's blade was still stuck in A's body. He tried to shout, your heart has stopped. The guide says you're dead. At this moment, Min Ryu replied, I guess you don't know, kid, that even if it goes through my whole body, even through my heart, there are people who never die. At this moment, Min Ryu shouted, people like that are not enough to kill the Sword King.